Is it history that creates heroes, or heroes that create history? This relationship has always been difficult to dissect. However, starting from the year 203 of the Red Moon calendar, the first decade saw history shaping heroes, while the latter decade was marked by the heroes dancing hand in hand with history. Woo! Woo! The deepening sound of a horn echoed in the northern part of Hake village. Accompanying the blast was a hoarse voice, growing louder from a distance. The snow wolves are coming. About 20 of them. Everyone, hurry and hide, they'll arrive in 10 minutes. A panting hunter on a snow deer emerged at the village's northern entrance. The hands of every villager, regardless of age or gender, halted in their tracks. In a frenzy, they quickly unhitched the snow deer from their work harnesses, herded the snow chickens under the eaves into cages, and gathered the feeding snow pigs into baskets. Each household rushed to confine their livestock either inside their homes or into their arms, unanimously lifting the bedding from their beds, prying open an iron plate, and tossing their animals through a large opening into a makeshift hiding spot, after which everyone squeezed through the opening to lock the iron door behind them. "Amy, hurry inside!" An elderly voice called urgently from a small thatched cottage in the southern part of the village. "The snow wolves are almost here." The old man's tone grew more anxious and stern. "Wait, Grandpa! I'm coming." Two little snow chickens just hatched yesterday and ran into the bushes. A youthful voice replied from outside the cottage's fence. "Awu!" The sound of a wolf echoed from afar. Suddenly, a tall figure burst out from the house, a white-haired elder who dashed to the yard's entrance and seized a small boy by the scruff of his neck, ignoring the boy's kicking and shouting. "Grandpa, let go of me. They'll find them, otherwise they'll be eaten." "Whoa, let me go, Grandpa." Both figures quickly concealed themselves in the makeshift hiding spot on their bed. Just as the iron door was secured, the snow wolves had already reached the dwelling. The largest among them began to claw at the iron plate while others sniffed around, their white breath swirling down upon the door. "Woo, Grandpa, the little chickens must be dead," the child inside the hiding spot lamented, undeterred by the noise overhead. "Amy, listen. We can hatch more chickens next time. We'll have even more." The old man consoled his grandson with a hint of helplessness. "Grandpa, why are there so many hunters in the village? Why aren't they out killing those snow wolves? Last time, when we went to hunt the snow bears together, the bears were much stronger than the wolves, and we managed to kill them. Why can't anyone kill the wolves?" Amy asked through her sobs, her breath hitching. "Alas," the elders sighed deeply. "Snow wolves cannot be killed. Anyone who dares to kill them must pay with their own life." "But how did those uncles from outside kill more than 30 snow wolves?" Amy protested stubbornly. "They were mercenaries. Mercenaries can kill them," the elder replied tersely, not wanting to delve too deeply into explanations for his young grandson. "When I grow up, I want to be a mercenary too," Amy declared, clenching her fists fiercely. Hake Village is located on the eastern side of the Warm Water River on the frozen continent. According to the territorial divisions between the Aimi Empire and the Hami Kingdom, this area should technically belong to the Hami Kingdom. However, the Hami people have traditionally thrived in the icy, snowy conditions, whereas the Warm Water River originates from a hot spring lake formed after a volcanic eruption, Lake Shiwayue. The areas surrounding Lake Shiwayue and along the Warm Water River constitute a rare patch of land on the frozen continent devoid of snow and ice. Throughout the 500-year history of the Aimi Empire, there have been multiple attempts through diplomacy, warfare, and coercion to acquire the territory of Lake Shiwayue and the Warm Water River, all of which have failed. In the years of the Red Moon calendar, 3, 12, 35, 47, and 52, the two monarchs of the Aimi Empire launched 5 major wars targeting the territory around Lake Shiwayue and the Warm Water River, deploying all branches of their military, including dragon cavalry. Yet, each conflict ended in a predictably humiliating defeat. At the southern end of the continent, the Aimi Empire often quickly occupied all available land, though it cannot accurately be described as conquering, since the Hami Kingdom never left a single soldier to defend the territory. After the wars commenced, large groups of Hami wolf-riding warriors would frequently mount offensives against the northernmost part of the Aimi Empire, along the only road crossing the Dragon Tooth Mountain in the frozen continent. In any combat situation on the frozen continent, against the long-bearded Hami people, clad in white bear fur uniforms, and riding atop white snow wolves in a landscape blanketed in a sea of white, the only potential outcome for any army was retreat. The combat capabilities of any army on the frozen continent barely exceeded 10, with even the famed dragon cavalry managing only around 50. The strength of the Aimi Empire's dragon riders was paltry when compared to even a small squad of Hami wolf cavalry. Some monarchs of the Aimi Empire hoped to negotiate or blackmail for the territories of Lake Shiwayue and the Warm Water River, but the Hami Kingdom, simple-minded in their own way, would reject any treaties containing territorial stipulations. The sole reason this situation persists is that the founding monarch of the Aimi Empire, Aimi I, successfully deceived the Hami Empire's king once, acquiring an expanse of land equivalent to 25 of the original imperial territory and establishing the Northern Federation of the Aimi Empire. Aimi I promised the Hami Emperor that he would exchange his nation's finest territory, the fertile flower language plains in the heart of the Amador continent, for the land at the southern end of the frozen continent. In showing the Hami Emperor, Muya VII, the promise of the rich fruits and animals produced in that land, the king, moved by the prospect, signed the shocking territorial exchange agreement despite vehement opposition from his younger brother and the Empress Dowager. Following the signing, nearly everyone considered Aimi I mad for trading his most fertile land for the most barren. Except for the Empress Dowager and the younger brother, who furiously returned to his territory, declaring independence despite risking execution and establishing the Northern Hami Empire. At the time, Muya VII hastily relocated the capital to the flower language plains and made the significant decision to gradually relinquish control of the frozen continent, leaving no time for his younger brother to contest the matter. The younger brother seized this opportunity to rapidly expand his own territory, ultimately occupying the entire land north and east of the Dragon Tooth Mountain. In the jubilant city of flower language plains, Muya VII and his court were struck by the sheer beauty of the land. The northern area, perpetually spring-like, boasted moist air filled with blooming flowers year-round. Riding across the plains for 3 days straight brought an ever-present panorama of blossoms and a constant scent of fragrance. The southern region of the plains was a humid, rainy zone, home to vast broadleaf rainforests filled with countless sweet fruits. However, during the 5 years of his capital's establishment, the new city built by Muya VII was breached 3 times by neighboring nations' forces. In the final siege, the king, driven by shame for his erroneous decision, plunged into the ranks of the imperial army, seeking to cleanse the dishonor with blood. Why had the mightiest nation on the frozen continent fallen prey to scorn on the Amador continent? Where had the undefeated, poleaxing wolf cavalry vanished to? According to future military theorists, the theories behind troop strengths and counters were written in the blood of emperors and the shed blood of 100,000 snow wolf cavalry. For generations, the Hami people of the frozen continent had long hair, especially their eyebrows and eyelashes. To prevent blindness from the sun reflecting off the snow, the Hami people's eyebrows and lashes not only grew long, but also grew rapidly. Yet, upon arriving in the humid flower language plains, this physiological phenomenon became unbearable, often causing droplets of water to dangle from their brows. Nobles and officials could afford to have others groom them. But what about the soldiers? How could they fight under such conditions? The snow wolves, too, with their long white fur, became completely ineffectual in the sweltering tropical environment. What once served as natural camouflage turned into the color of shrouds after each battle. Ultimately, from the 100,000-strong army that entered the flower language plains, merely over 10,000 punctured the homeland. After that, the Hami people learned not to engage in discussions over territory with anyone else. Lake Shuiyue was birthed a century after the Hami retreated back to the frozen continent following a volcanic eruption. The Hami people would not err regarding it. Due to the conditions in the flower language plains, the Hami kingdom kept its distance from Lake Shuiyue and the Warm Water River. They dispatched no troops, but also would not allow its territories to be lost. Once war erupted, they would immediately mobilize from the ice and snow forest to threaten the outer capital of the Aimi Empire's Northern Federation, the ice fortress, promptly coercing the empire into retreat. The Warm Water River and Lake Shuiyue still held some value for the Hami kingdom, primarily as feeding grounds for their snow wolves. To ensure the fighting spirit of the snow wolves remained intact, the Hami kingdom would not keep them pinned, and rather, they were all allowed to roam wild. More accurately, after the outbreak of war, the Hami people relied on their keen instincts to locate wild wolf packs, recruiting them into service. These wild wolves cooperated astonishingly. They would be organized into various units alongside the wolf cavalry teams, with the esteemed wolf leader becoming the mount for the riders. In truth, the Hami kingdom lacked the resources to rear such numerous war wolves. For the Hami Empire, established on the barren frozen continent, mobilization for any large-scale war could not exceed 6 months, lest the nation's economy face immediate collapse, a collapse primarily due to being devoured by their war wolves. The population of snow wolves had stabilized around 150,000, originally spread across every corner of the frozen continent. However, once the Aimi Empire gained territories there, the snow wolves curiously retreated toward the lands of the Hami Kingdom and the Northern Hami Kingdom, each harboring about 70,000. Given the sparse flora and fauna on the continent, hunting for food became increasingly challenging as it often took days of travel to catch a single prey. Thus, raiding non-Hami human villages became the main hunting strategy for the snow wolves. The Hami people harbored no objection toward other races inhabiting the frozen continent as long as taxes were paid. They allowed it, but they absolutely forbade anyone from harming the snow wolves. Villagers devised various methods to evade the wolf pack's presence, and more permanent residents had come to terms with a life dictated by the principle, when the wolves come, we hide; when they leave, we emerge, considering it a form of tax owed to the Hami kingdom. The Hami kingdom's straightforward lifestyle did not require too heavy a tax burden from their citizens. Thus, even with the addition of a wolf leader tax, it remained significantly lighter compared to other nations. Hague Village exemplifies such a community subject to the wolf leader tax, where people have adapted to the annual wolf incursions, typically only taking away major livestock while leaving sufficient poultry for the wolves to enjoy. The packs rarely linger, primarily due to their discomfort in the humid, warm air and the proximity of the next village just half a day's journey away, also requiring taxation. They typically would not stay longer than half a day. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic sound of claws scratching against the iron plate overhead resonated as a melodious voice rang. Is this the Haber residence? Chapter 2. The Iron Horse and Icy Lances enter the conversation. Who? Amy instinctively inquired, only to suddenly realize the coexistence of wolves and humans, causing her to clutch her grandfather tightly in fear. Nearly letting out a scream, in Hake Village, the arrival of the Hami people had never been witnessed. Even when taxes were required, they sent individuals from other races. Thus, in this region, there were wolves without humans and humans without wolves. Wolves and humans could not coexist. Is this the Haber's residence? A man's voice floated down leisurely. Father, father. He is father's friend. Upon hearing her father's name, Amy almost forgot everything else and reached out to unlock the iron door. The old man tugged at Amy. From your language, you are not Hami. You must be from the Aimi Empire, correct? The elder asked in a deep voice. Yes, indeed. You must be Uncle Haber. Both like and I serve in the border guard of the Aimi Empire. The man's voice continued to speak slowly. How is it that you are with the snow wolves? They would consume anything other than Hami people. The elder inquired hesitantly. Oh, it's nothing, I let them go. Ha, Uncle Haber. I possess a unique fortune that makes me one of the few from the Aimi Empire who cannot be harmed by snow wolves. After he spoke, he seemed to address the snow wolves in the house. Hey, brothers, let us go. I have matters to attend to. Xiao Bai, have your brethren leave this village. A deep wolf howl echoed, and soon the sounds of the snow wolves inside and outside faded away. The elder hesitantly opened the iron door a crack, confirming through the gap that there were indeed no snow wolves present before fully opening the door. A middle-aged man clad in traditional attire of the Aimi Empire sat by the bed. Upon seeing the elder emerge, he immediately rose and politely nodded in greeting. Uncle Haber, or you may call me Chi Hanfeng. That might be more convenient. Uncle, where is my father? Amy leapt out of the pit, urgently questioning the young man, while Uncle Haber's expression mirrored the same concern. Well, to be precise, I do not know, which is why I came here, the young man replied earnestly. The situation is as follows. At Uncle Haber's gesture, the young man took a seat by the bed and began recounting the reason for his visit to Hake Village. The villagers of Hake, like most residents of Warmwater River, were primarily migrants from the Aimi Empire and the Holy See. This area was bordered to the north by a 1,000-kilometer-long and 200-kilometer-wide ice and snow forest, while the east featured the only non-coniferous forest on the frozen continent, the Warmwater River Forest. Also vast, spanning roughly 300 kilometers in both length and width, the south and west were bordered by the sea. The Aimi Empire had no authority to construct ports here, and due to climatic conditions, the Hami Empire would not establish ports either. Thus, once most residents migrated here, they rarely left, especially first-generation immigrants like Uncle Haber. Unlike the young man, who grew up in Hake Village, he was spirited and unwilling to remain in one place, determined to venture into the world beyond. Uncle Haber held a clear perspective. The young should explore, for life spans merely decades, and youth is the time for pursuing youthful endeavors. Thus, a decade ago, during the most recent invasion by the Aimi Empire, if not for the mobilization of a large force, few could survive the treacherous ice and snow forests or the Warmwater River Forest. In the year 187 of the Red Moon calendar, 5 years prior, like Haber, having accumulated military achievements to become the captain of the border troops of the Aimi Empire, utilized his leave to return to Hake Village with his then 2-year-old son. Aimi. His frail body could not withstand the cold of the frozen continent, and he passed away a year later, unable to take care of his son amidst military life, like entrusted the burden to his father. These preceding events were already known to Hami. The subsequent details constituted the main reason for Chi Hanfeng's arrival here. In the same year, 187 of the Red Moon calendar, upon discovering that the former cavalry captain had been reassigned back to the borders of the empire. In a formal visit, according to the man named Chi Hanfeng, a series of collaborations followed. In the year 188 of the Red Moon calendar, the newly appointed Chi Hanfeng led a pursuit against the snow beastmen that had been harassing the borders. But unfamiliar with the terrain, he was led 50 kilometers deep into the ice and snow forest by the snow beastmen. Initially intending to annihilate these snow beastmen, the cavalry brigade soon realized that the snow beastmen used the icy cliffs on either side of the valley to escape. As the cavalry, descending the slope, glanced back up the 30-degree incline, they felt a sense of abandonment. This lengthy slope, 20 kilometers long, took merely half a day to descend, but what of the return? Could anyone return? The horses lacked the strength to ascend while contending with the slick ice. Quickly realizing the dire outcome, he led the Glacier Infantry Brigade through the night on sleds, pursuing the snow beastmen into the ice valley. They then laid blankets from the sleds to create a non-slippery pathway, sparing the Frontier Cavalry Brigade from total annihilation. Such situations occurred several times, but most were individual acts of assistance or life-saving favors, which Chi Hanfeng recounted succinctly by the end of the year 191 of the Red Moon calendar. At the seat of the Northern Federation's governor's office in the Empire, he escorted the Imperial Grand Mage to pay homage at the Ice Wish Tower located within the Northern Hami Kingdom for trials. One brigade was tasked with escorting the Grand Mage out of the Aimi Empire's ice and snow forest, while another brigade's mission was to escort the Grand Mage into the Wish Tower. Throughout the Empire's history, there have been a total of 342 Grand Mages, of which 134 voluntarily chose to enter the Wish Tower for trials. It is recorded that 35 Grand Mages selected the Ice Wish Tower. Yet only 3 succeeded in passing the trials. Of these 3, one concluded the trial 5 years after entering, while the other 2 finished after 10 years. According to descriptions from these 3 Imperial Magi, the mages who passed the trials will receive the title of Magus from the Mage Guild. Entering the trial tower essentially meant being thrown into an ice and snow barrier, where they would hone and elevate their magical prowess within the barrier's illusions. The escort mission was to present a state document to the Hami Kingdom and the Northern Hami Kingdom in the name of the Empire. And the journey would traverse 3 areas of utmost danger. The 3 perilous locations on the frozen continent are the Trial Cave, Dragon Tooth Mountain, and the Ice and Snow Forest. This journey would encompass all 3 treacherous locales, with the Ice and Snow Forest being relatively the safest. The danger in the Ice and Snow Forest lay in the presence of snow wolves and snow beasts, where supplies were scarce. Legends spoke of ice dragons roaming near Dragon Tooth Mountain, occasionally attacking merchants on the mainland roads. As for the documented accounts of the Trial Cave, the most recent was 56 years ago. When a team escorting a Grand Mage to trials described, one must traverse a trial cave stretching 150 kilometers before reaching the Ice Wish Tower, and this 150-kilometer cave would take at least 10 days to navigate. Filled with numerous monsters, most of which wield ice magic. Out of a 750-person escort brigade, 70 of the soldiers were lost in and out of the trial cave. The itinerary was roughly as follows. From the ice fortress to the northern border of the empire, via mainland roads, 500 kilometers, approximately taking 15 days. Ice and snow forest, via mainland roads, 250 kilometers, approximately taking 10 days. Present the state document at the capital of the Hami Kingdom, via mainland roads, 300 kilometers, approximately taking 10 days. From the capital of the Hami Kingdom to Dragon Tooth Mountain, via mainland roads, 450 kilometers, approximately taking 15 days. Crossing Dragon Tooth Mountain, via mainland roads, 150 kilometers, approximately taking 7 days. Present the state document at the capital of the Northern Hami Kingdom, via mainland roads, 300 kilometers, approximately taking 10 days. In reality, although the Ice Wish Tower is located within the Northern Hami Kingdom, the only access to the tower lies within the territory of the Hami Kingdom west of Dragon Tooth Mountain, necessitating a return to the Hami Kingdom once more. From the capital of the Northern Hami Kingdom to the west side of Dragon Tooth Mountain, via mainland roads, for 50 kilometers, approximately taking 17 days. Progressing southeast along the Dragon Tooth Mountain range to the Trial Cave, 300 kilometers, an area without mainland roads and devoid of human presence, approximately taking 20 days. The Trial Cave, 150 kilometers, without mainland roads, approximately taking 12 days. The entire round trip would consume approximately 200 days, and with the time spent in both capitals, the total duration would be around 230 days. Over the past 4 years, like Harper and Chi Hanfeng had collaborated on numerous tasks, yet this marked the first occasion they quarreled during a mission. Chi Hanfeng's tone grew increasingly grave, and the hearts of Amy and her grandfather grew heavier. Only those who dwell on the frozen continent truly comprehend its dangers. 100 miles devoid of human habitation is commonplace on this continent. A single ferocious blizzard can claim the lives of everyone within hundreds of miles. No one from other continents could fathom that a blizzard could persist for 10 days, with snowfall exceeding 3 meters, burying all beneath and suffocating them. The beasts that survive in this world possess immense strength and destructive capabilities, and naturally, the humans who endure here are far more formidable and valiant compared to those from other continents. According to the anticipated itinerary, we have emerged from the ice and snow forest. This man named Chi Hanfeng had already stepped into the annals of memory, having operated near the ice and snow forest for years. It no longer posed significant danger to the border troops, just as this time, after repelling 3 attacks from the snow beasts, 2 brigades of the Empire's army safely arrived within the territory of the Hami Kingdom. However, regarding which team should return to the Empire and which should continue to escort, a dispute erupted between Lake Harper and Chi Hanfeng. Everyone acknowledged the significant risks involved in this journey. Thus all were eager to participate. Chapter 3. The Fire and Snow Trial Sun. It's time to get up. A melodious male voice resounded once more. Uncle, just a little longer. I'm so tired, pleaded little Amy, who had just turned 8. I'm freezing. A wretched cry echoed through the pitch-black night. However, the neighbors near the Harper family's humble abode had grown accustomed to this peculiar morning alarm. Little Amy swiftly leaped from her snow-laden bed, while the mischievous architect of this morning's disturbance languidly placed a large wooden basin filled with snow on the ground and remarked, "To gain 100-fold, one must invest 1,000-fold. I must train you to become a warrior even more exceptional than your father." As the first light of dawn appeared in the eastern sky, 2 figures, one large and one small, set off from Hake village, racing toward Shueyue Lake along the Warmwater River. Anyone who encountered Chi Hanfeng for the first time would likely perceive him as a nobleman. In the Aimi Empire, all aristocratic families share certain characteristics: elegance of demeanor and politeness. This was the initial impression Chi Hanfeng left. However, those who spent more time with him soon discovered his other side: cunning and a penchant for teasing. After residing in Hake village for 2 months, all who had become familiar with Chi Hanfeng had fallen victim to his playful antics. They came to believe his self-description: a soldier with merely the lowest noble title, a noble knight. A title that could neither be inherited nor grant land. The most unfortunate victim of this was the poor little Amy. This unconventional uncle enjoyed referring to little Amy as his son. From the day this unconventional uncle arrived, little Amy had never once slept in. This fellow afforded her no freedom whatsoever. Although he never resorted to hitting or scolding her, his methods were often more fearsome than punishment itself, such as placing snow in her bed in the morning. What would Lake Harper feel if he knew he had entrusted his son to such a person while residing in the Ice of Desire Tower? Initially, old Harper was not accustomed to the way this young man treated his grandson, nor to his calling little Amy's son. However, after spending some time with this young man, he eventually accepted him as a family member. What truly touched the old man were Chi Hanfeng's actions after little Amy had fallen asleep, such as helping her tuck in her blanket at night, preparing cultural lessons under the oil lamp for the next day, and rising early to dig out snow. Little Amy's daily regimen consisted of the following: physical training, rising before dawn to run along the Warmwater River all the way to Shueyue Lake, approximately 20 kilometers in distance. Although the river water was warm, the banks were still covered in ice and snow. To facilitate running, Chi Hanfeng required her to dress lightly, only a thin leather outfit. Mental conditioning. Upon reaching Shueyue Lake, she was to strip off her clothes and jump into the water to swim. Despite its name, the lake's water, which surged from underground, was extremely warm, although swimming only occurred near the shore. The water's temperature was sufficient to boil snow chicken eggs. The sudden transition from icy water to the scalding lake indeed served to temper one's resolve. In fact, like most hot springs, the water of Shueyue Lake possessed remarkable healing and restorative properties. allowing Amy to recover her vitality regardless of the previous day's hardships. After an hour of mental conditioning in Shueyue Lake, she would continue with physical training, swimming back to Hake Village along the Warmwater River. This physical training lasted only a year before being discontinued. On one occasion, Amy was so exhausted that she fell asleep while swimming. The mineral-rich waters of the Warmwater River were so buoyant that even without swimming, she could easily float. The river flowed toward the sea, conveniently leading back to Hake Village. Upon discovering this secret, Amy often took advantage of this time to catch an extra 2 hours of sleep. Until one day, she overslept and drifted out to sea. Chi Hanfeng waited anxiously for half an hour in the village, and upon not seeing Amy return, he hurriedly procured a wooden boat and found her sleeping 5 kilometers from the shoreline. Upon returning to the village, she would undergo combat training, which consisted of chopping wood. Amy often wondered how chopping wood related to combat skills. The answer came, as usual, in the form of dark humor. Well? Chi Hanfeng said, scratching his nose, to be precise, I don't really know. All other training is arranged by me, but this one was instructed by your father. It seemed that this was indeed Lake Haber's intention. When Amy, following Chi Hanfeng's directives, began to visit the residents of Hake Village, offering to chop wood for them free of charge, most of the older residents expressed a look of recognition, as if to say, indeed, he is a child of the Haber family. 18 noon. The residents of Hake Village would deliver felled coniferous hardwood from the forest to the Haber family's humble abode using sleds. Anyone who has chopped wood knows that the most crucial tool is the axe. The larger the wood, the larger the axe required. Particularly, the design of the axe's head and blade matters greatly. The broader the back of the axe, the better. The blade need not be exceptionally sharp, but the connection to the back must be smooth. This allows for the effective utilization of the axe's V-shaped structure once it penetrates the wood, facilitating a clean split. Although Chi Hanfeng mandated wood chopping as an essential course for Amy, it was evident that this lower-level nobleman was utterly ignorant of the craft. Even wielding the largest double-handed axe, he struggled to cleave even non-coniferous wood. On the other hand, old Haber understood his son's intentions well. During Amy's wood-chopping training, he meticulously taught her how to harness her strength, how to leverage her waist power, how to position her feet to maximize force, how to read the grain of the wood, which direction to chop for ease, how to deal with knots in the wood, and how to handle forks in the branches. It was not little Amy who listened with rapt attention to old Haber's teachings, but rather that uncle named Chi Hanfeng. Oh, so that's how it is, he murmured thoughtfully in a wonder that fellow could strike at the most advantageous point on my axe with his first blow and stand so firmly in the snow, able to withstand my charge. From that day forth, the two figures, a large and a small, could always be seen chopping wood in the dilapidated courtyard of the Haber household. Initially, Amy's speed in chopping wood was indeed quite slow, primarily due to her lack of strength and technique. Even when she identified the grain of the wood, the axe often went astray. Without Chi Hanfeng's assistance, it seemed that the 200 households of Hake Village would have to endure a cold feast. During her first year of skill training, Amy used the largest axe for the first half of the year, transitioning to a medium-sized axe in the latter half, while the diameter of the trees continued to grow. After dinner, despite her exhaustion from the day, Amy found it difficult to sleep. Under the flickering light of the snow whale oil lamp, Chi Hanfeng began to impart knowledge to her eye in Amy's eyes. This was undoubtedly an area in which Uncle Chi excelled. As a noble of the empire, regardless of rank, he possessed an absolute understanding of its history. Likewise, as a former captain of the border troops, his knowledge of military coordination far surpassed that of the ordinary villagers of Hake. Thus, on alternating nights, they would study military strategy one evening and delve into the history of the empire the next. What intrigued Amy even more were the casual conversations that followed their lessons, where Chi Hanfeng would share tales of life in the empire's capital and some legendary stories of mercenaries. Observing how engrossed Amy was, Chi Hanfeng once curiously inquired why she was so fascinated by mercenaries. Amy candidly replied, because mercenaries can kill snow wolves. Upon hearing this, Chi Hanfeng nearly fell off his stool. Utterly unable to fathom that the son of the empire's infantry brigade commander and the disciple of the cavalry brigade commander had a lifelong aspiration to become a mercenary. Whether it be the empire's soldiers or those of the Hami kingdom, none were permitted to kill snow wolves, just as Hami soldiers were forbidden from harming the steeds of the empire's troops. Only mercenaries were exempt from such restrictions, for it was customary for them to seldom linger in one place for too long. The financial resources of the Hami kingdom did not allow for the issuance of bounty notices by the Mercenary Association for a few mercenaries who might kill snow wolves for various reasons. Despite numerous attempts to dissuade her, Amy remained steadfast in her belief, having learned from Chi Hanfeng that Empire soldiers could not kill snow wolves. She remained silent. 2 days later, however, Chi Hanfeng had a change of heart. Becoming a mercenary would allow for travel. If one grows stronger, perhaps one could even visit the Ice of Desire Tower. Furthermore, in terms of income, mercenaries typically earn much more than soldiers, though the associated risks are considerably higher. Setting lofty aspirations is one thing, but maintaining them is another. From this perspective, it could be said that Amy had already developed an extraordinary foresight at such a young age. Chapter 4. Beast Warriors before the legendary Mercenary King was born. The dual-wield swordsman class was considered a very low-ranking unit within the military, rarely deployed on battlefields for direct confrontations, often serving merely as bodyguards for commanders. Yet, beneath the resplendent radiance of the legendary Mercenary King, an increasing number of battlefield commanders and professional mercenaries began to wield two-handed swords. Consequently, the two-handed swordsman class evolved into a formalized system, and within the ranks of the regular army, for entirely new soldier types emerged. Among them, the greatsword infantry, boasting a breakthrough capability on par with the battle-axe warriors, stands out. In any combat environment, the ambush and surprise attack effectiveness of the two-handed swordsman's counter-soldiers is unparalleled. The most fearsome and formidable advancement of the two-handed swordsman, the so-called battlefield specter, the Mad Griffin greatsword warrior, has become a source of trepidation for enemy commanders. Naturally, the unique swordsman class, passed down directly from the legendary Mercenary King himself, has emerged as the backbone of the core ranged attack forces in various national armies. Excerpt from the renowned treatise on modern military classification, Swordsman Proficiency Guide, by the esteemed scholar Chi Yitzi. In the spring of the 195th year of the Red Moon calendar, at the southern end of a small, dilapidated village named Hake, located near the estuary of the Warm Water River on the frozen continent, there stood a rundown courtyard. Despite its state of disrepair, the wooden house, constructed from raw timber, appeared remarkably new. The courtyard was surrounded by piles of pristine logs, resembling small mountains. Thud, 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 a rhythmic, youthful voice echoed from among the logs. Should one step into the courtyard, they would find a boy diligently chopping firewood. Humanity truly is a wretched race, nestled in a warm homeland, indulging in the finest nourishment. Yet their physical well-being is not guaranteed, nor can they cultivate boys as robust as mountains. The boy before us serves as a prime example, having endured 3 years of relentless toil under the harsh tutelage of an uncle, who claims to be a noble of the empire yet bears an obscure lineage. Deprived of any proper sustenance, every swing of his arm reveals muscles that shimmer like mercury, only to vanish and reappear with each movement. The early spring by the Warm Water River is frigid. In this region, only during the height of summer can one witness the verdant hues akin to those on the continent of Aimi. Generally, individuals clad in thick snow beast pelts traverse the spring landscape. Yet this young boy, barely in his teens, dons only a pair of leather shorts, sweat cascading from his forehead and body, quickly transforming to ice upon contact with the ground. While white mist billows around him, he spat into his calloused palm, seized a nearby medium-sized axe, and with a powerful swing, cleaved a large log, 30 centimeters in height and half a meter in diameter. Cleanly intuitive, then, picking up a hatchet, he swiftly carved the wood into suitable firewood. He is using a hatchet. Even the most robust lumberjack would require an axe to effortlessly chop wood from the needle-hard trees of the frozen continent. Using a hatchet would only lead to the blade becoming wedged in the wood, necessitating multiple strikes to accomplish the task, with the blade dulling rapidly. How much strength must one possess to wield a hatchet as if it were an axe? Son, come here for a moment. The occupant of the house shamelessly continued to exploit the situation. All right, Uncle Chi, I'll be right there. After neatly stacking the firewood, the boy entered the modest wooden house, which had just been constructed the previous summer. From today onwards, you must learn to wield weapons. You won't need to chop so much firewood in the afternoon since the villagers want to use it all. Instead, dedicate half your afternoons to learning weaponry. Chi Huanfeng rarely spoke with such gravity. What weapon do you prefer? I suggest you try the combination of a knight's lance and a longsword. It would suit you perfectly and may become your favorite. Disregarding Aimi's demeanor, Qi Huanfeng began to forcibly advocate for a preference that was not his own. You see, while you are taller than your peers, you do not possess the towering stature of a mountain dweller. Thus, wielding a massive two-handed axe would not be suitable for you. Based on my understanding of you, I can confidently say that you would not enjoy the profession of an archer. Reliant as it is on ambush tactics, the combination of a single blade and shield lacks the necessary lethality and is best suited for the weaker. Moreover, the use of hammer-type weapons has dwindled, destined for obsolescence. While you wouldn't suggest I learn the spear, would you? The spear is only wielded within military ranks and is effective solely against cavalry. Otherwise, it serves no purpose, as Qi Huanfeng continued. He scrutinized Aimi's expressions, seeking the most persuasive words. I want to emulate my father. I wish to learn the two-handed greatsword. Faced with such incessant chatter from his uncle, 10-year-old Aimi's demeanor grew increasingly sullen. Speaking only when absolutely necessary, yet once he made a declaration, it was often impossible to sway his resolve. Indeed, you are your father's son, possessing a strong will. I admire that, Qi Huanfeng exclaimed, chuckling as he playfully patted Aimi's cheek. Suddenly, he twisted Aimi's face with a malicious grin, declaring, No, this time I shall decide. You must learn the knight's lance. I shall mold you into an imperial knight like myself. What merits does the two-handed greatsword hold? It is deemed the most basic class within the military ranks. Observe the proper knights. They typically wield a one-handed thrusting sword in conjunction with a shield. On the battlefield, it is a lance and shield that form the backbone of warfare. It turns out that among all military classes in the Empire and the Confederation, newly enlisted soldiers may only choose from the spear, two-handed sword, or archer classes. After a year of training, those demonstrating potential are selected for higher-level battalions. For instance, spear soldiers may become squire knights or battle-axe warriors. Typically, archers are chosen for their magical potential, undergoing a year of magical training to become magical archers or wolf rider archers. Only in the swordsman battalion are those of lesser physique and training prospects assigned to the two-handed sword class. However, exceptional two-handed swordsmen may still have the opportunity to become squire knights, provided they switch to other weapons, though such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the actual deployment of two-handed swordsmen on the battlefield is quite infrequent. Were it not for the class's lower equipment costs and its utility in maintaining public order, it would have long since vanished from the military ranks of various nations. If a nation resorts to utilizing swordsmen in warfare, the outcome is likely to be evident soon. Despite Qi Huanfeng's coercive persuasion, Aimi remained silent. This was certainly not a tacit approval. Good heavens, what transgression have I committed? How could I, a proud imperial knight, have such a disciple? Brother, I apologize. I have yet to meet your esteemed wife, and I feel utterly incapable of properly educating your child, who aspires to be a lowly two-handed swordsman. Qi Huanfeng lamented dramatically, covering his face in despair. Stop crying. You are a grown man, and besides, you have no tears. You needn't peer through your fingers to see me. I'm accustomed to it. It is said that dark humor is a singular legacy, often found in the company of demons. Even the silent angel might utter words of dark jest. It seems that unless I reveal my true identity, you will remain unmoved. The man, concealing his face, sat unmoving on the edge of the bed, assuming an air of cool detachment. Aimi, in truth, I am not an ordinary knight. I am the highest-ranking imperial knight, the Phantom Beast Knight. I wish for you to aspire to become a proud Phantom Beast Knight like me. By the authority of my name, I summon you. Arise, Phantom Beast Spirit Wolf. With his fingers interlaced, Qi Huanfeng invoked a powerful incantation. A colossal pentagonal barrier materialized in the center of the room, followed by a blinding flash of white light, and a wolf, twice the size of an ordinary snow wolf, emerged into the abode. Its fur, as white as snow, flowed from its head to its tail, and with a grandiose tail swaying, it lay its head upon its massive paws, zzz, snoring comfortably. Initially intending to astonish Aimi, upon witnessing the enormous white wolf, Qi Huanfeng's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Little by the nobleman crouched down to stroke the wolf's ears, lamenting, We have not seen each other in 3 years. I had hoped you would rest and recuperate in the Phantom Beast Sanctuary. Yet you have given me the greatest surprise by revealing that you have grown fat. Qi Huanfeng exclaimed in a fit of despair, tugging at the wolf's ears. Wow! Awoken from slumber. The white wolf violently shook off the grasp on its ears, turning its head to reveal massive fangs and a blood-red tongue. Upon recognizing Qi Huanfeng, a grin unexpectedly spread across the wolf's fierce visage, its tail wagging energetically, knocking Qi Huanfeng to the ground. Throughout this encounter, the more sinister aspects of humanity were laid bare in Qi Huanfeng. Faced with the more ferocious countenance, Qi Huanfeng quickly altered his tone, ingratiatingly petting the wolf's long fur. No, I meant to say that after 3 years apart, you have matured and become even more handsome. Once the wolf was deceived into displaying a smile, Qi Huanfeng swiftly mounted the wolf, grasping its long fur with one hand while delivering a few firm pats atop its head with the other. From this day forth, you are not to return to the sanctuary. You shall guard the courtyard for me each night. Aimi was indeed taken aback. The presence of the snow wolf in this region instilled significant apprehension in the populace. The sight of such a colossal snow wolf materializing out of thin air would terrify even an adult hunter. Leaving them utterly speechless, Qi Huanfeng was quite pleased to witness the terror etched upon Aimi's face upon the appearance of the white wolf. He sat majestically atop the creature, brandishing a lance in one hand and a shield in the other. And with a sense of pride, he declared to Aimi, "What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? If I donned armor, I would be utterly formidable. Moreover, I have even better news. This steed requires no provisions from you. It will return to the barrier on its own to seek sustenance." Aimi cautiously stroked the fur of the white wolf, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Do you know why I have always referred to you as my son?" Qi Huanfeng unfurled a significant revelation. Among the 3 known continents, the highest echelon of military units is the Dragon Knights. However, due to the extreme rarity of dragons, especially those willing to cooperate with humans, the emergence of Dragon Knights cannot be deliberately cultivated. The total number of known Dragon Knights across various nations does not exceed 20. Therefore, despite their formidable prowess, Dragon Knights are rarely utilized as standard military units. In close succession to Dragon Knights are the Beast Knights, whose sole shortcoming compared to Dragon Knights lies in the fact that, while they can also leverage the power of barriers to hover in the air, they lack magical abilities, rendering them incapable of competing in one-on-one combat against Dragon Knights. However, what captivates nations is that Beast Knights can indeed be trained. It should be noted that the term beast does not imply any form of imitation of the creatures found in the popular game Heavenly Mythical Creatures. They merely serve as mounts for knights, and their type, along with the environment, influences the knight's combat efficacy, providing various enhancements. For instance, if Qi Huanfeng were to contend with other beast knights in the frozen continent, his chances of victory would increase by 50%. Should he face a typical snow wolf knight, there would be no contest. Ordinary knights stand no chance against beast knights. A special note. Aimi, I have always regarded you as my own son. Only those with noble titles in the Empire have the opportunity to compete for the title of Beast Knight. Qi Huanfeng sat astride the snow wolf. He scratched its chin, causing the wolf to blissfully close its eyes and snore. Let me share a secret with you. If you wish to quickly foster a bond with snow wolves and other beasts, the simplest method is to scratch their chins. These big, clumsy creatures can reach every part of their bodies with their paws, except for that itch on their chins. If someone is willing to assist them, they will be immensely pleased. However, Aimi, having regained her composure, calmly questioned, "But what does this have to do with what weapons I should study?" Qi Huanfeng playfully tapped Aimi on the head, saying, "The 6 essential principles of wielding a two-handed sword are ferocity, strength, precision, agility, speed, and skill. Therefore, the swordsman must possess considerable swiftness. Currently, all known spirit beasts can only provide momentum and are utterly incapable of matching the speed required for a two-handed sword. If you wish to learn the sword, then you shall never become a knight." Suddenly, a sly grin crossed Qi Huanfeng's face. "My plan is for you to study the spear with me. In 5 years, when you turn 15, it will coincide with the rare alignment of the Black Sun and the White Sun. Traditionally, the Aimi Empire sends envoys to the Northern Hami Empire to request 5 snow wolf spirit beasts born from the Snow Wolf King. I intend to borrow one from them, and then I will take you to the sacred beast garden at the foot of the mountain to teach you how to transform a spirit beast into a beast. In this way, you can become a beast knight. Only 5. Who would lend them to us? They would either be stolen or taken by force," Aimi remarked, having long been accustomed to the charmingly audacious ways of Uncle Qi. "So what? As a noble of the empire, it is only natural for my own son to become a beast knight. The old man boasted with unabashed pride. If it weren't for the noble aim of making you a distinguished knight, I wouldn't care whether you wielded a spear or a sword. Han Feng, do you know about the eagle called the wild griffin along the coastline of the Hami Empire? An elderly voice inquired. Ah, Uncle Haber, when did you return? Both Chi Hanfeng and Amy noticed Grandpa Haber in the courtyard. I've been back for a while. I saw you both engrossed in conversation and didn't he want to interrupt? Grandpa Haber continued. This wild griffin is renowned for its swift and agile flight in our ancestors' time. Someone managed to tame a large wild griffin, discovering that it could perfectly match the speed required by great swordsmen. Moreover, this wild griffin is also a type of spirit beast, and it is said that it can enter the beast paradise for training. Huh? Uncle Haber, how do you know so much? Chi Hanfeng was intrigued by the knowledge of beast cultivation in such a remote village. Well, not only the Chi family can claim noble lineage. Our ancestors were once part of the empire as well. However, due to various circumstances, we left. Grandpa Haber seemed reluctant to delve deeper into that topic. In a 2-1 voting election, the two-handed sword became Amy's major area of study, while at Chi Hanfeng's insistence, the spear and shield combination was designated as her minor. Countless great swordsmen of future generations would undoubtedly breathe a sigh of relief at this outcome. Had it not been for Grandpa Haber's intervention, Amy might have been coerced into a misguided path by Chi Hanfeng. Such a fate would have deprived numerous mercenaries and warriors of their profession. Studying the two-handed sword is said to be a grueling and perilous endeavor. At least that is what Chi Hanfeng claimed. According to the Chi family's theory, aside from the grip area at the rear, all other parts of the two-handed great sword are treacherous, and wielding it, one could inadvertently harm small creatures, such as Little Bai or even Chi Hanfeng himself. Thus, under Chi Hanfeng's insistence, Amy practiced with a blunt sword crafted by the village blacksmith, heavy at 20 kilograms. It was akin to a large axe, of course. The two-handed sword used for chopping firewood in the afternoons was the real deal. In the year 196 of the Red Moon calendar, 11-year-old Amy achieved remarkable feats with the two-handed sword, particularly excelling in ferocity, strength, and precision. According to Chi Hanfeng's assessment, without the assistance of Little Bai, his spear would struggle to penetrate the range of Amy's two-handed sword. In comparison to a one-handed sword, Chi Hanfeng could only rely on swift movements to maneuver around Amy, lest his weapon be sent flying. Faced with such circumstances, Chi Hanfeng often chuckled. The great swordsman, renowned for agility and swiftness, is tangled up with a knight celebrated for strength and momentum. Naturally, this was a scenario Chi Hanfeng wished to avoid, and while jesting, he devised a new training regimen for Amy, befitting a neighbor of the devil. In the summer of 196 of the Red Moon calendar, after 4 years of rigorous running training, Amy faced what she would later refer to as the 3 years of torture by the demon. Each morning, she would rise early, plunging into the dense, snow-laden forest, where, under the watchful eye of the demon, she would shed all her clothing, save for a pair of shorts, and run barefoot through the woods. The trees in the icy forest, having adapted to endure 10 months of snow, were all needle-leaved, coated with a thick layer of wax to prevent moisture evaporation. These long needle leaves would prick the skin, coupled with the piercing cold wind, creating a sensation that was both painful and unbearable. To evade the interwoven branches, one had to move slowly, but that would invite the frigid air. To run swiftly for warmth meant enduring the agony of countless needle pricks. In the beginning, Amy fainted from the cold more times than she could count. Without the miraculous healing properties of the Snow Moon Lake, she might not have survived. However, as time passed, it seemed that every part of Amy's body had developed an uncanny awareness, allowing her to deftly navigate the branches and leaves, enabling her to run gradually through the forest. 2 years later, even while riding Little Bai through the snowy woods, she could skillfully dodge the branches and leaves. From that point onward, Chi Hanfeng ceased to engage Amy in foot races, declaring, "In terrestrial combat, you have graduated." The only uncertainty remained whether this graduation meant she had surpassed her mentor. Chapter 6. The mysterious visitor at the Wish Tower. In this world, wherever a continental highway exists, one can invariably find treehouse taverns, even in the icy, snow-laden frozen continent. The Dragon Tooth Mountain Highway has but one fork, leading north to the capital of the Hami Kingdom, east towards the Hami Kingdom, and west towards the Aimi Empire and the Holy See. At the northern side of this fork stands a dense tree, likely a type of silver-leaved conifer, approximately 5 meters in diameter, requiring at least 10 people to encircle it completely. 10 meters above the ground is the renowned Treehouse Tavern. Below the tavern lies a square slab of blue stone, upon which patrons wishing to enter the tavern simply stand, activating a magical teleportation that transports them directly to the tavern's entrance. The Treehouse Tavern serves as the office for the Magic Guild, the Mercenary Guild, and the Thieves Guild, and will forever be bustling with customers. As in all other treehouse taverns across the continents. Several beautiful little fairies fluttering their translucent blue wings serve drinks and food to the patrons. The guests have arrived, a well-behaved monkey-like beastman exclaimed while leaping high to take the snow-covered hat from the hand of a middle-aged man who had just entered. At first glance, this man appeared to be a noble of the empire, as evidenced by his courteous greeting to the monkey-like beastman server. Only nobles maintain such decorum at all times, and only those of genuine nobility would sincerely extend their greetings to beings of lower status, such as beastmen. The noble slightly shifted to the side, pulling forth a boy of around 16 or 17 from behind him. The noble and the boy made their way toward the bar. The chatter of patrons in the tavern gradually ceased, their eyes drawn to the boy's back. He bore a two-handed sword nearly as tall as himself. If it were made of iron, its weight would likely be comparable to that of a two-handed axe or a knight's lance. What aroused further curiosity was that the sword was unsharpened. The boy exuded an admirable demeanor, reminiscent of the noble, or perhaps more like a youthful scholar, clad in a pristine white snow-bear fur coat. With a faint smile gracing his lips as he deftly navigated between tables and chairs. Most of the tavern's regulars were mercenaries, and perhaps due to curiosity regarding the boy's sword, a towering figure, evidently a mountain berserker, attempted to trip the boy as he passed by, extending his leg with perfect timing. Such antics were commonplace in the tavern, and most could easily envision the boy being toppled, his sword crashing down upon him. The boy, however, seemed oblivious to the trap beneath him, instead observing the various corners of the tavern as he walked. Yet, just as his leg was about to be ensnared, he instinctively stepped lightly, gracefully bypassing the trap. The crowd, prepared to erupt in laughter, found themselves momentarily stunned by the boy's agility, and the instigator of the prank, with his large cup of ale in hand, stood dumbfounded. "Hey there, sir, come sit here." A woman clad in a bright red open-front jacket greeted with a flirtatious demeanor. Noticing several empty seats before her, Chi Hanfeng tugged at Aimi and approached the woman. "How annoying, you little brat! What are you staring at?" The woman proudly thrust her snow-white bosom toward Aimi. Poor little Aimi was left in a daze, overwhelmed by the sight before him. It was Chi Hanfeng who came to his rescue. "Miss, please do not misunderstand. My nephew is only 14 years old. This is his first time out, and in our village, there are no beauties like you, let alone anyone dressed as fashionably." It was likely the first time he had seen such a lovely lady. One could only wonder how it felt to touch. So he's just a novice," the woman said, lightly pinching Aimi's cheek. "Though he has grown in all the right places, I doubt he possesses the charm of a gentleman like you. Sir, would you care for a fortune-telling? It's quite inexpensive, only 5 gold coins. How has the world changed? I haven't roamed outside for 5 years, and inflation seems to have skyrocketed. I recall standard magical divination costing only 2 silver coins." Chi Hanfeng plopped down on the table in front of the woman, signaling to Iter with a gesture only the initiated could comprehend, while unabashedly eyeing the woman's bosom with a flirtatious gaze. "Oh dear, sir, how can you say such things? Look at this freezing weather. Is it easy to make a living? How about I do a free reading? If you don't allow me to tell your fortune, disaster will soon befall you. Is that so? Is your divination truly accurate?" Chi Hanfeng asked languidly, holding the wine glass just served to him and rubbing his nose. "Hey, kid, do you dare to flirt with my woman?" The mountain berserker, who evidently allied with the war witch, pointed a menacing finger at Aimi's forehead. "You owe my lady for the damages. You've gazed at her bosom several times. For each glance, 10 gold coins. Or you won't leave this place today." The previously lively tavern fell into a tense silence. "Trash is still trash," Chi Hanfeng retorted, glaring at the berserker while reaching out to touch the woman's bosom. "I've not only looked over 100 times, but I've also touched. What will you do about it? Aimi, in this world, only the strong survive. We should toss them out. Otherwise, we won't have dinner tonight." The unscrupulous middle-aged man showed no concern for the trouble he had caused, as he tossed aside his burden, reclined in a suitable spot, and placed his snow-covered feet upon the table, beginning his pre-meal entertainment. The berserker seemed quite satisfied not to take on the middle-aged man, grabbing his signature weapon, the long battle axe, from the table. His companions quickly cleared the area behind him. Aimi unsheathed his two-handed sword from his back and took a small step back. The treehouse tavern was indeed spacious. Even with a duel unfolding, it occupied merely 1/10 of the establishment. "Kid, die!" the berserker roared, his figure swelling as he charged forward, swinging his battle axe down in a fierce arc. Aimi's two-handed sword met the blow with force. The axe was deflected, and without a moment's pause, the berserker swung it again, targeting Aimi's shoulder. Adjusting his sword slightly, Aimi countered. The axe slid along the blade, descending toward Aimi's abdomen. With his sword unable to retract in time, Aimi used the hilt to block the axe. "Well done, kid. You managed to withstand my combo." The berserker looked down upon Aimi with disdain. "But you can go to hell." The immense fury radiated from the berserker, leaving translucent afterimages in his wake with each swift movement. 1, 2, 3. Fert, be careful. He is a high-ranking berserker. Those afterimages possess offensive capabilities. In such an environment, encountering a rare high-ranking berserker left Chi Hanfeng with little appetite for dinner. In open combat, a typical berserker could handle more than 5 two-handed swordsmen, while a high-ranking berserker with 4 afterimages could likely contend with over 20. The berserker was a nightmare for small-scale skirmishes, and Chi Hanfeng felt a twinge of regret. Once attacked, the afterimages would shatter. Aimi, witnessing such an afterimage assault for the first time, felt perspiration bead in his palms. At that moment, 2 words echoed in his mind. "Fight back." Aimi swiftly swung his long sword twice in the air, and even the dull black blade manifested afterimages before him. The afterimages of swords? The tavern, which had been as cold as the weather outside, suddenly buzzed to life. The legendary afterimage attack of berserkers and the sword afterimages of two-handed sword warriors appeared simultaneously, and the warrior wielding a two-handed sword seemed to be merely 14 years old. Such an occurrence could easily be woven into the verses of a bard's tale. With the berserker astonished, Aimi leaped forward, passing through his sword's afterimage to stand before the berserker, his two-handed sword slicing left, center, and right in a flash, each swing leaving behind a black sword afterimage. The berserker realized Aimi possessed strength comparable to his own, as he desperately raised his battle axe to deflect the lightning-fast sword strikes, while the 4 surrounding afterimages converged upon Aimi from all angles. The commotion of the afterimages caught the attention of those in the Magical Guild, the Thieves' Guild, and the Mercenaries' Guild stationed in 3 corners of the tavern, drawing an increasing number of onlookers eager to witness this rare battle. An elderly wizard with white hair and beard emerged from the Magical Guild, his long blue robe riddled with tears, and a badge on his chest signifying his status as a master wizard with boundless magical power. Upon recognizing the duelists, his brows furrowed in concern as he murmured, "Could it be him?" Chapter 7. The Diary of the Ancient Dragon. No one could fathom that the berserker's afterimages could attack from various angles. The 4 rapidly approaching afterimages launched their fierce axe strikes toward Aimi's left shoulder, right shoulder, waist, and leg, while the berserker bellowed, his blood-red eyes reflecting the crimson blade of his axe, descending like a brilliant red meteor. "Ah!" a few girls in the tavern screamed, covering their eyes, "I summon you by my name. Arise, spirit beast wolf." Behind the protective barrier, Chi Hanfeng had already grasped his battle spear and shield, preparing to assist Aimi. "Don't help me!" Aimi shouted from within the onslaught of axe shadows. His body performed an incredible maneuver, flipping over to escape the encirclement. With a series of peculiar sounds, the berserker's afterimages collided with Aimi's sword afterimages, shattering into fragments. The black sword traced a semicircle in the air, propelling Aimi toward the berserker, who, caught off guard and unable to activate his afterimages once more, found his two-handed axe morphing into countless phantoms as he desperately blocked the blunt blade. Without pause, the black sword rebounded just half a meter, descending once more with the swiftness of lightning. Ding dong, ding dong. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. The same position, the same angle, the same dull black sword, the same flickering shadow of the blade. The berserker could no longer engage in any other actions. His war axe merely continued to parry, parry, parry. Each parry necessitated a step back to create space for the next flash of the sword. Even a dull blade, wielded with such force, could cleave a person in twain. The dull sword rebounded once more, its trajectory shifting with lightning speed, carving a bizarre arc before appearing simultaneously before Aimi and the berserker's abdomen. The war axe remained suspended in the air as the berserker gasped. The chilling breath of black lightning seeped through his skin. The sword bisected his torso. Gasps erupted from the patrons in the bar. The black lightning vanished in an instant, transforming into a fierce gale of sword wind. As the long sword shifted from horizontal to vertical in a heartbeat, crashing violently into the berserker's lower abdomen. The berserker was instantly propelled into the air, along with the massive war axe, vanishing towards the entrance. A howl erupted from below the treehouse bar, an otherworldly sound that tore through the reflective white night, tightening the hearts of all present. The colossal treehouse bar swayed like branches in a tempest, its walls creaking ominously, as the western side of the building seemed unable to withstand the immense pressure and burst open. A colossal figure enveloped in the frigid winds surged inside. He had gone berserk. He had truly gone berserk. Countless voices cried out in alarm, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed as the mountain berserker re-emerged, his fury burning as if fueled by some medium, his body swelling to twice its size, tearing his upper garments asunder. Every pore oozed crimson sweat, and a purple bruise marred the area where the sword had struck his abdomen. His blood-red eyes seemed on the verge of bursting from their sockets. "You shall all die." Ignoring the tables and chairs before him, the berserker charged at Aimi like an enraged bull, the sturdy pine furniture disintegrating before him as if made of paper. In that fleeting moment, Aimi recalled Chi Hanfeng's description of the berserker from his lessons on the strengths and weaknesses of various combatants. If the berserker was a war machine, then the berserker in a state of frenzy was a terrifying engine of destruction. The so-called frenzy was a unique skill of the berserker, selling one's life to the war god Asak in exchange for over tenfold combat power. Some berserkers, who frequently entered this state, could no longer revert to normalcy. A berserker in frenzy disregarded any typical attacks. Unless decapitated, the berserker would retain his immense destructive capabilities. Any commander approached a berserker camp with utmost caution. In conventional siege warfare, deploying berserker troops was strictly prohibited. For if even a handful of berserkers went berserk, the result would not be a city, but a wasteland. Theo encountered such an adversary on her first venture away from home. Her first encounter in combat seemed a stroke of ill fate. Aimi tightened her grip on her sword as black lightning reappeared in the air, killing enough a commanding voice resonated, and the berserker collapsed like a mountain into the debris of tables and chairs. An elder emerged from the magic guild, clad in a red magical robe, the emblem upon his chest signifying his title as a grand mage. "Where mercenaries gather, we cannot impede your private duels. However, should a display of combat devolve into a destructive war, it is something we wish to avert." He urged the audience to applaud the brave warriors who provided them with a free spectacle of swordplay and berserker remnants. Oh, and also that noble beast knight and his charming phantom wolf. Let us all applaud together. After delivering his speech, the elder returned to the Magic Guild's chambers. Several companions of the berserker rushed forward, intending to assist him, only to find him petrified, solid as stone. He would remain in this state for 2 hours before returning to normal. A kind-hearted individual, evidently a mid-level mage, reminded them, with the Grand Mage present, no one would dare to instigate trouble without equal magical prowess. A few sprites swiftly cast restoration spells before the gaping hole in the wall, the pine tree supporting the bar responding quickly, sprouting new branches to seal the breach. Until this moment, Aimi had harbored doubts regarding the potency of mages. As a traditional knight, Chi Hanfeng had spoken little about mages during their vocational courses. Yet witnessing a seemingly invincible warrior become vulnerable in an instant was almost beyond belief. "Hey, don't be foolish." Chi Hanfeng pushed a drink towards Aimi. "Try this, it's delightful. A specialty of the treehouse bar. A brew of 1,000 herb leaves, invigorating, beautifying, and enhancing recovery among its many benefits. And truth, there's no need for such astonishment. The adversaries we encountered today are ones we would never ordinarily face. The total population of mountain berserkers is merely 300,000, with fewer than 100,000 serving in various national armies. Those capable of executing 4 afterimages number no more than 500, while those capable of 5 afterimages are fewer than 100. And those who can achieve the pinnacle of 6 simultaneous afterimages number less than T and AS for Grand Mages. There are only 5 in the current Aimi Empire, one of whom has entered the Tower of Wishes, leaving only 4, and including the reclusive Grand Mage. The total should not exceed 100. Aimi, did you hear what I said? If you become a Beast Knight, you can leverage the floating abilities of your Phantom Beast to easily slay that berserker. As for dealing with Grand Mages, well, as long as he doesn't attack you and your mount simultaneously, escaping is quite feasible. A long sigh escaped the lips of the self-comforting noble, filled with reluctance. Mind if I sit here? A hand, withered, dry, and grimy, rested on the table's edge. Pooh, the nobleman, recently having been in close proximity to a lovely lady, found it impossible to reconcile such a stark contrast. Spewing his drink all over the owner of the hand, "No worries, I don't mind, I'm used to it, especially from you." Amidst a frothy mane, an unkempt head of silver hair, a mage appeared. Yet in stark contrast to the imposing Grand Mage in the red robe, this mage was rather a pitiful sight. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, his eye sockets hollow, revealing only a narrow slit of eyes. A hooked nose and a flat mouth, he wore, or rather hung a tattered blue magical robe resembling a fishnet, indicative of a neutral mage, while wielding a long magical staff, its tip broken and unrecognizable as to what magical stone might have once adorned it. If he could still afford magical stones. Hey, save it, old man, you're pretending to be a Grand Mage. Chi Hanfeng unceremoniously tugged at the mage's fishnet insignia. You're not even pretending. Well, this emblem is flawed. While the general design may be correct, look here, it should symbolize the neutral sea, yet yours resembles a waterfall. Young man, I wish to inquire about a certain individual, I'm not sure. Despite his noble status, the initial politeness quickly gave way to the demon's true nature. Do you know Qi Ningyuan? Ah? Chi Hanfeng visibly froze for a moment before shaking his head in denial. Oh, Qi Lu Shui? No. Chi Hanfeng continued, shaking his head. Oh, let me think. Qi Hongyun? No. The habitual shaking of Chi Hanfeng's head faltered as he gulped. I do know him. His attitude shifted considerably. You share the Qi surname. What should I call you? Chi Hanfeng. Ning, Lu, Hong, Yuan, Dai, Han, Chong, Xiao, Han, little rascal. The old mage's gnarled hand suddenly swung up, landing a heavy slap upon Chi Hanfeng's flowing hair. You claim not to know him? Do you not even recognize your own ancestors? Aimi, bewildered, watched this scene unfold, exclaiming inwardly, ah, even the usually mischievous Uncle Chi has his day of reckoning. How delightful, though she thought it. She dared not voice it that I might know them. They passed away hundreds of years ago, and you never asked if I knew them. Chi Hanfeng, for the first time, resembled a child, arguing with the innocence of youth. No explanations. Explanations are but veils for concealment. Ah, every time I explain to my girlfriend why I didn't call on time, I hear that familiar voice. The old mage delivered 2 more hefty slaps to Chi Hanfeng's head. Just like your ancestor Qinang, you're as mischievous as they come. Help me fetch a large cup of 1,000 herb leaf brew, and your finest roasted chicken, oh, and summon a lovely companion for me. She must be from the Aimi nor continent. Charge it to this young man here. After gesturing to Iter, the old mage swiftly made a small motion, targeting Chi Hanfeng. Boom. The Navi nobleman's expression morphed into one of shock, disbelief, helplessness, resentment, and tension as he collapsed beneath the table. Everyone, don't be alarmed. He has merely had too much to drink. He will be fine shortly. The old mage reassured the surrounding patrons. Hey, little brother, how do you do? That a fluffy head leaned into Amy's space. No, I do not bear the surname Chi, nor do I possess any wealth. You see that the young boy, having already witnessed the formidable power of the great magician, swiftly turned his pockets inside out one by one while casting blame, claiming that the money was on him, though we had only just met. No, we do not know each other. A small black tail trembled and swayed behind the originally kind and simple deer. Oh, I am inquiring about someone. Help! I've been robbed, so many incidents have unfolded in such a short time. It seems we have reached the limit that a 14-year-old boy can endure. Aimi, daring to challenge the berserker, cried out in despair. Yet what broke his heart even more was that he could not produce a sound. The image of the red-robed Grand Magician flashed through his mind, and Aimi immediately felt a surge of urgency to leap up and seek help. However, to his astonishment, the tale that had just transpired with the berserker was now repeating itself. Merely with a different subject. Do you know him? I know no one. Spare me. Father. My father. Amy's mouth opened and closed in desperation. Clearly, the old magician understood his intent. After a dry hand snapped its fingers audibly, Amy suddenly collapsed to the ground. The master remarked, "It seems I have broken my promise. I had intended for everyone to see the second protagonist in this chapter, and even described his mount in the prologue. But, alas, I hope to emerge by tomorrow." Chapter 8. The Blade of Ice. Like every individual who had been petrified for the first time, Amy, upon being freed from the spell, plummeted to the ground. A withered hand lifted him from the earth. 6 months prior, I encountered your father in the Tower of Ice Wishes, and we fought side by side for 3 months, the old magician stated astonishingly. Amy stood there, dumbfounded. At the same time, Chi Hanfeng, also released from the spell, rubbed his backside and rose from the ground. "Sir Magician, what is your name?" "The Grand Magician of the Aimi Empire, the 53rd monarch of the Aimi Empire, lecturer of magic, League. You need not bow to me, though I am of a higher lineage than Qining Yuan. By the way, what year is it in the Red Moon calendar? I have just emerged from the Tower of Wishes and discovered that many things have changed. Alas, a single day in the tower equates to a century in the world," the old magician sighed. Naturally, the nobility, who had no intention of kneeling, complied in their own way, responding to his questions while skillfully extracting information from the old magician's words. "Oh, then you truly are of significant lineage. However, time is merciless, and the world knows no lineage. It is best that we regard each other as equals, lest it become too complicated. It is now the year 199 of the Red Moon calendar. 93 years have passed. I have been cultivating in the Tower of Wishes for 93 years. 94 years ago, the Grand Magician League expressed a desire to enter the Tower of Wishes to explore the unknown realms of magic. Upon entering, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar domain. A decade ago, League's friend Balbus entered the Tower of Wishes and has yet to return, which is why League hoped to find his old friend upon entry. When League pushed open the grand door of the Tower of Wishes, he discovered that within lay an entirely different world of ice and snow. Though the tower is quite tall, comprising 13 floors, upon entry, he found that the sky still bore the sun, distant glaciers loomed, and snowflakes fell abundantly from above, without any paths or buildings. When he attempted to exit, he realized, "Where is the door?" A smile crept onto the old magician's lips. "It took me a long time to understand the true meaning of the trials within the Tower of Wishes. Whenever a magician enters the tower, a unique barrier appears, corresponding to the tower's attributes. In this realm, all magicians are divided into 3 attributes, each forming contracts with 6 different types of elemental spirits, utilizing their powers to perform magic. Magic is categorized into 5 levels. Any magician can wield first-level magic of any attribute. For example, even a novice magician of the ice attribute can not only employ first-level ice magic, but also adeptly use first-level magic of fire, wind, and water. Furthermore, an ice attribute novice magician is expected to proficiently wield second-level ice magic. When he can freely use third-level ice magic, he may then qualify for second-level magician certification. Should he master 4th-level ice magic and be able to wield second-level magic of other neutral attributes, for instance, both ice and water belong to neutral attributes, he can ascend to first-level magician. If, through continuous practice and sufficient talent, he masters 5th-level magic, he shall become a Grand Magician. Attaining the status of a Grand Magician marks the desolate frontier of magical cultivation, as it seems there are no higher realms of magic to pursue. Over 80% of Grand Magicians retain this title until their demise. A mere 20% or less of Grand Magicians seek to enter the Tower of Wishes for trials. Those who have not entered the Tower of Wishes will never know the nature of the trials, and those who emerge from the tower, having forged a silent pact with the elemental spirits, will never divulge the secrets within. In truth, upon entering the Tower of Wishes, within a unique attribute barrier, one breathes in unison with the world of that attribute every day, every moment. acquiring experience in familiarizing oneself with that realm. When a magician fully integrates with this world, they possess it, allowing them to create their own magical domain of their respective attribute. So, can you now create your own magical domain? Aimi inquired anxiously. The old magician's squinted eyes sparkled with amusement as he extended a finger, upon which a tiny snowflake appeared, and soon, the entire treehouse tavern was enveloped in swirling snow, as if the snow were cascading naturally from the roof. When everyone looked up in astonishment, the snowflakes vanished just as abruptly as they had come. Magic of the same attribute, such as wind or water, will receive enhancements within this icy domain, while magic of differing attributes, like fire or earth, will suffer penalties. Certain first and second level spells become utterly uncastable within the icy realm. Upon mastering the domain, the upper tier ice spirit Irons emerged to sign a contract with me. When I require his assistance, I need only open my domain, and he will appear. Mastering the domain does not guarantee one can exit the Tower of Wishes until I have seen your father. The old magician League said, gazing at Aimi. The Tower of Wishes has but one door, and magicians within the barrier cannot discern its location, save for one exception. He is not a magician, and thus cannot perceive the barrier. He claims to have seen me on the 7th floor of the Tower of Wishes, and has long wished to converse with me, but I was ensconced within the barrier and could not see him. After I was able to wield my domain, by sheer chance, my domain and the barrier perfectly overlapped, ensnaring him within, allowing us to finally communicate. Subsequently, I facilitated his exit from the Tower of Wishes. The Grand Magician, or rather, the Oceanic Sorcerer League, opened his own barrier, drawing forth a gleaming, snow-white long sword, which he presented to Aimi. This sword, according to your father, was placed upon the door upon his entry to the Tower of Wishes. And the upper-tier ice spirit Irons, in his idle moments, imbued it with some magic. Your father asked me to deliver it to you, League stated. What of my father? Did he not emerge with you? No, one must rely on the strength of their own barrier to open the grand door of the Tower of Wishes. Your father does not wield magic, however, do not fret. I have left him several tomes of magic. I believe that, after some time, he will acquire his own barrier. The upper-tier ice spirit is quite intrigued by him. I dare say he may assist him. Would you care to examine the small gift your father has given you? League inquired. Oh, this sword feels remarkably light. Aimi effortlessly lifted it with one hand, twirling it around. Had it not been for its size as a two-handed sword, she might have mistaken it for a one-handed weapon. League, I have seen this sword before, but it appears altered. Its original hue was black, yet now it is snow-white. Chi Hanfeng recognized the sword. Haha, there are approximately 30 grand magicians within the Tower of Wishes, each possessing their own barrier, and the barriers of upper-tier spirits are even more formidable. This sword has long served as a latch for the door of the Tower of Wishes, meaning that it has always overlapped with the barriers of all others, thus subjected to the cleansing of wind and snow daily. The upper-tier spirit, having infused it with ice magic, has undergone a fundamental transformation. Firstly, it has become lighter due to changes in its internal structure. Secondly, it has acquired a name. The Blade of Ice, long as one knows its name, they can freely cast the first-level ice magic, Ice Blade. Lastly, provided the wielder possesses sufficient magical power to harmonize with this weapon, they can unleash all offensive magic of the ice attribute. If they form a contract with the upper-tier ice spirit, they can summon the icy domain. This sword does not require the sealing of magic within. The old magician lowered his voice and said, Marvelous, Aimi found herself enamored with it. By the way, Aimi, are you willing to learn magic? League asked cautiously. Indeed, I would be delighted. Meanwhile, the disgruntled noble from the Empire pouted. Muttering, I knew there were ill intentions. It turns out he has come to snatch a disciple from me. The old sorcerer patted the shoulder of the young man, Chi Hanfeng, and said, There is much you have yet to learn. Aimi must study magic, and time will reveal all. He continued, Aimi, I have never taken on a disciple before. You are my first and, I suspect, my last. Your training with Chi Hanfeng has endowed you with a robust physique, which will greatly aid you in your magical studies. I hope. No. I demand that you surpass me and become a natural sorcerer. This is also your father's expectation of you. The old sorcerer wore a serious expression. Very well, if it suits you both, let us embark on a journey to Dragon Tooth Mountain. It It's said that green dragons have been frequently sighted there recently, and I wish to see if we might establish a pact with them. For Amy, this was her first venture far from home, and she found herself abandoned by someone. Regretfully, Legu noticed that his apprentice possessed remarkable agility, seemingly surpassing even that of high-level thieves. On the first day of their journey, to test Amy, Legu discreetly cast a minor spell, Earth Magic Level 1. Earth spiked, as Amy advanced. The ground beneath her either rose or cracked open. It was her first time traveling on the mainland highway, and Amy bounced along excitedly, occasionally turning back to chat with Lei Gu and Chi Hanfeng. She had never paid attention to her feet. Yet, even amidst unexpected changes, it seemed as if her feet had eyes. Deftly avoiding obstacles, as a neutral mage, she revered nature. It was said that neutral magic stems from the druidic practices of those dwelling in the forests, and neutral mages aspire to possess great physical fitness, agility, and mental fortitude. According to Lei Ji's observations, these qualities were precisely Amy's strengths. Fresh from the Tower of Wishes, Lei Gu was in high spirits to have acquired such a fine apprentice, in order to better train this young girl. Lei Gu suggested that Amy venture ahead for half a day while he and Chi Hanfeng followed at a distance. If no significant events transpired, they would regroup at the inn at the foot of Dragon Tooth Mountain. The mainland highway was remarkably safe, as the constant flow of merchants and military forces had long since frightened away the surrounding wildlife. Chi Hanfeng was well aware of this and wholeheartedly agreed with the proposal. Though as he spoke, his words took on a different tone. This might be beneficial. Amy, you should consider that Master Lei Gu has just emerged from the Tower of Wishes and hasn't seen a woman in 94 years. I needn't elaborate on the implications, though I do not fear that he might lead you astray. One must always retain a sense of propriety. In his presence, he might don't look at me. I shan't say more, and I am indifferent to whom I accompany, but perhaps it would be best to travel with Lei Gu, in case he is unfamiliar with the current prices. While speaking, Chi Hanfeng summoned a phantom beast. Calling out, I summon you by my name, arise. The phantom galloped away, though its speed could not rival that of lightning. Nevertheless, as he mentioned, a mage cannot simultaneously confront both a knight and a phantom beast. So while they may not directly contend with a grand sorcerer, their escape speed far surpassed that of other troops. After acquiring a beginner's mage manual from Lei Gu and some silver coins from Uncle Chi, Amy set forth. Anticipating a 7-day journey, she had already traveled for 6 days, looking back to find no sign of her uncle or teacher. Over these 6 days, she occasionally encountered passers-by, as those accustomed to the highway had adopted a particular lifestyle. They hurried along, speaking little, eager to reach the inn before nightfall, remaining strangers to one another. Yet upon entering the inn, they would quickly come alive, easily engaging in conversation despite their unfamiliarity. Run, Green, a child's voice called from the right, panting as he urged his companions. Several towering coniferous trees swayed, seemingly struck by something. A howl echoed through the forest, the sound of an unknown beast. Amy leaped over the 4-meter-wide drainage ditch along the right side of the highway, drawing her sword from her back and darting into the woods. Before her stood 2 enormous white snow bears, trampling through the remnants of snow, their massive paws uprooting small trees as they charged forward. The snow bear, known as the king of the frozen continent, stood 2 men high, and no creature could withstand its might. The bear's target, a small, dark figure, seemingly of similar stature to Amy, appeared to be even more robust. That boy, while fleeing, called out to a green puppy stumbling after him. Had it not been for the dense trees and the bear's enormous size, he would have been caught long ago. The boy circled back, sprinting towards the highway. To Amy's astonishment, she noticed he was carrying a small snow bear, which struggled and whimpered. No wonder the normally docile snow bears were so enraged. The boy, clearly in distress, shouted to Amy, You don't come near, it's dangerous. Run, follow the trees. Initially hesitant about aiding the troublemaking boy, Amy was encouraged by his concern for her safety. She sheathed her sword and dashed over, taking the small bear from his hands and sprinting towards the highway. Reaching the edge of the drainage ditch, she hurled the 2 small snow bears onto the mainland road, disregarding the boy's reaction. She then grasped his right foot, swung him around a couple of times, and released him. Let me go. I can jump myself. Whoa! The boy protested as he was tossed over the ditch. Observing his master being bullied, the green puppy opened its mouth, barking in a pleading manner. its eyes filled with expectation as it tugged at Amy's pant leg, eager not to be forgotten. The puppy, surprisingly, ran on two legs, which Amy found rather clever and amusing. As she considered this, she scooped up the puppy and leaped over the drainage ditch just as the two massive snow bears closed in. The male bear charged forward, undeterred by the 4-meter ditch, while the female bear appeared at the edge, roaring and preparing to leap as well in the frozen continent. Even the bravest Hami hunters would not dare provoke snow bears. A small squad of Hami soldiers would avoid confrontation with them, for the bear's assault could decimate an entire team. The female bear sniffed the two small bears on the ground, then the boy lying there. And Amy's heart raced. Why was he not moving? Had he been injured? The enormous bear's tongue licked the boy's face, yet he remained utterly still, while the small dog rested its head against the boy's leg. Unmoving, the mother bear turned her head, roaring in fury at Amy. Faced with the onslaught of two bears, this was perhaps the most undesirable scenario for Amy. Suddenly, the male bear lunged forward, its massive paw slicing through the air toward Amy's head, while the mother bear charged from another direction, her gaping maw revealing 4 jagged fangs, white at the top, yellow in the middle, and black at the bottom. Its blood-red tongue tightly pressed against its lower jaw, exhaling liquid that sparkled like stars as it lowered its head to bite at Amy's neck. Amy swiftly tilted her head to narrowly evade the bear's paw, but before she could fully comprehend the situation, the mother bear's warm kiss met her. A chill ran through her head. In a moment of desperation, Amy bent down and escaped between the male bear's legs. Before she could fully straighten, the mother bear snatched away Amy's small hat and lunged at her. The male bear took a slight detour, opening its massive jaws to bite at her. Perhaps due to years of living together, the two bears exhibited a remarkable synergy. As Amy barely dodged the paw, she was immediately confronted by the bear's maw, leaving her no opportunity to wield her sword. Fortunately, the bears were so large that targeting lower objectives was cumbersome. Otherwise, Amy would have been struck down long ago. On her third narrow escape, disaster struck. The male bear stepped on Amy's long sword. In a flash of inspiration, Amy, in her frantic state, leaped over the drainage ditch just in time to avoid the mother bear's attack. The two bears charged over the ditch without hesitation. Not looking back, Amy touched the ground and bent down, using all her strength to push off the edge of the ditch, performing a somersault and landing perfectly in front of the ice blade. The ice blade, ice and snowstorm. While grasping her sword, Amy seized the moment as the bears turned, shouting the secondary attack command for the ice blade. For an ice mage, the ice and snowstorm was an invaluable spell. Although its offensive power was limited, it could continuously form ice layers to ensnare an enemy's feet, rendering them immobile for a time. The injured male bear was clearly less agile, and with the ice and snowstorm swirling beneath its feet, it roared and attempted to leap, yet could not move at all. The mother bear, largely unaffected, leaped back with her gaping maw, her white fur rippling rhythmically with her movements. Time was of the essence. Amy understood that snow bears were inherently resistant to ice magic, and her window of opportunity was growing ever smaller. She rapidly shifted from defense to offense, her massive long sword reflecting the sun's brilliance as it cleaved towards the giant bear's head. The blade carved through the air, leaving traces of ice in its wake. The mother bear narrowly dodged, but the ice blade lost its inertia, arcing slightly in the air before trembling and buzzing as it aimed for the mother bear's shoulder. The colossal creature could not evade in time. From its left shoulder to its front leg, fur and flesh were torn away, exposing white bone, yet no blood flowed. The cold blade had frozen the capillaries of the wound, nearly freezing the bear's forelimb entirely. Enraged, the mother bear swiped its right paw, knocking the ice blade away. Rushing toward Amy, who had lost her weapon once more, Amy sidestepped the bear's charge. The bear's right paw swung again. Amy ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the attack, but the bear showed no signs of hesitation. Its massive body shifted slightly, and its several-ton weight bore down upon Amy as it sat upon her. Whoosh! Banged at a sharp object sliced through the air at tremendous speed, striking the mother bear. With a heart-wrenching cry, the bear collapsed to the ground. "Watch out for that one." It seemed to echo the voice of the boy. Seeing the mother bear fall, the male bear roared with fury, struggling to free itself. Just as Amy picked up the ice blade, the male bear broke free from the grip of the ice and snowstorm. Leaping from the trench, without a moment's hesitation, Aimi gripped the hilt of her sword and thrust it toward the bear's chest. Mid-leap, the male bear could not evade in time and was impaled by the ice blade, its tip pressing against the bear's spine. The bear's massive forelimbs fell heavily upon Amy's shoulders, its sharp claws shredding her clothing, while its hind legs pressed against the trench, dislodging chunks of frozen earth from the trench wall. Aimi could no longer bear the weight of several tons pressing down on her. Her grip slackened, and the male bear plummeted into the 5-meter-deep trench along with the long sword. The bear clawed desperately at the sword, which had sliced through its chest and down to its belly, finally falling free from the bear's body. With a roar, the bear leaped again, its forelegs resting on the edge of the trench, its hind legs pushing against the trench wall. Its furious, blood-red eyes locked onto him as the bear's hindquarters climbed higher. Its head emerged from the trench. Its shoulders broke the surface, its chest, gushing blood like a river, surfaced at its waist emerged. The gruesome scene rendered Aimi utterly paralyzed with fear. Chapter 10. Brothers in Adversity. First, there was the ancient race of holy dragons. Historical research confirms the existence of these ancient holy dragons, recognized as the only superior species active in the human realm for the past 300 years, specifically, the ice-green dragon, Tamugurs. The ancient holy dragons can cast any level 5 or above magic of the same element without incantation and can transform into human form. The sole concern is that, despite the majestic appearance and unparalleled wisdom of adult holy dragons, those under 400 years old exhibit behavior akin to that of human toddlers under 3 years. They lack rationality, are filled with curiosity, are highly active, and possess sporadic yet devastating magical capabilities. During the creation of races, the creator also fashioned riding dragons for the divine race. These dragons, akin to humans and elves, belong to the intermediate species. After the creator's demise, these riding dragons unleashed long-suppressed emotions and roamed the mortal realm, commonly referred to as giant dragons. Giant dragons also possess immense wisdom, excel in specific types of magic, and wield tremendous destructive power. Some races possess mysterious bloodlines of divine or demonic ancestry, allowing them to communicate with and ride these dragons, earning them the title of Holy Dragon Knights. However, this bloodline does not pass down. Occasionally, individuals from extremely lowly races may unexpectedly possess such noble heritage. Currently, the country of Day has between 5 to 10 Holy Dragon Knights, serving as the main assault force within various national armies, wherein the term dragon cavalry refers specifically to smaller earth dragons. Research suggests that these should be a subspecies of dragons. During the creation of the dragon race, the creator produced many flawed specimens. Though these failures possess weak abilities, their survival instincts are remarkably strong, allowing them to thrive across the globe. Occasionally, some earth dragons exhibit rudimentary magical abilities, but most are renowned for their ferocious and rapid impact. On the plains and hilly terrains, dragon cavalry is a nightmare for any other military unit. This is documented in the modern military scholar Chi Yitzi's work, The Interplay of Dragon Cavalry. Het, the bear gasped, struggling as its entire body attempted to climb up. What Aimi beheld next was "Dang!" she screamed, collapsing to the ground. The snow bear's stomach, once covered in pristine white fur, was now soaked in blood, a gaping half-meter-long gash exposing its entrails. It was no wonder Aimi was so terrified. Wake up, it's time to eat. There are beautiful girls." A dark-skinned boy repeatedly tapped Amy's head. "Green, you watch him. I'll find some snow in the nearby ditch." "Oh, it's freezing." In her childhood, Aimi had been relentlessly tormented by Chi Hanfeng, leaving her with what could only be described as morning frostbite syndrome. Drowsily, upon hearing the word snow, she instantly awakened. The bear. Where's the bear? Realizing the situation, Aimi recalled the previous events. "Strange, why are you cold?" "The bear was killed by you." The boy, with a peculiar expression, replied, "You were amazing just now. The mother bear was shot through the left ear to the right ear with my arrow. That's the quickest way to kill a bear. The male one was so foolish, it stepped on its own intestines and died. My goodness, you scared me to death." Although Aimi had regained consciousness, exhaustion, tension, and fear left her nearly immobile. "I'm de Qingshan, and you?" The boy squinted with a smile, extending his hand to Aimi. Taking his hand, Aimi sat up in the chaos of the War of the Gods, where the realms of humanity, divinity, and demonry were thrown into disarray. Two of the boys known as the dragon gods met in such a scene in the future. Every time Deqingshan recalled this moment, as long as Aimi was present, he would inevitably be subjected to her most powerful magic, a baptism of sorts, for the embarrassing incident of that day would be forever etched in memory. "You were incredible just now. How did your sword cast magic?" Deqingshan asked enviously. "This was left to me by my father. Didn't you just faint?" Aimi questioned, surprised. "Who said I fainted? Bears don't eat the dead. I saw you could still hold on, so I pretended to faint. Once the bears focused all their attention on you, I got back up and shot the mother bear to death with my arrow." The boy wore an innocent expression. "Oh, don't do that again. You scared me to death. By the way, why did you try to steal the bear cub?" "It's very dangerous," Aimi said, still shaken. "I'm 15 this year. I come from Xiao Jiao village on the western slope of Longya Mountain, but I'm not from the Hami people. My ancestors migrated here due to lower taxes in the Hami kingdom." At the tender age of 9, while his parents and fellow villagers ventured out to hunt, they inadvertently stumbled into the green dragon's lair, inciting the wrath of the dragon kin. Consequently, the majority perished in a cataclysmic avalanche triggered by an enormous green dragon. Only a handful managed to return to the village, leaving Deqingshan to be informed of his orphan status. Had it not been for the villagers who supported him with a handful of rice and a leg of deer, Deqingshan would have surely turned to stone amidst despair. Children of the impoverished often mature swiftly. To sate his hunger, Deqingshan began foraging for snow mice and shooting snow hares with a small arrow at the tender age of 10. As he grew older, he joined the adults of the village in their hunting expeditions. 3 years prior, 2 snow bears had migrated to the outskirts of the village. Most snow bears typically resided near the coast, feasting on marine creatures, yet these 2 bears inexplicably ventured far inland, frequently assaulting villagers and livestock. Numerous large-scale hunts had failed to harm them. This time, Deqingshan spotted them foraging with their cub. Seizing the opportunity while the mother bear was distracted, he snatched up the cub and fled. With a mischievous grin, he proudly displayed to Aimi the result of his descent down the snowy slope. His trousers were entirely torn at the rear. He had initially intended to take them to the outpost, where soldiers could vanquish the beasts. The 2 boys shared the same destination. Aimi was to wait for her teacher at the Longya Mountain outpost, while Deqingshan planned to sell the cub there. With remarkable dexterity, Deqingshan drew his dagger, skillfully stripped the bear's hide, severed its front paw, and extracted the gallbladder. "The bear is dead? Yet you remain so cruel, eviscerating it?" Aimi inquired, puzzled. "Bear hides can fetch a good price, especially those of snow bears, which are quite rare. The front paw is delicious, and someone at the outpost buys them at a premium. As for the gallbladder, what behold, this gallbladder from a bear killed in a fit of rage is indeed extraordinary, twice the size of one caught in a trap, allowing for a greater profit." As he spoke, Deqingshan expertly gathered some dead twigs, ignited them, and evenly spread the ash onto the inner side of the bear hide, effecting a rudimentary curing process. The following afternoon, the 2 boys arrived at the Longya Mountain outpost, where, as Deqingshan had predicted, everything sold at an excellent price, 200 gold coins, enough to sustain an ordinary family for a decade. Deqingshan, being a generous lad, invited Aimi to a lavish feast. Persuaded by Aimi to stay, Deqingshan remained, awaiting Chi Hanfeng and Lei Gu. The early summer nights in the ice and snow continent were still rather chilly. The howling northern winds swept snow from the Longya Mountain Pass. Sheltered from the wind beneath the eaves, Aimi and Deqingshan huddled closely together. The 2 restless boys sought a place to converse but feared the costs of a tavern, thus they ventured outside to chat. Suddenly, a little green dog emerged between their legs, peeking out with a joyful expression. Aimi regaled Deqingshan with tales of his Uncle Chi and teacher Lei Gu, describing his swimming in Snow Moon Lake and training in the forest. Deqingshan listened intently, discovering for the first time that water could be warm. Having never swum in his life, he expressed, "Ah, I'm freezing." The next morning, while Deqingshan lingered in bed, he was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream. He beheld 2 newcomers and a colossal snow wolf in the room. An elderly man clad in tattered garments and a handsome young man holding a large basin, who smiled and spoke in a melodious voice to the startled Aimi. "At last, I have found you, my son." The old man's gaze was evidently drawn to the heads of Deqingshan and the green dog peeking from the covers. "Goodness, what do I see here?" He chuckled, eyeing Deqingshan's cozy nook. "Little one, What is your name? Deching Shan. He replied, No, not you. I am inquiring about this adorable little green creature. The old man persisted with a grin. Oh, that is my little dog. Its name is Lu Air. Having met Amy's closest kin, Deching Shan was taken aback by the man's eccentricity and resolved to leave after their meal. Indeed, yes, it is a little dog, the old man continued with an ingratiating smile. Have you formed a contract with this little dog? What contract? Deching Shan asked, bewildered. Child, how about this? Your little dog won't mature for another 400 years, so it is of little use to you. Why not give it to me? The old man regarded Deching Shan's wide eyes amiably. In exchange, how about this? If you wish to learn magic, I will teach you, ensuring you become a grand court sorcerer. If you aspire to be a knight, this young man beside me can instruct you. Do you see that large white wolf? That is a phantom beast, capable of flight. A year from now, I shall procure a young phantom beast for you and help you become an imperial phantom beast knight. Aside from Deching Shan, the other three reacted strongly. Sigh. Amy exhaled deeply. 3 days of mischief can lead to 3 years of good behavior. After a few days apart, teacher Lei Gu had evidently been influenced by Uncle Chi. And now another individual sought to acquire a phantom beast. Who knew who would claim the phantom beast next year? Even before it was secured, 2 had already been schemed against. Alas, I shall not partake. I am a dignified knight of the empire. If you expect me to accept a disciple, would that not be a great affront to my honor? Chi Han Feng exclaimed in frustration. Bait Lu Air. Having just poked its head from under the covers, overheard this and cleared its little throat, spitting a hefty green glob at Lei Ji's feet. Chapter 11. The Dragon's Den to the Unfamiliar. The Dragon's Den is undoubtedly an exceedingly perilous locale. Generally, dragons are known to imbue their nests with magic, with the potency of such enchantments increasing with proximity to the core. In the heart of the den, dragons often maintain their unique domain, the Dragon Realm. Despite this, countless adventurers have dared to penetrate the Dragon's Den over the ages. These adventurers can be broadly categorized into 3 groups. The first and most populous category comprises the greedy, well aware of Dragon's penchant for collecting shiny objects like gold coins, gems, magical weapons, crystals, mirrors, and more. A large dragon's den is effectively a vast treasure trove, rivaling the wealth of nations. What if one were to possess it? The second category consists of avengers. It is undeniable that a small number of dragons have a proclivity for hunting humans or other races. To seek a more enduring peace, some villages hire mercenaries or mobilize their own forces to eradicate the malevolent dragons. The third category comprises dragon slayers. This represents a peculiar social phenomenon. Among heroes, those most revered are often connected to dragons, dragon knights, and dragon slayers. For the elite of most professions, if they discover that they lack the mysterious bloodlines of divine or demonic beings, rendering them unable to become the best friends of dragons, many choose to slay them, proclaiming their superiority over dragons. If one cannot possess what they cherish, they may resolve to obliterate it. This, perhaps, is an intrinsic trait of humanity. Ah, what a charming little creature, Lei Gu remarked, displaying his usual good-natured demeanor as he extended his hand towards the little dragon with a smile. Wow! Ow! Lu Air, not one to hold back, perhaps unable to tolerate the lack of hygiene, opened its mouth wide and bit down fiercely. Do not bite. The old sorcerer chuckled, maintaining his smile. I have turned my hand to stone. You cannot bite me, Pa, Lu Air complied, releasing the old man's hand, panting as it vigorously spat on the ground. The once green spit had turned black after the old sorcerer's hand-washing ordeal. Young man, what name did you just say? The old sorcerer, whose hand was still seeping dark crimson from the residual effects of the petrification, wiped it off while discreetly changing the subject. Deching Shan. True to his name, Deching Shan embodied the steadfastness of a great mountain. Though he observed others coveting his essence and felt some dismissive of him, like a towering mountain, he never exhibited malevolence. Perhaps it was this innate kindness, unpretentious demeanor, and unwavering integrity that won him the favor of the ancient ice dragon, at the age of 10, while most children were still accustomed to snuggling in their mother's arms. Deching Shan had already begun hunting independently for a year. It is difficult to fathom how, amidst the swirling snow, a small boy could confront prey that was at least half again his size, or more accurately, how many creatures regarded Deching Shan as their quarry. Initially, some villagers would provide him with food, but as winter approached, the days grew exceedingly short. Only 2 hours of daylight remained, and most animals entered hibernation, rendering large-scale hunting virtually impossible. Families relied on summer hunts to sustain themselves, and the food they could spare for an orphan dwindled to nearly nothing. To continually seek handouts was simply not into Qing Shan's character. In the brief daylight and the long nights, the most frequent and fervent desire of 9-year-old Qing Shan was to sleep. Only in dreams could he forget his hunger. Only in dreams could he bask in the warmth of sunlight. Only in dreams could he savor delicious food. Only in dreams could he witness his parents before the avalanche, and only in dreams could he conserve his strength. Yet even in dreams, hunger often gnawed at him. Hunger and cold became the most profound memories of the 9-year-old Qing Shan. When he could no longer bear the gnawing hunger, his dizzy mind clung to a final glimmer of hope. Prompting him to venture outside in search of small prey like snow hares, he attempted to dig traps, bury crossbows, and explore the burrows of snow hares. The creatures of the frozen continent had long since adapted to human hunting methods. Without large-scale hunts, whether it be the cunning hares with their multiple dens or the elusive foxes, they could evade most traps, let alone the naive antics of a mere child. Although his father had left him a steel crossbow, a mere 9-year-old lacked the strength to draw it, even if an adult might struggle with it. Occasionally, on sunlit snow slopes, Qing Shan would stumble upon snow hares, snow voles, or snow chickens that had perished overnight from the cold. But more often than not, he returned from his hunting expeditions empty-handed, or with only a few edible wild vegetables that had succumbed to frost, observing Qing Shan's increasingly frail form and his unsteady gait. Most villagers knew this child would not survive the harsh winter. The frozen continent was merciless, with food in short supply. Until one evening, the villagers were suddenly astonished to see Qing Shan returning alone from the outskirts of the village, laboriously dragging a massive carnivorous creature, a snow leopard. Everyone was stunned. In the depths of Longya Mountain, snow leopards are incredibly agile, possessing powerful claws and teeth, a large body, and abilities to climb trees and swim, making them formidable hunters. One snow leopard could independently take on a pack of snow wolves. Hunters generally kept their distance from snow leopards, and even 10 hunters might struggle to bring one down. How could an orphan achieve such a feat? In winter, human interactions were exceedingly cold. No one visited one another, not only to conserve energy and warmth by remaining seated, but also out of fear of unwarranted visits. Speculation grew. Had the snow leopard frozen to death? Look, he is uninjured. How could one not be harmed when hunting a snow leopard? And indeed, the snow leopard bore no wounds. It appeared not to have perished from the cold. Its body remained soft. In habitual silence, Qing Shan dragged the snow leopard back home, then proceeded to gut it, placing the snow in a pot and gathering dry twigs. Bowing his head, he struck a match. And after a long period without smoke, the chimney of the long-neglected cabin finally emitted its first wisp of blue smoke, while the long mist aroma of meat began to waft through the village. Once the meat was cooked, Qing Shan carefully filled a wooden basin with the finest cuts and delivered them to the villagers who had once aided him, maintaining his silent demeanor as he knocked on doors. Bowing slightly, "Thank you, uncle, aunt, grandfather, grandmother," he would leave the meat and depart. 2 days later, as dusk fell again, the villagers once more noticed a frail figure trudging through the snow. It was Qing Shan, dragging something else, 2 snow foxes, among the most cunning of creatures on the frozen continent. The foxes were unlike any other animals, adorned in vibrant crimson fur even in the depths of winter. Despite their striking appearance, few hunters could capture a fox, and most were reluctant to attempt it. Years prior, one hunter had wounded a snow fox, only to find his home besieged by foxes thereafter. Starting with his chickens, which were dragged away one by one, eventually, the foxes targeted his pigs, but the pigs were too large to carry off. The crafty fox then rode on the pig's back, biting its ears to steer it, using its bushy tail as a whip, driving the pig back to the fox den, where it was devoured. Since that incident, no one dared to hunt foxes again. How had this small boy managed to kill 2 at once? In silent contemplation, Qing Shan returned home, gutted the foxes, and cooked the meat. Though fox meat was not particularly palatable in winter, any food was a boon. Once cooked, he followed the same routine, filling a basin with the best cuts and delivering them to the villagers who had once helped him, maintaining his quiet nature, knocking on doors, bowing, "Thank you, uncle, aunt, grandfather, grandmother. He would leave the meat and depart. Thus, every few days, Shan would return to the village, dragging one or two large carnivorous animals behind him, and the dilapidated cabin left by his parents became the only one in the village with a steady plume of smoke rising from the chimney. The villagers who had once aided Shan no longer worried about food in the yard of the small cabin. More and more pelts of carnivorous animals, supported by sturdy wooden logs, appeared during that time. A rumor began to circulate in the village. After Shan's parents were killed by an avalanche sent by the mountain deity, the deity had chosen Shan as their heir, commanding carnivorous creatures to present themselves before him, thus providing him sustenance. Otherwise, how could there be no signs of injury on any of the animals? Consequently, fewer dared to provoke Shan. As the cold winter passed, the orphan, who should have perished from hunger, became much stronger than the average village child. His clothes tattered. He fashioned new garments for himself from the pelts, using animal bones as needles and sinews as thread. That summer, the tale of the mountain deity's heir was reaffirmed. After several days of absence, when Shan returned to the village, people noticed a green dog accompanying him, which astonishingly walked on two legs. Whenever any animal caught sight of this dog, it would immediately lose control of its bowels and tremble in fright. What other dog could possess such an imposing presence if not the mountain deity's bestowed guardian? Chapter 12. Exploring the Green Dragon Platform. As the rumors spread further, at the urging of Aimi, Chi Hanfeng, and Liege, Shan recounted his past while they shared meals. Within 100 miles, it seemed that no one was unaware of the designated heir of the mountain deity from Xiaojiao village at the western foot of Longya Mountain. Some claimed that his parents were still alive, chosen by the mountain deity to serve as guardians. Others said they had seen his parents riding snow leopards, racing swiftly down the mountain. Still, others claimed that whenever Shan went hunting, all the animals on the mountain lined up to await him. Once he selected one, he would gently stroke its head, and that beast would follow him all the way down the mountain, only to let out a tremendous roar and perish just before reaching the village. There were even more tales. But how did you kill it? At just 9 years old, how could you possibly slay a snow leopard? Aimi asked eagerly. Well, this is how, Shan replied, pulling out 2 wooden sticks, each 50 centimeters long and pointed at both ends, from his pack point. One time, I found a dead snow hare, and upon gutting it, I discovered it had not frozen to death. Instead, a long grass root had pierced its stomach. It must have eaten the root in desperation during the winter, not realizing it would puncture its stomach. So, I decided to find some of the most resilient trees and sharpen both ends of 2 sticks. I bent one stick's tips together and bound them with string, placing it in a bowl and freezing it into a ball of ice. Finally, I cut the string with a knife, wrapped the ice ball in animal fur or smeared it with fat. I would then toss such ice balls in areas frequented by animals. In winter, food was scarce, so some animals would swallow the meat-laden ice balls whole. Inside their warm stomachs, the ice would melt quickly, causing the sticks to spring straight, leading to perforated stomachs in most animals. Thus, I merely retrieved the already deceased creatures, Shan humbly explained. But why not use this method to kill a snow bear? Aimi followed up, while Liege shot a disapproving glance at his apprentice. Irritated at the interruption of the tale about the green dog, in winter, snow bears hibernate, and in summer, it is challenging to find ice. Plus, snow bears do not consume carrion in summer, Shan explained earnestly. Oh, and what about that little dog? Liege inquired with concerned eye. In truth, as the weather gradually warmed, the villagers failed to notice that Shan's catches had diminished, with many no longer being carnivorous, but rather herbivorous creatures like snow hares or snow chickens. And arrows began to appear in the prey. As temperatures rose, carnivorous animals could hunt for fresh prey and seldom resorted to scavenging, allowing Shan to gradually draw the steel crossbow left by his father and begin ambushing small animals on the mountains. As the weather grew warmer, Shan sometimes camped outdoors in pursuit of more game. One evening in late spring, Shan gathered some firewood and ignited a roaring bonfire. The temperature fluctuations during late spring were significant, and even sheltered from the wind, one could still feel the biting northern winds. Watching the fire dance before him, Shan skewered 2 cleaned snow hares with a fork and suspended them over the flames. He continuously rotated the hares, as the gentle flames seared the meat with a satisfying sizzle, juices oozing from the flesh, mingling with grains of salt and dripping onto the fire, causing vibrant flickers. With the mountain breeze, the savory aroma of roasting meat spread warmly around, and after a long day of labor, enjoying a hearty meal of roasted hare would surely be a rare and cherished reward. At the final stages of cooking, it was best to avoid open flames and smoke, opting instead for a gentle charcoal fire to slow cook the meat. The lesson imparted to Daqing Shan by his father resonated within him as he observed the meat nearing completion. He rekindled another fire, extinguishing the original one, and lowered the rack holding the meat, allowing the residual heat to gently roast it. Seizing this moment, Daqing Shan sought a level area beneath the cliff, spread out a beast hide, and prepared to enjoy his meal before retiring for the night. Having arranged everything, Daqing Shan turned to adjust the meat on the wooden fork, but as he glanced back, he was struck with astonishment. A small green dog sat where he had been, struggling with its front paws to shake the rabbit meat on the roasting fork. Droplets of green saliva hung from its mouth. Upon noticing Daqing Shan, the little dog showed no signs of fear. It whimpered at him, one paw pointing to the rabbit meat, the other to its own little belly, while its tail wagged vigorously in excitement. How adorable, Daqing Shan thought as he approached to gently stroke the dog's tiny head. "Are you hungry?" he inquired. The dog enthusiastically nodded in response. It must have been abandoned by its owner, he deduced. Upon closer inspection, Daqing Shan noticed that this little creature was indeed crippled. Both front paws were severely underdeveloped, rendering it incapable of running on all fours, and it could only clumsily walk on its hind legs, often tumbling over. Such a pitiful sight stirred a sense of empathy within Daqing Shan, who recalled his own unfortunate circumstances. As a cold wind swept through, the little dog curled up and sneezed. Daqing Shan felt a pang of compassion, raising his leather coat to pull the little creature close, revealing only its tiny head, which drooled as it gazed longingly at the rabbit meat. As the rabbit meat was fully cooked, Daqing Shan dismantled the feast, placing the best two hind legs into the dog's outstretched front paws. The little creature seemed thoroughly satisfied with Daqing Shan's culinary skills, devouring the meal with relish before contentedly patting its round belly and curling up to sleep in Daqing Shan's embrace. The following day, Daqing Shan took the little dog, now affectionately named Alair, on a hunting expedition. Oh, how clumsy it was, unable to run faster than a rabbit, often somersaulting down the mountainside in pursuit of prey. Daqing Shan laughed until his belly ached, though the day's catch was meager, consisting of only a single snow chicken. That night, Daqing Shan took charge of the roasting once again, while Alair wrapped itself in Daqing Shan's leather coat, savoring the aroma of the meat. The third day brought better fortune, yielding 2 rabbits and 1 snow chicken. Once more, they found themselves on a wind-sheltered slope, indulging in roasted meat. One could not help but muse. How delightful it must be to live a life of daily feasting. If only it were accompanied by a warm companion instead of a cold-blooded creature. Suddenly, the howling night wind intensified, and snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers. How peculiar, Daqing Shan pondered, for the day had been splendid. As he added more wood to the fire, a crackling sound reached his ears. Something had been trampled in the distance. An elderly man clad in black emerged from the shadows, casting a glance at Daqing Shan before slowly settling beside the fire. Alair, peeking out from the leather coat, recognized the old man and leaped excitedly into his arms, revealing that he had found his owner. Daqing Shan felt a twinge of disappointment. Although the little dog was not particularly swift, he had longed for companionship. Swallowing hard, Daqing Shan could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. "Hello, sir, is this little dog yours?" The old man appeared momentarily taken aback. "Oh, you mean him?" "Yes, he is mine." Would you consider giving him to me?" Daqing Shan hesitantly asked. The old man's eyes suddenly sparkled, akin to a flash of lightning across the night sky. "You want him?" "Yes, my name is Daqing Shan. I am all alone and long for a companion. I promise to take good care of him." "Ah, that sounds reasonable," the old man mused, seemingly making a decision. He looked at the little dog and then at Daqing Shan, and with a firm tone, he inquired, "Daqing Shan, do you vow to be with him for all your days?" "I do," Daqing Shan affirmed, feeling a sense of solemnity in that moment. "And you?" The old man directed his gaze at the little dog. "Will you be with Daqing Shan for all your days?" The dog nodded eagerly, wagging its tail. The old man extended his frail hand, grasping both Daqing Shan's hand and the dog's paw, proclaiming, "O divine being, Palate, may your descendants forge a sacred covenant with the progeny of the Creator." Let heaven, earth, and the gods witness this moment of sanctity. In that instant, thunder rumbled and lightning crackled across the sky. When Daqing Shan opened his eyes once more, the old man had vanished. A voice echoed from the heavens. Daqing Shan, whenever you encounter difficulties or doubts, seek the Green Dragon platform on Longya Mountain. This young man is not speaking the truth, the old sorcerer huffed angrily, his beard bristling. You have already signed a contract? Yet you deceive me, old man, that I haven't. What is a contract? Daqing Shan replied innocently. It is that wretched dragon deity, Pallet. The old sorcerer bellowed. The bolt of lightning sliced through the clear sky, startling the old sorcerer, who instinctively recoiled. Ho ho, someone dares to insult the dragon deity, equal to the creator. What audacity! I commend you for your courage, a mellifluous voice chimed in from the side. Rij, undeterred, insisted on visiting the Green Dragon platform, his mind filled with thoughts of potential rewards, perhaps ancient magic, dragon spells, or other treasures. Qi Hanfeng shared his enthusiasm, eager to see if anything valuable could be found in the dragon's lair. And with safety assured, he readily expressed his support. Amy sensed something was amiss but, limited by her experience, could not discern the intentions of the two cunning individuals. Meanwhile, Daqing Shan was reluctant to part ways with his newfound friend and was equally curious about the Green Dragon platform. Thus he too was eager to go. One could not help but ponder. Had the pace of these chapters slowed? Did everyone still wish to witness more combat scenes? Please share your valuable feedback, and I will make adjustments to suit the preferences of the majority. Chapter 13. Dragon Battle. Though somewhat reluctant, Daqing Shan had to reconcile the reality that El Air was not merely an adorable puppy, but a majestic, powerful, and rare ancient dragon of unparalleled nobility and intelligence. Even more difficult to accept was that he had become a noble dragon rider. Could one truly ride a dragon the size of a dog? Especially when Rij informed him that such a dragon, capable of transforming into a human, would take at least 400 years to reach maturity, meaning he would have to wait that long to ride it. The expression on Rij's face as he conveyed this news left Daqing Shan both amused and bewildered. With a kind pat on his shoulder, Rij reassured him, "Young man, while the average lifespan of most people is merely 80 years, if you can enter the Wish Tower for training, you may live for several hundred years." Thus, the unique expedition team for the Green Dragon platform was formed, consisting of two individuals with ulterior motives. One feeling dejected, one blissfully unaware, and a small dragon with the intellect of a 3-year-old child, recently revealed as a dragon. The Green Dragon platform, located in the valley on the northern slope of Longya Mountain, is surrounded by towering peaks. One peak rises dramatically, its summit forming a plateau, soaring to 4,500 meters, far exceeding the average elevation of the Green Dragon platform at 2,300 meters. 3 sides are steep cliffs, while one side is a flat slope, perpetually blanketed in snow, with few signs of human habitation. Wild beasts roamed the Longya Mountain area, yet Daqing Shan showcased his prowess as a skilled hunter, with most creatures either perishing or fleeing from his powerful crossbow. Qi Hanfeng suddenly displayed a keen interest in the boy's abilities, often engaging him in conversation. Based on Amy's understanding, she inferred that Daqing Shan, dragged into magical studies by Rij, needed a change from the routine of his uncle's repairs. Indeed, on the 4th day, as they entered the valley, the snow deepened, prompting Qi Hanfeng to summon the combat-ready Xiao Bai. Fully armored, with a knight's helm, heavy knight's armor, a tiger-headed shield in one hand, and a long knight's spear in the other, Xiao Bai, clad in full iron armor, galloped through the air with an imposing presence. And Rij praised its impressive appearance. Daqing Shan, utterly captivated, gazed at Qi Hanfeng, who seized the opportunity. "Daqing Shan, if you wish to become my disciple, I am willing to teach you to become a knight. Don't be disheartened. Acquiring skills can only benefit you. Learn now, and when he matures, you can ride him. Otherwise, you may miss the chance." Amy wished to caution Daqing Shan, but under Qi Hanfeng's expression that suggested he would not take kindly to her interference, she remained silent, focusing on her own aspirations. The previous night, Qi Hanfeng had already confided in Rij. "You stole one of my disciples. This one must remain to inherit my legacy." Thus, Daqing Shan found himself gradually drawn into the depths of darkness. As the annals of history unfolded in recollection, opinions on Qi Hanfeng soared. First as a man, then as a seemingly gentlemanly figure, and finally as a man who appeared noble yet was hard-hearted and soft within. Possessing a discerning eye, this man, with his unique style, was intimately connected to the three prodigies of history, the dragon god. As the expedition team rounded a mountain ridge, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the sky. The flat ramp abruptly converged, the mountains on either side forming towering cliffs, which created a narrow passageway between them in midair. A resplendent emerald dragon soared gracefully, while another perched upon the cliff's edge. Extending its elongated neck and roaring fiercely, "Humans, halt!" echoed a low, breathy voice through the valley, clearly not the voice of the two verdant dragons. "You have trespassed into the esteemed domain of the sacred dragon Chisigu Ersai. You are granted 3 minutes to depart." The breathy voice gradually intensified, culminating in a thunderous roar. "Noble dragons, we are friends of the sacred dragon, here to pay our respects to him with his kin." Rhaeg, holding onto the green dragon, stepped forward and bowed deeply. With only a minute remaining, the valley reverberated once more with a roar. "Leave." The valley resounded with a thunderous boom. After a prolonged dragon's roar, the soaring dragon opened its maw wide and unleashed a massive fireball toward Rhaeg. "Beware!" cried the great green dragon, rushing forward, only to be knocked onto his back with a resounding thud. "Foolish apprentice. Return." He is a sorcerer. Such rudimentary first-level magic, even when conjured by a sacred dragon, poses no threat to him. He has activated absolute magical protection. Spells of level 4 or lower cannot penetrate and will rebound harm to the caster. Chi Hanfeng floated in midair. Amy rushed over to lift the great green dragon, while the green one bounced back eagerly. The fireball before Rhaeg collided with an invisible barrier, erupting into a dazzling display, with some of its flames rebounding directly onto the green dragon. Were it not for its innate magical resistance, it would surely have been injured. "How splendid!" Chi Hanfeng clapped joyously. "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" "We bet on the green dragon, 10 gold coins." "Ha! Dragons are inherently resistant to magic. When a sorcerer encounters a dragon, it's a lost cause. Once again, the green dragon let out a long cry without uttering any incantations, summoning a colossal sphere of lightning that descended from the heavens, striking directly at Rhaeg's protective barrier. The lightning sphere would create a powerful high-voltage electric ball, electrocuting all nearby foes. Although this spell's might could not rival that of the Summon Thunder spell, it has the capability to target multiple enemies regardless of location. The advantage of using high-voltage electricity lies in the fact that typical armor cannot impede the flow of electricity, rendering the inflicted damage completely unavoidable. Holy Wind Spirit, arise! The protective barrier could not defend against such wind-based magic. The most straightforward method would be to dodge swiftly, yet it seemed futile this time, as the lightning summoned by the dragon appeared to pursue relentlessly. The frail constitution of the sorcerer would not withstand the lightning called forth by the dragon. Even a grand sorcerer or a magic master would find it unbearable. "Be cautious," Amy exclaimed anxiously. Rhaeg darted swiftly, dodging left as the lightning approached, veering right as it followed in pursuit, then ascending upward, freezing in place. Suddenly, the lightning changed direction and struck Chi Hanfeng, who was floating in midair. The armored beast knight became a natural lightning rod. Like all who fall victim to electric magic, though racked with pain, he maintained an imposing demeanor. Being electrocuted induces a brief paralysis. Little White whisked Chi Hanfeng away. "Ah, is that how it is?" Amy stared wide-eyed at her teacher's deft maneuver against the lightning sphere. "Wind Spirit, transform into a guardian dragon." It seemed inevitable that a confrontation was upon them, as communication with lower-tier dragons proved futile. Rhaeg initiated his counterattack. Against dragons, only dragon attacks would suffice. He summoned forth the 4th-level magic. Wind Illusion Dragon. The Wind Illusion Dragon is a powerful illusion conjured by high-level sorcerers through their immense mental prowess, and if the enemy cannot see through the illusion, this indestructible dragon will unleash devastating destruction, inflicting irreplaceable damage upon the foe until its guise is unveiled. A yellow dragon emerged amidst the winds. Though the summoned dragon lacked the agility of a true dragon, its physical attack strength was formidable enough not to be disregarded. The yellow dragon soared swiftly, its long claws slicing through the air, leaving several white gashes upon the green dragon. The green dragon, being of the ice element and belonging to the same classification as the wind element, exhibited a flight speed far surpassing that of other types, swirling around the yellow illusion dragon like a green bolt of lightning, continuously unleashing torrents of dragon fire upon it. In the one-on-one clash between the true dragon and the illusion dragon. The latter stood no chance of victory. Rhaeg, floating in the air, recognized this. His intention was merely to use the wind illusion dragon as a diversion, for his true trump card had yet to be revealed. Dark Dragonlanda? I summon you in the name of darkness. Despite the howling winds of the valley, the surging magical energy coalesced like the tumultuous waves of the sea as he cast his 5th-level spell. Even in daylight, the immense hexagonal magical barrier formed during the summoning of the 5th-level fire dragon emitted a blinding blue light that pierced the eyes of all present. The magical hexagram before Rhaeg radiated a brilliant blue light, and from that radiance ascended a dark dragon. The dark dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, spewing forth a torrent of flames. Only the most elite of sorcerers can summon a fire dragon. This spell was nothing short of a nightmare. As the dark dragon materialized from the void, unleashing a fierce magical inferno upon all its adversaries. This overwhelming devastation often rendered the battlefield a silent slaughterhouse, compelling even the mightiest foes to cower beneath the dragon's flames. For none could withstand such terrifying power, not even the true dragons. The magical flames erupted in waves around the immense green figure, eliciting mournful cries from the green dragon as it ascended to greater heights. Chapter 14. The Dragon's Lair, Part 2. The green dragon's form instantaneously transformed into a scattering of green spots, as though it were to vanish into the vast expanse of the sky. Yet, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the green spots rapidly enlarged and split in two, revealing that another dragon had joined the fray. The force of its downward dive was tremendous. As the immense dragon wings beat powerfully against the air, drawing close to its body to achieve greater acceleration before striking the air once more. One dragon manifested icy daggers, sweeping down like a rain of blades toward Rhaeg. The other, with crimson streaks of blood seeping from its body, unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles like a rapid-fire cannon, the fire elementals adorning the fireballs emitting gleeful laughter. The wind illusion dragon, suspended in midair, was obliterated almost instantaneously by the baptism of fire and ice. Without any pause, the ice and fire surged through the illusionary form of the dragon, crashing toward Rhaeg in overwhelming force. Centered around Rhaeg, the conflagration and frost collided, rebounding outward. At that moment, the white ice blades and crimson flames coalesced into a towering wall. Although absolute shielding could defend against 1st and 2nd-level magic, it was utterly incapable of mitigating the immense and relentless force that followed. Rhaeg was forced to retreat step by step. Dark Spirit, I command you to become my shield, with no other recourse. Rhaeg was compelled to once again invoke the power of dark magic, manifesting a colossal dark shield before him. A rare defensive spell in dark magic, it harnessed the accumulation of energy to create a dark barrier. Its efficacy far surpassing that of ordinary magical shields, and due to the energy field's ability to absorb impacts, even if struck, it would mitigate the damage. Its sole drawback being its limited duration. With the aid of the dark shield, the ice blades and flames were swiftly absorbed and vanished. Just as the remnants of ice and fire were dissipating, the silhouette of the green dragon suddenly exploded forth. Its elongated claws slicing through the veil of fire and ice, piercing the absolute shielding. Dragons are undoubtedly among the most intelligent of creatures. Upon discovering that their adversary could easily dismantle magic and cast high-level spells, they rapidly adapted their strategy, employing swift, low-level spells to incessantly assault the sorcerer, preventing him from having sufficient time to summon greater magic, and then resorted to physical attacks to breach the absolute shielding that could only defend against magical assaults. It appeared they had succeeded. Even the dark shield could not withstand the dragon's claw assault. For dragons, magical attacks are primarily aimed at groups of enemies. When faced with formidable opponents, their sharp teeth, powerful wings, and lengthy tails become unimaginably potent weapons of assault. Particularly, the dragon's forelimbs bear razor-sharp claws, which, when fully grown, can extend up to a meter in length, effortlessly slicing through the hides of elephants and rhinoceroses. Even the oak shields wielded by heavily armored infantry would be torn asunder like mere paper. The swiftly approaching shadow of the dragon bore with it the specter of death, hurtling toward the aged sorcerer. With the aid of flight, The dragon's claws pierced through the absolute shielding as if it were a knife through butter. The dark shield merely delayed the onslaught for a fleeting moment before the howling wind propelled the dragon's claws forward once more. A brilliant silver flash erupted as a massive silver steel shield clashed with the dragon's claws. With a muffled grunt, Chi Hanfeng and Little White were thrust backward by the tremendous force. While a gleaming knight's lance emerged stealthily from beneath the shield like a cunning serpent, lunging directly toward the wounded dragon's abdomen. A high-ranking knight, Chi Hanfeng understood that a sorcerer should remain behind the warriors to unleash their magic. Thus he remained ever prepared to intervene in the fray, yet he had not anticipated that the dragon's assault would prove so swift and sharp. Even the speed of his snow element phantom beast was only just barely sufficient to deflect the dragon's strike at the last moment. If only a moment later, the consequences would be unimaginable. Under the weight of inertia, the colossal body of the green dragon collided heavily against the shield, the dragon desperately twisting its form to evade the lance, which pierced directly into its left wing. A long, mournful cry echoed as the dragon flapped its wings, attempting to ascend into the sky once more. But after rising only a few yards, it twisted and crashed heavily onto the snow-laden slope, sending large clouds of snow scattering in every direction. "O dark dragon Landa, I summon you in the name of darkness." The shaken old wizard resumed his incantation. "Oh!" The other colossal dragon sensed the formidable power of the two individuals before it and the surging magic once again. Abandoning its attack to soar above the injured dragon, gripping its spine with powerful claws, with a resounding cry, its immense figure circled around the mountain ridge and vanished, with the great knight's intervention. The two smaller dragons were immediately driven away. With lance raised high toward the heavens and shield protecting his chest, Chi Hanfeng struck an exaggerated pose, holding it for 20 seconds, then proudly asked, "How about that? Am I not handsome?" Sigh, utterly ridiculous. Amy, accustomed to such exaggerated tones, helplessly complied. Chi Hanfeng placed his hand on Liege's shoulder, embracing him as he sobbed softly, "Liege, you cannot die. You cannot leave like this. How shall I face my father, my father's father, my father's father's father?" His voice trailed off abruptly. "Very handsome, is it? Well, you can hold that pose for 2 hours." Liege signaled to the two little ones to follow him up the mountain. Little Bai carried the petrified Chi Hanfeng behind, low branches and the jutting cliffs continually striking the immobile Chi Hanfeng, leaving small streaks of blood upon his overly dramatic pose. At night, after the two children had fallen asleep, Chi Hanfeng tapped Liege on the shoulder, signaling to step outside for a chat. The two tiptoed away from the campfire. "Liege, why didn't you use your most adept level 5 ice magic, Ice Snow Frenzy Dragon? During the day, the green dragon is of the ice element, so Ice Snow Frenzy Dragon would have little effect on it." Liege seemed to sense something, his tone lacking the usual teasing lightness. "I recall that the dark dragon Landa possesses the ultimate dark magic, correct? Indeed, as a neutral attribute wizard, how can you cast the ultimate dark magic?" Chi Hanfeng cut straight to the point. After a prolonged silence, Liege fixed his gaze upon Chi Hanfeng's eyes. "There are certain matters I cannot disclose to you just yet. Please forgive me." With that, he returned to the campfire and lay down to sleep. That night, both Liege and Chi Hanfeng found it difficult to rest, tossing and turning. The terrain grew increasingly elevated, the snow beneath thickening, rendering the path non-existent. The wind howled fiercely, and without grasping the branches, one could easily be swept away. After crossing a small ridge, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a vast circular clearing with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters. At the center of the clearing stood a massive rock, from which a dark, gaping entrance faced south, white mist rising gently from within. Upon sighting the black hole, Green leaped up excitedly, wobbling and rolling toward it, followed closely by Daqing Shan, who feared for its safety. Inside the cave was not dark. Every 20 meters, a floating wizard's flame illuminated the space with its cold glow. As they advanced, ice beings, emitting blue light from their bodies, vanished one by one behind the walls upon spotting Green. The terrain continued to descend, yet it was not damp. Perhaps due to being deeper underground, the air gradually warmed. Suddenly, a magnificent cavern appeared before them, its grandeur unimaginable unless one stood within. The ceiling was adorned with hanging, multicolored stalactites, the longest of which exceeded 10 meters. The tips of the stalactites flickered with tiny sparks of lightning, which connected to form larger networks. The walls sparkled with white, fish scale-like crystals, reflecting dazzling light. In the center of the cavern stood a high platform, glimmering with countless gemstones, diamonds, and gold coins piled high. Green joyously scrambled up the platform, only to find it empty, her expression one of profound disappointment. However, her dismay was short-lived as she dove headfirst into the pile of treasures, rolling in bliss. That moment, the entire dragon's lair trembled violently. The lightning upon the stalactites surged, cascading down like a waterfall, revealing the ethereal form of a gigantic green dragon. Jersey, you have finally arrived. Its body was more than 5 times that of the 2 dragons from earlier. This voice was unmistakably the one heard in the canyon. My child, this is our final meeting. The dragon blinked, the dragon god summons me, and all here shall be inherited by you. For a long time, I have sealed your magic. Now, dragon god palette, unleash the full power of your kin. Countless bolts of lightning converged from all directions, striking Green. Amidst the lightning, Green underwent a tremendous transformation. Tender little horns sprouted from her head, small fangs emerged from her back, growing larger, forming tiny fleshy wings. A pained expression crossed her face as she opened her mouth, expelling a long stream of flames. Farewell, my child. The lightning diminished, and the immense dragon's figure gradually faded. Some present felt an overwhelming sense of release. And with a collective gasp, Chi Hanfeng and Liege lunged toward the treasure. Chi Hanfeng frantically scooped up a large handful of gold coins, exclaiming, I've struck it rich. Finally, the hardships of these years can come to an end. Liege, on the other hand, opened every small box he encountered, discarding the unappealing ones for the next, quickly stashing anything of value into his cloak. A burst of flames erupted from Green's mouth, clearly indicating that the owner was not in the mood for pleasantries. Adato? Chi Hanfeng awkwardly set down the bag he was about to fill with coins and looked at Green with a kind expression. You don't want me to take any? Then just say so. How was I to know otherwise? If you keep breathing fire like that, what if the gold melts? That would be disastrous. As he spoke, he grabbed another handful of coins. Daqing Shan wants to learn with me. Dante, you want to join? Green nodded. Dato. These coins are for Daqing Shan's tuition. Quite a bargain. He then looked into Green's eyes. Would you like to eat delicious lizard jerky or fish every day? Green nodded again. Chi Hanfeng continued tossing coins into the bag. This is enough for a year's worth of meals, 2 years, 3 years. Roughly. I need to provide you with at least 10 years worth of food. Sound good? Green gazed at him in astonishment, then nodded in confusion. Daqing Shan doesn't eat much, but he'll need some too, right? As he spoke, he tossed in 2 more handfuls of coins. I'll also need to buy armor for Daqing Shan. Oh, the expenses. 2 more handfuls made their way into the bag, which was nearly bursting. That should be enough. Green, look, the old man is still taking your treasures. As Green turned, the last 2 handfuls of coins filled the bag to the brim. Don't look at me, little one. Liege watched the furious Green before him. I don't want the money. See, I'm just picking up some magic scrolls and books. Oh, and a few magical items. You'll be going on adventures with them, and it's not wise to be without scrolls, right? I'll hold on to them for you. Otherwise, will you carry them yourself? The old wizard piled a large stack of scrolls atop Green's head. You'll need to study these magic books in the future. Without guidance, it could be dangerous. Right? I'm a magic master, and as you saw earlier, even the dragons outside cannot contend with me. They are stronger than you, correct? So as your teacher, I should be allowed to peruse these books. Yes? A sly smile crept across the wizard's face. This ring, oh, look at the emblem of the lightning shield. The old wizard presented the ring before Green's eyes. It naturally defends against lightning attacks. Daqing Shan can use it, and you have no objections, right? Well, this ring, marked with a blue shield, naturally protects against water attacks. Daqing Shan can use it, and you have no objections, right? Oh, since Daqing Shan already has one. He'll give this one to Aimi. You have no objections, right? Good, glad to hear that. After this round of haggling, the group departed the dragoness lair with far more than they had anticipated. That night, Chi Hanfeng lay awake, clutching his bag of coins. Liege constantly checked the magical books beside him, ensuring none were lost, also unable to sleep. Green, however, touched her head, reflecting on the events of the day. Not sleepless but plagued by nightmares throughout the night. Chapter 15. The journey ahead. The pages of history turn to the year 199 of the Red Moon calendar. This year undoubtedly holds tremendous significance. 1. The first ice magic master, Liege, emerged from the Ice Wish Tower after nearly a century, marking the moment when magical spirits across the continents suddenly became active. 2. The mercenary king of the youth generation met his life and death companion, the Qing Shan. 3. The ancient sacred dragons, once elusive, began to reveal their terrifying power to the world, starting with the ice dragon, the 12th descendant of the renowned historian from the continent, Aimi, Neil Haber. Chronicles. In the summer of the year 199 of the Red Moon calendar, the long quiet Haika village became abuzz with activity. Aimi and his uncle Chi returned after a 2-month absence, accompanied by 2 additional figures, one of whom was an extraordinary creature. Leading the procession was an elderly sorcerer, adorned in a pristine blue robe that bore an emblem of a magician's rank upon his chest. As he moved, the robe shimmered with potent magic. A tall, slender staff in his hand featured a large green magical crystal embedded in its curved tip, rippling with emerald waves that hinted at the formidable magic sealed within. Atop his head rested a new, pointed wizard's hat, which also held a small piece of rare milky white crystal, a known protector against formidable threats. Had the society of that time favored embroidering the origin or manufacturer of items? Undoubtedly, these exceedingly rare magical artifacts would bear the inscription, "Made Iron Green Dragon Terrace." Trailing behind the old sorcerer was a tall boy, noticeably taller than Aimi by half a head. Clad in black leather attire, perhaps due to the heat, he had shed his outer garment, revealing muscular arms glistening with sweat. A crossbow hung at his back, and in his hand, he wielded a lance designed for knights. Its tip angled upward and bound with a large piece of fish. Below the lance, a creature resembling a small dog, albeit larger in size, persistently craned its neck, fixated on the fish, attempting to leap high in pursuit of the tantalizing morsel. The knight's lance measured an impressive 6 meters, yet despite its vigorous flapping appendages behind it, the creature could not reach the fish. 1, 2. Go for it. 1, 2. Push harder. Green. Splendid job. Jump another meter. No, 2 meters higher. Oh. It seems 3 meters might just do the trick to snag that fish. The heat of the day had brought out the flies, one of which buzzed obnoxiously on the back of the creature, eliciting tears from its eyes, perhaps reminiscent of its own past misfortunes. The tormenting of Green was not the original intent of Chi Han Feng, despite being the mastermind behind the concept. Upon being released from its seal, Green had caused chaos, chasing after a rabbit and inadvertently unleashing a torrent of flame that not only reduced the rabbit to ashes but also ignited the entire forest, necessitating a collective effort to extinguish the blaze. As they traversed the continent's highways, the curious creature often startled passers-by, tugging at their garments and sending their horses and dogs into a frantic retreat. Unable to restrain itself, it would occasionally breathe fire or ice in moments of excitement. Upon discovering delectable treats, it would seize the opportunity to snatch them, leading to a dramatic scene in a roadside grocery store, where it wreaked havoc. Spotting lizard jerky hanging from the counter, it lunged forward, attempting to devour it without payment. The shopkeeper, seeing the theft unfold, approached in an attempt to retrieve the snack from its jaws. How foolish to think one could reclaim food from a dragon. Fortunately, the creature exhaled ice instead of flame, freezing the shopkeeper's lower half. After Ray Gu thawed him out and inspected him, he inquired whether the shopkeeper had children. Upon receiving confirmation, Ray Gu expressed his relief, patted the man's shoulder, and swiftly departed. It was said that 6 months later, the shopkeeper's wife initiated divorce proceedings. Ray Gu and Chi Han Feng, unable to endure such a trying existence, resorted to various measures. Ray Gu first cast a magic suppression spell on Green, creating a field capable of absorbing all spells cast within it. This spell, effective against most grand sorcerers, typically lasted 3 hours unless dispelled by a priest. However, Green demonstrated the typical resistance of dragonkind, and the suppression dissipated after merely half an hour. After a day and a half of futile attempts to maintain the spell, Ray Gu ran out of magical energy and decided to devise a new strategy. Chi Han Feng purchased a steel muzzle, attempting to prevent Green from breathing fire. How could it exhale flames if it couldn't open its mouth? Yet, it soon became apparent that the dragon's breath was an innate ability. Even with its mouth closed, Flames erupted from its nostrils, melting the muzzle in under a minute. In light of his extensive experience with repairs, Chi Han Feng devised a novel plan. He would simply starve Green. Though the creature's plight tugged at the heartstrings of Daqing Shan, the inconvenience it had caused in recent days left him no choice. Thus, Green strode proudly from Longya Mountain to Haika Village. Legend has it that during subsequent dragon god gatherings, other dragon clans were perplexed at why Green dared to hold its head high before the dragon god Palat. The roots of its defiance were planted in that very moment, with the addition of 2 new individuals and a dragon. The original small wooden cabin proved insufficient, necessitating the construction of an additional dwelling. Naturally, Chi Han Feng took the opportunity to share a heart-to-heart with Green, who then left its mark on the contract for this unplanned investment, incurring a debt of 2 gold coins. At that time, dragons were still in a primitive stage of development, counting gold coins in terms of pieces. Aimi had graduated from Chi Han Feng's tutelage, devoting the remainder of his time to learning magic from Rei Gu, while Daqing Shan took over the repair duties previously handled by Aimi. Forest running. Witnessing such a lamentable scene, Rei Gu finally comprehended how Aimi had acquired his remarkable dexterity. Even a heart as hardened as Rei Ji's found itself silently praying for the suffering Daqing Shan. Have mercy on this unfortunate soul, in pursuit of enabling his beloved apprentice to soon ride a mount. Chi Han Feng turned his attention toward Green once more. Come here, Green, be a good dragon and let me hold you. The charming smile of the wolf grandmother emerged. Let me lift you up a little higher. Just a bit more. Suddenly, as the proud little Green was hoisted high and surveying its surroundings, it realized that the arms holding it had vanished, leading to a muddy fall. Tears streamed down Green's face. Oh, my dear Green, do you know? Dragons are magnificent, especially ones with your innate talent. Though the future shines bright, the path is fraught with challenges. To learn to soar, one must endure hardships. Only through suffering can one rise above. You see, I am not merely casting you down from heights. Rather, you must learn to flap your wings and fly through this descent. I truly feel for you. You must know how reluctant I am to see you suffer. However, to ensure you soon take to the skies, I must assist you. Come, let me embrace you. A month later. Come, let me embrace you, dear. Let go. You must release me. Chi Han Feng twisted his neck as he protested. This height is insignificant. I was just standing on the roof, no more than 4 meters. You'd get down already. 2 months later. Come, let me embrace you, dear. Release me. Do not glare at me. I've had Rei Gu suppress your magic, rendering you powerless. Accept your fate. It's hardly a great height. We are simply standing on a 10-meter cliff. Half a year later. You know what I'm about to say, don't you? You know what I intend to do. Why not just jump down yourself? It's not a great height. We are merely at the edge of a small precipice. I estimate it to be. Boom. As Chi Han Feng brushed off his shoes, he remarked, at this age, still unaware? It's over 200 meters high. Must I kick you down to prove a point? What folly! Diligent training indeed yields extraordinary rewards. 1 year later, Chi Han Feng proudly proclaimed that Green had learned to fly. He triumphantly led Rei Gu, Aimi, and Daqing Shan to the highest mountain near Haika village, commanding Green to take flight. With a heavy heart and tearful eyes, Green bid farewell to its companions before extending its arms and performing a 720-degree somersault, followed by a 180-degree twist as it leaped from the cliff. Narrowly escaping death. It is said that for the next 20,000 years, whenever a young dragon from the Green clan misbehaved, all it took was for the elder dragon to utter, Chi Han Feng is coming. And every little dragon would immediately fall into line. Chapter 16. I am a little mercenary. In the year 199 of the Red Moon calendar, due to an unprecedented surge of magical spirits across the continent, even a novice sorcerer, having just attained the rank of apprentice, could summon the magical spirits previously required for a level 3 firewall spell with a mere level 1 fireball spell, with the ball's potency rivaling that of the former wall. In light of this peculiar phenomenon, the Holy See convened with the major nations of the continent and agreed to officially alter the calendar to mark the beginning of the magical era in early 200 of the Red Moon calendar. Posterity would designate this year as the onset of the Divine Human War, coinciding with the emergence of the mercenary king Aimi and his companions, Daqing Shan, upon the historical stage, the 12th descendant of the historian from the continent. Aimi, Neil Haber, Chronicles. There is no banquet in the world that does not come to an end in the remote coastal village of Hake, situated on the fringes of the frozen continent of the Hammer Empire. A feast was laid out that was both unappetizing yet impossible to refuse. In the second year of the Age of Magic, Aimi had reached the age of 16, marking her transition into adulthood according to the laws of the continent. At this age, one was permitted to marry and bear children, enlist in the military during times of need, exercise independent judgment, and either join or establish a mercenary group. Fortunately, the Hammer people had never required individuals from other races to serve in the military. Thus it seemed she had successfully evaded that obligation. After conferring with Liege, Chi Hanfeng made a decisive announcement during a formal family gathering, clearly stating to Elder Haber, Aimi, and to Qing Shan that it was time to part ways. In his speech, Chi Hanfeng expressed that Aimi had achieved the combat capabilities of a junior knight of the Empire, yet she lacked practical experience. He noted that Qing Shan's prowess was on par with Aimi's, demonstrating exceptional skill with both the knight's spear and sword, while also possessing formidable abilities with crossbows. At this juncture, Chi Hanfeng shook his head slightly, lamenting that in true knightly spirit, reliance on crossbows was considered beneath them. Even the most humble slave could wield a crossbow to slay the noblest of knights. He expressed regret over his initial plan to capture two spirit beasts, snow wolves, as mounts for Aimi and Qing Shan. However, upon reflection, he realized that even phantom wolves could not match the agility required by swordsmen, compounded by the fact that Qing Shan had already entered into a lifelong servitude contract. Green, upon hearing this, seemed visibly displeased. Observing her discontent, Chi Hanfeng promptly amended his statement, clarifying that Qing Shan had instead signed the most illustrious contract with the sacred dragon race. Thus, the plan to seize wolves was scrapped. Due to certain pressing matters, Chi Hanfeng was obliged to return to the capital of the Aimi Empire, Kolinris, to attend to personal affairs. Liege, picking up on Chi Hanfeng's words, expressed profound gratitude for the rigorous training Aimi had undergone in physical fitness, perseverance, and agility, which had enabled her to effortlessly overcome the three most formidable hurdles faced by aspiring mages. Although she had yet to gain recognition from the Magic Association, Aimi had already attained the status of a level 2 mage. However, due to the requirements of spellcasting, Liege insisted that Aimi refrain from using metal armor, allowing only leather gear at most. Elder Haber interjected, asserting that even proficient swordsmen should avoid metal armor, as it would impede the agility essential to their craft. Meanwhile, Green had experienced remarkable growth over the past 2 years under Chi Hanfeng's expert tutelage, now possessing the capabilities of a level 1 mage, able to cast all level 3 spells of the neutral element without reciting incantations, though her most frequently employed spell remained the basic dragon breath. Through continuous testing, Liege devised a method to prompt Green into unleashing various spells. For instance, tugging at her left wing could evoke water magic, while pulling her right wing might elicit wind magic, and a gentle pat on her head could trigger ice magic. The likelihood of success was approximately 80, though the level and potency of the spells remained uncertain. Notably, there existed a foolproof method accessible to anyone. A forceful kick to Green's rear would invariably result in a ferocious fireball spell. No. With her enhanced abilities, she could now unleash a cataclysmic wall of fire, an infallible tactic. After exiting the Wish Tower, Liege had yet to report back to the Mage Association. Although his unique status as a mage lord exempted him from their constraints, a routine understanding was still deemed appropriate. He resolved to accompany Chi Hanfeng back to the capital to pay a visit to the reigning emperor and receive the Mage Lord title from the Magic Association. You must tread your own path step by step. We cannot substitute for your journey. Chi Hanfeng handed over a note along with 100 gold coins, detailing his family's address in the empire. Given the close ties between Liege and their family, it was likely that his residence in the empire had long been sold, thus he would stay with them for some time. Oh, surely you grasp my meaning. Free meals, free lodging, and free. Well, I shall say no more. After the meal, under the radiant afternoon sun, as the black sun and white sun crossed paths, Chi Hanfeng and Liege formally bid farewell to Elder Haber, their figures gradually receding into the distance. Once they had vanished from sight, while Qing Shan was still dabbing at his tears, Aimi exuberantly raised her right hand, fingers forming a V, and began to run, shedding her clothes as she went, casting them skyward in jubilant exultation. Finally free. Meanwhile, Green extended her clawed middle finger towards the departing figures, making a rather indecent gesture before unleashing a torrent of flames into the air. Observing their exuberance, the melancholy of parting and the incomprehensible emotions finally shattered Daqing Shan's resolve. He fainted. At the Treehouse Tavern, Amy reminisced about her initial encounter with Liege with a sense of nostalgia. Though Daqing Shan was her elder, Amy's insights, particularly those gleaned from Qi Hanfeng's meticulous nurturing, surpassed his. During her first independent journey, Amy's opinions were generally implemented. Like every Treehouse Tavern, the left corner housed the Mage Guild's office, while the right corner was occupied by the Mercenary Guild, with the innermost corner reserved for the Thieves Guild. Amy pushed open the door to the Mercenary Guild, where an elderly man with a head of white hair and tortoiseshell glasses sat behind the counter. "Sir, we wish to become 2 little mercenaries. What procedures must we complete?" Amy inquired cautiously. "Are you planning to join an existing mercenary group, or do you intend to form your own?" The old man scrutinized Amy. Daqing Shan and Green with an unwelcoming gaze. "Can the 2 of us forge our own path? We prefer not to join another group for now." "Very well. The fee is 10 gold coins each to establish a mercenary group, totaling 30 gold coins. Additionally, 2 mercenary diaries at 10 gold coins each." He slid 2 registration forms across the table. It really that expensive?" Amy murmured as she took the forms. 70 gold coins were now gone. The forms were simple, consisting of only 5 items: name, age, profession, mercenary reputation level, and affiliated mercenary group. "Sir, how should we fill in our professions? I primarily study as a swordsman, but I am also a mage." Amy raised a question. The old man appeared taken aback. "A dual practitioner of magic and swordsmanship? Such individuals are rare. Have you obtained certification from the Magic Association? No, then you must first seek certification to determine your level before returning to complete the forms." Amy then pushed open the door to the Mage Guild, where a similarly styled counter awaited her. Behind it sat a mage clad in a red robe, clearly a practitioner of the sacred element. "Sir, I wish to undergo the mage assessment. What procedures are required?" The guild clerk was evidently enthusiastic, smiling as he replied, "It is a pleasure to welcome a new mage to our ranks. On behalf of the Mage Association, I extend a warm welcome. You may purchase a mage diary for 10 gold coins, after which you can undertake the mage level examination for an additional 10 gold coins." Upon hearing this, Amy nearly fainted. Her 100 gold coins would swiftly dwindle away. After receiving Amy's 20 gold coins, the clerk handed her a mage diary. "You are a practitioner of the neutral element. Please demonstrate the spells of lightning and invisibility within this diary." Amy complied with the requirements. You have achieved the status of an apprentice mage. What specific attribute of magic do you study?" The clerk inquired. My teacher emerged from the Ice Wish Tower, so I should be of the ice element." Amy replied. "What?" The clerk's eyes widened. "Your teacher emerged from the Ice Wish Tower? A mage lord? Currently, there are only 5 individuals with the title of mage lord, and none are of the ice element." "Is that so? He emerged 2 years ago and has been teaching me magic. Just a few days ago, he left for the Aimi Empire to receive his title." Amy answered candidly. Then simply demonstrate any level 3 ice spell within this diary." It seemed the clerk offered no special leniency for the apprentice of a mage lord, likely harboring doubts. Amy initially believed that the ice spear needed to be cast upon the ground, but to her astonishment, the diary simulated a miniature ice spear. She then attempted to cast a level 3 ice shield within the diary. "Can you cast ice spear, Lin?" The clerk, now cautious, regarded Amy with newfound respect. Amy shook her head. "Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Oh, congratulations. You have become a level 2 mage." The clerk marked a small seal in the mage diary. That moment, Amy was astonished to see a level 2 mage insignia materialize on her leather armor. Chapter 17. The birth of the little mercenary group. In the songs of bards, most dragons are depicted in a sinister light. Even the illustrious ancient sacred ice green dragon, Temujir, is no exception. Near Harper, the 12th descendant of Aimi, chronicler of continental history, Aimi, pushed open the door to the Mercenary Guild once more. She discovered that the once empty room was now filled with a multitude of individuals, gathered in clusters, engrossed in fervent discussion. Is this truly a dragon? Surely not. The dragon is not particularly large, yet it possesses remarkable prowess, does it not? Is it possible for such an adorable dragon to exist? Feel its body. It is surprisingly cold. Hee, how can this be a dragon rider? Ha. The crowd erupted into a chorus of teasing laughter. "Come, let me attempt to ride it. No? Amy and the towering figure known as Daqing Shan simultaneously emitted horrified exclamations. But it was too late. A chilling breath wafted from the throng, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. All the diminutive individuals were so frightened that they crouched down, leaving only 3 standing amidst the chaos. Daqing Shan covered the mouth of the eager little green one, who was squirming with excitement, while another unfortunate soul was entirely encased in ice, his body crackling with electric sparks. Sigh. Amy let out a long breath. Walking into the crowd as she remarked, "You are all so impressive, so full of character. I truly admire you for daring to tease a dragon." She cast a spell of Ice Guardian, a second-tier ice magic, upon the unfortunate soul, shattering the icy prison. Daqing Shan assisted the stunned figure, rendered immobile by the lightning, into a seat. "I apologize, truly sorry. I forgot to inform everyone. My sincerest apologies." It turned out that when Daqing Shan filled out his profession as a dragon rider, the old clerk had inquisitively exclaimed, "You are a dragon rider?" The term dragon rider undoubtedly held immense allure, and soon a few individuals in the room began to gather around. When they learned that the little green one was indeed a dragon, the small space quickly became crowded. For the first time, the little green one felt such significance, proudly puffing out its chest as it strutted about. However, it was unexpected that these onlookers could not believe that the little green one was a dragon. Moreover, witnessing this spectacle, Amy was not left to guess. She understood precisely what was transpiring. Does anyone wish to give it a try? I am terribly sorry, but the attacks of juvenile dragons are capricious. Everyone, please do not leave. It only employs magic attacks below level 3, with no defensive spells. Stay, everyone, take your time to observe. I still need to collect gold coins for this. It cannot be free. Just 2 gold coins to touch it. Please do not depart. The more Amy urged the crowd to stay, the quicker they rushed out, including the unfortunate soul, who was assisted away by what seemed to be his companions. "Uncle, please do not crawl under the table. Look, I already possess a certification as a second-tier mage." Amy enthusiastically greeted the clerk hiding beneath the table. The old clerk, emerging unsteadily, glanced at Amy's profession as she filled it in. "Swordsman and mage. How shall we fill in the mercenary reputation level?" Amy inquired. "No need to fill that in. You are all new to the mercenary world. Just acquired your mercenary diary, so you are all J level." "The lowest level," the old clerk replied cautiously while observing the little green one. "And what about the mercenary group? Aren't you supposed to create it yourselves? You can simply write the name of your mercenary group." He added, "Well then, Daqing Shan, since we are all newcomers, how about we name it the Little Mercenary Group?" Amy sought Daqing Shan's opinion. "Sounds good, appealing," Daqing Shan responded. Thus, the illustrious Little Mercenary Group was born in the annals of human history. The old clerk, while collecting payment, peeled off a small seal from the mercenary diary, igniting a tiny flame. The names of Amy and Daqing Shan appeared in 2 separate mercenary diaries. This diary does not require you to fill it out. It will be filled in by the guild clerk each time you complete a task, and your level will automatically rise with your completed tasks. Do not lose this diary, as it will nullify all your previous records. You are a new mercenary group. I need to send the registration information to headquarters, and you may only accept tasks starting tomorrow. Please take some time to rest." The old clerk gradually calmed down. The next day at dawn, both Amy and Daqing Shan found themselves restless, eagerly arriving at the mercenary guild to await assignments. Behind the counter stood a new young clerk, and Amy kindly inquired about the whereabouts of the old clerk from yesterday, only to learn that the elder had taken a week off to recuperate at home. Amy expressed her desire to see if they could accept any mercenary tasks, but it was evident that the new clerk was unaware of the previous day's events, thus conducting business with a formal demeanor. "You are G-level mercenaries, and your mercenary group is also G-level, so there are not many tasks suitable for you," the clerk remarked while flipping through the records. "Oh, here is a record. A task transferred from the day before yesterday, offering 1 silver coin for assistance in locating 2 missing cows from the home of the village chief in Aimi village, which is 20 kilometers away. How about it? Find cows." Amy shook her head vigorously without a second thought. "There's another task here from the day before yesterday. Vake from Dal village seeks help to drive a flock of sheep to a pasture 50 kilometers away, with a time limit of 2 days and a reward of 6 silver coins. What do you say? Herding sheep?" No, Daqing Shan began to shake his head as well. The clerk appeared somewhat vexed. How dare a pair of G-level mercenaries be so picky? There was a G-level task the day before yesterday, where someone requested assistance in delivering a long spear to the military camp in the capital of the Aimi people. With a time limit of 5 days and a reward of 5 silver coins, isn't there a task with a bit more challenge? Aimi inquired anxiously. The clerk set down the record book and replied, "What do you think you are? G-level, and your mercenary group is also G-level. There may not even be one such task available in a day. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Even disciples of the esteemed Chi Han Feng must present themselves with a degree of humility." Aimi smiled and asked, "Then how can we elevate our levels?" It turned out that in the mercenary realm, levels were of paramount importance for fair competition. Beginners start at G-level. Even imperial generals and grand mages are no exceptions when they first join the mercenary ranks. The mercenary group S level is the same. Successfully completing 10 G-level tasks with a success rate of 60 will allow one to advance to F-level mercenary status. If a mercenary undertakes 20 tasks but only completes 11, they will not be eligible for an upgrade. The same applies to mercenary groups. 20 successful tasks are required for a G-level mercenary group to ascend to F-level. As one climbs higher, the challenges become increasingly formidable. To ascend from F-level to E-level, one must successfully complete at least 20 level tasks with a success rate of over 60. Descending from E-level to B-level requires completing 40 level tasks. Again, with a success rate exceeding 60, beyond B-level, one enters the realm of intermediate mercenaries and intermediate mercenary groups. At this juncture, as long as one can pay a sufficient deposit, they may undertake tasks belonging to the next mercenary level. Are you implying that we must proceed in this manner? Aimi emphasized, nearly in despair, of course. The clerk replied without even glancing up. Then can we each take on different G-level tasks, combining our efforts to meet the required standard? In her dire situation, Aimi's mind worked swiftly. The level of the mercenary group can be upgraded as long as they complete 10 tasks with a success rate of no less than 60. However, while the two of them cannot elevate their own levels, once the mercenary group becomes F-level, they will be eligible for F-level tasks immediately. Upon successfully completing 5 F-level tasks with a success rate greater than 60, they will automatically be upgraded to F-level mercenaries. The clerk answered succinctly. After a brief discussion, Daqing Shan and Aimi rapidly accepted all 14 available G-level tasks for the week, dividing them according to distance, and agreed to meet again in a week. Come what may. Daqing Shan took the southern route with the following tasks. 1. Find 2 cows. 2. Deliver a knife. 3. Act as a stand-in for an unattractive man on a blind date. 4. Help a mare find a suitable stallion for breeding. 5. Escort an elderly lady on a donkey back to her family. 6. Collect 6 herbs known as 7-leaf flower. 7. Capture a wild boar that has been ravaging crops. Aimi took the northern route, with tasks largely similar to those of Daqing Shan. It should be noted that Daqing Shan's tasks were completed quite smoothly. Aside from the 2 cows already claimed by the snow wolves as attacks, he successfully completed the remainder. Upon returning to the mercenary guild, the clerk informed him that, due to the peculiar customs of the Aimi people, the cow task was also deemed successfully completed. Aimi returned as well, having completed her tasks without issue, save for 1 sheep that was reported missing. This too was counted as completed. The clerk jubilantly congratulated them on becoming honorable warriors of the F-level mercenary group and rewarded them with 5 gold coins and 3 silver coins for their 14 tasks. That night, as Aimi and Daqing Shan lay in bed unable to sleep, they chatted. Daqing Shan, "How many gold coins do you have left?" Aimi inquired. 4 gold coins and 2 silver coins. "How do you have so many? Have you not spent any money these past few days?" Aimi was puzzled. No, during the day I completed tasks while hunting, and at night I relied on my own food while camping. Truly a child of a poor family, taking on responsibilities early, Daqing Shan replied, "Oh, I only have 5 silver coins left. I almost couldn't make it back. Do you know? The task of delivering the long spear required going to the capital of the Aimi people, which takes 7 days for a round trip. I had to take a sled back and forth," Aimi explained, detailing her financial woes. Chapter 18. The double S-level task sigh. Aimi lamented, "Daqing Shan, do you know how painful it is to be without money?" As she spoke, Aimi extended her right hand toward Daqing Shan, rubbing her thumb against her index and middle fingers. "What are you doing?" Daqing Shan queried, perplexed. "You fool, lend me some money. Why are you hoarding so much? Are you planning to marry off?" The disciples of shameless individuals appear to be synonymous with shamelessness themselves, boldly soliciting funds from friends. Very well, together with the 8 gold coins I have here. I shall give them all to you. Shan retrieved a gleaming object from beside his BAIT, has been investigated that the manner in which shameless individuals began to solicit money from others was thus perpetuated. At dawn, both Aimi and Shan rose early. Shan took Luer for a stroll. As per Qi Hanfeng's repeated instructions before his departure, they must relentlessly train Luer every day. They must continuously exercise Luer to expedite its growth. Qi Hanfeng had arranged the following morning exercises for Luer: jumping down from heights of over 40 meters 10 times, performing 50 vertical jumps, flapping its wings 100 times, and running a distance of 10 kilometers. Amy's morning lesson involved practicing communication with magical sprites, peculiar creatures that thrive in freshness and bask in the early sun. Most magical sprites engage in their morning activities, preferring to retreat into their magical barriers by noon, particularly those of the neutral type that Amy was studying. Hence, to enhance her ability to communicate with the sprites, the morning proved to be the most precious time for every magician. In pursuit of swiftly elevating her mercenary rank, Amy and Shan arrived early at the entrance of the Mercenary Guild after breakfast, eager to discover any new tasks. Curiously, a large crowd had gathered at the entrance of the Mercenary Guild, all craning their necks to see something. This was an unusual sight, for, as Shan and Amy understood, although most patrons at the Treehouse Tavern were mercenaries, the guild typically hosted only a handful of individuals accepting tasks, settling task payments, or claiming posthumous compensation for fallen comrades. Such a gathering of people was indeed rare. Amy and Shan moved closer. A bright red paper was affixed to a pillar at the guild's entrance, inscribed with tasks written in magical ink, prominently marked with the level. Says, "Wow, a double S task." Amy had been conversing with fellow mercenaries on the city bus, large sled, over the past few days, gaining insight into the current state of mercenary teams, which were categorized into 8 ranks: S, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Mercenary ranks mirrored these 8 levels. E, F, and G ranks comprised lower-tier mercenaries and organizations, the lowest stratum of mercenary teams, primarily accepting menial jobs with minimal income. Such mercenaries often found it challenging to earn even 20 gold coins a year. And they faced the highest mortality rates. C and D ranks represented mid-tier mercenaries and organizations. Reaching this level was already commendable, as mercenaries at this rank typically earned nicknames and were recognized for notable tasks within their operational areas. Organizations at this level often enjoyed free accommodations or designated resting spots in small towns in exchange for meager protection in times of crisis. B rank denoted high-tier mercenaries or organizations. Although this tier consisted solely of high-tier mercenaries or organizations, it represented the pinnacle of the mercenary realm, with individuals and teams from this tier accounting for over 50 of all mid-tier and above mercenary teams. These mercenaries enjoyed considerable renown within their own and neighboring nations, with many possessing the capability to enter the top 100 rankings. S and A ranks represented super-tier mercenaries or organizations. Only 5 super-tier mercenary organizations existed across the 4 continents, allegedly backed by nations and dominating their territories. Interestingly, each of these 5 super-tier organizations bore a distinctive color in their names, and due to their varying national locations, they possessed unique spirit beasts and phantom beast knights. Thus, the names of these 5 mercenary groups consisted of a color followed by the name of a spirit beast. The A-rank mercenary group of the Icebound continent, the Silver Snow Wolf mercenary group, headquartered in the crucial town of Icebound Valley at the intersection of the Northern Hami Kingdom and the Hami Kingdom. This organization boasts over 2,000 snow wolves ideally suited for combat in the Icebound continent, of which 25 are phantom snow wolves. The A-rank mercenary group of the Aimi Noer continent, the Dragon mercenary group, based in the pivotal town of Scambri at the intersection of the Aimi Empire and the Holy See. The Dragon mercenary group undoubtedly possesses the greatest power among mercenary groups across the continents, with 1,500 exceedingly powerful earth dragons, over 30 of which are phantom earth dragons, and includes other phantom beast knights such as sand lizards. The A-rank mercenary group of the Aimi Noer continent, the mercenary group, headquartered in the heart of the Holy Sea's flower language plains, Ulu. This group is the largest among various mercenary organizations, boasting 3 light-armored 1,000-man cavalry units and 3 heavy-armored 1,000-man cavalry units, along with a substantial number of Earth Dragon Knights. The A-rank mercenary group of the Lanfa Shisi continent, the Black Crocodile mercenary group, which, despite having the smallest membership of only around 1,000 individuals, commands formidable black swamp crocodiles known for their aggression in marshy regions. Of course, the most legendary and the only S-rank mercenary organization, the Golden Dragon Cavalry, is said to consist of merely 3 individuals, 2 Dragon Knights and 1 Dragon Grand Mage. This organization's history is profoundly ancient, nearly equating to the cumulative history of 4 A-rank mercenary groups. According to some Elder Elves, this mercenary group was established during the founding of the Aimi Empire, allegedly founded by a descendant of an ancient royal family who, having lost their kingdom, retained divine blood, enabling each member to commune with golden dragons. Over the past 500 years, this organization has shown a keen interest in exploratory tasks, seemingly in search of some ancient artifact, and their formidable prowess ensures the successful completion of every extraordinarily challenging task they undertake. The current generation has seen 3 Dragon Knights enter the mercenary world within the past 3 to 5 years, yet all have achieved A-rank titles, SS. Aimi suddenly realized that there was currently no mercenary rank capable of undertaking this task. The leaders of the 4 A-rank mercenary groups are S-rank mercenaries, yet their organizations are not classified as S-rank. Furthermore, the only S-rank Golden Dragon mercenary organization currently has 3 mercenaries who are not S-rank. Does this not imply that no one is able to accept this task? Why, then, are so many people gathered here? Task: eliminate the underground monsters level, SS location, Ice Snow Forest, Northern Hami Kingdom reward, 10,000 gold coins, Northern Hami Kingdom reward, 3,000 gold coins opportunity to sign a contract with the high-ranking Ice Sprite. Ilancy task overview. Numerous incidents of monsters attacking in the vicinity of the eastern Ice Snow Forest have been reported, not only injuring people but also causing great distress to the Hami people, as this monster has a penchant for feasting on the brains of snow wolves. Over the past year, at least 300 snow wolves have been slain. Both the Hami Empire and the Northern Hami Empire have dispatched troops to eliminate the threat, but the cunning monster is well versed in tactics, never attacking groups larger than 10, instead targeting solitary warriors. Task completion conditions: slay or capture the monster mercenary guild. Note: dear colleagues, I regret to inform you that the 15 mercenary organizations previously dispatched have all met with failure, and their fates were exceedingly tragic, including the elite Phantom team dispatched by the Silver Snow Wolf mercenary group. According to the guild's task rating criteria, this task has escalated from a BB level task to SS level. However, we awkwardly find that there are currently no mercenary organizations suited to complete this task. Thus, we are opening this task as an open category task, meaning any mercenary group or individual may undertake it. Regardless of who completes it, the guild will additionally provide a bonus of 5,000 gold coins on top of the original reward. Wow! Aimi excitedly patted Deqingshan on the shoulder. This is fantastic. 18,000 gold coins, such a fortune. We will accept this task. As she spoke, Aimi dashed into the guild's office, shouting at the old clerk. Alas, another one heading to their doom. The old clerk sighed and shook his head. Today marks the 13th. 13 is an unlucky number. Shall you draft a will? Faint, my good sir. I am both a swordsman and a mage, and he is a dragon knight. Do we not have the capability to accomplish this task? Aimi pounded her chest. Very well, since this task imposes no restrictions. I wish you the best of luck. That afternoon, Aimi and Deqingshan set out, and due to the perilous nature of this task, Deqingshan worried for Luer's safety, preparing ample lizard jerky and confining him to a small room. The Ice Snow Forest is in close proximity to the Treehouse Tavern, requiring merely a 2-day walk. The midsummer season in the icebound continent is exceptionally suitable for such undertakings. As they journeyed, Aimi mused, in such splendid weather, one should indeed ride a noble steed and play the role of a gallant prince, devoted to the protection of noble ladies. Chapter 19. The Spirit of the Sword, Part 1. As the old adage goes, spirits are omnipresent. Wherever there are boundaries, there are spirits. Houses have their own spirits, trees have their own spirits, and stones have their own spirits. Even among certain man-made objects, there exist corresponding spirits, such as swords. The density of the coniferous forest grows ever thicker, with colossal trees large enough for one or even several people to embrace, soaring high into the clouds. The scenery within the forest darkens progressively, even at midday in the height of summer. One can still sense the damp, cold breath of the snow-laden woods that persists throughout the year. According to the magical map provided for the task, there remains a day's journey to the mission's location. The map indicates that there should be the last inn before entering the forest nearby. Shan lifts his gaze in an attempt to peer through the treetops to ascertain the sun's position and gauge the time. But upon seeing the dense foliage, he cannot help but let out a long sigh. What good is it to see? In the open wilderness, the sun still hangs in the sky at 5 o'clock. Whereas within the forest, darkness descends by 4, necessitating a campsite by 5. They must hasten their pace, lest they find themselves camping once more today. The two quicken their steps as dusk deepens, just when Shan and Aimi are prepared to abandon their advance. A faint light pierces through the gaps in the towering trees. Guided by the light, Aimi and Shan finally knock on the door of the traveler's abode just before dinner. Compared to the harsh cold outside, the warm atmosphere within the house undoubtedly draws countless travelers to seek refuge. The inn is not particularly large. Behind it lies a small courtyard, separating various rooms, while the front features the most spacious area, the hall. After depositing their luggage, Aimi and Shan join the innkeeper in the hall, which is filled with over 10 tables already occupied by patrons, most of whom appear to be mercenaries, due to their late arrival. Aimi and Shan attract significant attention. The long swords, shields, and the prominently displayed magical insignias on their garments unmistakably signify their identities. Hey, newcomers, are you just passing through, or have you accepted a task? Is it that double SS mission? As Aimi and Shan scan the room for a seat, a voice bellows from the right side of the house. All eyes turn to a corner where several mercenaries, undoubtedly warriors, surround a table, each with an assortment of battle axes by their sides, some even wielding two. Unlike typical axe-wielding warriors, these men are devoid of heavy armor, their bare shoulders exposed even in the frozen continent. If Shan is not mistaken, these individuals are certainly berserkers. One of them, a towering figure, stands over 2 meters tall. Yes, we are here to complete that double SS mission, replies the honest Shan, not giving it a second thought. Ha! You two little kids? What level are you? Are you from some mercenary corps reserve team? The giant's face is filled with disdain. Ha, well said, big brother. Thank you for the compliment, Aimi interjects, noticing the giant's condescending demeanor and fearing Shan's honesty might lead to trouble. When did I compliment you? The giant berserker evidently fails to grasp Aimi's humor. As the saying goes, heroes emerge from youth, why calling us young? You are indeed acknowledging us as youthful heroes, Aimi responds earnestly. In truth, there is no need for such courtesy. We are merely 2 small mercenaries, indeed, very small mercenaries. The giant berserker, now frothing at the mouth, demands, what are your levels? You 2 little kids aren't hoping to ride on our coattails and share the spoils without exerting any effort. Are you? Well, how should I put it? Although we are small mercenaries, as youthful heroes, we are the hopeful stars of the future, and our levels are quite respectable, Aimi replies. Respectable? What does that even mean? At most. You must be D, E, or F level, right? The berserker is momentarily taken aback. Ha, do you think D, E, or F level is impressive? You can't possibly be C level, can you? At such a young age? The legendary berserkers are often viewed as possessing remarkably simple minds. Ha, indeed, clever Aimi observes the berserker's pride as he revels in the flattery and decides to surprise him once more. Apologies, but you are mistaken. Could it be you are B level? The berserker's eyes begin to reflect the respect due to a B level mercenary. Pfft, is being B level really something to boast about? Aimi scoffs. Are you a level? The mere mention of an A-level mercenary commands attention and respect from all. Is it possible that the mercenary ranks only reach A? Aimi glances up at the towering berserker and brazenly asserts, what? The giant and his companions spring to their feet. Could it be that we are in the presence of a legendary S-level veteran? The eyes of other patrons at the tables brighten with intrigue. Ha, now we're talking. Aimi nods in satisfaction. Bang! A massive hand slams down on a table in another corner of the room. Young man, don't take jokes too far. There are only 6 S-level mercenaries, all over 50 years old. An elderly dwarf with a full beard sits solemnly on his chair. There must be a misunderstanding. Esteemed elder, I never claimed to be S-level, Aimi feigns innocence. What I meant was almost S is the first rank of mercenaries, and my companion and I are almost that, G-level, the very last rank. You think you can mock me? Kid, you must be dreaming. No one dares to jest with a berserker, especially not at their expense. The giant mercenary seizes a nearly 4-meter-long knight's battle axe, and his fellow berserkers grip their axes tightly. Everyone, calm down. A melodious baritone calls from another table as a man dressed entirely in white rises to wave at Aimi and Dakingshan. There are no other tables available. The two young swordsmen may join us over here. The group at the white-clad man's table consists of 5 individuals, all dressed in white, accompanied by various swords, including single-handed and two-handed blades. The speaker, amiable and of average height, leans casually against the edge of the table with his two-handed sword. At first glance, he appears unremarkable, resembling either a scholar or a nobleman, a perception shared by all present. The furious berserker, consumed by rage, pays no heed to any threats. Tension grips the room, and the inn's staff cowers behind the counter, unwilling to intervene. Despite the traveler's abode being rather cramped, the enraged berserker expertly slashes the air twice with his axe, stirring up a small whirlwind. "Those who insult me shall die," with a primal roar. He lunges upwards, wielding his massive axe to unleash a flurry of deadly strikes towards Aimi. Having faced a berserker before, Aimi remains composed, convinced he won't encounter another high-level berserker capable of 4 mirror images. Taking a slight step back, Aimi prepares to draw his weapon from behind. Clang! A massive longsword suddenly interjects from the side, blocking the berserker's axe strike, causing the multiple axe shadows to vanish instantly. The giant berserker feels that losing his temper against a mere child undermines his dignity, and seeing the white-clad swordsman repeatedly intervene, he redirects his fury. "You dare mock me, brat? You won't see tomorrow's sun. Die!" Like a giant bear disturbed from hibernation, the berserker's eyes turn from black to white, bloodshot with rage. He pulls back his long axe slightly and then swings it with devastating speed. The white-clad man's longsword moves with unimaginable swiftness, mirroring the axe's movements, constraining its swinging space. At the very moment the axe is poised to strike, it blocks the potential for catastrophic damage. In the briefest of moments, the colossal axe blade clashes with the long sword, producing a series of resonant clangs. "Brothers, come forth and dismember him into 8 pieces." The berserker bellows in frustration as his comrades brandish their massive hand axes and rush in. The 4 towering berserkers surround the white-clad swordsman, demonstrating their seamless teamwork. Without a word, they swing their uniquely designed axes in perfect harmony, avoiding any collisions in the confined space. The gleaming blades, blood red, black, and silver, reflect the flickering candlelight, casting heavy shadows as the air becomes thick with tension. Emitting a piercing scream, the axes strike downwards, flickering the candlelight, and amid the tumultuous waves of axe shadows, the white-clad man stands like a small boat on the crest of a wave, perilously close to being overwhelmed. In this dire moment, Aimi grips his ice blade with both hands, unleashing a flash of white lightning towards the giant berserker. Dakingshan draws his black sword, raising his shield to charge at a dual-axe-wielding berserker. Thrusting his long sword from beneath the shield point, 2 invisible streams of golden sword energy suddenly appear before Aimi and Dakingshan, swirling momentarily to intercept their attacks. As the sword energy dissipates, another figure in white emerges with a smile. "No need for your assistance. He can handle it." A sudden shift occurred within the battle group. The white-clad swordsman's long sword trembled with remarkable swiftness, emitting a radiant blue light. From the blade's edge, it extended like a sinuous serpent, leaving an invisible trail of sword energy in the air, reminiscent of a sword's mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In an instant, 8 strands of sword energy surged around the figure in white, intercepting the tangible axe with intangible blades. Clang! The dual-handed axe warrior was the first to succumb to the assault of the blue sword energy. Both arms struck, blood gushing forth from the tightly gripped axe. His left arm could no longer sustain the weight, and the axe clattered to the ground. "Heh!" As expected of the berserker, remarked the old dwarf, his voice dripping with sarcasm, to dare challenge a rank white-clad Afong, who ranks 73rd on the mercenary soul of the warrior list. While undertaking a double S mission, the dwarf's rare barbed words fell like a bucket of cold water upon the heads of several berserkers, swiftly diminishing the hostility in the atmosphere. Chapter 20. The Spirit of the Sword, Part 2, Afong in White. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of the mercenary world would recognize this name in the hall of the traveler's residence. Every mercenary recalled the legendary description of this figure on the mercenary soul of the warrior list. Upon first sight, one would hardly perceive anything extraordinary about him, resembling a scholar or perhaps an aristocrat. Such was the common belief. Was it not agreeable? He smiled faintly. Those who knew him found it hard to imagine that such a remarkable individual could possess such an unassuming demeanor. Everything occurring in the world is bound by cause and effect. I do not wish to pass judgment on right and wrong based on personal bias. He shook his head with a smile and continued with his trifling tasks. Mastery of swordsmanship is no great feat. I am but a mortal, seeking only to savor the joys of being human. Had he regressed? On the contrary, he had fully grasped the essence of swordsmanship. In moments of choice, he remained true to himself, perceiving the swirling complexities of worldly affairs, transcending the dichotomy of good and evil. What allowed him to break free from the confines of a swordsman? Transforming into such a magnificent swordmaster? Perhaps it was this very calmness. The legendary Ah Feng, clad in white, hailed from a magical lineage within the Empire of Aimi, originally a first-level mage. However, due to his profound love for the long sword, he pursued mastery in both swordplay and magic, emerging as a swordsman of great renown. Yet, at the pinnacle of his prowess, the exceptional swordsman abruptly departed from the magic association and the imperial court. Adopting an unexpectedly tranquil and humble demeanor, from him, one could no longer sense a trace of magical aura. Nevertheless, his swordsmanship transcended the ordinary, entering an ineffable state. Though devoid of magical power, Ah Feng could no longer cast spells. Yet his sword energy became more elusive and deadly, surpassing the limitations of magic and allowing him to unleash the full might of his blade, thereby enhancing his resistance to spells. A grand swordmaster wielding only a common iron sword. He could unleash a passion that transcended magic, a willingness to sever ties that was indeed beyond words. Ah Feng, without question, was a name that captivated countless novice mercenaries. The unberserked berserkers remained capable of reason, especially under immense pressure. Retreat, bellowed the towering berserker. The other two berserkers supported their injured comrade to the side. This is for the best. We are all mercenary brothers, and any matters can be discussed amicably. Maintaining his warm smile and courteous words, Ah Feng replied peacefully, I believe we are all here to accomplish this special mission. No other mercenary organization is different. Let us all deliberate together on how to proceed most effectively. Given the perilous nature of this task and the generous rewards at stake, would it not be better to collaborate than to venture alone into potential doom, gaining nothing in return? Ah Feng. Count my old self and my companions in. The old dwarf, who had spoken multiple times, introduced himself. A-rank mercenary group Silver Snow Wolf. Elite task force Wolf Spirit. You may call me Old Lock.my companions include A-rank mercenary Snow Wolf Nightland. B-rank mercenary, Magical Archer Ryan. A-rank mercenary, First Level Mage Jess. B-rank mercenary, Elven Archmage Lacelink, Buzz. Upon hearing the name Silver Snow Wolf, the small room erupted in excitement. Buzz. The mention of Wolf Spirit intensified the chatter within the confines of the room. The Silver Snow Wolf, one of the 5 major mercenary groups, was said to have 3 core teams at the highest level. Wolf Soul, responsible for conventional warfare, Wolf Phantasm, tasked with assassination missions, and the current Wolf Spirit, dedicated to exploration. Routine tasks were typically handled by ordinary members, but in the event of the most perilous and significant situations, these 3 elite teams would be deployed. Buzz. After Old Lock's introduction of the team, particularly noting the presence of 3 A-rank mercenaries and 2 B-rank mercenaries in such a group, hope for the successful completion of the task soared in the hearts of all present. Akin to a bird taking flight, before us lay an elite exploration team that had met with total annihilation during this expedition, which included 2 A-rank mercenaries. This mission is exceedingly dangerous. Therefore, on behalf of the Silver Snow Wolf organization, I express no opposition to any mercenary friends joining in this endeavor, and we are willing to collaborate with everyone to complete this mission. Brother Ah Feng, count us in as well. Another young man, clad in Wolf Rider leather armor and clearly a member of the Hami, interjected. Hami Iron Wolf Mercenary Group, Rank C. I am Hesla, and my companion as is a Wolf Knight. Rank B. We also have 2 mages. Both Rank C, the white-bearded one is Kiki, a first-level mage, while the beardless one is Keek's apprentice, No, a second-level mage and junior priest. The towering berserker of the Berserker Mercenary Group stood, still brimming with rage. B-rank Mercenary Group. All B-rank mercenaries, berserkers. I am Drew, and these are my brothers, Due, Dehai, and Deshan. We are part of a large organization, consisting of 300 members. The commander has dispatched us to undertake this mission. Spare me. We are all part of large organizations. Ah Feng has 500 mercenary brothers, and Hami Iron Wolf likely has over 100 as well. For some unknown reason, the old dwarf continued to spar with the towering berserker. Ha! Greetings to you all. We are the little mercenary group, rank F. I am Amy, and my companion Dakingshan and I have just completed 7 missions. As previously mentioned, rank G. Amy stood up with a sense of pride and greeted everyone present. Damn it! Since this is a double S mission, no mercenary would oppose having stronger allies to assist in its completion. However, no one wishes for deadweight to come along and mooch off our efforts. Drew was the first to leap forward in opposition. How do you know that they are inferior to you? Old Locke retorted swiftly. Go ahead and give it a try. Heh, just don't end up crying. Drew's hand instinctively reached for his long axe. What, do you wish to test whose axe is mightier? The old dwarf leaped from his chair, seizing a massive axe. This axe, in stark contrast to the berserker's long axe, had a blade nearly a square meter in size, not significantly shorter than the dwarf himself. Yet, the handle was remarkably short, allowing the dwarf to grip it with both hands while leaving some room for movement. Enough, old man, you must be around 1,000 years old. Do not stoop to the level of the young. Ah Feng politely placed his hand on the raised axe. Let us rather assess their abilities. This task is too perilous, and without sufficient skill, entering would be tantamount to certain death, which would only endanger them. A rank mercenary Snow Wolf Nightland interjected from the side. Ha, this is for the best. Thank you all for granting me the opportunity to showcase my skills. Amy sprang up from her seat. One duel is insufficient. Big fella, bring forth one of your brothers, and I shall take both of you on. With a grunt, Drew and one of his brothers raised their axes, closing in from both sides. Wait! Amy raised her hand to halt them. What, are you afraid of dying? Drew glared with blood-red eyes, fearful that Amy might flee. Nonsense. Such an exhilarating contest must not be missed. However, as a rank G mercenary, facing 2 rank B mercenaries, with such a disparity in levels, is there truly no one to champion my cause? Even if no one stands up for me, is there no one willing to wager, to take a risk? I wager 10 gold coins that I can defeat these 2 lumbering oafs. Who will join me in the bet? Little brother, well done. I admire your spirit. I love to wager on life and death. The old dwarf produced a pouch from his robes, spilling out 10 purple gold coins. I bet on your victory, 10 purple gold coins. 1 purple gold coin equaled 10 gold coins. It appeared the old dwarf had entered into a wager with the berserker. I wager my victory. Dihai, bring forth 100 gold coins. With a clatter, a pile of coins cascaded onto the table. I bet on the berserker's triumph, 100 gold coins. Hesla from the Hami Iron Wolf mercenary group also produced 100 gold coins. My brother and I are not much for gambling. Please do not count us in. Amy softly remarked, let it be a contest of victory alone, not of life and death. I ask you both to show restraint. Ha! Yet another opportunity to make a handsome profit. Amy patted Dakingshan on the shoulder, who wore a worried expression. This is our entire fortune. Should we lose, we will have to find somewhere else to live. Ha! Rest assured. Count to 100, and I will have it settled. Amy made a feint with her long sword through the air. Come forth. Kid, prepare to perish. Drew, repeatedly thwarted, seethed with rage. The colossal gusts of air stirred by the knight's long axe cleaved downward, and in the wake of his strike, the flickering candlelight once more swayed in the wind. The bright wick dimming with a soft hiss. Meanwhile, the handle of another battle axe silently lunged toward Amy's waist. No one could fathom that the brutish and forthright berserker would employ such a nefarious tactical combination despite being at a disadvantage against 2 foes. The weight of a berserker's axe typically starts at 56 pounds, while a knight's long axe generally exceeds 80 pounds. Drew's axe was estimated to weigh over 100 pounds, and he wielded it as if it were a mere straw. Those who had never faced such a weapon could scarcely imagine the speed of its assault. A whirlwind surged forth, and at the instant of contact with the long axe, he utilized its momentum to propel backward. The axe carving a small arc in the air before it swung upward once more, preparing to descend again. The handle of the axe came like a serpent, piercing through empty air, revealing the menacing grin of the massive axe blade lurking behind, which arced in a tighter half-circle to strike again. The expressions of all observers grew grave. Such mastery in attack, such ferocity and speed, left no room or time for a counter from the opponent. Even an A-class mercenary would find themselves flustered, let alone a G-class child. The dynamics of the battlefield suddenly shifted. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Aimi swiftly conjured a flurry of frost with her long sword. Ice blades, accompanied by a loud cry, countless icy shards, carried by the chilling wind, flew toward the berserker. Yet this assault was undeniably ineffective. The berserker merely shielded his eyes with a hand, the swirling ice shards insufficient to harm their weathered skin. However, this brief moment of distraction had already fulfilled Amy's purpose. Yule Heil, the golden lightning bolt, descended from the heavens, striking Drew's brother on the head. The electrical jolt was not greatly damaging, yet it could incapacitate one's nerves, rendering them immobile for several minutes. Amy rolled on the ground, closing the distance to Drew's brother before he could realize, and with a powerful leap, her long sword struck heavily against the neck of the paralyzed foe. "Ha? You are dead." With a crash, a berserker fell. Realizing Amy's intentions, Drew reacted swiftly. As Amy hung in midair, his enormous axe swung toward her legs. Amy quickly raised her legs, her long sword blocking the axe handle, absorbing the tremendous force of the blow and sending her crashing onto a table. In that instant, the advantages of her devilish training became evident. Amy adjusted her falling posture midair, and though the table splintered beneath her, she sustained little damage, rolling smoothly to the ground. The axe showed no signs of hesitation, continuing its pursuit, aimed directly at Amy's head still on the ground. Chapter 21. The Elves of the Sword, Part 2, Mo. Amy uttered a low incantation. The massive axe howled as it cleaved through the transparent air, and with her spell, Amy vanished from sight. "Coward, do not go invisible." Drew swung his enormous axe in the void, hoping to strike the unseen enemy, while his other hand rummaged inside his cloak for something. From the corner, the deadly incantation of Yule Heil echoed, and once more, golden lightning flashed, slicing through the air. Whoosh! The sound of sword energy slicing through the air resonated. As Amy, along with her sword, suddenly materialized at Drew's flank, the ice blade glimmered with brilliance before vanishing behind the berserker, causing Drew to tumble forward twice before crashing heavily to the ground. In his hand, he clutched a scroll that had fallen from his cloak, adorned with the image of a blue eye. Every mercenary knew this scroll enhanced vision, allowing one to see hidden foes. "Ya?" Amy raised her right hand, spun in place, and offered her thanks to the surrounding mercenaries for their victory, before moving to collect her 200 gold coins. "Thank you, old man. Here are 150 gold coins." Amy respectfully handed the old dwarf 150 gold coins. "Hee, it is indeed commendable for the young to exhibit such politeness. A second-level mage and swordsman would undoubtedly make for a reliable companion. I believe there is no need for further discussion." The old dwarf accepted the coins with one hand while raising a massive goblet with the other, the blue liquid wafting an enticing aroma. "To our young companions, and to the success of our collaboration, cheers, cheers." Nearly everyone raised their goblets. "To ensure the successful completion of our mission, let us readjust our ranks," the old dwarf said with a serious demeanor. "All Snow Wolf Knights will form the first tier, led by Land, as you are familiar with the forest terrain and responsible for exploration. The Berserkers will constitute the second tier, handling combat, led by Drew. Everyone else will form the third tier, with warriors and knights fanning out to protect the mages and priests. Anyone with objections may withdraw at any time. Everyone should rest early. We depart at dawn?" A Feng politely suggested. After leaving the final lodging, they truly delved into the icy forest. According to the initial agreement, 3 wolf knights led the way, spaced 20 meters apart from 4 berserkers. It was only after setting off that they discovered Drew was, in fact, a knight berserker, mounted on a colossal ground dragon towering 2 men high, with others trailing 20 meters behind the berserkers. The progression through the forest was exceedingly slow. Advancing just 10 kilometers in a day was considered commendable. During their journey, several mercenary companions were astonished to observe a particular trait in Qing Shan and Amy. The two made almost no sound as they traversed the forest. As one foot barely touched the ground, the other was already lifted, seamlessly gliding between branches and automatically evading protruding twigs, as if the branches themselves were intentionally avoiding their bodies. At night, a roaring bonfire ignited, and the forthright old dwarf raised the collective curiosity of the group. "Ha! How shall I put this? Amy scratched her head. You see, our master strictly forbids the dissemination of this skill. Disappointment washed over the faces of the crowd. No one could compel another to divulge the secrets of their guild. Amy's hesitant tone rekindled a glimmer of hope among them. If everyone is willing to pay, perhaps I could teach it to you. It wouldn't take much, just 100 gold coins each. Think about it. This skill is incredibly beneficial, allowing one to remain undetected by foes, and in chaotic environments, one can fight with the grace of a performer on stage. All right, no need to tease everyone, Qing Shan interjected. It's quite simple, just run naked in the dense forest every day for a year, and you will begin to see results if you wish. You could also practice running at night, thus allowing for agile movement in the woods and simultaneously honing your night vision. Hee, you two are good brothers. Thank you for your excellent suggestions. It seems this method can be widely employed in training young mercenaries in the future. A Feng chuckled. In a land where sword-wielding warriors were scarce, Amy, Qing Shan, and A Feng had closely bonded from the outset, discussing sword techniques during their journey to My companions and I have a fondness for swords. Beneath the flickering bonfire, A Feng raised his two-handed greatsword, flames dancing upon its blade. You see, among all weapons, only the sword is so forthright. Superficially, it appears delicate, seemingly incapable of withstanding the blows of any heavy object. Legend has it that the sword is humanity's earliest weapon, often referred to as the progenitor of all weapons. Over countless years of refinement, from the hilt to the grip to the blade itself, every aspect undoubtedly reflects the craftsmanship of innumerable masters. As more weapons emerged and professions evolved, many forsook the sword for other arms. However, this does not diminish the sword's inherent power. It is said that the creator wielded a colossal red sword. Lu Ying. Amy, Qing Shan, you must understand that humanity has wielded swords for so long that they possess something other weapons lack: spirit. A Feng's companion, the young man who had previously obstructed Amy and Qing Shan, interjected. According to A Feng, he was called Qianli Shui, a fellow student of magic who shared a brotherly bond with A Feng. Equally passionate about swords yet unwilling to abandon magic, he was currently a level 1 mage and swordsman, classified as a B-grade mercenary. Spirit? Amy and Qing Shan reacted with curiosity. Indeed, Amy, you should slowly feel whether something flows within your sword. Much like communicating with the wind element spirit. Amy grasped the blade of her sword, gently pressing it against her face wound, using her hand, face, and ears to sense. Oh, truly, it feels as if something is flowing, cold, leaping, and laughing. Could this be the spirit of the sword? Yes, your perception is remarkable. Both A Feng and I are mages, and we discovered this secret under fortuitous circumstances. Observe the sword's body. During its forging, layers of refinement created imperceptible tiny scales, and the sword's spirit resides within them. Later, we endeavored to utilize the sword as a magical conduit. Qianli Shui's words were abruptly interrupted. Is that feasible? Amy, in a state of great urgency, inquired. I have always yearned to enhance my casting speed through the use of magical artifacts. Yet I find myself at a loss when it comes to wielding a sword for this purpose. Of course, came the reply, but it is imperative to embed a crystal within the hilt of the sword. However, if your intention is merely to cast the Eye Strike spell, this may not be necessary, as your sword is already infused with magic. By my estimation, it should possess at least a level 3 enchantment. Indeed, I can currently summon only level 3 magic, though it is said that one can attain level 5. Suddenly, Qianli Shui clamped a hand over Amy's mouth, urging, do not speak of this, never divulge such a secret. A weapon imbued with high-level magic will incite envy in countless souls. Innocent bystanders bear no guilt, yet those who possess treasures must tread carefully. Offing cast a reproachful glance at Amy and then remarked, I have relinquished my pursuit of magic, focusing instead on uncovering the mysteries of the sword's design. By harnessing the swiftness, agility, and finesse of the blade, I have discovered that during rapid slashing, one can unleash sword energy by drawing upon one's physical stamina. Furthermore, as the speed of the sword increases, multiple waves of sword energy can be released in an instant. Meanwhile, Shui remained devoted to magic, tirelessly summoning the spirit of the sword. Through the fusion of his own essence with that of the sword, he grasped the commonalities between spellcasting and swordsmanship, allowing him to freely evoke the spirit's wild dance, resulting in tremendous damage through his heartfelt resonance. Amy, We cannot impart more knowledge to you in haste. You must take your time to comprehend, Shui advised. Dakingshan, you too should delve into the secrets of the sword. You are not a mage, thus cannot summon sword energy, but as you deepen your understanding of the sword's structure, you will find it becomes a true companion. Qianli Shui patted Dakingshan on the shoulder. That night, both Aimi and Dakingshan wrestled with restlessness, their hands constantly caressing the blade, yearning to sense the enigmatic power within. At the break of dawn, Aimi rose early to practice with the sword, only to be struck by the realization that the forest from the previous night had vanished entirely, replaced by a swirling mist of pale white surrounding him. Dakingshan? Aimi nudged his companion. Clearly, the number of morning exercisers was on the rise, with figures moving about everywhere, as more individuals became aware of the drastic changes around them. The snow wolves and earth dragons among their mounts emitted strange howls. Ah, swamp! Help! Echoed the frantic cries of a berserker in the distance. Brother, Drew's hoarse voice called out. Everyone, remain calm. We find ourselves in a perilous situation. Do not act recklessly. Offing's composed voice pierced through the dense white mist. The mages are casting levitation spells for everyone. The calm voice of the old dwarf resounded. It seems we are surrounded by swamps. All individuals tied themselves together with ropes, ensuring that if the levitation spell were to dissipate, they would not plummet into the swamp immediately. Spirit of the earth, release your captives. Aimi cast levitation on both himself and Da Qingzhan. An increasing number of mages began to cast the levitation spell. Following the cries, more and more people congregated at Drew and his brother's campsite. Drew and several of his brothers crouched on the ground, weeping over a bubbling mire. Enemies! Enemies are approaching, in the distance. The pale mist swayed and shifted, gradually taking form as white, leaping specters emerged from the fog, their joyful laughter ringing out as they launched an assault on the nearby crowd. Offing's companions surged forward, their 4 long swords weaving into a net of blades, swiftly tearing apart the first few specters. Yet, more and more specters appeared from behind. Those that had been shredded quickly reformed outside the sword's range, encircling them once again. Chapter 22. Dungeon 1, Shunsheng 2, Spirit Realm Mirage. The legendary Jiao, capable of exhaling mist to create mirages. It also refers to the mirage. The waves are clear. The Shunsheng transforms into a city. Yang Juyuan, offering the sorcereress rest to Anam. The white mist rose higher, manifesting leaping white specters near the ground. In midair, it formed swaying white bats. Above, it materialized into towering pavilions. The sky was filled with white. Hundreds of noisy white bats rushing through the air, joining the assault of the specters, battering against the swordsmen's faces and bodies. The specters' attacks were minimal. Often, 3 or 4 hits would fail to inflict substantial harm. The white bat's offensive power was also weak, merely capable of obscuring vision. The white pavilions posed no threat whatsoever. Yet, this was more than sufficient to wreak havoc on a team devoid of mages and priests. Lacking enough levitation scrolls, even the slightest movement could lead them into an indistinguishable mire. Mirage. The elven archmage spoke with a hint of hesitation but more certainty. Everyone around heard his voice. Mirage? The old dwarf gasped. Astonished, the previously composed Offing's expression grew serious. Mirage? A dragon? The breath of a high-level dragon. Is this the dragon's territory? The realm of dragon mirages? Increasingly terrifying images filled the minds of the people, and more individuals voiced their deepest fears. The term dragon was undeniably a fearsome one. Regardless of whether this dragon intended to harm anyone, it would not hesitate to attack those who intruded upon its domain. The mirage, it was said, was a power possessed only by the highest-ranking dragons. Great dragons are known for their lengthy slumbers, often lasting days or even months. To protect themselves, high-level dragons automatically exhale mirages while they dream, creating vast mirage realms around them, which shift and change with their thoughts, launching automatic attacks on intruders. Depending on the dragon's age, the range and potency of the mirage varied. It is rumored that in the swamp-rich land of Lanfaxi, the largest dragon's mirage domain has enveloped a settlement of over 50,000 orcs. Everyone should be prepared. If there are no dragons present, how could this be a double S-rank mission? Truly, this is a top-tier task on the mercenary leaderboard. And Offing was the first to regain his composure. We have struck gold. The presence of a mirage indicates the dragon is asleep, likely for an extended period. The old dwarf also regained his composure. The elven mage whispered a few words to the old dwarf, then produced a weathered, dark brown scroll adorned with a golden deity, unfurling it to conjure a golden flame in his hand. All gathered closely. Enveloped in the light of the flame, the old dwarf called out to all adventurers, "This is the holy light flame, capable of warding off the mirage's attacks." The fire's radiance was vast, easily sheltering even a colossal land dragon. More and more specters and white bats anxiously flitted about outside the flames, revealing their white teeth, layer by layer. Mages and priests remembered to continually cast levitation spells for everyone, before the levitation magic dissipates. We must locate the dragon. Offing assigned the task of leading the exploration to Aimi and Dakingshan, who were most attuned to the forest. Guided by the warm breeze, Aimi and Dakingshan swiftly found the exit of the mirage, which formed a grand palace entrance. Upon entering the palace gates, they were immediately greeted by a cavernous space. An enormous, dark cave entrance, towering 10 meters high, resembling an open maw, devoid of any vegetation, exceptionally smooth, indicating frequent passage by creatures. Aimi instructed Dakingshan to remain behind to assist everyone in entering the cave, while he conjured the wizard's fire. A swirling, ice-blue magical flame rose from his palm, floating before him, illuminating the surroundings. Subsequently, he summoned a massive silver-gray magical wolf, which began to guard him. The wolf ventured into the cave first, with Aimi closely trailing behind. The cave was shrouded in darkness, although the outside was a swamp. The interior was remarkably dry, with a faint, dry breeze brushing past his ears. Aimi proceeded cautiously, ever mindful of the shifting ground beneath him, while the gray-silver wolf stayed closely at his side. "Aimi," a voice called urgently from the cave entrance. "Belonging to the old dwarf, here. There is no danger yet. No monsters have been detected." The old dwarf, upon hearing the response, hastily made his way toward Aimi, navigating the treacherous terrain of the dark cave. Suddenly, without warning, the old dwarf leaped up and struck Aimi hard on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Have you a death wish? What possessed you to enter alone? Are you seeking to play the hero at such a tender age? Are you familiar with the depths of the cave? Do you possess any experience? Indeed, Aimi, you should not have ventured in alone. Rock Elder, you dwarves are second only to gnomes in cave familiarity. Why not take the lead?" Offing and the rest of the group arrived shortly thereafter. Qinli Shui and Dakingshan, still grumbling about their first misfortune since their journey began, muttered, "No good deed goes unpunished," as Aimi was pulled back into the rear of the group. With the mirage dissipated, the golden flame had vanished, and several mages conjured wizard's fire while the priests simultaneously cast the glow spell, Eye in the absence of light. Once the torches were extinguished, the glow of the magical illumination proved invaluable. The crowd followed the old dwarf at a distance of 3 to 4 meters, ready to assist him at a moment's notice. The allure of the dragon undoubtedly heightened everyone's combat readiness to its peak. A sharp turn within the subterranean cavern revealed a vast, pitch-black expanse, where the faint outlines of over a dozen coffins lay scattered, as the light of the wizard's flame illuminated the coffins. A sudden cacophony erupted. The lids of the coffins flew upward with a shriek, hurtling towards the spellcasters who had summoned the magical fire. "Guard!" Afong sprang into action, his long sword flashing like lightning as it struck 3 of the coffin lids. The other 5 swordsmen of the Purple Heart Sword group leapt high into the air, intercepting the deadly projectiles. Only the agile swordsmen were capable of reacting with such swiftness to the sudden turn of events. Aimi and Daqing Shan also leapt up in time, each managing to deflect 2 coffin lids. A cacophony of eerie laughter echoed from the coffins that had lost their lids, reverberating throughout the vast chamber. Several enormous wolves sprang forth from the coffins, their jaws sinking deeply into the earth, emitting the distinctive howl of the snow wolf. Over a dozen massive humanoid figures staggered up from the coffins, their limbs moving like rusted machinery, every motion accompanied by an overwhelming sense of discomfort. These grotesque beings clutched the rusted battle knives most commonly wielded by the Hami people. The stench emanating from the humans and wolves was overpowering. Undoubtedly, these were the deceased Hami people, along with their accompanying snow wolves. It appeared that some dark and malevolent force had employed an unknown spell to animate these soulless corpses. "Kill them!" the old dwarf bellowed as he charged forward with his enormous battle axe. shattering the first snow wolf zombie that leaped to attack him into a myriad of pieces. 4 additional battle axes joined the fray as the berserkers, fueled by the loss of their kin, hurled themselves into battle. Apart from Aifeng, the other swordsmen of the Purple Heart Sword group also surged forward. The soulless bodies, hindered in their movements, crumbled almost instantaneously under the onslaught of physical attacks. Could it truly be this simple? Old Locke brushed the dust from his hands and blew away the remnants of zombie remains clinging to his axe. Something has seized my foot. A swordsman from the Purple Heart Sword group cried out in terror, desperately attempting to leap away. Everyone beheld 2 black hands grasping the swordsman's ankles. Without a doubt, they belonged to the recently shattered zombie. The inky fingers tightened their grip. Bang! A horrific scream pierced the air as 2 severed hands flew into the air, the swordsman being utterly torn apart. Blood rained down like a deluge from the sky. Severed hands and mangled feet fell to the ground, while the dark fingers continued their sinister motions, reaching for the next victim. Quickly, turn them all to dust. The old dwarf urged. 4 or 5 enormous battle axes relentlessly hacked at the crawling, severed hands and writhing feet. Holy deities, grant me your sacred water, as the second-tier mage and novice priest, Nuwa, chanted. Blue holy water descended from the sky, splashing around the group, causing the black and gray limbs to rapidly vaporize, evaporating into thin air. Holy water spell. The caster condenses divine power into holy water to spray at enemies, inflicting holy damage on all foes present. This is a fundamental dispelling spell, with enhanced effects against demons. Good brother, take care on your journey. Rest assured, I will look after your family. To prevent any further emergence of zombies, Aifeng and several mercenaries from the Purple Heart Sword group gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades, scattering them with yellow self-igniting ash. Upon contact with air, the ash ignited in flames. Moments later, the mercenaries' remains were reduced to ash, and Aifeng, carrying the urn of their ashes, moved forward with tears in his eyes. The vast, open cavern ahead quickly converged, forming a small opening, small only in comparison to the previous cavern, its diameter exceeding 10 meters. Old Locke gestured for everyone to follow closely and led the way into the next level of the underground city. Chapter 23. The Underground City. Alter the opening revealed a staircase sloping downward. As they descended, the scene ahead transformed dramatically. The previously dark cavern became orderly, flanked by towering red walls. Every 10 meters, red lamps illuminated the walls at a height of 2 men, resembling a grand underground castle. The immense underground city could only be described as magnificent. The path exceeded 10 meters in width and reached approximately 8 meters in height, with flickering lights adorning the walls, where large murals depicting Hami people hunting and battling were intricately carved. Continuing along the path, each intersection boasted extravagant light fixtures. Had it not been for the previous 2 levels' bloody turmoil, this place would seem like a royal private garden. The old dwarf advanced cautiously, guided by instinct, while Nuwa simultaneously cast several beneficial holy spells on Locke. The first was a blessing spell, invoking the earth deity to enhance the combat and defensive abilities of the recipient. In the name of the earth deity Kaya, may blessings be bestowed upon the divine's followers. A blue light gradually rose from the ground, enveloping Locke in a shimmering glow. Following that was a strengthened spell, which, for combat-oriented dwarves or other warriors, not only allowed them to lift heavier objects, but also increased their strength for enhanced combat prowess. Nuwa raised both hands high. God of War, grant your divine power to your warriors. It was unexpected that a mere novice priest could wield such heroic prowess. It was rumored that only those who had transitioned to sages could wield such high-level spells. It seemed that Nuwa possessed power beyond his rank. O sacred spirit, endow your warriors with the essence of heroism. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, striking directly upon Locke. The divine power augmented the recipient's aura, elevating their spirit to fight wholeheartedly for justice. This spell could momentarily unleash the recipient's potential to its utmost, unleashing unimaginable destructive force. Blue, red, and golden magical halos surrounded Locke. Under the radiance of the blessings, most evil attacks would be hindered. Old Locke had not anticipated such a variety of protective spells, significantly quickening their pace. The group proceeded slowly, the winding path gradually reaching its end, when a mysterious melody echoed throughout the underground city. resonant and grand. At that moment, the scenery before them underwent another profound transformation. As they turned a massive stone partition, a vast atrium emerged, dominated by a colossal altar at its center, where fierce flames blazed. Before the flames knelt rows of individuals clad in uniform white garments, draped in white cloaks, as if engaged in a sacred ritual. Beneath the throng lay a colossal, obsidian hexagonal barrier chart. Humans? The eyes of the adventurers glimmered with confusion. Afong and Locke exchanged glances, and Afong ascended the altar, his gentle voice resonating. "Greetings, everyone. We are explorers from afar." Before Afong could finish, the entire kneeling congregation rose to their feet. The figure at the highest point abruptly turned around. Ah, a cloaked skeleton? Beneath the cloak lay a pristine skull, dark eye sockets, and a cavernous mouth, towering skeletal frame. Complete the master's task. The skeleton's jaw creaked, producing a harsh sound. The entire crowd turned around. Every single one was a skeleton, without exception. Several skeletons drew bows and arrows from their backs, and with a hissing sound, the arrows rained down upon the adventurers. The sudden onslaught caught everyone off guard. Ah! A scream erupted among the adventurers. Several fell from their mounts, and just as the adventurers prepared to retaliate, the deluge of arrows inexplicably ceased. The crowd was astonished to find that all the arrows had struck the Snow Wolf Knights. Land was pierced in both shoulders, his head shot through. Hesla and as were also riddled with arrows. A strange howling erupted among the skeletons atop the altar, and 3 snow wolves let out mournful cries before leaping onto the towering altar. The 3 skeletons approached, placing one hand on the snow wolf's head while the other plunged into the wolf's skull. Lifting the entire cap off, the snow wolf let out 2 whimpers before collapsing onto the altar, as the 3 skeletons extracted its steaming brain matter, rejoicing as they made their way to the center of the immense barrier, where a whirlwind of darkness swept by, causing the 3 skeletons to vanish within the barrier. Just as the crowd marveled at the barrier's structure, old Locke shouted, "Land!" He charged up the altar wielding his gigantic battle axe. Afong drew the massive sword from his back, a flash of white lightning appearing and disappearing in an instant. An attack. The adventurers surged forward, brandishing their longswords, battle axes, bows, spears, and unleashing lightning and flames upon the horde of skeletons. Once again, the skeletons released a volley of arrows, striking several adventurers. A mage fell, and before the second wave of arrows could be loosed, a colossal earth dragon charged into the throng of skeletons, its knightly battle axe effortlessly scattering 2 skeletal archers. Aimi, Afong, Daqing Shan, Qianli Shui, and several swordsmen followed closely behind the earth dragon, while other berserkers also joined the fray. While both skeletons and zombies are soulless husks, the movements of the former are markedly swifter, rivaling even those of skilled swordsmen. Discarding their bows, the skeletons brandished their ivory-hued hammer war blades, the tips dancing in the flames as they sliced through the air with lightning-like speed. Aiming for the adventurers, Afong's long sword met no hesitation. It deftly deflected the approaching blade, following through to plunge into the skeleton's chest. To prevent any further mischief from the skeleton, the sword vibrated rapidly in a minuscule range, unleashing tremendous destructive force that reduced the entire skeleton to a cloud of dust. 8 streaks of azure sword energy erupted from the blade's tip, striking another skeleton, and as Afong stepped forward, he shattered the remains of the skeleton's corpse anew. Qianli Shui's long sword, while intercepting the war blade, suddenly erupted with silvery lightning, paralyzing the skeleton wielding the weapon. The long sword transformed into countless beams of light, directly striking the skeleton and bringing it crashing to the ground. Before Afong could launch his next attack, a berserker's battle axe came crashing down upon the skeleton, obliterating its ribcage into bone dust. Ice Blade Aimi cried out, summoning countless icy shards that swept through the battlefield, tearing apart the skeleton's cloak, while one shard impaled the nearest skeleton. Dakingshan charged with his heavy shield into this skeleton, and as it fell, his long sword left a cross-shaped mark upon its body. Clearly, the number of adventurers far exceeded that of the skeletons, and with the continuous casting of immobilization spells by the surrounding mages, the skeletons were swiftly annihilated. When the last skeleton was reduced to dust by old Locke, the battle concluded. However, trouble soon arose. The first volley of arrows struck 2 berserkers. During the earlier skirmish, Both had succumbed to their fury, causing their bodies to swell by 30%. The long arrows embedded in their flesh had snapped during the fray, and gaping wounds the size of bowls oozed blood profusely. The lust for battle was vividly apparent in the enraged warriors as they wielded their dual axes, relentlessly hacking at the remaining skeletal remains, stirring flames into the air. Even the berserkers could not quell their rage. "Drew," shouted one of the brothers, anxiously wringing his hands, "the battle is over, cease the fighting." All adventurers hoped to evade their swinging axes, but after a flurry of chaotic strikes, the two berserkers charged toward the black hexagonal barrier, vanishing into the void behind the swirling black tempest. The faces of all present grew grave. What lay beyond the barrier was an enigma to everyone. Impatiently, Drew and his other brother hastily exchanged greetings with Fong before plunging into the black hexagonal barrier. Disappearing just as swiftly, the remaining adventurers congregated, the aftermath of the battle undeniably grim. All three Snow Wolf Knights lay slain. The first-level mage Keck had succumbed to the rain of arrows, and one swordsman had lost his life in the fray, while two berserkers had gone berserk. Nor had played a significant role in the preceding conflict. Now, he busily tended to the wounded, to expedite healing for all. Nor invoked a large-scale life restoration spell, murmuring, "O benevolent goddess Dania, let your loving moonlight shine upon your faithful." Suddenly, soft silver moonlight cascaded from the heavens, cloaking all in a snowy glow. The minor injuries of the adventurers rapidly healed. How far still lies the road ahead? About half of the warriors had already fallen. Fong conferred with Old Locke and dispatched a swordsman from the Purple Heart Brigade to procure protective magic scrolls. Returning to the Treehouse Tavern to report progress to the Mercenary Guild. One by one, the others stepped into the hexagonal magical barrier. Chapter 24. The Dungeon of the Wilderness. The black barrier storm howled past, and as the light returned, the adventurers found themselves before a colossal magic array. At its center, a hexagon formed of fine white stones, flanked by 6 immense magical stone pillars etched with ancient inscriptions. Before them stretched a vast wilderness, utterly unimaginable as being within a cave. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, with wisps of mist swirling about, visibility low. Beyond 50 meters, little could be seen, save for small clusters of low shrubs. "A magical barrier," murmured the taciturn elven archmage in astonishment. Noting the confusion on the faces of his companions, he elaborated, "We are currently ensconced within a magical barrier. Thus unable to see the cave's walls, we can only behold what the barrier's creator wishes us to see. We must locate the barrier's exit." At that moment, distant sounds of battle and shouts drifted from the right. Fong and Old Locke directed their companions to split into 2 teams and flank the cries from both sides. With each few steps, they discovered enormous skeletal remains littering the ground, clearly recently vanquished, with entire ribcages and skulls utterly pulverized. This was undoubtedly the work of the berserkers. The group quickened their pace. After a low thicket, the scene of battle unfolded before them. One side consisted of 4 skeletal knights riding small earth drakes, each wielding long war blades, while the other side featured 4 berserkers, with Drew appearing the least injured, merely sporting a cut upon his face. The larger earth drake, towering over the smaller ones by more than a meter, bore numerous wounds from the nimble strikes of the smaller drake's powerful jaws and claws. One berserker had lost his left arm, the severed limb still clutching a massive battle axe, while another had suffered a gaping wound to his chest. Withstanding such grievous injuries, only the berserkers could continue fighting, and they would unleash even greater devastation. The 4 skeletal knights, too, had suffered significant damage. One small drake had its tail severed, the detached appendage writhing on the ground. The dwarf warrior raised his enormous axe, charging forward. The skeletal knights, upon realizing the presence of fresh foes, abandoned their combat, and the small drakes swiftly retreated. Just as the adventurers exhaled in relief, the tide of battle shifted again. Berserkers, now devoid of rationality, were driven by pure fury. One seized the writhing drake's tail and ravenously bit into it, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, while another berserker pursued the fleeing skeletal knights. Despite Drew's desperate shouts, he could not halt the berserkers' rampage. Suddenly, the 4 skeletal knights shouted in unison, "Hera!" and turned their drakes around, charging toward the isolated berserker. A massive saber intercepted the wildly swinging battle axe midair. while one drake collided with the berserker's chest, sending him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Without pause, two sharp sabers descended upon the berserker, and hot blood erupted like a geyser. The skeletal knights pivoted yet again. Hoping to draw another berserker, the downed berserker abruptly sprang to his feet, his massive form marred with gaping wounds, the most severe located in his abdomen from which his intestines protruded. He grasped the drake's tail, allowing himself to be dragged along the ground as blood stained the earth beneath him, his entrails severed in several places. With a furious throw, the berserker hurled his battle axe at the mounted knight, toppling him to the ground. The berserker abandoned the drake, leaping onto the skeletal knight, biting into the knight's throat while pinning his arms down, tearing with feral rage until the skeleton's arms disintegrated. The drake, noticing its master under assault, returned to attack the blood-soaked berserker, its massive jaws clamping down on the berserker's shoulder, while its claws raked deep, leaving bloody gashes down to the bone. Finally, the drake's claws came down heavily upon the berserker's neck, severing his massive head, which flew into the air. His jaws still clamped tightly around the skeletal knight's head. The horrific scene left all in shock, with the magical archers retching violently, while the skeletal knights stood aghast, save for the berserkers, who thrived amid the carnage. Fueled by the loss of their kin, the berserkers roared and charged at the skeletal knights. Die! Drew surged to the forefront, his 4-meter-long axe cleaving through the stunned knight, severing both the knight and the small earth drake's heads in a single stroke. Two berserkers immediately surged toward another skeletal knight, blood once more erupting into the air as the drake's head and forelimbs were lopped off, writhing in agony as it flung the skeletal knight aside. The skeletal knight tumbled to the ground, evading the descending axe while the gleaming longsword spun across the earth, immediately leaving gashes on one berserker's leg. The last two skeletal knights and their drakes launched a united charge. Hera! The berserker barely had time to react as one drake collided with him, the tremendous force sending his battle axe flying dozens of meters away. While the berserker delivered a heavy punch to the drake's eye. The berserker typically wears enormous gauntlets adorned with a series of iron spikes, and in an instant, the eyes of the earth dragon burst forth. With a mournful cry, akin to a knife's edge, its razor-sharp front limbs cleave through the berserker's chest. The berserker's wrists and arms emit a series of cracking sounds as white bone shards pierce through the bulging muscles. Emerging violently, the tremendous force is abruptly halted, causing the skeletal knight atop the earth dragon to be propelled into the air by inertia, crashing heavily to the ground. The knight's sword clatters upon impact, his body crushed under the thrashing earth dragon. The first to react, a magical archer, swiftly nocks 3 arrows and aims them at the final skeletal knight, who tumbles from the earth dragon's back. In that moment, Drew's long battle axe descends, reducing the earth dragon to a bloody pulp. A primal scream erupts from the wounded berserker's lips. Thud, thud. Both berserkers collapse to the ground. Drew, the younger brother, leaps from the earth dragon, collapsing onto the fallen warrior in silent anguish. Even those who have witnessed countless tragedies in war are rendered speechless by the scene before them, having descended only 4 levels into the dungeon. The 5 mightiest berserkers, all brothers, have suffered near total annihilation. Even the old dwarf, who has long held a grudge against the berserkers, bows his head in sorrow. Is a double S-grade mission truly this formidable? How much farther must they go? Ifong approaches and gently places a hand on Drew's shoulder. Drew, I am deeply sorry that we could not protect your brothers. Perhaps it would be best for you to return and wait for us at the cave entrance. At most, you need only wait 2 more days. If we succeed, we shall certainly share a portion with you. If we are not back by then, you should return to the Mercenary Guild to report our mission's failure. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Drew seizes a handful of spontaneous combustion powder from his pack and sprinkles it over the berserker's corpse, flames erupting skyward. Rest in peace, sacred soul, Drew murmurs. The group continues their search, soon discovering several isolated skeletal warriors, swiftly dispatching them in the wilderness. They encounter yet another colossal magical portal, with azure magical energy shimmering between the dark pillars. The elven archmage confirms the portal's normalcy, and the group embarks on a new journey. Chapter 25. The Wind Cave of the Dungeon Dragons with elevated magical abilities can summon lower-tier elemental spirits. For instance, green dragons can call forth ice spirits, while red dragons can evoke fire spirits. The relationship between dragons and their spirits transcends mere guardianship of lairs, embodying a profound symbiosis. The lifespan of spirits is virtually limitless. Even the shortest-lived humanoid spirits, such as forest spirits, exceed 3,000 years, while non-humanoid magical spirits can exist for nearly as long as the world itself. Within various attributes, it is easy to find spirits that predate creation itself. Long-term interaction with highly magical dragons can enhance the abilities of these spirits. Some spirits have coexisted with divine dragons for millennia, resulting in the transformation of low-tier spirits into mid-tier ones. A chilling howl greets the adventurers, accompanied by howling winds of unimaginable ferocity. Drew, who has just teleported, is unceremoniously swept from the earth dragon's back by the gale. Daqing Shan huddles behind his left-hand shield. Struggling to advance, the dwarf's coarse beard flutters wildly in the tempest. Members of the Purple Heart mercenary group, clad in white, resemble billowing flags in the storm. Before them yawns a dark abyss, the ferocious winds seemingly unrelenting. The cave's interior is barren, devoid of even a single stone. Aimi attempts to conjure a wizard's flame, but the violent winds thwart his efforts, rendering him unable to utter a spell. Suddenly, with a thunderous pop, Blue Wizard's fire erupts forth. As a grand mage, the elf can cast first-tier magic without incantations, and the dim flame flickers precariously amidst the storm. Drew struggles to mount his steed, while Afong gestures for the group to form two lines. Utilizing the backs of their comrades to shield against the wind as they advance slowly, a flash of blue light reveals two azure elemental spirits, gracefully suspended in the tempest like eagles soaring high above. Motionless, the upper halves of the elemental spirits resemble humans, while their lower halves spiral in a whirlwind, radiating a stunning violet glow. The spirits emit sharp whistles, and at intervals of 20 meters, two blue wind spirits materialize on either side of the cave, illuminating the interior with a blinding light. The cave stretches at least 500 meters, making the number of spirits within incalculable. Level 1 Mage Jace, Elven Archmage Les Link, Afong, and Amy's expressions shift dramatically. No wonder the winds within the cave are so tempestuous. According to Rege, the higher the level of the spirit, the more potent the elemental phenomena it can summon. Ice spirits create snow, while wind spirits conjure gales. The presence of such numerous wind spirits, all casting spells simultaneously, could unleash a tempest capable of shredding the entire adventurer party to smithereens. The winds intensify, growing ever more ferocious. It is evident that the elemental spirits have taken offense to the intruders. The foremost spirit conjures a gleaming wind blade measuring a meter in length, launching itself toward the leading dwarf with a dance-like grace in the wind's accompaniment. Despite their shorter stature and lower center of gravity, the dwarf's movements become sluggish in the gale. With great effort, the dwarf turns his head, only to have the icy blade slice through his wind-tossed beard, severing half a foot of hair, which is instantly whisked away into the abyss. Daqing Shan charges forward, using his steel shield to intercept another wind blade aimed at Locke. Shadows of death loom over everyone's faces. In such a tempest, none can contend with the wind spirits, not even dragons, who would be torn apart by the fury of this storm, unless they are wind dragons capable of wielding the tempest with the same freedom as the wind spirits. Now, retreat is impossible. The entrance they just came through has vanished. Advance leads only to death, as the two wind spirits before them alone could easily dispatch the adventurers, let alone the long line of wind spirits that follows. To halt is also to meet death, for the adventurers cannot open their mouths to communicate amidst the storm, leaving them no chance to plead for their lives. Is this truly the end of their quest? Are there no dragons here, only wind spirits? Will these four mercenary teams meet their demise in this place? Suddenly, the howling winds begin to wane, as if something is resolutely obstructing their path. The adventurers, locked in a desperate struggle against the wind elements, notice this change, yet none have the time to glance back. The two wind spirits, animated by the tempest, wield their wind blades with deadly precision, leaving one swordsman with a gaping wound across his face, while Amy feels the sting of a blade across his shoulder, blood instantly staining his attire. The winds diminish further, nearly vanishing altogether. The wind spirits' aerial agility slows, their movements growing increasingly lethargic as their combat prowess diminishes to that of a mere kitten. Although more wind spirits emerge from the distance, clumsily joining the fray. Most are struck down in the initial clash, retreating hastily back to the confines of their elemental barrier. At this moment, the adventurers grasp the secret behind the cessation of the winds. The vast cavern suddenly becomes overrun with vegetation. Towering, columnar plants stretch upward, while climbing vines coat the walls. All the plants share identical leaves and hues, rapidly growing. The initial leaves, blown away by the wind, are swiftly replaced by new foliage and branches. As an increasing number of plants weave a net, the winds naturally cease. The gales are smothered by the flora. The last few wind spirits that approach exchange glances, vanishing into the cave without engaging in battle. Even the spirits of nature must bow to overwhelming strength. Old Locke, without turning back, squats on the ground, cradling his great axe as silent tears stream down his face. It is said that dwarves do not weep, as they lack tear ducts. Clearly, this rumor has been shattered. Apart from Old Locke, everyone turns to look back. In the center of the cave stands a solitary plant, the elven archmage Leslink, whose legs have transformed into deep roots embedded in the cavern walls. His body a brown trunk, the once kind face, perpetually adorned with a smile, now appears carved into the bark, and his flowing gray-brown hair cascades like a net against the cave ceiling. His arms stretch out as if to grasp something, solidified into vines that cling to the cave's interior, from which roots extend downward into the earth. Why? The tears of the old dwarf surged forth. Do you remember 700 years ago, when we first crossed paths? You declared that all your endeavors were driven by the hope of ascending to become a high-ranking elf, capable of entering the realm of enchanted fae as a forest spirit. After all these years, you remain merely a B-rank mercenary. Yet, who can fathom the countless missions you relinquished, seemingly within reach? Who understands that your magical prowess has long surpassed that of a grand sorcerer, elevating you to the status of a magic mentor? You have always aspired to be a person of subtlety, so why, this time, do you not conceal your true self? Why do you choose to wield your life as the medium to cast the ultimate forest spirit spell, Oasis of Life? Life is magnificent, yet to sacrifice one's own for the sake of comrades is undeniably more sublime. Especially for elves, to forsake thousands of years of existence and embrace death with such bravery embodies a courage beyond imagination. Otherwise, perhaps you are the only mercenary in our company with a chance of survival. Elves would not attack unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances. Despite the absence of wind, the leaves rustled with exuberance, as if Racelink was responding to the old companion's inquiry. Suddenly, a single red blossom erupted on the nearest tree trunk. Just one. The trunk gently swayed above the old dwarf's head, and the flower trembled before cascading down onto his shoulder. The dwarf's tears flowed even more swiftly down a phone. Shue, de Qingshan, Aimi. All eyes brimmed with large, glistening tears. A phone stepped forward, slowly grasping the hand of Old Locke, forcefully guiding him towards the far end of the cave. Old companion. The old dwarf turned back repeatedly to gaze at Racelink's form, his anguished voice echoing through the cavern. Dense branches and leaves parted to create a path for the adventurers, all pointing in unison towards the same direction. As the last cluster of leaves was pushed aside, a colossal magic circle re-emerged. There was no doubt that old Racelink had, for the final time, discerned a safe magic circle for his companions. After the adventurers departed, the Double S mission became the most widely sung ballad among bards, with B-rank mercenary Racelink shining brilliantly in the legendary song, even eclipsing the already renowned Afong of the White Robes. For countless years thereafter, numerous mercenaries visited this cave to pay homage to a lush, towering tree. It is said that the talismans crafted from its leaves are the finest for mercenaries, for they are made from the flesh and blood of an elven magic mentor. Chapter 26. The sixth layer of the dungeon, lava. Even during the teleportation, each individual felt the hot winds swirling around them. The immediate reaction of everyone upon arriving at their destination was to shield their eyes from the blinding redness. Before them lay a vast cavern of lava, the molten rock flowing like a river, its origins and destination unseen. Scattered patches of land floated upon the lava, undulating with its currents. The ground was searing hot, and stepping upon it elicited an instinctive urge to leap away. The dimensions of the cavern were impossible to gauge accurately. The adventurers carefully treaded upon the sporadic patches of land, while Qinli Shue and Aimi cast levitation spells upon each member of the party, hoping to traverse the lava swiftly in the distance. A faint animal call echoed. A Feng strained to listen, hushed at it sounds remarkably like a dragon. Have we reached the depths? Sweat immediately began to bead on everyone's brows. The land amidst the lava expanded, revealing a naturally formed lava bridge ahead, the molten rock flowing gently beneath it. The arched bridge soared high, nearly 4 meters in height. As they stepped onto the bridge, the adventurers were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Collectively gasping in horror, a horde of massive earth dragons, each measuring nearly 5 meters in height, towering over even the druids riding them. From their gaping maws, torrents of red flames erupted. The scales of these earth dragons were a deep, dark hue, unmistakably of the shadow variety. Form a line, a Feng shouted, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qinli Shui and the other surviving members of the Purple Heart Sword mercenaries at the bridge's edge. Their gleaming swords pointed toward the dragon horde. The earth dragons, having detected their presence, charged forth, flames spewing from their mouths. The bridge was narrow, allowing no more than 2 dragons to advance side by side, causing a chaotic pile-up, ice storm. Aimi twirled her ice blade. Despite the arid conditions of the lava cavern, the magic bestowed by the high-tier ice elf unleashed tremendous power. The air around Aimi plummeted in temperature, forming large shards of ice that spiraled around the feet of several earth dragons at the bridge's edge, slowing their agile movements. A Feng's 8 waves of azure sword energy manifested as towering blades, slashing down toward the heads of the earth dragons. Qinli Shui's sword whistled as it summoned thunder from the skies, the cavern reverberating with a deafening roar as lightning struck the earth dragons before them. The remaining 2 swordsmen unleashed their blades, relentlessly hacking at the dragons' heads. The hardness of the dragon skulls was unfathomable. Thunderous impacts from the swords left only white marks, while a Feng's sword energy sliced deep wounds into their hides. With a roar, flames erupted once more from the jaws of the earth dragons, igniting a Feng's once white garb in a blaze of black. Aimi swiftly placed the ice blade upon a Feng, the chilling air quickly extinguishing the flames. The old dwarf rolled from beneath a Feng and his companions, landing before the earth dragons. Crouching low, his massive battle axe gleamed as it swung. One earth dragon let out a mournful cry as a leg was severed entirely, tumbling to the ground and rolling off the bridge into the fiery lava below. Its anguished wails immediately silenced amid the molten rock, a stench of burnt flesh wafting through the air. Whoosh, 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 3 arrows, enchanted with flames, shot forth like lightning, piercing the eyes of the dragons behind. Instantly, fiery explosions erupted upon their faces. The sharp claws of the earth dragons shielded their eyes as they howled in distress. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The lava surged violently, and dust and debris cascaded down from the cavern walls. The earth dragons, evidently aware of the impending danger, turned their heads nervously toward the depths of the cave. A more colossal sound resonated, and the earth dragons rushed into the cavern's depths like liquid mercury. What is happening? Confusion spread across the faces of the adventurers. What force possesses such immense summoning power? Perhaps the moment of revelation is at hand. Before the adventurers loomed yet another immense, dark cavern entrance. Chapter 27. The 7th layer of the dungeon. Whispering wind. The cave entrance trembled with a booming resonance. In the vast expanse of the cavern, or more accurately, within a colossal subterranean palace, 6 enormous magical stone pillars towered, each reaching a height of 50 meters. Unlike ordinary magical stone pillars inscribed with runes, these 6 were crafted from massive, translucent magical crystals. Even from 100 meters away, one could feel the intense magical vibrations emanating from the crystals. In the natural world, small fragments of magical crystals are produced to assist sorcerers in their spells. Yet large, uniform magical crystals require the combined might of numerous high-ranking sorcerers of grand wizardry to coalesce. The largest known magical crystal is housed within the capital's magic academy of the mightiest empire, Aimi Empire. This column-shaped crystal, standing 3 meters tall and 2 meters in diameter, is affectionately named the Blue Shield, said to protect the royal city of the Aimi Empire. The 6 magical crystals before them clearly defied all comprehension. How many sorcerers and how much magical power would be necessary to forge such a crystal? Let alone 6 of them. Between the magical crystals, a layer of neutral blue magical membrane formed, creating a hexagonal pattern that rippled like water. As the membrane undulated, Immense magical energy surged within the cavern. Nestled within this magical membrane lay a dragon. Though everyone anticipated the sight of a colossal dragon, the reality left them utterly astonished. What manner of dragon is this? It possessed two heads. One was jet black, while the other shone a brilliant blue. Both heads shared a single dragon body, which stretched over 40 meters in length. Before it knelt three white skeletal figures, appearing as diminutive ants, a two-headed dragon. Such creatures are exceedingly rare in the realm of dragons. Legends tell that those born with two heads are swiftly dispatched, as they are believed to be harbingers of misfortune. Historically, only one adult two-headed dragon has been recorded. A magnificent blue dragon. Whispering Wind? The malevolent dragon, Whispering Wind. Old Locke murmured as if trapped in a nightmare, his typically fearless demeanor now laced with palpable fear, his voice trembling slightly. Whispering Wind? Everyone retreat. Flee, a Feng shouted. What sort of dragon could instill such terror in the hearts of renowned warriors like Old Locke and a Feng? Has Whispering Wind truly returned? Whispering Wind. Is this truly Whispering Wind? Panic ensued among the group. Could this indeed be the fabled dragon of legend? Though still 100 meters distant, De Qingshan raised his shield high. Aimi, retreat at once. I shall follow shortly. Several ordinary mercenaries from the Purple Heart Sword rushed toward the entrance in a frenzy. Whispering Wind? A name akin to a demon in the annals of dragon lore and the chronicles of mankind. This name undoubtedly symbolizes disgrace, malevolence, and the epitome of evil, while simultaneously serving as a synonym for unavoidable conflict. The earliest legends surrounding the dragon known as Enfeng date back over 1,500 years. According to these tales, in a distant epoch, there existed a vast empire, the Penglu Empire, whose territories spanned 3 major continents, encompassing an area more than 5 times that of the present-day Aimi Empire. The immense size of this realm was primarily attributed to its sovereign, a descendant of the divine. Thus, every emperor and king within the empire was an indomitable warrior, possessing extraordinary strength. With their divine lineage, each monarch and prince was capable of becoming a dragon knight, leading their invincible warriors to conquer one nation after another across the continents. However, at the zenith of this empire's power, it was nearly obliterated overnight. As chronicled in legend, 1400 years ago, the Penglu Empire laid siege to the capital of what is now the Aimi Empire, a bastion that was the last stronghold of the Linfei Principality. The commander of the Penglu Empire's forces was none other than Prince Yule, the first warrior of the empire and its designated heir, who was 38 years old at the time, in the prime of life. It is said that following the conquest of the Linfei Principality, the aged Penglu VII, at 65, abdicated in favor of his beloved prince. The campaign progressed smoothly, although the ruler of the Linfei Principality was formidable. The disparity in national strength was stark, with Linfei's total military might only amounting to 70,000, while the Penglu Empire boasted a cavalry force of 70,000 alone. After 3 months of grueling conflict, the Linfei Principality found itself with only 30,000 beleaguered soldiers confined within its capital, and defeat seemed inevitable. The war had devolved into a solemn duty for the princely house to honor their ancestors. Following a month of fierce resistance, the remnants of the Linfei army dwindled to fewer than 20,000, as all provisions were utterly consumed, with the price of grain soaring and the mortality rate from starvation far exceeding that of battle. The king, unwilling to see his 200,000 subjects sacrificed in vain, conducted ancestral rites within the palace and prepared to surrender. At this critical juncture, a dark sorcerer approached the king, claiming he possessed the power to vanquish the empire and save the populace from their plight. That night, the sorcerer and the king conferred in the palace's secret chamber, finalizing a detailed plan. The following day, the king dispatched envoys to the imperial camp, proposing a duel between the two rulers. The principality would construct a platform 20 meters high and 200 meters square, positioned 200 meters outside the city walls. Once completed, the king of the principality and the imperial prince would engage in a one-on-one battle. The prince, known for his compassion, readily acquiesced, primarily due to his superior strength as a dragon knight, while the king, lacking divine blood, was merely a beast knight of the earth dragon, far from a formidable contender. Additionally, the king was provided with the bare minimum of sustenance. 10 days later, a colossal battle platform was erected. At dawn, the prince, accompanied by his 6 elite dragon knight attendants, arrived on the back of a mighty dragon. Upon reaching the platform, only the king of the principality awaited him. However, the platform was not a flat expanse. At its center lay a massive gray cloth, bulging ominously, as the prince observed the imperial prince's arrival atop a grand dragon. The king of the principality abruptly unveiled the enormous gray cloth, blinding all with the sudden sight of a mountain of gold and jewels gleaming in the sunlight. The prince and his dragon knight retinue surmised that the king intended to barter these treasures for the preservation of his own life, or perhaps to secure his position after defeat. Contemplating how to tactfully reject any territorial demands the king might propose, the king finally spoke. A series of sharp whistles erupted from his lips, startling the prince and his dragon knights. As the closest allies of the great dragons, they recognized that the king was speaking the language of dragons. While sacred dragons are fluent in the tongues of men, humans have never mastered the dragon language. Not even the dragon knights, who can merely discern some of its simpler meanings. What was he saying? Amidst the shock of the prince and the dragon knights, they felt their dragon companions shudder in response. In the aftermath, the king revealed the content of his communication with the dragons, a lesson imparted by the dark sorcerer, to tempt the betrayal of the dragons with the treasures on the platform. Representing nearly the entirety of the principality's wealth, the sorcerer posited that dragons are creatures with an insatiable love for gold and jewels, a preference unchanged despite generations of domestication by various kingdoms. He anticipated that on the day of the duel, the prince would surely bring his dragon knight entourage, resulting in 6 dragons present, and among them, one would inevitably betray him. That dragon was none other than the prince's steed. Infeng, renowned as the dragon among dragons and uniquely named by humans, a rare 2-headed wind dragon. The sorcerer elucidated that a dragon should possess only one elemental affinity. Fire is fire, water is water, and wind is wind. A single dragon head determines its ultimate attribute. Each 2-headed dragon embodies 2 distinct attributes, often leading to abandonment or death at the hands of their mother. Infeng was no exception. Despite both parents being wind dragons upon birth, the dragon possessed dual attributes, wind and darkness, at that time. The dark head was not overtly discernible, closely resembling the blue hue, thus Infeng, abandoned by its parents, was tenderly raised by the royal family, who nurtured it as a wind dragon. Perhaps it was then that the seeds of malevolence were sown within Infeng's psyche. The dark head remained oppressed, yearning to rebel but perpetually denied the opportunity. It was not until 2 centuries later, when Infeng was chosen as a steed by the royal family's eldest son at the tender age of 17, that it received the name Infeng, a designation for this unique creature devoid of parental lineage. Following the sorcerer's guidance, as the king attempted to persuade Infeng, his words and expressions seemed to simultaneously appeal to all 6 dragons. He was willing to offer the treasures of the battle platform and the entirety of the principality's tax revenues for the next 5 years in exchange for the life of the imperial prince. All dragons were left in astonishment, not merely at the allure of gold and jewels, but at the audacious and fanciful conduct of the principality's king. Dragons are a noble race, despite their fondness for treasures. Even dark dragons seldom resort to slaughtering entire villages for wealth, as the dragons roared, ready to unleash their fiery breath upon this audacious king. A cataclysmic turn of events transpired. Infeng unleashed a deafening roar that shattered the dawn sky, resonating with thunderous echoes. Following this, Infeng soared skyward, its colossal form resembling a small mountain as it traversed the heavens. Upon realizing the dire situation, the Dragon Knight Guards, still oblivious to the unfolding events, hastily took to the skies in pursuit of the prince and Infeng, who had vanished into the firmament, with only 4 wind dragons within the entire empire, and none among the prince's 5 dragon knights being of the wind element. They were utterly unable to catch up with Infeng. Suddenly, Infeng returned to the battlefield, executing an aerial maneuver that only a wind dragon could achieve, its back grazing the platform as it swept across, tearing the prince apart with a sheer force that drenched the platform in blood. All dragon knights were left aghast by the horrific scene before them, hastily departing with the prince's remains, save for one knight who returned to deliver the grim news of the prince's demise, while the other 5 knights escorted the prince's body back to the imperial capital. Upon receiving this dreadful tidings, the emperor, in shock, issued 2 commands that would baffle future generations. 1. A bounty was placed on Infeng across the 3 continents of the empire. Those who slayed Infeng would be granted the title of Duke. 2. the extermination of all dragon steeds belonging to the dragon knights within the Imperial Dragon Reserve and military. It is unimaginable how many high-ranking officials opposed the second decree. Among the three chief marshals of the empire, Duke Lindon, a dragon knight, took his own life in the court with a dragon knight's ceremonial sword, while the other two, also dragon knights, relinquished their titles and departed the capital when their pleas fell on deaf ears. Nevertheless, the ironclad orders were ruthlessly executed. Overnight, 46 noble dragons were slain. During this massacre, the existing dragon knights fought valiantly to protect their kin, suffering tremendous casualties. Over 1,200 beast knights perished in this harrowing campaign. This shocking news spread rapidly, inciting wrath among dragons of all elements, who united in fervent retribution against the Ponglu Empire. Within a mere century, at least 200 dragons launched large-scale assaults against imperial forces, with later accounts confirming that at least 2 sacred dragons participated in what would be known as the First Dragon-Human War. 6 months later, the number of beast knights capable of aerial combat against dragons dwindled to fewer than 100. While over 10 dragons fell in the ensuing conflicts, in the end, approximately 100 colossal dragons launched a surprise assault on the imperial capital under the Shroud of Twilight. At least half of the 800,000 citizens perished in that fateful night of dragon attacks. The royal palace was subjected to the cleansing breath of the dragons countless times, and the inferno raged for a staggering 20 days before it was finally extinguished. It is said that the emperor of the empire was engulfed simultaneously by the flames of 10 dragons, instantaneously reduced to ashes. Thus, the largest empire in history, spanning 3 continents, crumbled swiftly into ruin. The architect of this tragedy was none other than Infeng. Over the subsequent 1,500 years, Infeng gradually matured into a formidable force. Although abandoned by the entirety of the dragon race, it wreaked even greater havoc upon the world. Resorting to bloodshed in pursuit of jewels and slaughtering the capitals of small nations, a nightmare, Infeng became the persistent terror haunting nations far and wide. Chapter 28. Evolution. The classification of dragons. All dragons can be divided into 2 major systems. Firstly, the 5 types: red dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, black dragons, and golden dragons, were all birthed from the cells of the blood of the current dragon god, Polit. Initially, each type of dragon began with only 2 individuals, and then underwent generations of propagation. At that time, these colossal dragons could ascend to the status of sacred dragons, while ordinary dragons were formed from the cells of Polit scales, with at least 20 surviving at once. Aside from the early dragon lineage being cellularly propagated, later dragons were all oviparous. The black dragon is the ancestral dragon species of the previous generation's dragon god, possessing a long and storied history, continuously existing in the world. The red dragon belongs to the fire element, the blue dragon to the water element, the green dragon to the wind element, the black dragon to the dark element. While the golden dragon is the current dragon god's primary species, primarily earthy in nature but exhibiting remarkable prowess in other domains as well, as the crowd marveled. They realized that the entrance behind them had inexplicably vanished. The massive rock face appeared as if it had never harbored any opening at all. Suddenly, the surrounding magical energy began to undulate, and in terror, everyone turned to the center of the cavern, where the blue dragon stirred, retracting its wings from their previous position. It had awakened. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, the tips revealed a blue magical membrane, and it was then that the observers discerned that its wings were not purely blue but rather leaned closer to teal. A tremendous exhalation echoed through the cavern, reminiscent of thunder rumbling in the distance. The vast hollow shook with the reverberation of its breath, and fragments of stone continually tumbled down from the walls. Like 4 shooting stars streaking across the night sky, Infeng simultaneously opened its 4 eyes. Despicable and lowly human hybrids, which of you dares to disturb my sweet slumber? Despite the distance of over 100 meters, every adventurer distinctly felt the overwhelming fury radiating from Infeng, the air thick with the scent of impending slaughter. "How can you speak?" exclaimed Dakingshan, astonished, as a whisper escaped his lips. "Filthy wretches." Infeng's keen ears caught the words. "Do only those damned sacred dragons possess the ability to speak the tongue of humans? Come forth, let me see what kind of insignificant creature dares to breach my 5 barriers. It has been ages since I last stretched my limbs in the presence of you pitiful human insects." A torrent of dragon fire erupted from Infeng's maw, instantly transforming the colossal magical stone pillar into a glowing red mass, while a mound of gold ore, resembling a small hill before it, melted into liquid gold. The first to regain composure was Dulu, whose barbarian blood surged forth in a deathless rage, igniting a sense of shame for his earlier cowardice. The barbarian raised his 4-meter-long war axe high, urging his earth dragon forward, charging directly at Infong. As the earth dragon took a few steps, it abruptly halted, its enormous inertia nearly dislodging Dulu from its back. The earth dragon quivered, fear evident in its eyes. "Blast it, you coward!" In a fit of anger, Dulu struck the earth dragon's head with a fierce punch, causing it to tremble even more violently. The silver axe carved a small arc through the air, slicing through the earth dragon's rear, and blood gushed forth. The earth dragon roared in agony, its massive head bowing low as it thundered toward Infong. Regaining their senses, the other adventurers swiftly formed a battle group, encircling the mages and clerics. Although many still trembled, their resolve did not hinder the group's effectiveness. "Come back, Dulu, we must go together," Afong called out loudly, but her words fell on deaf ears. The adventurers advanced toward Infong in a standard formation. "Ha! The wretched little insects!" Infong appeared unperturbed. Closer and closer they drew. Dulu was now a mere 50 meters from Infong. The dragon's azure and teal head opened wide, unleashing a violent gale from its maw. The fierce winds lashed out like blades, tearing at Dulu's clothing until, with a series of ripping sounds, the scant armor he wore was completely shredded. Clearly, even the powerful earth dragon could not withstand the might of the dragon's breath. Initially, the earth dragon kept its head down and struggled forward, but after only a few steps, it was toppled by the howling winds. Dulu found one of his legs pinned beneath the colossal form of the earth dragon. Infong relished the sight, halting its breath. As the wind calmed, the adventurer group hastened to Dulu's side. Afong and Dakingshan strained to lift the earth dragon, only to discover it had been frightened to death. Putrid bile oozing from its mouth. In comparison to the dragon, the earth dragon was inherently vulnerable. Dulu was pulled free by the adventurers. At this point, they were just 40 meters from Infong. Only at such a close distance could they truly appreciate the awe-inspiring visage of the infamous dragon, the embodiment of terror. Towering at 15 meters high and stretching 40 meters long, easily more than twice the size of an ordinary dragon. Its 4 pupils glinted with fury, and its grayish-blue body was adorned with scales of various sizes, each one palm-sized, marred by numerous scars, evidence of battles fought. One could only wonder what valiant warriors had left such deep marks upon it. However, the ultimate victor in those encounters had invariably been Infong. Throughout the past millennium, no record existed of anyone returning alive after facing Infong, not even the dragon knights who bore dragons of their own. Infong extended its long claws, accepting the brain matter of a snow wolf from the grasp of a kneeling skeleton. Swallowing it whole, before indulging in a feast of human flesh, it is wise to have a light snack first. "Let us enjoy ourselves, you damned little insects." Without uttering any incantation, the air before Infong suddenly rippled, and 4 yellow wind phantoms emerged. Almost simultaneously, the phantoms vanished as if they had dissolved into the very AI art. "Be careful. The dragon has cloaked itself," Nua shouted, hastily chanting a spell. "O spirits of light, bless your warriors." Golden magic cascaded from the heavens, enveloping each adventurer, and suddenly, 4 yellow dragons appeared, soaring low like arrows. "O spirits of the blade, manifest your essence as weapons of assault." Qianlixiu initiated her attack, her white sword transforming into countless sword shadows that surged toward the low-flying dragons. The foremost wind dragon was immediately struck by the sword shadows, which collided forcefully against its form, sending it crashing to the ground. Silver sword energy erupted once more from Ifeng's blade, 8 arcs of energy shooting directly toward the 2 remaining wind dragons. The wind dragon that had just been struck by Qianlixiu was unable to evade and was swiftly cleaved through the head. Vanishing into thin air, the wind dragon reverted back to its original form upon defeat. The last remaining wind dragon let out a mournful cry, its movement slowing. The magic archers simultaneously released 3 enchanted arrows, ablaze with yellow flames, slicing through the air. Earth magic arrows proved to be particularly effective against wind dragons. Indeed, one struck the neck and body of a wind dragon, quickly hardening its yellow form before collapsing like a mound of earth. Disappearing into the ether, Dulu, nearly bare, brandished his 4-meter-long axe, charging forward like a madman, silver lightning arcing through the air as he severed one of the wind dragon's legs, causing it to vanish. The final wind dragon was felled by a coordinated strike from several swordsmen. In the first round, the adventurers emerged victorious against all odds. How intriguing, Yinfeng mused, as if it had stumbled upon a treasure, narrowing its eyes. Be cautious. It has 2 heads and can cast spells simultaneously at a rapid pace. Afeng, a former first-level mage, swiftly discerned Yinfeng's formidable powers. Ice and snow stormed. To hinder Yinfeng's impending assault, Aimi summoned ice magic from 30 meters away. Snowflakes cascaded from the cavern's ceiling, growing larger as they fell. Ice shards and blades hurtling toward Yinfeng like a mountain. Such rudimentary magic posed no threat to the dragon, and Yinfeng paid it no mind, directly commencing a larger spell. Of course, exceptions existed for high-level ice magic wielded by elemental spirits. Ice shards breached Yinfeng's defenses, slicing through its form with a sharp hiss as crimson blood quickly seeped from its wounds. Perhaps it had been too long since anyone had inflicted wounds upon the wind singer. For its white scara was instantly veined with crimson threads. A prolonged, anguished wail echoed through the cavernous expanse, reverberating ominously as stones of various sizes fell from the ceiling. In its torment, the wind singer relinquished the magic it had only just begun to prepare. The magical sprites surged like tumultuous waves, a cerulean hexagonal magic circle materializing before all present, from which a colossal black dragon arose from the depths, soon followed by a second. Could the dark dragon, known as Bluda, the ultimate weapon of battlefield destruction, truly summon 2 of its kind simultaneously? As all gazed in astonishment at the dual emergence of Bluda, black magical flames erupted forth. Bluda's assault targeted solely those who had established a direct conflict, and only Aimi had forged such a connection with the wind singer moments before. The black flames shot forth from Aimi, instantly staining her white garments with crimson, and she fell heavily to the ground. Losing consciousness, Aimi Daptachingshan cried out as he rushed to her side, "O benevolent goddess Dania, let your loving moonlight cascade upon your faithful." Nu murmured softly, as pure white moonlight bathed Aimi, her wounds rapidly beginning to heal. Emitting faint groans of pained unwhy blood, "My spirit, I summon your presence in my name, trading my life for your formidable attack." Afeng raised the great sword with both hands, a solemn voice resonating. He spat forth a mouthful of blood, transforming the silver blade into a deep crimson hue. "Brother Feng, no!" Qianli Shui shouted in a desperate attempt to halt Afeng, but the blood-red sword quivered as 8 streaks of blue sword energy burst forth from it, accompanied by 2 trails of blood-red energy. The blue energy collided against the windsinger's protective barrier, scattering in all directions, while the blood-red energy pierced through the shield, leaving 2-foot-long gashes on the windsinger's left wing. Blood gushing forth. "Why blood? My spirit, I summon your presence in my name, trading my life for your formidable attack." Qianli Shui also raised the great sword, a solemn voice resonating. She too spat forth a mouthful of blood, and her silver sword immediately turned blood-red. 4 streaks of blue energy and 1 red streak simultaneously shot towards the wind singer, inflicting another wound upon it. "Lowly humans, perish!" A massive wall of fire surged upward, flames roaring towards the adventurers as a yellow wind dragon appeared once more, roaring in the air while brandishing its enormous claws, alongside several high-level wind sprites that were summoned. Almost simultaneously, every adventurer began to endure a barrage of magical and physical attacks. The last 2 swordsmen fell. After Afeng forcefully struck down a wind sprite, he was struck by the dragon's colossal tail, flung into the sea of flames. "Brother Feng!" Qianli Shui attempted to shake off the approaching wind sprite, feigning a strike before leaping to catch Afeng, both plummeting into the firewall. As Qianli Shui sought to rise from the flames, the wind sprite manipulated the firewall, enveloping the 2 like a mountain. "Brother Feng!" Qianli Shui forcefully hurled Afeng away, her bloodied sword emitting several sword auras that struck the wind sprite, sending it crashing to the ground. Qianli Shui pounced upon the sprite, tightly embracing it as they tumbled through the inferno. "O benevolent goddess Dania, let your loving moonlight cascade upon your faithful." Nua attempted to cast a large-scale healing spell, but 5 black-red core molten eggs materialized before him, their explosive eruptions obliterating Nuaw and the nearby magical swordsman into ashes. Old Locke and Drew simultaneously hurled their axes at the Wind Singer. The massive battle axe spun through the air. Emitting a blue glow from the Wind Singer, Drew's axe was instantly deflected, while Old Locke's axe radiated a red light, breaking through the blue physical shield and carving a deeper wound beneath the dragon's azure head. The Wind Singer let out another pained wail, spewing forth a torrent of red dragon breath, causing Drew, closest to it, to vanish in an instant. Old Locke reached for the massive axe, its red light reappearing as it ricocheted from beneath the Wind Singer's feet. Returning to his grasp, Deqingshan moved Amy to a corner, covering her with a steel shield before engaging in combat with the advancing wind sprites. The blue magic circle reappeared, a gigantic Bluta rising from the ground. 3 segments of magical flames erupting from Old Locke and Deqingshan. Both men crashed to the ground. Old Locke's head struck heavily against the battle axe, rendering him unconscious. The battle seemed to reach its conclusion, as not a single adventurer remained standing. Undoubtedly, the Wind Singer had once again displayed its unparalleled might. Blood gushed from Deqingshan's mouth as he struggled toward Amy. Amy, I never imagined that our first venture would. In the next life, I truly hope to be your brother once more. Amy awakened from her stupor, her vision clouded in red liquid. She beheld a scarlet world. Have we been defeated? She attempted to grasp her surroundings once more, but lowly humans perish. The Wind Singer's voice echoed through the cavern as the last few sprites, wielding gleaming ice blades, closed in. Deqingshan, with great effort, clasped Amy's hand. El my dear companion, farewell. The verdant glow dissipated, revealing a green second-tier dragon reclined on the ground. It appeared to be gnawing on a large, brown lizard stick, with the tail of the lizard still dangling from the corner of its mouth. Droplets of saliva rhythmically falling onto the several lizard sticks it clutched in its claws, and then dripping onto its emerald belly. Clearly, prior to being summoned by the sacred oath, the dragon, known as Lure, seemed to be languidly savoring the delicacy of the lizard stick as if nestled in someone's warm bedding. Upon being abruptly summoned to the battlefield, Lure immediately recognized the grievous state of the towering figure of Deqingshan and Amy. Crawling to Deqingshan's side, her gaze filled with concern. Who could have inflicted such grave injuries upon the companion of the divine dragon? Who? The one who forges a sacred pact with the divine dragon becomes its lifelong ally. Impervious to the harm of any being, though merely in its juvenile form, the dragon bore the proud and noble bloodline of the sacred dragon, renowned for its indomitable spirit throughout generations. With a powerful exhalation, Lure unleashed a breath of emerald flame, her azure eyes tinged with crimson veins, while her diminutive wings flapped vigorously in the air. Ha ha ha. The 2 colossal heads of Infeng laughed exaggeratedly, their forepaws stroking their own bellies. The sacred giant dragon. Ha ha ha. It has been 500 years since I encountered such a magnificent sacred dragon. Hey, little green dragon, are you the heir of the ice-type giant dragon? Allow me to devour you. Ha ha ha. Alas, I am not a green dragon. Otherwise, I might consider becoming the heir of the ice-type giant dragon. Ha ha ha. Lure evidently comprehended Infeng's words, her anger intensifying. In the realm of dragons, hierarchy is an unassailable law. Even an ordinary sacred dragon wields absolute dominion over the great dragons. As one of the 6 sacred dragon emissaries, Infeng possessed unparalleled authority within the dragon domain, with no dragon daring to challenge the might of the dragon emissaries as he did. Blue lightning surged from the heavens, striking directly at Infeng. Even a formidable being like Infeng could not disregard the divine dragon's lightning. A protective blue magical barrier swiftly enveloped him. The lightning struck the barrier, bursting into a dazzling array of colors, red, yellow, and other brilliant hues, flowing like mercury upon the magical shield. Heh, I thought the higher-ranking divine dragons were formidable, Infeng scoffed. Several fire elements appeared before him, clearly indicating that Infeng understood well that the wind dragon and the magic dragon, Landa, posed no threat to high-ranking divine dragons. Thus, he summoned fire elements to deliver physical attacks instead. The fire elements, being mere second-tier magic, illustrated Infeng's disdain for the diminutive ice-type dragon emissary before him. In a fit of rage, Lure unleashed a stream of green dragon breath at the three advancing fire elements. Ice and water are inherently linked, and water is the antithesis of fire. Despite her juvenile form, the power of the sacred giant dragon should not be underestimated. The fire elements vanished almost instantaneously within her breath. "Be careful," the Qing Shan exclaimed, sensing imminent danger as Lure reveled in her apparent triumph. Yinfeng's forelimbs released 4 brownish-red nuclear fusion eggs, booming towards Lure with relentless force. She had no opportunity to dodge and was struck by all 4 devastating blows, the immense impact propelling her high into the air. Crimson liquid oozed from the corner of her mouth, yet she barely paused. Her petite wings flapped against the ground, launching her back into action. Having suffered a significant setback, Lure exhibited a furious transformation. Lightning, icy blades, toxic mist. All the first and second-tier offensive spells she possessed were unleashed simultaneously upon Yinfeng. While casting a barrage of magical attacks, Lure propelled herself forward with her tiny wings. The blue magical barrier absorbed the brunt of the assault. Occasionally, a stray bolt of lightning pierced through, striking Yinfeng, but was swiftly absorbed by his blue scales. "Lure, do not charge recklessly, flee now." The Qing Shan, realizing that he had summoned Lure through the magical array, was engulfed in profound regret as he witnessed her reckless advance. Shouting with his final breath, as the magical light faded, Lure was again struck by several lightning orbs, knocking her down. Her left wing had sustained injury. Nevertheless, the pride of the sacred dragon did not wane. She unleashed a third-tier ice spell, Ice Spear Forest, summoning a multitude of ice pillars to erupt from beneath Yinfeng. Initially small, the ice spears grew larger, eventually reaching diameters of around 1 meter. Yinfeng, caught off guard by the sudden shift of attack from the skies to the ground, struggled to evade the onslaught. However, the sheer quantity of ice spears proved overwhelming, with 2 impaling his hind limbs. Yinfeng roared in agony, spreading his blue wings and lifting off the ground. Crackling sounds echoed as the ice spears soared skyward. Growing in height, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Unable to withstand the escalating peril, Yinfeng flapped his massive wings and shot forth like an arrow, effortlessly grasping Lure by the neck with his razor-sharp claws. An adult giant dragon, Yinfeng measured over 40 meters in length and, when standing, towered at least 15 meters high. Even his short forelimbs spanned 2 meters. In contrast, the juvenile Lure, tail included, barely reached 2.5 meters. Note: please do not nitpick. The dragon's tail is 1 meter long, making Lure's actual height 1.5 meters. Lure was lifted as if she were a tiny rodent. Yinfeng pinched Lure's neck with a single finger, causing her complexion to darken. Blood pooling in her face, Yinfeng's massive head loomed closer to Lure. "Little one, encountering me is your misfortune. I am perhaps the only dragon in this world unafraid to defy the laws of dragons. Do not think that even the dragon god, Peloti, could deter me. Ha ha ha, is that so?" A chilling voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Since you are so audacious, why have you hidden here for 5 centuries, masking your dragon aura with a magic array formed by the heavens and earth? Who was it that possessed such formidable authority?" The voice resonated as though heralding the apocalypse. At some point, a dragon emerged from the summit of the cave. A golden dragon, suspended in midair, truly floating. Its golden wings remained unfurled, and though it was not particularly large, appearing more like a small dragon standing only 3 meters tall, its tone bore a weight of ancient wisdom. What a sight it was! The dragon appeared distant yet seemed so near, almost within reach. Seemingly small, yet each scale shimmered with an immense grandeur, the intricate patterns reflecting light that pierced the eyes of all who gazed upon it. Its entire being radiated an unseen essence, authority, presence, or something else entirely. It defied description. The dragon god. Yinfeng was the first to react, shock coursing through him as he stepped back, allowing Lure to plummet to the ground with a heavy thud. Yinfeng's blue head shrank, his eyes wide with terror, while the black head remained defiantly raised. Enough of this chatter. After hiding for 500 years, I never expected to be thwarted by a mere little reptile. It is not that I fear you. I await a better opportunity. Enough idle talk. Let us see which of us, the offspring of the ancient dragon god, is stronger. Yinfeng boldly initiated an attack against the dragon god Peloti. launching 4 nuclear fusion eggs that struck like bolts of lightning toward the airborne deity. The dragon god remained motionless, allowing the nuclear fusion to explode against its form. "Be cautious," Aimi, gradually regaining her composure after witnessing the destructive power of the nuclear fusion, cried out in alarm. Amidst the swirling brownish-red smoke, the still figure of the dragon god emerged. "You might as well employ even more powerful magic. I wish to witness the might of the offspring of the ancient dragon god. Dark primordial fire, unleash your forbidden spell." Even the blue-headed dragon refrained from casting further magic, clearly overshadowed by the black-headed dragon which dominated their shared form. Despite the necessity of incantations for each powerful forbidden spell, Infeng's magic flowed with remarkable speed. Dark primordial fire? The most formidable single-target spell, as described by Rhaegar in his final lessons to Aimi before departing. The dark primordial fire was said to incinerate everything in its vicinity. Powerful yet efficient in mana usage, recognized as the swiftest large-scale spell known. Its drawback, however, was that the more targets it affected, the less damage it inflicted. When concentrated on a single target, its effectiveness peaked. At higher spell levels, the charred target would be rendered immobile. The black flames danced and soared, as if they sought to envelop the dragon god in an unwavering embrace. "Heretic, I condemn your foolish actions in the name of the true deity." Then, the bard unleashed a legendary forbidden spell. Divine Retribution? This was also mentioned in the final lessons of Reg. Certain priests of sacred courts, having attained sufficient magical prowess and authority, often delude themselves into believing they have become gods in corporeal form, gathering disciples along the way. Although they are ultimately exiled from the sacred court, they are capable of wielding divine power to inflict celestial punishment upon their targets. The stronger their abilities and the wider their following, the greater the devastation they can unleash, potentially plunging their targets into chaos. Could it be that the bard considers himself a god? If so, what god might he be? The new dragon god. With 3 consecutive legendary forbidden spells cast, the dragon god seemed utterly unfazed. Did he still have a chance? Chapter 30. The 3 phases of the divine dragons typically exhibit 5 distinct stages. Newly hatched dragons are known as hatchlings, standing merely about 1 meter tall, frolicking with an innocent exuberance, capable of unconsciously manifesting the most basic breath of dragonkind. Following this is the second stage, where dragons possess incredible speed but remain flightless, freely casting various elementary spells. The third stage dragon can soar through the skies, capable of unleashing an array of intermediate magic. At this stage, the mighty dragon wields tremendous destructive power, often causing chaos wherever they roam, for they are restless and lack purpose. Next is the fourth stage dragon, which possesses immensely potent capabilities, freely utilizing advanced magic. Typically, dragons in this phase have established their own lairs. And at this point, the sacred giant dragon can be deemed supremely wise. The fifth stage represents the ultimate evolution of dragons, where the sacred giant dragon can transform into other species, and ordinary giant dragons at this stage possess the capacity to obliterate an entire city. The black-red demon king, the black-red flames of the wasteland, the black-red hue of condemnation. Black-red had become the sole dominator of the vast cavern. Amidst the tapestry woven of black-red brilliance, the golden scales of the dragon god occasionally shone through. "Bard, do you possess any further spells?" A chilling voice pierced through the black-red haze. Gasping for breath, the bard struggled mightily. Even a formidable being like him found casting 3 forbidden spells to be an immense strain on the body, rendering him nearly speechless. Suddenly, golden lightning flared, resembling an infinite cascade of golden meteors streaking across the vault of the cave. The black-red flames surged violently, radiating outward, and then 2 demon kings were struck, before they could comprehend the situation. One was torn to shreds, while the other flapped its colossal wings in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet the golden lightning pursued it relentlessly, a dragon claw extending from the lightning to gently strike the demon's head. The demon was sent hurtling into the air as if struck by a falling star, crashing into the cavern's ceiling, and a rain of black blood fell from above, as the golden radiance faded. The dragon god hovered before the bard. "What else do you have to say?" "Palot, you." The bard gasped. "The creator god is dead. The wheel of fate shall turn once more, and neither you nor I can withstand this change. We are both born of calamity, destined to fight in the face of adversity." "Humph, you," as a lower dragon, have violated the four great prohibitions of the dragon realm: betrayal, harm to life, defiance of the higher powers, and self-proclamation as a true deity. What right have you to speak of fate? Indeed, there are those born of calamity, but you are not among them. The cold voice of the dragon god resonated once more. Nonsense! I have known for a millennium that I am the destined new dragon god. The bard roared, his massive head lunging toward the dragon god with lightning speed. The black head revealed enormous teeth, desperately seeking to rend the dragon god's flesh. The dragon god merely fluttered his wings lightly, striking the bard's head, and with a thunderous crash, the bard was sent crashing to the ground. Gasping, the bard struggled to rise. As a dragon, you are also an extension of my blood and flesh. I truly cannot. A hint of a different emotion seeped through the dragon god's cold voice. Red Knight? Suddenly, another red giant dragon appeared within the cavern. Red Knight? Is he the legendary Red Knight? Aimi, Dakingshan, and Lure stared in awe at the newly emerged hero dragon, said to be the most trusted subordinate of the dragon god, originally named Keshtuomiya, meaning the hero of the dragon clan. He was later named Red Knight, for whenever he appeared before the eyes of mortals, he transformed the once azure sky into a crimson night, hence both dragons and humans, as well as deities, came to refer to him as Red Knight, the sacred dragon envoy of fire. Let me converse with them, and then you shall. I do not wish to see that scene. Temujir sighed. I have been observing you. You are the first of the sacred dragon lineage to forge a pact with ordinary humans after my creation of the dragon race. Perhaps it is truly the arrangement of the wheel of fate. At this moment, the tone of the dragon god had shifted from its earlier coldness. Dakingshan, you must treat Temujir Sai well. I am not concerned for you. Just ensure that a human named Chihan Feng remains cautious. And do not let me seek him out. Huh? Hearing the threat from the dragon god left Aimi's jaw nearly unhinged. Wait, esteemed dragon god. Though grievously wounded, and despite this being her first encounter with the dragon god, equal to the creator god, Aimi's resolve remained unshaken. You see, we are all in such a state of injury. If you depart, we, including Lure, shall perish in the wilderness. After a flash of golden light, Aimi and Dakingshan felt their wounds significantly heal. Esteemed dragon god, there are a few friends of mine over there. Please assist in healing them as well. Aimi gestured toward the unconscious Afeng and Old Locke. The wheel of fate begins to turn once more. You must safeguard. Temujir Sai. You are born of calamity, bestowing upon you greater abilities. Golden light descended from the heavens, the brilliance of the golden mountain fluctuating wildly. And under the allure of the golden radiance, Lure emitted a green glow that resonated with the golden light. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Lure's form surged in size, exceeding 3 meters in height, and the once diminutive green wings unfurled. With a gentle flutter, Lure ascended into the air. Then, the dragon god manifested golden light once more, which gradually shrank and refined until it transformed into a long knight's lance. Dakingshan, an ordinary dragon lance cannot keep pace with the swiftness of a sacred giant dragon. I present to you a lance once wielded by a celestial. With that, the dragon god lightly flapped his wings and soared toward the cavern's apex. Hey, wait a moment, Aimi shouted anxiously. After all this effort to meet? You won't even send me something? If nothing else, a dragon would suffice. Even an egg would do. No one can hasten the wheel of fate. The dragon god vanished from the cavern above. Bard, you might as well take your own life. Who would have thought that the legendary Red Knight would be so benevolent? Ha? Palote's only error was overestimating you. The bard struggled to rise, the advantages of the wind dragon becoming apparent. With a swift motion of his wings, he floated into the air. That's so? Red Knight opened his maw wide, unleashing a torrent of red flame breath that cascaded like a tidal wave. The bard quickly dodged in midair, yet the breath nearly engulfed the entire ceiling of the cavern. Finally, several bursts of flame struck the bard, and in agony, he fell once more. As a lower dragon. When will your foolish mind truly comprehend the capabilities of the higher dragons? Ha! Perhaps you may try again in your next life. Red Knight's enormous form descended before the bard, 1 foot pinning the bard's blue head. If you wish for my demise, you shall pay the price. With a fiery spirit, the bard launched his final counterattack. His black head driving forward to bite at Red Knight's wing. Caught off guard, Red Knight's right wing suffered a heavy bite. As a higher dragon, the most exceptional warrior among dragonkind. No one had ever inflicted such damage upon Red Knight. Without a cry of pain, Red Knight did not even glance at his wound. Red flames erupted from his body like lightning, and his massive jaws clamped down upon the bard's neck with his forelegs. He tore viciously. With a resounding crack, the bard emitted a wild, mournful howl. Under the immense force of the attack, his blue head was torn away by Red Knight. However, a dramatic transformation unfolded before them. Amidst the bard's anguished cries, black mist began to rise, gradually concealing his form. When the black mist dissipated, the bard had vanished. Echoing through the cavern were the bard's final words. Red Knight, I sincerely thank you for severing the tumor that has plagued me for 1,000 years. Remember, next time you shall not have such a fortunate opportunity. Ha ha! From henceforth, the dragon god shall never find me again. Could it be that for centuries, the bard had been hiding due to the blue dragon head emitting something that resonated with the dragon god? If so, the current situation had been irrevocably altered. Coward, do not flee! Red Knight flapped his wings, vanishing into the cavern's heights. Aimi gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? They just left like that. The dragon god is rather stingy. But if they are departing, then so be it. Ha ha! With so many treasures here. Aimi laughed maniacally as she lunged toward the mountain of jewels left behind by the bard. Aimi, quickly come and save someone. Dakingshan casually picked up an object from the ground and tossed it toward Aimi, who was diving toward the mountain of gold. Indeed, you are correct. Saving lives takes precedence, for the jewels shall remain unscathed regardless. Aimi gazed longingly at the jewels. After a frantic rescue, both Offing and Old Locke regained consciousness. Aimi, what about the others? What about Infong? Offing inquired urgently upon recognizing the individuals before him. They have all perished, Aimi replied. Lowering her gaze, the snow. Offing shed large tears. The two-headed dragon Infong has also met his demise, Aimi continued. What? The three individuals present looked at Aimi in astonishment. Ignoring the puzzled gaze of Dakingshan, Aimi went on. Over there lies his dragon head. Its body has been completely obliterated, as for how it met its end. I regret to inform you that we did not witness it. It seems Dakingshan summoned his own mount, Dragon Lure, when we regained consciousness. This was the scene that greeted us. Although it was a fabrication, the adage holds true that a strict teacher produces outstanding students. A look of confusion filled Amy's face, betraying no other reaction, while the pools of blood on the ground appeared to bear witness to her words. Alas, the pain is unbearable, Old Locke lamented, supporting his body. Over 20 individuals, and now only the 4 of us remain. However, there are still numerous matters to attend to. Offing, what do you propose we do? By the way, Offing, Infong left behind a great deal of treasure. Should we not distribute it among our fallen brethren? Aimi unexpectedly exhibited great generosity. Let us do this. Old Locke and I will remain here to handle the aftermath, while the 2 of you go to report the mission. Excluding the 2 teams that have been completely obliterated, we can consider it a success for our 3 teams. The remaining funds will be first allocated to our fallen comrades, and the rest will be divided into 5 portions, which you can later collect from Old Locke. He is the head of the mercenary guild in this continent. Offing replied slowly. All right, heh. I truly hate to part with such a sum of money. Yet I cannot fathom what I would do with it, nor where I could safely store it, Aimi lamented with a sense of regret. She cast a floating spell, causing the enormous dragon head to hover in midair, and beckoned Lure to assist in moving the massive head from the cavern. Dakingshan left the last of his medicinal supplies for Offing, bidding farewell with reluctance. Remember to find me in the capital. Old Locke called out to Aimi and Dakingshan. Understood. Chapter 31. In memoriam of Infong, Comrade Infong was an ancient dragon, over 1,000 years old, who, in the name of aiding the world's populace against hegemonic oppression, journeyed from the Demon Isle, enduring great hardship to reach this realm. Initially, he participated in the counteroffensive against the Palu Empire, emerging as a lone hero who, in the direst moment, wielded the might of a dragon to utterly dismantle the Palu Empire's invasion plans, personally slaying the mastermind, Prince Yor. Later, in an effort to liberate the world from the vice of avarice, he orchestrated a series of grand monetary relocations, Confronting ruthless misers and capitalists who profited from the exploitation of the laboring masses, Comrade Infeng showed no mercy and consistently emerged victorious. The Three Mountains, intent on better exploiting the people and extinguishing their hopes, dispatched various special forces to assault Comrade Infeng, yet he dealt them significant blows, establishing an indomitable image akin to that of Comrade Li Xiangyang. In his battles against the representative of the Three Mountains, the dragon god Palat, Infeng displayed remarkable valor, fully grasping the guerrilla warfare principle of retreat when the enemy advances, strike when the enemy retreats. We must all learn from his selfless spirit. From this standpoint, one can transform into a great benefactor of the people. An individual's abilities may vary, but as long as they possess this spirit, they are noble, pure, moral, and removed from base desires, truly a person of benefit to the populace. As the path twisted and turned, a vibrant green tree appeared before them, the incessant clamor of the treehouse tavern audible even from a distance. Throughout the journey, Amy had persistently urged Dakingshan to attempt riding Lure, who seemed quite pleased. However, it became evident that Lure could not ascend with any weight on his back, nor could he be ridden like a typical dragon. Thus, they had no choice but to let Lure push Infeng's head forward through the air. The dragon's head was unexpectedly massive, particularly Infeng's. It could not possibly fit through the entrance. Early in the morning, individuals began bringing the dragon head to the treehouse tavern, and nearly everyone gathered to witness the spectacle. Even more astonishing was the sight of a large dragon head accompanied by a flying green dragon at the entrance, a truly eye-opening experience. Much later, when people reminisced about this event, those present would vividly recount the scene. The commotion outside also caught the attention of the three guilds. The Mage Guild, being closest to the entrance, had a grand sorcerer in a red robe emerge. Upon witnessing the spectacle, he promptly instructed the elves in the tavern to bow their heads and relay a few commands. After a moment, the tavern doors began to shift, the wooden door frames bending and stretching, allowing the dragon head to be smoothly pushed inside. Subsequently, the doors of the Mercenary Guild began to transform as well. The colossal dragon head was finally ushered into the Mercenary Guild, occupying 3/5 of the room, leaving everyone in awe of its immense size. Even the tallest berserkers stood before the dragon head, dwarfed by its eyes. Mission accomplished, Amy exclaimed with great satisfaction, the earlier scenes aligning perfectly with her imagination. With a resounding thud, she slammed the task completion notice onto the table. What mission? The young clerk at the Mercenary Guild momentarily forgot if there were any recent quests requiring brave souls to slay a dragon upon witnessing the gargantuan head. SS ranked. Boom! The atmosphere erupted in excitement both inside and outside the doors. All right, just as I envisioned, Amy's lips curled into a smile. This head has a name, one that everyone is familiar with. It is called. She elongated the sound, satisfied to see everyone quiet down and listen attentively. Infeng. Infeng? The Infeng? The evil dragon Infeng? Is it true? The evil dragon Infeng has been slain. The treehouse tavern erupted in fervor. Everyone quiet down. Let us first report the mission. For those interested in the entire story, I will share it with everyone afterward, charging 20 gold coins per person, limited to 50 individuals. Amy stood atop the dragon head, shouting, "Hey, everyone, do not be stingy, all right? In this mission, we lost 2 A-ranked mercenaries and a grand elven sorcerer. The level of carnage is utterly unimaginable. Also, do you wish to know why we only brought back 1 dragon head? Where did the other one go? Quickly prepare your funds. Spots are limited. The earlier you report, the sooner you can hear it, and once filled, the opportunity is gone. By the way, the dragon horns on this head are already over 1,500 years old and are currently available for sale. Everyone, get ready, or I will take them to the capital to sell." It seemed that Amy was indeed intent on maximizing her profits. "Count me in." Ding Dang tossed 2 purple coins onto the table. The coins having once belonged to the Grand Sorcerer of the Mage Guild. "After the story, I hope you come find me. I need to reassess your rank." "All right, thank you." Amy immediately picked up the coins and called out to Dakingshan, "Clear the area here." "Dakingshan, you go outside to collect the money. Remember, not a single coin less, maximum of 50 people. Do not look at me like that. Lure has grown and requires more sustenance. You surely do not wish for it to starve or be forced to resort to theft. Do you?" The final remark alleviated all of Dakingshan's concerns. as he once again succumbed to Amy's sweet words and genuine friendship towards her companions. Future generations would find it perplexing that a figure like Daking Shan, who stood independently amidst a world of chaos, would often become an accomplice to Amy at critical moments. The key to this mystery was known only to 3 individuals and a dragon. The dragon could not speak, and the 3 individuals had their reasons for silence, leading them to jointly safeguard this secret. Did you truly complete it? Despite having seen the dragon head, the guild clerk's trust in his own eyes was evidently wavering. Of course, there were 5 mercenary teams involved in this mission. The Silver Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, the Wolf Spirit Division, the Hami Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps, the Berserker Mercenary Corps, the Purple Heart Sword Mercenary Corps, and our small mercenary group. Among them, the Hami Iron Wolf and Berserker Mercenary Corps were completely obliterated. The Purple Heart Sword lost only 1 member, the White-clad Offing, while the Silver Snow Wolf had only 1 survivor. The Dwarf Old Lock, our small mercenary group, emerged entirely unscathed. White-clad Offing? Old Lock? Entirely obliterated? Repeating several familiar phrases, the clerk suddenly exclaimed, "You 2 G-ranked mercenaries could not possibly have survived as reserve troops, could you?" What? Bang! Amy's palm slammed heavily onto the table, as this was a thought she had never entertained. We were the main forces. We were the ones who ultimately slew the dragon. Offing and Old Lock were both knocked unconscious. If you do not believe me, look. Amy rolled up her sleeve. This scar was left by the dark dragon Landa. And look here, this is the mission completion certificate signed by Offing and Old Lock. Haha, it is clearly stated. Can you read? After perusing the mission completion certificate, bearing the unique seal from the mercenary diary of Offing and Old Lock, which held absolute authority within the mercenary world, no one could doubt that these 2 G-ranked mercenaries had indeed defeated and slain the 2-headed evil dragon Infeng. Oh, according to the rules, you shall receive half of all the rewards, while the remainder will be equally divided among several mercenary groups, with the fallen soldiers not being counted. Please provide the list of mercenaries who have perished, and we will send their families compensation based on the roster from when the mission was assigned. Here is the payment receipt for 6,500 gold coins. You may make this payment at any bank. This is a guarantee provided by the Kingdom of North Hami in conjunction with the Ice Spirits, allowing you to sign or transfer the contract to others at any time. Upon confirmation of the facts, the clerk of the Mercenary Guild displayed a commendable level of professionalism and efficiency. Ha, thank you. Amy picked up the items on the table and turned to prepare to push the dragon head out for the showcase. Wait a moment. The clerk called Amy back. We need to reassess the ranks of you. Your companions and your mercenary group. 1 successful SS level mission is equivalent to the completion of 20 S level missions. 1 successful S level mission equals the accomplishment of 15 A level missions. 1 successful A level mission is tantamount to 10 successful B level missions. And 1 successful B level mission is equivalent to completing 8 successful C level missions. Why are you calculating so meticulously? Amy interrupted the clerk's numerical gymnastics. Dio, you think I want to calculate this? No one at G level has ever completed an SS level mission. Thus, I must calculate up to G before I can determine your new ranks. For individuals like Feng and the others, it is quite simple. It can be done in 2 attempts. The clerk once again bowed his head to recalculate on paper. We need to start over. A successful C-level mission equals the completion of 7 D-level missions. 1 successful D-level mission is equivalent to 6 successful E-level missions. 1 successful E-level mission corresponds to 5 successful F-level missions. And 1 successful F-level mission equals the completion of 3 G-level missions. 1 SS 20S 15A 10B 8C7 D6 E5F 3G 15,120,000 G-level missions. 10G to F1 SS 20S 15A 10B 8C7 D6 E5F5 040 000 G-level missions. 20F to E1 SS 20S 15A 10B 8 C7 D6 E1,008,000 E-level missions. 40 level to D. Congratulations. You have now been recognized as intermediate mercenaries and mercenary groups. The clerk habitually shook hands with Amy. 1 SS 20S 15A 10B 8 C7 D 168,000 D-level missions. 80 D-level to C1 SS 20S 15A 10B 8 C24 000 C-level missions. 160 C-level to B. Congratulations. You have now been acknowledged as advanced mercenaries and mercenary groups. The clerk spoke while extending his hand in disbelief. Amy was completely ensnared in this intricate numerical calculation. unable to discern the clerk's true intentions. However, the continuous congratulations should not be viewed as unfavorable. Point 1 SS, 20S, 15A, 10B, 3000B level missions, 400B level to a congratulations. Congratulations, you have now become transcendent mercenaries and mercenary groups. The clerk's tongue began to tremble. An A-level mercenary group? There are only 4 in the entire world? Only one across the continent. Could a new one be born under my hand today? Am I truly about to inscribe this historic moment? 1SS, 20S, 15A, 300A level missions, 800A level to S level. Note, as this is a successful completion of an SS mission, all other missions are considered to have a 100 success rate. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, as both Amy inside the door and the mercenary diary into Qing Shan's arms outside the door erupted with flames, revealing that the emblem of EG had transformed into that of Aid. As to Qing Shan astonishingly retrieved the now purple-red mercenary diary from his embrace, all eyes fixated upon the 2 AA symbols, signifying the birth of a new record, a new A-level mercenary group, a nude. A beastly roar emanated from within the door. This emblem means we can collect even more money in the future. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 32. The Fair Maiden. For a long time, A-level mercenary groups have been a symbol of strength. Each A-level mercenary group is the culmination of generations of effort. Many mercenary groups hovering near A-level have, due to occasional task failures, been unable to reach the A-level standard for decades. Any established A-level mercenary group boasts a scale of over 1,000 individuals, with their actual combat capabilities often surpassing those of regular armies. In the recent century of warfare, there have been numerous instances of A-level mercenary groups being hired in national conflicts. The leaders and vice-leaders of A-level mercenary groups are typically seasoned mercenaries of S-level or higher. For instance, the leader of the Silver Wolf mercenary group is an 800-year-old elderly dwarf, representing the backbone of the mercenary community. However, these understandings were utterly overturned overnight. 5 years after the establishment of the 5th A-level mercenary group, there remained those stubbornly unwilling to acknowledge the A-level standing of smaller mercenary groups. Consequently, for a considerable duration thereafter, a common annotation in various mercenary hiring notices was, "Groups established within N years will not be considered." Of course, at the moment Amy and Qing Shan learned of their designation as an A-level mercenary group, they had no inkling that they would soon bear this honor alone. Overwhelmed with gratitude and celebrating their newfound financial potential, Amy made his first decision. The price for the Brave Slayer's lecture would be raised, with an admission fee of 50 gold coins for all those yet to pay. Humans are peculiar creatures. With a previous price of 20 gold coins, people haggled, but once the price rose to 50, they flocked to buy, leading to the swift sale of all 50 tickets within mere minutes. Those who secured tickets complained, while those who missed out grumbled. Yet even the stingiest among them hesitated to relinquish their tickets purchased for 20 gold coins in exchange for a greater sum. Amidst this cacophony of discontent, Amy commenced his inaugural lecture. Public speaking, especially in front of an audience, is a curious skill. It does not correlate with one's bravery or eloquence. Those who can speak fluidly in private often find themselves tongue-tied on stage. This phenomenon is not uncommon. Although the mercenary king Amy displayed remarkable prowess in subsequent speeches to audiences of thousands, he stumbled dreadfully during his first lecture to a mere 50 attendees, perhaps as some attendees suggested. He was indeed intimidated by the money. Esteemed brothers. Oh no, dear uncles and aunts. Amy's voice grew increasingly strained and hurried, culminating in a sudden outburst of tears. 55555. How tragic it is for us. 5 mercenary squads, over 20 individuals, and only 4 survived. That vile dragonine phone is simply too formidable. As he wept, Amy found his rhythm. 555. A-level mercenary group, 2 B-level mercenary groups, 1 C-level mercenary group, and us, 4 A-level mercenaries, 1 powerful mage, and another 10 B-level mercenaries. Big brother, dear uncle, those with wealth, support us with your gold. Those without, lend your presents and toss a few coins into my hat, for I wish to send aid to the families of our fallen brothers. Mercenaries endure such hardship. Amy's sobs grew even more poignant. Despite some individuals resorting to cheap tears to elicit sympathy, or rather to acquire funds, the experiences themselves were indeed harrowing. S-level missions occur only once a year at most, while SS-level missions may not appear for a decade. The protagonist of this tale, the dragonine foam, has been a legend for 1,500 years, alongside the renowned by Ea Feng listed on the Soul War rankings. And victory was only achieved at a grave cost. Such a narrative is undeniably captivating. When recounting the tale of the elven archmage compelled to resort to forbidden elven techniques, nearly every mercenary present wept. And the older mercenaries consoled the newcomers with words like, "The lives of mercenary brothers can be exchanged." This is the true essence of being a mercenary. Perhaps due to their profession, the initial ticket buyers were predominantly bards who never miss an opportunity to gather creative material. This time, their investment proved most prudent. Children revel in tales of heroes slaying dragons, while young ladies are enchanted by the valorous tales of Bai Feng. But mercenaries and those who roam the world for extended periods prefer the stories of brothers exchanging their lives for one another. One cup of wine to quench their thirst, one sword as a lute, one song to forge brotherly bonds. The tale of the elven archmage Lyslink thus began to spread widely, originating from these bards in the years that followed. In any treehouse tavern, patrons could listen to this poignant and sorrowful narrative at any time. And every inn where mercenaries lodged hung leaves, said to be evergreen and unyielding, sourced from a colossal cave in the snowy forest. Many in later generations have found certain actions of the legendary mercenary king perplexing, particularly regarding his conduct prior to truly becoming a mercenary leader. It is hard to comprehend why such a remarkable individual, in his youth, was so fond of amassing wealth, especially when he appeared to hold little regard for it. Among the trio known as the Dragon-Human God, he was often the most impoverished. Numerous scholars of the AI have systematically analyzed each of Aimi's experiences in collecting money during that time, ultimately concluding that Aimi was a born maximizer of benefits, accustomed to achieving greater outcomes while engaging in singular endeavors. This trait became even more evident when Aimi later assumed the role of battlefield commander and during the Human-God War. In truth, Aimi's tale struggles to satisfy the expectations of its audience. Regardless of the circumstances, when all the powerful have been vanquished and humanity lies in a stupor, the sudden summoning of a green dragon to easily dispatch the Windcaller is simply unbelievable. Throughout history, countless dragon knights have attempted to subdue the Windcaller, yet none have succeeded. How could a mere young dragon independently slay the Windcaller? The clamor for refunds reverberated throughout the venue. "Hi!" Aimi exclaimed loudly. "You don't believe it, do you? Green, come here." The airborne green, upon hearing Aimi call for lizard jerky, mistook it for an invitation to a feast. With a slight tremor of its massive frame, it pierced through the bar's curtain like an arrow. Soaring into the assembly, Green, "They say you cannot defeat the Windcaller, that you are a fool. They wish to seize the money I set aside for your lizard jerky," boasted a person whose face was forever devoid of blush. Enraged, Green raised its wings slightly, sweeping its long neck from the left to the right side of the venue, its eyes seemingly ablaze. The green breath billowed from its mouth, causing the temperature indoors to plummet. The sound of teacups on the table shattering into ice could be heard as the temperature dropped drastically. No one had ever witnessed a dragon's fury up close, yet all were acutely aware of the consequences that followed. At that moment, someone nearby added fuel to the fire. "In the face of those attempting to rob you of your lizard jerky, what do you propose to do? Perhaps unleash a few lightning spells?" Brilliant magical lightning descended from the heavens in an instant. Only a dragon could cast spells with such swiftness. A blue magical barrier expanded in a heartbeat as the lightning struck it, sending sparks flying. "All right, I believe you now." Among the assembled wizards, only the Grand Sorcerer in a red robe could conjure such a barrier in the same moment. He waved his hand, stating, "This dragon is no ordinary giant. It is an ancient sacred dragon of the higher dragon lineage and should possess formidable power. Everyone, cease your clamor." Having witnessed the dragon's magical prowess and learning of its sacred lineage, all present fell silent and obediently vacated their seats. "Young one, come with me," beckoned the Grand Sorcerer, leading Aimi to the magical guild. In truth, I too find it strange that a third-tier sacred dragon should lack the strength to slay the Windcaller." The Grand Sorcerer mused, startling Aimi with his sudden exclamation. However, since the dragon's head should indeed belong to the Windcaller, it is better not to dwell on it. With a long exhale, Aimi released his tension. "You are a neutral-type mage, correct? Did you graduate from a magic academy? Who is your instructor?" My teacher is an ice mage named Rege," Aimi replied. "Oh, Rege?" The Grand Sorcerer shook his head. "I have not heard of him." Let us assess your magical prowess to determine whether you have garnered sufficient gains from this brutal war. Try conjuring a barrage of ice spears, a class mercenary. A smile played at the corners of the Grand Sorcerer's mouth. With all his might, Aimi finally succeeded in summoning a few spears of ice. Young man, achieving this at your age is quite remarkable. However, I do not wish to elevate your rank just yet. I believe further practice will be of greater benefit to you. A look of disappointment flickered in the Grand Sorcerer's eyes. That's all right. I don't mind, Aimi said, placing a hand on the table and rising to leave. Wait, the Grand Sorcerer suddenly called him back. Grip your sword and envision casting lightning. Surprised, Aimi complied out of respect for his elder. Before even uttering an incantation, a bolt of golden lightning erupted from the sword's tip. Surrounded by jubilant red sparks, I have always sensed something peculiar about you, and now I see it clearly. You have learned to communicate with your sword, mastering a skill that very few mages possess, the magic sword. Keep up the good work. The Grand Sorcerer stamped Aimi's magical diary with a sword seal and returned it to him. Will I be able to receive greater mercenary fees now? Aimi silently wished for his dream to come true. That evening, the three of them, a duo and a dragon, squeezed into a small room, spending their first secure night back in the human realm. Early the next morning, Aimi and Daqing Shan arrived at the Mercenary Guild. Eager to accept more tasks, perhaps driven by vanity, both youngsters were keen to undertake missions reserved for A-class mercenary groups. The young clerk, adhering to Aimi and Daqing Shan's requests, meticulously perused the task scrolls and quickly uncovered several options. Here is one specifically designated for B-class or higher mercenary teams, with a reward of 3,000 gold coins. Excellent, let me take a look. Aimi leaned forward eagerly. The clerk read aloud. The Northern Confederation of the Aimi Empire requires a mercenary group to assist in defense, necessitating 30 mercenaries for a 30-day defense of the ice and snow, forest, fortress. 30 individuals. Aimi's disappointment was evident as he glanced at Daqing Shan. Can we not manage with fewer? The clerk shook his head. No, since it specifies 30, there must be a special reason. We cannot presume to alter the employer's wishes. Here's another one. The Aimi Empire seeks a B-class or higher mercenary group to gather northern snow wolves. However, it is required that there be Aimi individuals among you. Daqing Shan looked at Aimi, and they both shook their heads in unison. Is there no task with fewer individuals for a higher reward? Hard to find. Here's one. A C-class or higher mercenary group is tasked with locating a treasure left behind by the creator god, the secret gloves, for 6,000 gold coins. Although this task has been posted for over 200 years, I cannot ascertain whether the employer still lives. The clerk scratched his head, appearing apologetic. After hearing this, Aimi and Daqing Shan were left in despair, ultimately resigning themselves to the mercenary task scrolls before deciding to return and wait. Days of monotony dragged on for 4 consecutive days, with the duo and their dragon companion seated closest to the mercenary guild, straining to overhear the sounds of task exchanges within. Each time a mercenary completed a task and coins jingled. Aimi lamented, "We're just sitting here, watching our resources dwindle." On the 5th day, as Aimi held a large cup of fermented herb liquor, nearly dozing off, Daqing Shan sat opposite him, gently polishing their swords. Suddenly, the bar door burst open and several individuals rushed in, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present, igniting a chorus of admiration. "Wow, impressive." "Quiet down," Daqing Shan, perplexed by the commotion, asked. "What is happening, Aimi?" "Oh, just a few people came in, 2 women and 3 men, all covered in blood," Aimi replied, lifting his eyelids to glance. "Why are they causing such a stir?" "They don't seem to possess anything of value," Aimi confirmed, lifting his gaze once more. A fragrant aroma wafted into their nostrils as a girl clad in red and another in blue hurried into the mercenary guild, accompanied by what appeared to be several soldiers of the Aimi Empire. The 2 friends perked up their ears once more. Chapter 33. Phantom Beast. Long ago, at a magical training academy known as Qinghua, students would often sing a particular song. From ancient times, heroes love beautiful women. Even those who are not heroes adore them. Every love story concluded similarly, with the prince and princess living happily ever after. However, every love tale glosses over 2 harsh truths. 1. Beauty fades. A human woman's prime lasts at most a decade, while a human prince's allure can endure for 30 years. 2. Once a prince ascends to kingship, he often finds himself surrounded by many beautiful confidants or multiple wives. Shan Haijing. Enchanting tales amidst the clamor. A throng of mercenaries and non-mercenaries surged into the guild, encircling the newcomers. Aimi furrowed his brow slightly. With so many people gathered, it was nearly impossible to hear anything. We seek a group. T.O. completed. Escort. A sweet, crisp voice spoke to the clerk. 1,000 gold coins. The voice chimed again. Wow! With that, Aimi sprang to his feet and bolted into the guild. Goodness, how could there be so many people? In mere minutes, at least 30 individuals had filled the space, all straining on their toes, their eyes wide with anticipation for something unfolding ahead. Given Aimi's above-average height, he found himself surrounded by towering mercenaries, forming an impenetrable wall before him. Nothing was visible. Aimi took a deep breath and shouted, "Green, don't unleash the lightning." Instantly, everyone in the house, including the clerk, dropped to the ground. Over the past few days, everyone had fully experienced Green's unrivaled charm, casting spells without uttering incantations, never fearing the depletion of magical energy, and maintaining vitality even after striking down 20 individuals in a single day. It was a well-known fact among the regular patrons of the Treehouse Tavern on how to evade lightning strikes. Immediately dropped to the ground. For those who remained standing would invariably become human lightning rods. Excuse me. Aimi and Daqing Shan carefully tiptoed through the crowd, navigating between heads and thighs to reach the counter. Everyone, please remain calm. I have already intervened in time. Alas, at over 200 years old, still behaving like a child. Miss, are you seeking mercenaries? Aimi lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of two girls, both standing before her. I recommend my mercenary guild. It's 1,000 gold coins, yes? To all onlookers, the two girls were evidently human. The one in the red attire was slightly taller, with long black hair cascading down her back. A delicate face, large brown eyes, and a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. The girl in blue appeared to be a sorceress, her chest proudly displaying the emblem of a second-level mage. With flowing brown hair elegantly draped over her chest and serene blue eyes radiating tranquility. Both girls appeared to be under 20. Behind them stood several imperial soldiers, seemingly knights, wielding weapons and bearing traces of blood. It was clear that the two girls were equally astonished by the local custom of dropping to the ground as a greeting. Yet the two self-recommending young mercenaries had also piqued their interest. Aimi, clad in a white leather outfit, had one shoulder bare, her dark skin contrasting with her sculpted features reminiscent of a statue, and her lips and nostrils projected an air of noble restraint. Daqing Shan, slightly taller than Aimi, wore black leather, the interplay of black and white accentuating his robust brows and pure eyes, exuding an aura of simplicity. The girl in blue pressed her lips together slightly and said, "Apologies, but we require an A level, and the task is quite perilous. But there's 1,000 gold coins. We are indeed a level," Aimi exclaimed, urgency lacing her tone. Though a faint smile graced her lips, the girl appeared unconvinced but said nothing further. Shaking her head slightly and addressing the clerk, who had just risen from the ground, "Please find an A-level or an established B-level mercenary to escort us to the capital of the Hami people. Our guide was killed during the conflict." The clerk picked up the mission scroll and began to write earnestly. B-level escort mission, to be completed by a guild of B-level or above. Number of mercenaries unlimited, fee of 1,000 gold coins, no upfront payment required. If both A-level and B-level guilds compete simultaneously, Miss, which do you prefer? A. The blue-clad girl asserted confidently. Oh. The clerk announced to the crowd. Registration begins now. Everyone has heard, we require a mercenary guild, either B-level or A-level. I want to participate. Aimi, standing closest, was the first to raise her hand. A few mercenary guilds behind her echoed their interest, but soon fell silent. Everyone understood the conditions. Unless it was the Silver Snow Wolves, no one could compete. Miss, it is a great honor to recommend to you one of the rare super mercenary guilds in the world. The clerk, in a professional manner, extended his hand towards Aimi. Mr. Aimi of the A-level mercenary guild. Ah. The girls and several soldiers were clearly incredulous. One soldier couldn't help but interject. We require the mercenaries to also be A-level or B-level. We do not want any G or F-level mercenaries from the Silver Snow Wolves. Indeed, the clerk insisted with unwavering determination. The esteemed Mr. Aimi and his companions are A-level mercenaries, and he is the leader of this guild. A mischievous grin suddenly appeared on Aimi's face. Miss, We may be small mercenaries, but we indeed possess extraordinary strength. Trust me, I will take full responsibility for the 1,000 gold coins. However, the journey will be perilous." The red-clad girl interjected timidly. "Heh, if it weren't dangerous, why would you need mercenaries?" Aimi retorted. "Do you not doubt our capabilities? Among so many mercenaries here, ask them who has faced more treacherous situations than we have." In her quest for the task and the 1,000 gold coins, Aimi fully engaged her initiative. All surrounding mercenaries shook their heads in response. "Very well, it is you then. Let us discuss the mission." Rather than merely finding a suitable mercenary guild, it was more about the goodwill established between the two young women. The girls exchanged glances and, disregarding the objections of the soldiers, reached an agreement with the small mercenary guild. In a separate small room, the group began to negotiate. The blue-clad girl specifically requested that the tavern create a sound barrier for privacy. It turned out the two girls were envoys from the Aimi Empire, sent to the Hami people's territory to retrieve a mythical beast. Mythical beast? Aimi and Deching Shan reacted with surprise. Deching Shan interjected, "Shouldn't that have been collected last year? It only happens every 5 years." Clang! Two young imperial soldiers sprang to their feet, drawing their swords. "How do you know the truth about the mythical beast? Did you attack the envoy? What is so strange about that?" Aimi maintained a relaxed demeanor. Yet her noble bearing commanded respect. "My mentor is the imperial mage Legu. Do you think I wouldn't know?" Aimi surmised that Legu had likely returned to the imperial capital, thus daring to use his title as a shield, after all. She couldn't disclose that Qi Hanfeng and Legu had once attempted to abduct the mythical beast. The two girls were taken aback. "Legu the mage? You are his apprentice? That's wonderful. I thought you were so young to hold such a high status. A great master produces exceptional students." The imperial soldiers, clearly unaware of Lu Ji's significance, were reassured by the envoy's words from the imperial capital. Originally, the mythical beast was supposed to be collected last year, but due to the immense magical power of the Black Sun and White Sun not aligning, the sanctuary of mythical beasts could not be opened. Curiously, all mythical beasts that were supposed to give birth last year had failed to produce offspring. After coordination among various nations and calculations by celestial mathematicians, the timeline was postponed to this year. The blue-clad girl recounted, "We set out from the imperial capital 2 months ago and reached the icy forest at the border last month. The imperial border guards dispatched a small team of 20 glacier infantry to protect us in completing our mission. However, unexpectedly, just as we exited the icy forest, we encountered an ambush by a squad of black cavalry, 8 dead, 6 injured from the 20-man team. That ambush left all imperial soldiers in shock. The opposing force seemed to be well acquainted with our itinerary. Just as the envoy team emerged from the icy forest, a sharp whistle sounded, and over 40 masked figures in black, mounted on black steeds, charged towards us. The foremost was evidently a black mythical beast steed. The outcome of a well-planned ambush against an unsuspecting group was predictable. The captain of the glacier infantry, along with 10 men, fought valiantly to hold off the knights, allowing the envoy team leader, Aimi, the deputy foreign minister of the Aimi Empire, to lead the others to safety. The captain and 10 companions suffered 7 fatalities and 4 injuries, and ultimately, they escaped through the cover of the icy forest. After the two groups of survivors regrouped, they learned that a long arrow had struck the deputy foreign minister in the chest, nearly killing him on the spot. Following urgent discussions, the severely wounded returned along the original route. Led by the imperial court's female official, who was also a second-level mage and student of the Empire's Grand Mage, Yushang Lin, blue-clad girl, and the appointed priestess of the Holy Church, Sha Ruo, red-clad girl, who took charge of the mission to retrieve the mythical beast, completely altering the original itinerary to detour to the capital of the Hami people. "Did you encounter enemies again afterward?" Aimi asked again. "How do you know?" Lin Yushang questioned, perplexed. "You both bear wounds, and your numbers are too few," Deching Shan added. "Yes, the opposing force seemed to have split into several groups in pursuit of us. We encountered one of those groups, comprising only 7 individuals. In the second battle, both guides perished, and we lost 2 warriors as well. However, we utilized magic to eliminate all enemies, which is why we hope to find guides and mercenaries to assist us in reaching the capital of the Hami people's Snow Plain City." The red-clad girl timidly interjected, "So perilous?" Aimi feigned concerned. "In that case, the payment. To my knowledge, if we set off immediately, we should reach Snow Plain City in no more than 10 days. an imperial soldier interjected. Goodness, 10 days means 240 hours, Aimi shuddered. Let us do this. I want to require you to increase the mercenary fee. Just provide us with a small allowance for our nerves. You? Lin Yusheng exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. I'm not trying to make things difficult. Aimi waved her hand dismissively. Aimi, come on, let us assist them this once. De Qing Shan interjected, unable to watch any longer. Faint. Why is it always me playing the villain while you play the hero? All right, so be it. Aimi stared with eyes as large as those of a cow and let out a deep sigh, watching helplessly as the roasted duck was about to fly away. However, there was nothing she could do. Even the vice commander had expressed his stance, and it would not be wise to resort to violence. Beside her, an imperial soldier muttered under his breath, I have never seen someone so lacking in appreciation for beauty. Glancing at the dimming sky outside, Aimi and Dakingshan briefly conferred and decided to set off immediately. Traveling through the night in hopes of gaining half a day's distance from their pursuers, the most convenient route from the Treehouse Tavern to Snowfield City was the Longya Mountain Road. In summer, the snowmelt made the road quite passable, but considering the enemy had horses, traveling along the road would make them easy targets. Moreover, encountering enemy cavalry on the road would severely hinder their chances of escape. Therefore, they resolved to plunge directly north into the outer reaches of the snow-covered forest and then head east to Snowfield City. Initially, the envoy party had 4 sleds, but the long-distance sled dogs had grown weary from their arduous journey over the past few days. Aimi sought Lin Yusheng's opinion and added 100 gold coins to replace all the sled dogs at the inn next to the Treehouse Tavern. Just as night began to fall, amidst the envious gazes of the other mercenaries, the 4 sleds departed from the Treehouse Tavern. Shortly after leaving, Aimi gave a firm slap to the sleeping Green beside her. Green rolled over, burying her head deeper into Dakingshan's clothing to continue resting. Hey, it's your turn. Aimi persisted. After raising you this big, you can't just eat for free, Green. Stretched her front paws under Dakingshan's clothing, tightly clutching her head. Oh, it seemed she was blocking her ears. Aimi wore an expression that suggested she could still manage her. From a nearby pack, she pulled out 2 dried lizards and began to shake them vigorously. The dried meat crumbled slightly, releasing a delightful aroma, and with such vigorous shaking, the fragrance quickly filled the entire sled. Achoo, Green, catching a whiff of her beloved familiar scent, immediately crawled out, squinting her eyes and starting to locate the source with her nose in the night. Aimi covered Green's mouth just as she was about to open it wide. No labor, no food. Do you understand what that means? Upon seeing the food, Green wore a flattering expression as if to say, We all good here, nodding her head rapidly like a woodpecker. First, you haven't worked a single day in 4 days. Second, we are in grave danger right now, with many people on horseback coming to snatch your lizard jerky. Aimi declared with a solemn expression of shared enmity. Green's countenance immediately darkened, and Green Dragon breath puffed out. You fly up in an hour to see if they come. If you spot anyone riding after us at night, then it's them, and we shall teach them a harsh lesson. I heard their lizard jerky is quite large. Aimi spoke. She stuffed the lizard jerky into Green's mouth and then patted her behind. Go on. Sleep during the day eye in the sky. Green spread her enormous wings, soaring above the forest with the rushing night wind. Her eyes fixed intently on every movement below, on the ground. Aimi wrapped herself in a snow bear skin blanket, snuggling next to Dakingshan and whispered, Green is becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. I must find some other excuse. I fear that soon she will grow tired of lizard jerky. What shall we do then? After saying this, she paid no heed to Dakingshan's bemused expression and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 34. Encounter Snowfield City is renowned not only for being the realm of the Hami People's empire, but also as one of the 3 most impregnable cities in the world. Its walls rise to a height of 23 meters, constructed from massive stones quarried from Longya Mountain, with towers reaching up to 30 meters above ground. The city is 10 meters wide, sufficient for 15 snow wolves to run side by side. Within a 10-kilometer radius outside the city, the terrain is flat, interspersed with a few small lakes, which remain unfrozen for only 2 to 3 months each year. Beyond that lies an expansive forest, a sea of coniferous trees that remain snow-covered year-round. The difficulty in breaching Snowfield City arises from the unique and insurmountable barriers formed by heavy snow, forests, plains, and towering walls. Only snow wolves or infantry can navigate through deep snow and dense forests. But once on the plains, no infantry can withstand the charge of snow wolves. Following that double assault, the 20-meter-high walls present an insurmountable obstacle. Should anyone wish to besiege the city, the frozen continent offers only 3 months of thaw each year, which is hardly significant for Snowfield City. As night deepened, the moonlight filtered through the curling clouds, casting a pink glow upon the silver snow. The 4 sleds of the envoy sped through the dense forest. Having emerged from the icy woodlands, towering coniferous trees continued to line their path, each one standing closely beside the other. Each sled was pulled by 12 snow dogs, racing swiftly under the lead of the foremost dog. Occasionally panting heavily, the front sled carried 2 Imperial soldiers and a guide, followed by Aimi and Dakingshan, and then an Imperial soldier with 2 girls. 3 Imperial soldiers brought up the rear. From one of the middle sleds came the faint sound of a conversation between 2 girls. "Yushang, how can you be so bold? You dare to trust Dakingshan and Aimi?" Sha Ruo whispered to her companion. "Hey, the girl isn't small, but she worries a lot." Lin Yushang chuckled lightly. "Don't underestimate them. I chose them for several reasons. First, their strength is extraordinary. Did you see that boy named Aimi?" When he shouted, everyone immediately dropped. Moreover, despite many being envious of their task, no one dared to challenge them, which speaks volumes. Secondly, I've looked into their backgrounds. Did you know? Aimi possesses 3 attributes: swordsman, neutral second-level magician, and magic swordsman. For a boy his age, most would still be studying in a swordsman or magic academy, often struggling to keep up with just one discipline. Yet he holds 3 attributes. Remarkable, isn't it? He is a disciple of Leg, and I suspect he might even be a descendant of an imperial noble. Just look at his demeanor. As for Dakingshan, he is even more astonishing. Do you know? He is a dragon knight. Look up there. What is that? Sha Rua exclaimed in surprise. I believe that is Dakingshan's dragon. Lin Yushang replied confidently. Lastly, I truly admire their pure gaze, untainted by any impurities. Given the dangers of this journey, should we encounter any villains, I doubt they would be those kinds of people. Hee hee. Sister Shang, you worry too much. Sha Ru suddenly laughed inexplicably. When I first saw you in the imperial capital, so many young men were surrounding you, haha. That is why you always think of them badly. How dare you mock me? Aren't you the same? Yushang raised her delicate hand as if to strike. Haha, Sister Shang, spare me. Sha Rua laughed, playfully blocking her. I grew up in the church, and everyone around me were church folks. Our church is very clear-cut, and I lived in an area almost entirely populated by women. This time out, I've seen more men than in all my 16 years. Little girl, are you smitten? Have you fallen for some handsome lad? I can help you with an introduction, Yushang teased with a sly smile. On the silver snow, the melodious laughter of the 2 girls rang out. Dakingshan, what are those 2 girls laughing about? Aimi pondered, perplexed that it's so annoying. It's late, and they won't let anyone sleep. Tomorrow, I'm going to ask them for a sleep compensation fee. Contrary to expectations, the journey was remarkably safe, with no unusual sounds suggesting an ambush on the envoy. Green often soared high into the air to scout but found nothing amiss. Along the way, only the lead dog occasionally barked, the only sound being the sleds gliding over the snow. With just 3 days left until they reached Snowfield City, a collective sigh of relief escaped the Imperial soldiers. However, Aimi's expression grew increasingly grave. After dinner, he called everyone to gather around the campfire and spoke solemnly about his concerns. We are in a perilous situation, Aimi declared with startling gravity. Yushang furrowed her brow. Why do you say that? An Imperial soldier nearby muttered quietly. Is he just trying to squeeze more fees from us? Ignoring the murmurs, Aimi continued. Have you all considered why the enemy has not pursued us? If what you say is true, then the enemy must know your route exceedingly well and must be very organized, likely tracking us along the way. I suspect they are aware of the mercenary situation. And they should understand that we have not taken the Longya Mountain Road. If they were to pursue us along the route, it would be disadvantageous for them, as cavalry is ineffective in forests and snow. So what might they do? His words immediately captivated everyone's attention, and each person began to ponder. If I were them, I would not pursue along the route. Knowing the envoy's final destination, it would be far simpler to ride out to wait for you outside Snowfield City. In the most likely locations, deploy some sentinels, while the main force gathers at the periphery. Upon receiving a signal, they will immediately rush to launch a surprise attack at that moment. How will the delegation defend themselves? A collective gasp escaped from all present. Then, what shall we do? The thought of the tremendous impact of the Black Knights drained the color from Yu Chang's face. Indeed, what can we do? I have been troubled by this for some time. Qing Shan, what are your thoughts? Aimi furrowed her brow. Is it possible to split our forces? This way, they would be uncertain whom to pursue. Qing Shan also frowned. Exactly. Aimi clapped her hands. They are all familiar with you. So you can charge out in one direction, and once they surround you, Qing Shan and I will seek reinforcements. Surely they won't intercept us. I estimate it will take about an hour for the reinforcements to return. And by that time, we shall collect your remains. Why, Yu Chang interrupted Aimi coldly. If that is the case, what use do we have for mercenaries? Wouldn't it be safer for you to head to Snow Plain City on your own? Are mercenaries merely sacrificing their employers just to fetch help for themselves? Aimi stuck out her tongue. I was just suggesting a creative idea. Why are you all so anxious? It doesn't mean we have to follow it. Although the success rate is indeed 100, there is another approach, which also has a high probability of success, but carries similar risks. Qing Shan, take either Yu Chang or Sha Ruo and hide at the back. Using green to monitor where the enemy is sparse, so we can lead them into the dense forest. I estimate they will retain a mobile force, but it shouldn't be substantial. The longer we can hold them off, the safer you will be. Upon reaching Snow Moon City, immediately seek assistance from the city guards. No, I will attract them. You take the others to the city. Qing Shan firmly declined. Are you out of your mind? Aimi smacked the back of Qing Shan's head. Without green, who could successfully break through? Don't tell me to take green. I can't manage that little elder, though be honest. Even fighting against 100 Black Knights is far safer than being with green. Aimi grimly shattered Qing Shan's dreams. Sha Ruo, Aimi makes a valid point. In my capacity as the acting head of the delegation, I command you and Qing Shan to enter Snow Plain City separately, first to deliver the national letter to the opposing side, and then return to rescue us. If trouble arises, you may lead the magical beast offspring back to the capital alone. Remember to hurry, otherwise this opportunity will be squandered. Lin Yuchang stood up abruptly, coldly addressing Sha Ruo. No. Sha Ruo stubbornly turned her head away, her long hair dancing in the air. Dear sister, you are of the priestly order, while I am a mage. Who is more useful in war? Moreover, you represent 2 nations as a delegate. What about me? Can I represent the Holy See? Please do me a favor, will you? Sister, I implore you. Otherwise, we will all. Seeing the hardness of Lin Yuchang's plea, she held onto Sha Ruo's slender shoulder, her voice soft and pleading, tears streaming down her face. All right, sister, don't be like this. I will go. Upon seeing Lin Yuchang's tears, Sha Ruo immediately panicked and agreed, but as thoughts of potential danger surged, tears also welled up in her eyes. Enough now, ladies. We are mercenaries, so let us not make such a tragic scene. It will be fine. Tomorrow morning we will split up. After 1 hour of our departure, Qing Shan will head left. Remember to let Green monitor the situation at all times. Now, it's getting late. Let us rest. A cold smile played on Aimi's lips as she stood and walked towards her sled. Early the next morning, Aimi, Lin Yuchang, and 6 soldiers departed with 3 sleds. Qing Shan and Sha Ruo watched them fade from view, then sighed heavily before setting off in the direction indicated by the magical compass, making slight adjustments to their angle as they began their journey northward. According to Aimi's estimation, they would first travel north for a while before veering off, creating a detour of over 20 kilometers, which should delay their exit from the forest by about an hour compared to Aimi and the others. Perhaps due to his background as an orphan, Qing Shan was a man of few words. Even when with Aimi, he listened more than he spoke or acted, and he remained silent whenever possible. This was especially true on his first trip away with a girl. He tossed his shield to Sha Ruo and quietly took his place at the front of the sled, with a crossbow already loaded and an arrow resting by his feet. His long sword was half drawn, and even the golden dragon spear gifted by the dragon god was retrieved from the magical pouch. Resting beneath him, he held a long branch in his hand, occasionally tapping the lead dog's head to guide its direction. After a while, Green soared into the sky, surveying the surroundings. Sha Ruo also remained silent. The fierce cold wind howled past, making conversation difficult, and like Qing Shan, she was also experiencing her first time alone with a male companion. Time flew swiftly amidst the snowy landscape and forest, Nightfall came quickly in the woods. Observing Daqing Shan's weariness from the day, Sha Ruo felt a pang of guilt. She jumped down from the sled, stretching her nearly numb legs, and prepared to gather firewood to roast meat. As she moved about, turning back, she was astounded to see Daqing Shan already at work. Just as she was about to greet him and offer to help, she was taken aback by the peculiar sight before her. Daqing Shan had located a decayed old tree and, drawing his long sword, began to chop it down. "Is he foolish?" Sha Ruo thought. How could he possibly fell a tree? Even the finest longsword would not suffice for such a task. Otherwise, not only would the blade suffer damage, but the sword would likely break as well. Its slender form could not withstand such immense shearing forces, especially since these were coniferous trees that would take half a day with an axe to cut down. In fact, each sled was equipped with 2 axes specifically for chopping wood during their forest nights. Just as Sha Ruo prepared to fetch an axe, she saw the massive trunk already cleave beneath Daqing Shan's sword. With another swing, a standard 40-centimeter firewood log was neatly severed. Daqing Shan stood the log upright, raising his sword high, and with each strike, a piece of firewood sprang forth from the stump with a sharp crack. What kind of person is this? How can he chop wood like this? This spectacle nearly overturned all of Sha Ruo's previous notions. It was truly astonishing. She couldn't fathom it. Daqing Shan was oblivious to how others perceived him. In truth, he didn't even dare to look at what Sha Ruo looked like. If someone appeared now dressed similarly to Sha Ruo, he would be utterly confused. Once the firewood was gathered, he swiftly stacked it into a bonfire, dousing it with pine oil, and with a whoosh, the flames leapt high. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat wafted from the fire. Chapter 35. The ambush fate is a curious thing. Some people are destined to meet yet are never meant to be, living in the same area, perhaps often visiting the same cave, taking the same medicine prescribed by the same doctor, and playing with the same dog. They might even share surprising agreements on many viewpoints, yet they are utterly unable to merge. Others may have the potential to connect but emphasize. Fate is ordained by heaven, while separation is a matter of human choice. In truth, most of the time, it is merely a case of timing. No matter how hard one strives, the outcome remains the same. Ramblings of delusion. Sha Ruo lowered her head, the fierce flames casting a warm glow upon her fair face, her long hair cascading over her chest. Perhaps it was truly the first time with a boy that caused her to occasionally glance at Daqing Shan out of the corner of her eye, unable to articulate why. What a sight it was as the flames licked the meat, fat dripped down, sizzling and fueling the fire, which danced brightly against Daqing Shan's face. He deftly rotated the spit with one hand while the other continually sprinkled salt and other seasonings from his pouch over the meat. Green leaned against Daqing Shan, resting her head on his belly, drooling as she watched. Occasionally, when Daqing Shan went to gather firewood, Green would obediently take over the spit and shake it gently. What a well-behaved little creature! Sha Ruo smiled softly. After finishing the roasted meat, Daqing Shan skillfully ignited another bonfire beside them, extinguishing the previous one and covering the ashes with stones. He then pulled the sled over, placing it atop the ashes, and spoke for the first time that day. "You will sleep on the sled." He then settled down with his bedding against a slightly protruding rock, seeking shelter from the wind. Before long, the sound of even breathing reached Sha Ruo's ears. She found herself pondering what kind of man he was. Sha Ruo had never understood men well, recalling Lin Yucheng's advice to be cautious, not to sleep too deeply, and to be wary of Daqing Shan lying beside her. At the time, she had been particularly perplexed by her sister's words. It was known that Sha Ruo had no real grasp of how far a boy could go in being bad to a girl. Before long, warmth enveloped her heart. She finally comprehended some of Daqing Shan's earlier actions. The warmth from the ashes of the bonfire slowly permeated through the wooden boards of the sled, radiating a gentle heat in this icy world, with howling winds outside. That warmth was indescribable. As Sha Ruo savored this first warmth brought by the opposite sex, Lin Yucheng was wide-eyed, witnessing another spectacle unfold. In pursuit of reaching the forest's edge by the following evening, so as to swiftly draw the enemy into the shroud of night, and considering that the knights would have limited maneuvering space under the cover of darkness, Aimi resolved to hasten their journey. It was not until the late hours of the night that the envoy finally made camp. Their initial task was to gather wood for a fire. However, their fortune did not match that of the Daqing Shan. for the night was too dark to locate the fallen timber. Consequently, 2 soldiers commenced chopping down trees, yet the wind was so fierce that they made little progress in felling a massive pine. Unable to wait any longer, Aimi approached them and amiably suggested, "Shall I give it a try?" Several soldiers from the Empire, already discontented with his demeanor, promptly handed him the axe. Aimi shook his head, unsheathed his ice blade from behind, and circled a large tree, all eyes upon him, eager to witness his next move, while a few soldiers displayed unmistakable mockery in their gazes. Taking a slight step back, he bent slightly at the waist, raised the ice blade high, and with a crack akin to thunder cleaving the air, he struck downwards from an angle, causing the tree to crash to the ground. Without a moment's pause, he wielded his long sword with remarkable agility, swiftly reducing the timber to a pile reminiscent of a small hill, the ice blade seemingly unscathed. All present were left in awe. Flames erupted, enveloping everyone in the comforting warmth of the fire. Lin Yusheng beamed at Aimi, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder you are both a swordsman and a master of the magical blade. Your prowess is undeniable. With your tree-felling skills, I dare say you could qualify as an S-rank mercenary." Aimi offered a faint smile. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he, who had never suffered a loss in front of others, felt unusually shy in the presence of the girl. Almost at a loss for words, "I've never seen anyone chop wood like that. Could you teach me sometime?" Lin Yusheng felt an earnestness she had never before experienced in requesting a favor from a boy. One soldier, discomforted by the sight of the beautiful woman lavishing praise upon a boy so much younger than himself, interjected, "That's nothing. Our former captain of the Glacier Brigade could cut wood with a sword. And he did it far more swiftly. Perhaps you could seek his tutelage in the future." Just as Lin Yusheng was about to respond, Aimi calmly interjected, "I know, because he is my father." The air fell silent, as 3 or 4 middle-aged soldiers fixed their gaze intently on Aimi and the lengthy sword at his back. The next morning, Shan arose early, ensuring the snow dog was well fed before summoning Sheru to commence a new day. They were evidently nearing the forest's edge, with trees becoming increasingly sparse, sunlight penetrating the canopy to illuminate the snow-covered ground, which was thinning in areas, revealing patches of black soil. Caution was required to navigate the less snowy patches. The sled jolted along, prompting Sheru to grip its edges tightly, while Shan remained steadfastly seated, directing the lead dog to traverse the snowy areas under the trees, eyeing the shallower snow of the forest. Tracks of small beasts became visible. Shan noted the prints of common creatures such as deer and foxes, yet no signs of human activity were detected. Following the plan agreed upon with Aimi, Shan quickened his pace, estimating that he should be nearing the forest's edge within 2 hours after Aimi encountered the enemy. Aimi would create a diversion, luring all foes into the darkened forest. After all, with the onset of night, the enemy would be unable to discern how many individuals were in Aimi's party. This would allow Shan and Sheru to safely reach Snowfield City the following morning. As night deepened, the exposed soil became more prevalent, and the snow dog strained against the sled, dragging it through the muddy terrain. "It should be about time," Shan mused to himself. They were now quite close to the enemy. He carefully gathered the snow dogs and sought a snowbank to push the sled into, marking the spot. He then set off with 10 snow dogs and Sheru in search of a new campsite. Unlike previous nights, lighting a fire was impossible due to the proximity of the enemy, which would expose their position. Behind a small hill, Shan suddenly discovered a dark cave ahead, his heart leaping with joy. With such a cave, they could find a way to light a fire without detection, sheltered from the howling winds. However, the snow dogs began to stir restlessly, as if sensing something within. Having grown up in the mountains, Shan understood canine behavior. This minor agitation suggested the absence of large predators or herbivores, likely indicating the presence of smaller creatures. He entered the cave with 2 dogs, igniting a torch. The cave was spacious, towering above a person and extending about 10 meters deep, with a fortunate bend within, making it difficult to detect any fire from outside. He surveyed the cave, deeming it safe, as there were no signs of prior habitation. The frigid air was a formidable foe to all life. He emerged, beckoning Sheru to take the torch and enter first, while he moved to the nearest large tree to commence his customary woodcutting. Soon, a pile of firewood began to accumulate. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from within the cave. Sheru's voice. Shan's heart raced as he brandished his longsword and rushed into the cave alongside Green. The torch fell to the ground, revealing a pale-faced Sheru, half sitting against the cave wall, one hand covering her mouth and the other clutching her left foot. Not far from her lay a large black snake, nearly a meter in length, its head raised off the ground, flicking its red tongue. Following the snake's tail, Shan quickly noticed a hole in the corner of the cave. Evidently, the original inhabitant was quite displeased with the unexpected visitors and had delivered a minor warning. Upon closer inspection of the snake, Shan's expression shifted dramatically. "Did it bite you?" His voice trembled in alarm. I don't know. "It bit my shoe," Sheru stammered, clearly in shocked eye. In the frozen continent, where the icy terrain only thawed for 3 months each year, snakes were rare, with only a handful of species present, all black in color. Among them, only one was venomous, and it was highly toxic. Although she had never encountered it, this snake was not to be underestimated. The longsword sliced through the air swiftly as the black snake lunged at Shan. Attempting to sink its fangs into him, the sword twirled gracefully, and with a clean strike, the snake's head, along with a portion of its body, was severed. Shan swiftly stomped down on the head, twisting it to ensure it could not strike again. Before softly reassuring Sheru, You need not fear. It's dead. Does your foot hurt?" Sheru was on the brink of tears. "It hurt before, but now it just feels itchy." Shan's expression grew even graver. He rushed over, disregarding Sheru's protests, and grasped her left leg to untie her shoelaces, forcefully removing the shoe to reveal a pair of pink socks. When the delicate foot emerged from the socks, Shan experienced an inexplicable wave of dizziness. The 5 little toes glowed with a rosy hue, each adorned with translucent, shell-like nails. On either side of the big toe, 2 tiny bite marks were visible, with blackened blood already coagulating around the edges. A dark line of blood creeping up Sheru's leg, poison. It was indeed venomous. Sheru, too, realized her foot had lost sensation, and upon seeing the sinister bloodline on her leg, she was at a loss for what to do. Shan drew a dagger from his boot, heating it against the fallen torch, and despite Sheru's struggles, he held her foot down, making precise incisions over the 4 bite marks. The black blood began to seep out, and after a moment's hesitation, he lifted her foot, leaning in to suck the venom from the wound, spitting the blackened blood onto the ground. Sheru felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Although her foot had been numbed, she could distinctly feel Shan's vigorous suction, a sensation beyond description. Though she understood his intentions were good, her foot thrashed in protest, surprised by the strength of his grip, which caused her considerable pain. Finally, the dark line of blood receded from her leg, and the bite marks began to ooze with fresh red blood, at which point she realized the searing pain, letting out a soft whimper. The torch on the ground flickered dangerously low. Shan gathered some firewood from outside to rekindle the flames, then retrieved some salt from his pack, sprinkling it evenly over Sheru's wounds. He followed this with bandages and ointment, carefully tending to her foot, finally slipping her socks and shoes back on. At this moment, Shan noticed a peculiar fragrance in the air. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, he found himself at a loss for words. His face flushing bright red, he hurried outside to gather more firewood, stoking the flames, and then drove a stick into the ground at the entrance of the snake's cave. After ensuring the cave was devoid of further threats, he gathered his bedding, lowered his head, and tugged at Green's paw as he exited. That night, neither Shan nor Sheru could find repose. Sheru's mind was consumed by the memory of Shan forcefully removing her shoe and the sensation of his sucking, a feeling she could scarcely articulate. Meanwhile, Shan sensed that something was amiss, yet he remained unaware of what it was. In the sky, the crimson moon cast its warm glow over the midsummer forest, enveloping it in a tender silvery light. Chapter 36. The Might of the Dragon. At the break of dawn the following day, Shan stirred awake, only to discover that his tongue had swollen considerably. The venom from the previous night had evidently been too potent for his delicate tongue to endure. He vigorously shook his head and seized a handful of snow from the ground, pressing it forcefully against his face. Perhaps the medicinal properties of the external remedy helped draw out the poison, for Sha Rua's foot seemed to face no significant hindrance. Although she consciously avoided Shan's gaze, she couldn't help but notice the swelling on his cheeks, and as a priestess, She quickly deduced the cause. With a gentle incantation, a flash of white light enveloped Qing Shan, and he instantly felt a return to his usual sensations. Subsequently, both of them bowed their heads in heavy contemplation. Qing Shan led the way with the dog and Lu Er, while Sha Ruo followed behind like a subdued little wife. Both were novices. Their ability to assess their surroundings was severely compromised in such a state of unease. Unbeknownst to them, a sudden cacophony erupted as all the snow dogs began to bark frantically. Startled, Qing Shan and Sha Ruo lifted their heads to find 5 knights clad in black armor. Riding ebony steeds, their faces obscured beneath dark helmets. Instinctively, Qing Shan raised his shield with his left hand, the tip of his longsword retreating behind it, and took a cautious step back, using the shield to protect Sha Ruo. Lu Er, too, appeared alarmed, fluttering her wings slightly before hastening to hide behind Qing Shan. The central knight spoke coldly. Even if you are clever enough to deceive other fools, do not think you can fool me. Surrender, and I hope we can resolve this peacefully. Qing Shan pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze unwavering as he faced the knight. He lifted his shield slightly higher, with a resigned sigh. The knight raised his right hand, and all 5 knights simultaneously dismounted, drawing their 3-meter-long lances from the sides of their horses, hoisting them aloft in an instant. The knights lowered their lances and spurred their steeds forward. Despite being outnumbered 5-1, their synchronized movements produced a thunderous sound as the hooves thundered against the ground, kicking up black mud. Their leader seemed to have mastered the skill of a united charge. The combined assault not only brought immense destructive power but also created significant psychological pressure. They drew nearer, closer still. Within approximately 20 meters, the 5 knights extended their lances horizontally, their steel tips glinting dazzlingly in the sunlight. Lu Er, take flight and unleash your attack magic, Qing Shan shouted. At this critical moment, he hoped for Lu Er to perform beyond her usual capabilities, releasing several lightning spells or other offensive magic. While he did not expect a fatal blow to the enemy, he at least hoped to delay their advance. Lu Er spread her wings and soared into the air without hesitation. The air before her began to shimmer, and a yellow wind dragon materialized, followed swiftly by a second, a third, and a fourth. The wind dragons, commanding the chilling gusts, unfurled their massive wings and dove from the sky. The knights were evidently taken aback by the spectacle. Even a first-level mage would struggle to summon 4 wind dragons in such a brief time, as wind dragons constituted 4th-tier magic. The knights, who intended to create a tremendous impact, now faced an aerial assault. With the distance reduced to just over 10 meters, all knights had fully committed, unable to halt the momentum of their powerful steeds. They slightly adjusted the direction of their lances, angling them upward in hopes of striking the wind dragons. As they maneuvered their mounts outward to create more space, the central knights also altered their steeds' directions, seeking greater combat room. Only the knight at the forefront, seemingly their leader, could not evade. Fortunately, it seemed the 4 wind dragons were not targeting him. The potent inertia propelled him directly toward Qing Shan. Wind dragons, as embodiments of the wind, though not as agile as true dragons, held a distinct advantage over typical knights, especially in one-on-one encounters. Knights thrived on rapid mobility and teamwork, but struggled against aerial assaults. Their mounts found it challenging to synchronize with them. The cumbersome armor encasing them severely restricted their agility, rendering their combat efficacy inferior to that of an ordinary infantryman in such circumstances. Suddenly, one wind dragon swooped down from above the circling knights, targeting another knight engaged in battle with a different wind dragon. The dragon's massive hind legs seized the knight, lifting him from his steed, while its colossal wings unleashed a frigid current, carrying him away. One could only surmise that the knight's fate would be dire. A conjured wind dragon had a maximum lifespan of approximately 10 minutes, after which the knight would plummet from the sky. Qing Shan had not anticipated that Lu Er's attack magic would unexpectedly escalate from lightning, a 2nd or 3rd-tier offensive spell, to 4th-tier magic. Lei Gu had previously assessed Lu Er's magical aptitude, deeming her equivalent to a 1st-level human mage. Now, it was evident that she had surpassed that limitation, aided by the dragon god during the Battle of the Winds. With no time to ponder, the knight's leader charged forth, his lance aimed directly at Qing Shan in a one-on-one conflict. A knight's lance charge typically held no advantage. Ideally, they would not wield a lance. Under immense force, a lance left little room for adjustment, and even an ordinary infantryman could evade a knight's lance with a well-timed roll or leaped in direct confrontations between knights and infantry. The optimal weapon for a knight would be a curved sword or longsword. However, the opponent could no longer switch weapons. Daqing Shan found himself unable to evade. Sha Ruo stood behind him, and any attempt to dodge would leave her facing the gleaming lance directly. Clearly, Sha Ruo lacked the agility necessary to navigate such a situation, and Daqing Shan was unwilling to allow that outcome. He raised his shield high, angling it outward just as the lance struck, producing a piercing sound as the steel tip scraped against the shield in an instant. Daqing Shan's long sword flashed forth from behind the shield, its silver gleam catching the light. The sword sliced toward the knight's steed's neck. A fully armored knight, once dismounted, would find themselves at a disadvantage against other combatants. The knight on horseback remained composed, using the rear end of his lance to deflect the blow, causing Daqing Shan's sword to ricochet back. Having received frequent training from Qi Hanfeng, Daqing Shan was well acquainted with the single sword and shield combination, particularly adept at countering knightly charges. Though he could not defeat the Phantom Beast Knight, he was confident in handling an ordinary Black Knight. Just as the knight galloped past him, Daqing Shan did not hesitate. He raised his shield to protect against the rear legs of the charging horse. With his right hand, he redirected the momentum of the returning sword, arching his body to thrust beneath the horse. Evading the knight's lance entirely, Daqing Shan slipped from the left side of the horse to the right, his long sword carving a deep gash into the horse's belly. Blood gushed forth. Daqing Shan couldn't help but feel fortunate. Had he faced a Phantom Beast Knight, that strike would have likely been in vain, as the beast would have ascended into the air. The warhorse let out a mournful whinny before bolting a few meters and collapsing. The knight thrown from the saddle by the sheer force of inertia, Daqing Shan hesitated, refraining from pursuing further. A wind dragon swooped in, its massive claws seizing the knight's back, while its head collided heavily with the knight's helmet. The sound of shattering bones echoing ominously. That knight was now rendered ineffective. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. All 5 knights were slain within 10 minutes, and soon the wind dragon's silhouette flickered before vanishing into the wind. Daqing Shan touched the blood on his face and waved at Lu Er, who circled overhead. She descended gracefully, and even the usually taciturn Daqing Shan couldn't help but pat Lu Er's head, exclaiming, "Well done, impressive." Lu Er regarded him with an expression that seemed to say, "You should appreciate the might of the sacred dragon clan." Before burying her head into Daqing Shan's backpack, it was evident that her desire for material rewards far outweighed her need for moral encouragement. While the Black Knights were inept in battle, they proved adept as transport leaders, and Daqing Shan discovered 500 gold coins, a plethora of healing potions, and, most gratifyingly, 4 robust black steeds among the corpses. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. Otherwise, he might have stripped the armor from the bodies to sell for gold. Even if he had ample time, Daqing Shan, by nature, would likely refrain from such actions. If it had been Aimi, however, no matter how pressed for time, she would have likely stripped the long hair from the deceased to sell to fertilizer manufacturers. Yet, even if Daqing Shan had such thoughts, they could not come to fruition. Sha Ruo stood in a daze before the 4 corpses, her lips moving slightly as she seemingly fulfilled her final duty as a priestess, praying for the swift liberation of these souls. Trouble arose as Daqing Shan prepared to mount his steed. Lu Er suddenly dashed over and bit him forcefully. It was then that Daqing Shan recalled Qi Hanfeng's words. Dragons despise dragon knights approaching other mounts. Even when unwell, they resist such occurrences. However, in times of desperation, the arrival of reinforcements is akin to a lifeline. With the sacred notion of the enlightened dragon clan in mind, Daqing Shan commenced communication with Lu Er, ultimately securing their freedom under the strict condition of this once only, and no more, along with the enticing offer of 100 lizardmen. 2 hours later, the city gates of Shuan appeared before them, and Daqing Shan and Sheruo slightly reduced their speed as they charged directly into the guard post outside the city. The dozens of Hami soldiers stationed there had not encountered such boisterous foreign cavalry for quite some time. The uniquely curved sabers of the Hami people were drawn from their sheaths, and a leader, hearing the commotion outside, emerged from the guard post and inquired in the standard lingua franca of the frozen continent. "What brings you here? Why have you barged in?" Sheruo, having grown up in the church and later served as a special envoy to the Aimi Empire, was well versed in official interactions. She produced 2 tokens from her bosom, one golden and the other blue, and handed them directly to the leader. "We are the envoy of the Aimi Empire and the Holy Church, here to welcome the mythical beast. We encountered an enemy ambush in the snowy forest and managed to break through. We seek the aid of the Hami Kingdom. Please take me to see the highest general stationed at the city." The authority of the national tokens was evident, and under the guidance of the guards, Dakingshan and Sheruo galloped into the residence of the highest general, Baron Manassi. Upon receiving the report, Baron Manassi, a Hami man in his 40s, personally welcomed them and swiftly dispatched a contingent of 500 snow wolf cavalry to charge out of the city alongside Dakingshan. "Nothing will go awry. It will certainly be fine," both Dakingshan and Sheruo silently prayed. The 10-kilometer expanse was traversed with remarkable speed, leading them to the dense forest ahead. According to their prior arrangement, Aimi and the others were to lure the enemy into the forest at this juncture. In the midst of astonished gazes, Dakingshan gestured for Lure to ascend to the highest point once more to search for signs of Aimi and the others. Lure soared into the sky. Before long, guided by Lure, Dakingshan and his companions discovered numerous hoof prints in a somewhat open area of the forest, yet there were no other remnants to indicate what had transpired. Chapter 37. The year of the magical era was destined to be tumultuous. In early summer, the first SS mission bounty in nearly 50 years appeared on the frozen continent. By midsummer, the evil dragon Infeng resurfaced, and it was rumored that he was slain in tandem by Bai Offing and Dwarflock. By late summer, the 5th A-class mercenary group emerged, achieving an unprecedented ascent from G-class to A-class in merely a month. 2 previously obscure young boys became the brightest of supernovas upon their debut. In early autumn, the ancient sacred ice-green dragon Tamuge Urs made its official historical debut, and Dakingshan emerged as the first sacred dragon knight in history. By late autumn, yet another event transpired, leaving the world astounded. Many unofficial histories designate this year as the year of the dragon, human, and god trio. Throughout the afternoon, Dakingshan, Sheruo, and Baron Manassi tirelessly expanded their search area, yet they found no trace whatsoever. Other than the disheveled snow, there were no bloodstains or any other evidence to elucidate the situation. Baron Manassi suggested that Sheruo return to Shuan City and, the following morning, meet with King Isu III of the Hami Kingdom to deploy the royal guard for a comprehensive search of the forest area, striving to rescue the envoy as swiftly as possible. As the blood-red sun cast its glow upon the pristine, snow-laden forest, Dakingshan clenched his upper lip, his eyes ablaze with urgency as he gazed deep into the woods. He was exceedingly anxious, reflecting on the morning's encounter. Had it not been for Lure's extraordinary performance, the outcome could have been dire. The number of enemies faced by Aimi and her companions far surpassed his own. His heart quaked. Sheruo, mounted on her horse, stood to Dakingshan's left front, observing the melancholy in his eyes, feeling equally distressed. She rode closer to him, tugging at his sleeve. Dakingshan snapped back to reality, unwilling to concede defeat as he cast another glance at the forest. He gestured to Lure in the sky, and together they began their journey back toward Shuan City. The summer days on the frozen continent were notably long, and upon their return to Shuan City, the sun had yet to set. After Baron Manassi pointed out the direction of the relay station, he returned to his residence, preparing the materials for his early morning report to King Isu III. Dakingshan and Sheruo remained momentarily lost in thought, burdened by their worries as they rode towards the relay station. The relay station loomed ahead, with its snow-white walls, azure-tiled roof, crimson pillars, and white stone steps. Seated upon the steps was an individual. As Dakingshan and Sheruo approached the entrance, they heard a gentle, melodious voice. "You two on horseback? Why are you so slow?" Dakingshan nearly tumbled from his mount, while Sheruo could scarcely believe her ears. It was he who sat upon the steps, clad in white leather, with a sun-kissed face, a nose as straight as if carved from stone, and a blade of grass clasped between his lips. A characteristic smile gracing his features. "Aimi!" Dakingshan leaped from his horse, arms outstretched as he lunged toward Aimi, who reciprocated with a beaming embrace. Unexpectedly, a colossal green figure descended from above at an even swifter pace, its enormous wings sending a chill through the air as it swooped down. Aimi, caught unawares, was knocked to the ground by Lure, who charged at him at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, enthusiastically licking Aimi's face. Not like this, Dakingshan thought, Feeling a twinge of jealousy, Aimi pushed against the nearly 500-pound creature. Scratching the back of his head, he exclaimed, "Are you trying to harm me or turn me into lizard jerky?" He then produced some food from his pocket and stuffed it into Lure's mouth, satisfying its most pressing desire. After regaining his footing, Aimi embraced Dakingshan once more, suggesting, "Let's discuss this inside." Everyone has arrived. The relay station was quite expansive, and Aimi's group was assigned to the farthest courtyard, a privilege reserved for state guests. In the courtyard, a girl paced anxiously. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up, and her face lit up upon seeing Sheruo and Dakingshan. She rushed over, fervently grasping Sheruo's hand. Lin Yuchong, as if she hadn't seen Sheruo in half a year, tears welling in her eyes. "I was so worried. I thought I would never see you again." When several soldiers from the Glacier Brigade learned that Aimi was the sole child of the former brigade leader, all hostility dissipated. One middle-aged soldier reached for Aimi's ice blade, tears brimming in his eyes. "That's it. It truly is the captain's sword. I wondered why it looked so familiar, but the color is different." These soldiers were seasoned veterans of the Imperial Border Forces, having served under like Harper, and the soldier who asked for Aimi's ice blade had once escorted a grand magician to the Ice Wish Tower alongside Harper. Aimi smiled. "Yes, it was originally black, they say." The soldiers nodded in agreement. "My mentor, Liege, brought it back when he exited the Wish Tower. It was my father who instructed him to return it to me. Due to its prolonged exposure at the entrance of the tower, it turned this icy hue." The veteran continued, "Do you know when your father might return? We all miss him. If he were leading the expedition this time, we surely would have triumphed over the Black Knights." Aimi's expression grew somber as he shook his head. "My mentor said, he can only emerge once he masters his domain in the Imperial Army." Particularly among the border forces, camaraderie was paramount. Bonds of brotherhood were forged through life and death, and even among peers, the trust was profound, especially towards the son of their revered captain. The soldier's demeanor shifted dramatically. Observing this, Lin Yuchong was puzzled. What kind of person is his father? Is he like him? Is he this obsessed with wealth? Unbeknownst to them, Harper, who was languishing in the Wish Tower, enduring his studies, shivered at the thought of his life's clarity being so easily disrupted by his beloved Isoan. In truth, when Harper eventually emerged from the Wish Tower, those familiar with Aimi could hardly fathom that Aimi's father was such a serene individual. They had long been influenced by the traditional belief that dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and rats beget sons who dig holes. However, this notion held some truth. What truly influenced Aimi was not his father, but rather a certain unscrupulous middle-aged man who often took advantage of his son. The following day, Aimi's team set out early, hastening their journey. According to their itinerary, around 5:00 p.m. the envoy approached the forest's edge. With only 2 hours remaining until dusk, Aimi instructed a soldier to accompany him and Lin Yuchong as they advanced ahead while the other soldiers remained behind. Utilizing this final stretch, they tied a tripwire along the main corridor of the forest, approximately 1 meter above the ground. Aimi reiterated the importance of ensuring it was secured above 1 meter. After inspecting the first tripwire they had set, Aimi nodded in satisfaction, waving a long branch to signal the lead hound to continue onward. The path ahead grew increasingly treacherous as Aimi gestured for the Imperial soldier to take the log from her hands, signaling him to slow down and continue steering the sled. He rose to his full height, squinting through the dense foliage to ascertain whether any enemies were lurking nearby. Suddenly, the cawing of crows erupted from the left side of the woods, and 2 snow-white birds took flight from the branches, causing the limbs to tremble noticeably. Clearly, a large creature was on the move. Aimi waved her hand, indicating the soldier to hold his position. With hands on her hips, she stood atop the sled and called out, "Come out, I have known you were here all along." After a brief moment of further rustling, 4 knights clad in black emerged from the woods, riding sleek ebony steeds. Based on the knowledge imparted by Chi Hanfeng, Aimi recognized these horses, rare specimens known as the Black Maras, indigenous to the snowy northern territories of her empire. These horses were exceedingly scarce, with only about 200 in the Imperial border forces. Prized for their long, shaggy hooves that provided excellent traction in the snow, allowing them to gallop swiftly across the tundra. They were also the sole mounts capable of contending with snow wolves in this frigid expanse. However, due to their limited numbers and difficulty in sustaining them in the frozen wilderness, The Empire had never dedicated resources to mass-produce such a unique breed. The four knights donned pitch-black armor, adorned with black masks and wielding long spears. The knight in the middle raised a hand, and the quartet quickly fanned out, encircling her in a crescent formation. A sly smile crept across Amy's lips. They harbored ill intentions and sought to trap her. Awaiting a grand miscalculation, she strained her ears, and sure enough, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed from the woods behind her, indicating that reinforcements were approaching from the left, right, and rear. Unperturbed, Amy resolved to give these four knights a minor inconvenience. The ice blade leapt from its sheath, and golden lightning surged from the tip of the sword as she shouted at the knight directly opposite her. "It's chilly. Allow me to warm you up." Instantly, the knight was struck by the lightning, and she beckoned to the second knight. Hesitating briefly, he too was soon met with a swift bolt. The third knight, sensing danger, attempted to turn his steed but was caught off guard as another golden lightning strike descended from above. The fourth knight, clearly overwhelmed, spurred his horse in a desperate bid to flee, revealing his ignorance of even basic magical knowledge. Lightning was the fastest magic known in this realm, and how could a mere horse escape its grasp? Even a dragon would require the swiftness of a wind dragon to outrun it. Amy leaped from the sled, sprinting with astonishing speed to the three knights rendered immobile by the lightning. She swiftly dragged them from their mounts, rifling through their pockets to extract any valuables before lifting the mask of one knight and threatening softly, "You're quite impoverished. Next time you venture out, bring more coin, or I shall ensure your demise." The knight's face drained of color, clearly taken aback that their adversary sought wealth over their lives. The imperial soldiers on the sled scratched their necks, murmuring, "Our captain isn't like this? Who taught her such behavior?" Lin Yucheng suddenly noticed the sound of approaching hooves from three directions, indicating that more enemies were arriving. She shouted for Amy to return. In response, Amy sheathed her sword and, like a nimble goat, swiftly hopped back onto the sled, heading in the direction from whence they came in the open terrain. The speed of horses was indeed formidable, especially with all their adversaries mounted on black mares. As they emerged from the trees, the knights closed in rapidly, at least 50 strong. The black mares accelerated, and with approximately 2 kilometers to the nearest thicket, it was evident they would soon be intercepted. Amy stood up on the jolting sled, drew her ice blade, and shouted towards the nearest knights, "Ice blade!" Instantly, the air thickened with frost, and the accumulated snow surged forward like knives towards the knights. The knights showed no sign of hesitation, clearly trusting their armor completely. The ice blade scraped against their gear, producing a piercing sound. Amy had anticipated some harm to the horses, but it appeared their protective barding was highly effective. Only one horse sustained an injury to its eye, while the others maintained their speed without any discernible decline. Without delay, Amy summoned the ice blade's second spell, Ice Storm. Countless shards of ice and snow manifested before her, forming a new layer of frost. Though the black mares were impressive, they could not escape the icy grip beneath their hooves. The foremost steeds were suddenly forced to halt, their riders tumbling forward due to inertia. Amid the chaos, one particularly large black mare leapt into the air, illuminated by a brilliant white glow beneath its rider. Amy recognized this as the illusion beast's levitation spell. The knight atop the illusion beast extended a hand. Cold words issuing from beneath the black helmet, "Surround her. Do not approach. Prepare your bows. Consequences be damned." The black knights swiftly affixed their spears to their mounts and retrieved bows from their backs. Given this advantage, Amy's sled had already distanced itself beyond their range. The sky had darkened significantly, rendering it nearly impossible to shoot accurately within the dimly lit forest, even for the most skilled archers. While some knights attempted to fire arrows, nearly all were intercepted by the trees. Watching her sled nearly disappear into the abyss of the black forest, the knights anxiously urged their black mares to give chase. Amy signaled the imperial soldiers to slow down and whispered, "Get down." It was then that Lin Yucheng realized they had reached the area where the soldiers had set up tripwires. The three of them lay flat on the sled, feeling the varying heights of the wires scrape against them, some nearly grazing their backs. The pursuing black mares closed in swiftly, seeing Amy and her companions pass without any obstruction through the trees. They remained unprepared for the imminent trap. Thud, thud, thud. The leading black mares were all brought down by the tripwires, in the icy expanse. The rear riders could not rein in their steeds, crashing heavily into the fallen horses. The sounds of anguished whinnies and clashing weapons filling the air as knights toppled from their mounts. A cacophony of chaos ensued. Only the knight on the illusion beast managed to evade this calamity. Relying on the creature's agility, hovering in the trees, dread in his gaze as he surveyed the injured comrades around him. Deep within the forest, a melodious boy's voice rang out for the first time. "How about a wager between us?" Chapter 38. Secrets in the gradually darkening forest, torches flared to life. A boy, holding a torch aloft, stepped through the snow, approaching the tripwires. He looked up at the knight on the illusion beast and waved. "Come down. Let us have a proper conversation." His demeanor was as casual as if he were sharing drinks with a friend. The knight hesitated for a moment before his black mare descended before Aimi. "I am done with this charade," Aimi replied, a hint of lethargy in her tone. "I propose a duel. Should you win, I shall grant you one of the snow wolf pups we've acquired. If you lose, I expect you to depart immediately, like a true knight, and refrain from pursuing us further. And for all the disturbances you've caused us along the way, I would appreciate it if you could instruct your subordinates to leave some coins behind. As compensation for my troubles." Her resonant voice echoed through the dark forest, causing Lin Yutong and the others to feel exasperated by Amy's audacious behavior during such a critical diplomatic encounter. Why? Indeed, the Beast Knight remains undaunted. Despite the tumultuous upheaval, he rapidly regains his composure. "How few are you? Even without steeds, we could easily annihilate you all. At that moment, all the snow wolves would be." "Humph!" A cold snicker escaped from Amy. "Not all of our forces are present. A small detachment departed yesterday, heading due north. You have now summoned everyone back, haven't you? They will safely reach Snowfield City by tomorrow, bearing all the diplomatic letters and tokens. When they return to the Empire of Aimi, they will undoubtedly request the escort of the Snow Wolf Knights, leaving you without any opportunity." The Black Knight shifted slightly. Amy continued, "Thus, you cannot enter under the guise of an envoy, or it would be tantamount to inviting death. Furthermore, what do you intend to do with so many snow wolf pups? Without undergoing the baptism of the sacred beast sanctuary, no snow wolf can ever become a beast. The crux of the matter is that all known routes to the sacred beast sanctuary are controlled by the Empire of Aimi and several other nations. How do you intend to gain entry?" The hooves of the Black Knight's steed shifted restlessly on the ground. "You must be a private force of some affluent nation, scheming for your lord's personal gain behind the king's back." Amy's words turned icily sharp. The Beast Knight and the other Black Knights stirred at her revelation, the dark steed rearing its forelegs high before crashing them down. "How do you know this? Who are you?" All eyes turned to the tall boy in white before the dark steed. Holding a torch and a long sword slung across his back, his head slightly raised, the straight bridge of his nose sharply illuminated by the firelight. His lips pressed tightly together, a profound silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the occasional crackling of the torch made from dried pine branches. Amy exhaled softly. "I am but a humble mercenary. Yet anyone with a modicum of sense can discern your origins. Any king possesses the authority to designate certain individuals to execute the sacred beast mission, yet only individuals from 3 nations are in a position to approach the necessary route to the sacred beast sanctuary, the Holy Snow Mountain. Refer to Chapter 5, it is said." Amy paused. "Besides the known paths, there are several secret passages concealed within this Holy Snow Mountain, and this secret is held by a select few nobles. It is not difficult to deduce that a noble must have deemed their chances of acquiring a sacred beast slim, and they are aware of the hidden passages." "Enough," the Beast Knight interrupted Amy. "There cannot be many secret passages. It suffices for a single family to know one. Therefore, no matter how many sacred beasts you have, it is of no use to you." Ignoring this, Amy continued, "I challenge you as an A-ranked mercenary. If I lose, we shall gift you a snow wolf pup. If you win, please fulfill my conditions." The ice blade sprang forth from Amy's back, emitting a jubilant laugh. Alas, the Beast Knight sighed, dismounting and drawing his dual blades from his waist. "Had I not encountered you on this journey, I believe all would have proceeded smoothly. Very well, the wager is set." Amy tossed the torch onto a small, dried shrub, and flames leapt high. Gripping the hilt of her sword with both hands, she bowed in a knightly fashion to the knight. Lin Yutong, deeply concerned, leaped from the sled and cautiously approached Amy from behind. The beast knight raised his curved blade slowly. It measured 1.5 meters in length, weighed 4.5 kilograms, and shimmered with a blue light. The Black Knight suddenly launched an assault, the curved blade slicing through the night sky, reflecting the flames like a streak of red lightning. Aimi's longsword slashed upward to meet it, clashing with a sharp sound. The curved blade followed the trajectory of her sword, and Aimi stepped back. The momentum of the Black Knight surged immediately as he swung his blade again, striding towards Aimi with force. Aimi's face registered surprise as she staggered backward, barely managing to evade. The Black Knight's blade struck empty air, his left foot sweeping forward to kick up the snow, which billowed toward Aimi in a flurry. She waved her long sword amidst the snow, striving to prevent the Black Knight from breaking through again. A hint of a cold smile appeared on the Black Knight's face as he altered his approach, the tip of his blade quivering as it pierced through the chaotic swings of Aimi's longsword. Aiming for her amidst the swirling snow, a gasp erupted from a girl at the rear of the battleground. Apart from Aimi and the Black Knight, all gazed toward the source of the exclamation. Lin Yucheng's eyes widened, her small hands covering her mouth, her face awash with concern. Suddenly, Aimi discerned the curved blade slicing toward her through the flurries, her long sword too late to intercept. Her expression shifted drastically as she leaned back. The Black Knight swiftly closing the distance, his elbow thrusting toward her abdomen. Forced to flip backward, Aimi struggled to regain her footing, executing another somersault into the thicket behind her. The Black Knight's blade feigned strikes in the air, his feet relentlessly kicking up heavy snow, denying Aimi any chance to pause. Rolling in the snow, Aimi evaded the Black Knight's heavy footfalls. Lin Yutong clenched her hands nervously, biting her lower lip. Watching as Aimi began to falter. In a state of urgency, she cried out, "Stop fighting, Aimi! We concede." Echoing through the woods came Aimi's laughter. The spectacle has just begun. How can it end now? As the flying snow rapidly settled, Aimi stood poised in the clearing, holding the ice blade. Defeating you with magic would lack chivalric elegance. Come, let us engage in a duel with our longswords. The longsword seemed weightless, evading visibility as it flickered through the foliage-laden woods, countless strikes aimed at the Black Knight. The Black Knight, rising to the challenge, blocked repeatedly with his curved blade, yet each of Aimi's strikes lightly tapped before rebounding, swiftly slashing down again. What is happening? Onlookers gasped in astonishment. No one could swing a weapon so rapidly in such densely wooded terrain, where branches would hinder most attacks and weapons would easily become lodged in trunks. Yet here, Aimi's long sword, no, Aimi herself, moved like a wraith, weaving through branches and trunks with alarming agility, attacking, and attacking again. The Black Knight evidently lacked Aimi's finesse, moving with utmost caution, fearful of tripping, following a rapid tremor of her sword. For semi-transparent blades appeared seemingly out of thin air, hovering and lunging toward the Black Knight from four directions. Phantom blades. Gasps erupted from both sides. Only a high-ranking swordsman could master the phantom blades, and to manifest four at once indicated an extraordinary level of skill. Realizing he could not evade, the Black Knight immediately crouched and rolled to escape the phantom blades, while Aimi swiftly pursued, her long sword whistling as it sliced through the air, crashing down upon the prone Black Knight. "Careful," the other knights on their dark steeds exclaimed. The silver long sword abruptly halted against the Black Knight's back. "Few can defeat me in the woods," Aimi smiled, retracting her blade. "However, you truly are impressive. I believe most knights would pale in comparison." After delivering a heavy blow to the Black Knight, Aimi casually tossed him a date, perhaps fearing his indignation might incite his men to attack en masse. The Black Knight rose, calling upon his beasts, and paused to declare, "Everyone, drop your coin pouches and retreat at once." With that, he produced a pouch of coins from his garment and cast it to the ground. As the pouches fell, the Black Knight, whether mounted or leading an injured horse, departed, heads hung low. Soldiers from the Empire gradually approached Aimi, and Yutong hurried over, her fair face illuminated by the firelight, her eyes brimming with admiration and excitement. She patted her chest. "You scared me to death just now. You could have won, yet you left us so worried." "How annoying!" Observing Lin Yutong's bashful demeanor, the veteran soldiers exchanged knowing smiles. Only Aimi remained as stoic as ever. "I performed better in the woods. Otherwise, I doubt I could have won it all. With that, she accepted a torch from a veteran and turned to leave. Where are you going? To retrieve the coin pouches. Let us do it tomorrow. No. What if someone comes back to collect them? What if a beast carries them off? What if the snow covers them? I want to be able to sleep tonight if I don't. Then wait for me. I deserve a share too. As they watched the little girl skip away, the soldiers chuckled. Who would have thought this girl from a noble house would take a liking to our captain's son? Honestly, the captain's son is quite remarkable, albeit a bit avaricious. The captain isn't like that. Why does he seem a bit like that money-obsessed commander of the cavalry squad? Another soldier urgently covered his comrade's mouth. I heard the captain entrusted his son to that person before leaving. Simultaneously, expressions of incredulity, realization, and a complex mix of emotions flickered across the soldiers' faces. Chapter 39. National Authority. The title of nobility is a hierarchical system of feudal lords within a monarch's domain. Typically determined by the amount of land owned, it can primarily be divided into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Duke. Among the nobility, the Duke represents the highest rank, a position of utmost esteem. Those bestowed with the title of Duke are invariably members of the royal family or closely related to it. Marquis. The Marquis stands as the second tier of nobility, denoting a regional governor endowed with special authority, comparable to a feudal lord or an independent sovereign. Subsequently, the Marquis evolved into a title situated between Duke and Earl. Positioned above the latter, Earl. An Earl serves as a retainer to the Emperor, wielding significant power over military, civil, and financial matters, and occasionally assuming local administrative roles, often becoming a hereditary feudal lord. Over time, the Earl's status gradually diminished, settling between the Marquis and Viscount, thus forming the third tier of nobility, Viscount. The Viscount acts as the deputy to the Earl, later existing independently, with the possibility of hereditary succession. Baron. The Baron is the lowest rank within the noble hierarchy. The term Baron originally referred merely to an ordinary individual, which later evolved to signify a person of considerable influence. Among the aforementioned 5 noble titles, they are further classified into hereditary nobility and life peers based on the ability to pass the title to descendants. Hereditary nobility can be inherited by the eldest son upon death, while life peers hold the title only during their lifetime, with their offspring unable to inherit. Above the ranks of Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, and Duke lies the Prince, typically held by direct royal lineage, in various empires or kingdoms. There exist several noble families of absolute power, each possessing distinct characteristics, yet collectively referred to as the nobility among the nobility. History of Continental Development. A discussion on feudal lords. Sheru. Were you bullied on the road? Lin Yusheng inquired with a mischievous grin, holding Shera's hand. No. Shera's face flushed immediately as she lowered her head and spoke softly. Hee, if someone. Lin Yusheng playfully waved her small fist, then asked with concern. You didn't encounter any foes, did you? I was so worried. I did encounter 5 foes, but they were all defeated by him. Oh, 5 foes. How mystical. As she spoke, Lin Yusheng suddenly seemed to discover a new continent, her tone shifting to one of intrigue. Who is he? Although Dakingshan had always been quite innocent, under the guidance of a certain individual, she was sensitive to such tones and swiftly took over Lin Yusheng's words. 5 dark nights surrounded us. But it was quite perilous, however. Lure single-handedly dealt with 4 of them. Amy gave Lure's bald head a playful smack. I didn't misjudge you. Indeed impressive. Come, let me give you a kiss. Amy tiptoed, intending to blow into Lure's ear, only to find that Lure reacted swiftly, dodging with a turn of his head, then licked Amy's face with his green tongue. Alas, how filthy! Amy vigorously wiped her face, and just as she thought she had cleaned it, Lure came again to lick her, ultimately having to divert Lure's attention with a piece of beef. That night, Dakingshan remarked to Amy in bed, it seems Lure's mage level has risen again. According to our teacher's assessment, he is likely at the level of a grand mage. That should be the case. The dragon god has elevated his rank, so, Amy whispered. Soon, fatigue overwhelmed the 2 boys, and gentle snores emanated from the small room. Early the next morning, Lin Yusheng and Sheru donned formal attire, inviting Amy and Dakingshan to accompany them to pay respects to King Isu III of the Hammer Kingdom. Despite its remote location, the palace was impressively grand. It was situated atop a gentle 20-degree slope, with red palace roofs, snow-white walls, and lofty archways. Before the palace lay a vast square adorned with unique flowers from the frozen continent. Vibrant red blooms swaying as if flames were dancing in the breeze. In the distance, snowmelt trickled down, seemingly gushing from a culvert to form a natural fountain in front of the square. The terrain, colors, and space combined to create an awe-inspiring architectural beauty that left all first-time visitors to the palace utterly astonished. Note: the frozen continent is frigid, with few insects capable of pollinating flowers. Moreover, in the cold winds, floral fragrances struggle to disperse. All flowers depend on birds for pollination, thus they are large and vividly colored, facilitating easy spotting by the avian creatures. The envoy from the Aimi Empire is in attendance, a tall warrior from Aimi proclaimed with a booming voice. The envoy from the Aimi Empire is in attendance. The envoy from the Aimi Empire is in attendance. The envoy from the Aimi Empire is in attendance. The warrior announced in layers as he entered. The envoy is in attendance. Similarly, a resounding voice emerged from within. Lin Yushang led a party of 4 into a massive castle. On either side stood hammer warriors with curved sabers, forming disciplined rows. ISU-3 was a remarkably tall and stout elder, his eyebrows completely white, extending down to the corners of his mouth, a visage only seen among the elders of Hammer. Upon receiving the state document from his attendant, ISU-3 took the royal seal from the table and affixed it. Then, in a serene manner, he inquired, "You must be the daughter of Count Lin, correct?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, he sighed. 20 years ago. Your father came to retrieve a phantom beast. How swiftly time flies. He was about your age then. ISU-3 flipped through the list of envoys in his hand, curiously asking, "Wasn't the deputy foreign minister of your country part of this delegation? Why hasn't he come? Is he unwell?" Lin Yushang briefly recounted the ambush they had encountered on their journey, causing ISU-3's brow to furrow deeply, his expression darkening. Such a matter indeed. Minister of Military Affairs. First, immediately dispatch someone to notify the borders and conduct a thorough investigation into the Dark Knights that attacked the envoy. Second, arrange for 500 wolf cavalry to escort the envoy back to the Northern Federation of the Aimi Empire. Yes, Your Highness. A middle-aged man adorned with a green flying dragon embroidered on his attire stepped forward from the nobility and respectfully bowed to ISU-III. By the way, how did you manage to break through their ambush? ISU-3 asked with genuine concern. Your Highness, we enlisted the help of a mercenary group, represented by these 2 gentlemen behind me. They are mercenaries. Lin Yushang introduced Amy and Dakingshan to ISU-3. A small mercenary group? The evil dragon's whisper? Just these 2 young lads? The hall erupted with incredulous exclamations from over 30 major nobles and officials of the Hammer Kingdom. ISU-3, upon hearing this, also expressed surprise. Are these 2 the ones who just completed the SS mission, Amy and Dakingshan? Lin Yushang and Shara were evidently unable to fathom that Amy and Dakingshan possessed such renown. As ISU-3's gaze widened, re-evaluating the 2 boys he had known for several days. Indeed, Your Highness, it is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. Amy gently tugged at Dakingshan, a faint smile gracing her lips as she saluted ISU-3 with a knightly gesture. Haha, truly, heroes emerge in youth. ISU-3 appeared to be an exceedingly affable and approachable individual. What are your full names? We heard from the dwarf lock about this thrilling tale, and thanks to you. Otherwise, not only would we have failed to eliminate the Whispering Wind, but the Silver Snow Wolf mercenary group would have lost an elite squad forever. Your Highness, that was merely Locke's affection towards his juniors. It must not be taken too seriously that in that moment, Amy, akin to a hereditary noble of many generations, flawlessly interpreted all court etiquette. My companion is Harker, Dakingshan, and I am Amy Haber. Oh, Amy Haber. ISU-3 repeated the name twice. As if recalling something, a peculiar smile suddenly appearing at the corners of his mouth. Haber is a very ancient surname, and it reminds me of an interesting individual. ISU-3's strange smile grew more pronounced. Speaking of which, Amy, this person might still be your kin. Do you know someone named Lake Haber? As soon as ISU-3's words fell, many armored hammer generals began to murmur amongst themselves. Amy emitted a long nasal sound. How should I put it? I should not know him, as I was merely a 2-year-old child when I last saw him, with no memory of it, although he seems to be my father. What? The son of Lake Haber. Most of the generals present exhibited signs of unease. Haha, your father is Lake Haber. ISU-3 appeared delighted by this revelation. Your father and a man named Chi Hanfeng are known as the Imperial Border's Great Millstone. Are you aware? Imperial Border's Great Millstone? Amy shook her head. Your Highness, my companion is indeed the disciple of Chi Hanfeng. But, before Amy could finish her sentence, clang, clang, clanged. Nearly all the generals in the hall drew their swords, glaring at Amy and Dakingshan with fury, while the civilian nobles displayed expressions akin to ISU-3's. Wearing peculiar smiles, a hearty laughter resonated once more throughout the hall. Enough, are you trying to frighten children? ISU-3 waved his hand, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Your Highness, I demand a duel with these two. Your Highness, I request a duel. Your Majesty. Dakingshan and Amy were evidently astonished by the scene before them. Very well, suppressing a smile, ISU-3, disregarding the general's discontent, began recounting a story to the two boys. ISU-3 was a sagacious ruler, diligently refining domestic policies during his reign, advocating for disarmament and the return of wolves to the forest, reluctant to engage in conflict with any nation unless absolutely necessary. However, in the year 183 of the Red Moon calendar, the Aimi Empire launched yet another offensive against the Snow Moon Lake and Warm Water River region. ISU-3 remained remarkably composed, employing the ancestral strategies passed down through generations. He dispatched 20,000 Snow Wolf cavalry along the Longfang Mountain Highway to assault the Empire's border forces, swiftly compelling a complete withdrawal of Imperial troops. Unbeknownst to ISU-3, that very incident marked the moment when Amy's father joined the Imperial Border Army. ISU-3 intended to cease hostilities at that juncture. However, his military commanders were unwilling to accept this reality. After 5 years of diligent preparations, in the year 187 of the Red Moon calendar, a faction of hawkish generals took it upon themselves to lead 3,000 wolf cavalry against the Imperial border forces. At that time, the two captains of the Imperial Border Army were the Glacier Infantry Captain, Lake Haber, and the Cavalry Captain, Han Fengqi. These two recently acquainted friends collaborated seamlessly, luring all the wolf cavalry into a valley, where they were completely surrounded. The wolf cavalry, frozen in the bitter cold, surrendered within merely 2 days, binding several stubborn young nobles and presenting them as a gift to Chi Hanfeng and Lake Haber. Chi Hanfeng and Lake Haber did not impose harsh treatment upon them. Instead, they sent a letter to ISU-3, with Chi Hanfeng requesting 4,000 large animal pelts as welfare for the imperial soldiers, subsequently returning the young nobles to the kingdom. These young nobles were primarily scions of two prominent noble families, intricately linked to the royal lineage. ISU-3 refrained from imposing significant punishment, allowing the matter to rest. However, the nobles perceived it as a profound humiliation, striving for renewed conflict during every morning court session. 6 months later, they again took it upon themselves to dispatch 5,000 Snow Wolf cavalry to launch a surprise attack on the Imperial border forces. To their shock, they fell into a trap once more. As the Imperial soldiers relinquished their warm encampment and covered the ground with resin, as the Snow Wolf cavalry charged into the camp, they were immediately surrounded from the outside, with longbowmen sealing the camp's entrance. It is said that at that moment, a malevolent-looking nobleman around 25 years of age, mounted on an exceptionally large snow wolf that only the Hami people could ride, demanded the Snow Wolf cavalry surrender. He threatened to roast them alive if they did not comply. Even more intolerable was his order for all nobles to step forward and surrender their family insignias. Witnesses recalled that the man, later identified in various hearings as Chi Hanfeng, emphasized the necessity of providing proof of identity to facilitate his demands for ransom from the kingdom's nobility. Nobles unable to produce ransom would either be sent to the mines for labor or sold to certain establishments catering to the depraved desires of women. Those of lesser strength and unfortunate appearance would be sold to distant lands beyond the frozen continent, becoming living exhibits in the zoos of various kingdoms. Chapter 40. The Dragon-S Authority. The custom of welcoming phantom beasts has a long-standing tradition. Over 2,000 years ago, mages and knights discovered the wondrous phantom beast sanctuary. Regardless of the animal, at the precise moment when the two suns fully converge, entering the sanctuary and bathing in the blood pool would grant astounding enhancements, bestowing upon them the ability to levitate. Furthermore, they would form a covenant with the human who brought them to the sanctuary, allowing for summoning through barriers. The capabilities of a phantom beast knight equate to that of 100 ordinary cavalry. Moreover, the sanctuary transcends conventional bloodline affiliations. For instance, even non-Hami individuals can summon and ride snow wolves by entering the sanctuary with them. Through years of experimentation, various continents identified the optimal beast species for trials within the Phantom Beast Sanctuary, including notable examples such as the snow wolves from the Frozen Continent, crocodiles from the Lanfashisi Continent, and unicorns and sand lizards from the Aimi Noer Continent. To ensure the quality of each species, nations dispatched specialists to cultivate unique Phantom Beast offspring, continually enhancing the quality of these creatures. Access to the sacred snow mountain has long been controlled by one or several nations. To cultivate phantom beasts, nations bordering the sacred snow mountain must exchange their specially bred offspring for this privilege. Consequently, every 5 years, nations with access to the sacred snow mountain send delegations to other countries to welcome phantom beasts, subsequently sending an equal number of prospective phantom beast knights and offspring for training in the sanctuary. The young and impetuous knights vehemently condemned this seemingly noble yet shameless rogue, who was nothing more than a despicable scoundrel. It is said that the epithets describing Chi Han Feng encompassed nearly every derogatory term known within the Aimi Empire and among the Hami people. Despite the plethora of well-meaning counsel and numerous warnings, Chi Han Feng remained unfazed. Observing that no one was prepared to surrender, he slowly raised his hand, prompting the foremost imperial pikeman to lift his 6-meter-long spear and swiftly seal all exits. He raised his hand once more, and all archers withdrew arrows from the grease barrels, igniting them in preparation for launch. At that moment, a nobleman, also a snow wolf phantom beast knight, indignantly stepped forward. Challenging a particular knight to a duel, he wagered 20,000 gold coins, promising to pay if defeated, while demanding the immediate release of the rout should he prevail. The so-called knight carefully calculated for a long time, ultimately consulting the imperial quartermaster, who concluded that the Hami kingdom was financially weak, especially regarding accumulated wealth, and that 20,000 gold coins represented their upper limit. Chi Han Feng acquiesced to his request. To everyone's astonishment, this seemingly inept knight possessed extraordinary combat prowess, effortlessly disarming the heroic knight's curved blade in a single charge. He self-deprecatingly remarked, "I didn't expect the motivation from 20,000 gold coins to be so tremendous. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have been able to defeat you." As more nobles sought to challenge him, they were consecutively vanquished by a taciturn young man wielding a great sword, ultimately compelled to part with 50,000 in ransom and betting stakes, being escorted back to their homeland. Later, it was revealed that this silent accomplice was the captain of the Glacier Brigade, while the mastermind was the captain of the Cavalry Brigade. Subsequently, Isu III became quite intrigued by these two captains, even believing that, without shedding blood, they had rendered him significant assistance, not only chastising the arrogant nobles but also causing their families to suffer losses, thus facilitating his future financial manipulation over them. In the years that followed, whenever faced with disobedient nobles, Isu III's most direct command was to send them to attack the imperial border forces, ensuring that the noble families would be left destitute and their reputations tarnished. Several years ago, the reticent captain of the Glacier Brigade had escorted a grand sorcerer from the Aimi Empire to Snowfield City, where Isu III hosted a lavish banquet in their honor. Rather than merely entertaining the sorcerer, it seemed that Isu III was more focused on toasting Lake Haber. Some nobles who had suffered losses repeatedly challenged Lake Haber during the sorcerer's stay. But the outcomes, according to Isu III, those nobles later expressed gratitude that Chi Han Feng was not present. Otherwise, they could not fathom the extent of their losses. In the end, Isu III lamented, "Alas, it is a pity that I later learned your father had inadvertently wandered into the Wish Tower." Thereafter, Chi Han Feng departed from the military. Over the years, I have often thought of them. Isu III's eyes suddenly sparkled. "By the way, Amy and Qing Shan, would you both like to join the military?" Everyone present believed Isu III intended to recruit from within the domestic military ranks. "However, I can endorse you to become the cavalry captain and glacier infantry captain of the Aimi Empire's border forces." Isu III's words were astonishing. Next, Isu III's eyes brimmed with visions of a glorious future. "The current captains of the Aimi Empire's border forces are utterly inept. I could send people to attack daily, and they would surely be unable to withstand it. Then I shall arrange for the Empire to recommend you both, one a tiger born of a military family, the other a distinguished disciple of a famed teacher. Haha, I have even thought of your nicknames, the little grindstones of the Empire's border forces. Ha ha ha. Isu III laughed heartily at his brilliant idea and arrangements. Your Highness, our family can also recommend Aimi. She is the sole disciple of the Empire's current archmage, Mr. Rege, who has familial ties with us. Lin Yushang, oblivious to the expressions of the military leaders, enthusiastically supported Isu III's genius idea. However, Your Highness, we are presently mercenaries. Upon hearing Amy's, however, all the military leaders exhaled in relief. My father is still at the Wish Tower. According to my teacher and Uncle Chi's wrongful accusations, I need training first. So I may one day enter the Wish Tower for trials and see if I can rescue my father. Oh, Emperor Isu III once again exhibited the magnanimity of a sagacious ruler. Showing no signs of anger when his opinions were countered in the court, that is indeed regrettable, but perhaps it is for the best. You may spend a few more years honing your skills, and should you return to this position, you will undoubtedly be better prepared. Are you still a mage? What is your affinity? Isu III inquired. He is a swordsman, a secondary mage, and a magic swordsman, specializing in the ice element. Lin Yushang eagerly replied. Dakingshan is also quite formidable. His master is a Phantom Beast Knight, and he has surpassed the Phantom Beast Knights to become a Dragon Knight. A disciple of the Archmage? A triple-classed individual? Such youth? A secondary mage? These facts undoubtedly astonished everyone present. Yet, amidst them stood an 18-year-old Dragon Knight, evoking expressions of disbelief and incredulity on the faces of all. Your Highness, I request a duel with Mr. Dakingshan. A contest between Dragon Knights, a nobleman, appearing to be around 40, stepped forward and bowed deeply. Do you not understand? Isu III thumped the table emphatically. In the past, aside from some disparaging words exchanged with you by Chi Hanfeng and Amy's father, have they not treated you with courtesy every single time? The Empire's provisions are superior to those of the kingdom. Were you not returned in good health after that encounter? Some soldiers even ventured over to besiege your camp of 5,000, lured by the superior food. Do you not comprehend my intentions? Why do I and the elder nobles jestingly refer to them as the great grinding stone of the Empire? It is my hope that they will temper your arrogance and hasten your maturation. Baron Hanming, do you feel no sense of shame? Were it not for Chi Hanfeng, would you have achieved a breakthrough to the realm of Phantom Beast Knights and ultimately gained the recognition of a dragon? Becoming a Dragon Knight, Your Highness, I demand a contest with Lord Dakingshan, a duel transcending national and royal boundaries. Baron Hanming's face displayed an unusual resolve, at which point Amy and Dakingshan noticed the blue dragon emblem embroidered on Baron Hanming's attire. Your Highness, the Minister of Military Affairs stepped forward assertively. As a Dragon Knight, I too request an equal contest with Lord Dakingshan. Your Highness, Amy suddenly interjected. Since both Dragon Knights are so inclined, why not engage in a small competition? A sly smile graced Amy's face, however. It cannot be a free contest. I propose we place a wager. Upon hearing the word wager, the faces of all the military generals displayed expressions of resignation, as if they had anticipated this moment. Their faces revealing a mix of cynicism and intrigue. My companion Dakingshan is merely 18 years old, and his dragon mount is only of the 3rd tier. Thus he is unable to ride. Consequently, we are at a significant disadvantage. Furthermore, since it is 1 against 2, we propose a wager of 1 to 10. It seemed as though the onlookers could envision the gleeful expression of Chi Hanfeng from a decade ago. We propose a base wager of 5,000 gold coins. We invite everyone to place their bets, or else we reserve the right to decline this challenge. I wager 100 purple coins on Dakingshan's victory. Lin Yushang, evidently eager for excitement, chimed in. I too wager on Dakingshan's success. A delicate voice from beside Lin Yushang echoed, as Sha Ruo, who had seemingly been forgotten, blushed and cautiously glanced at Dakingshan. She carefully retrieved a purple box from her bosom, opening it to reveal a luminous, translucent pearl, the sacred healing elixir of the Holy See. Duotion pill? Several knowledgeable nobles exclaimed in astonishment. It was said to be a unique concoction of the Holy See, crafted by high-level priests through their unwavering devotion to the divine, utilizing various herbs found solely in the flower language plane, boiled in holy water, and ultimately blessed by the gods, possessing the power to resurrect the deceased. Its value undoubtedly exceeded 2,000 gold coins, and it was rare in the market, traded only in minute quantities among certain royal families. Isu 3 stroked his beard thoughtfully, since everyone is so inclined. I cannot oppose this. Although I have great faith in Dakingshan, it would be imprudent to place my wager on his side. Therefore, I shall abstain from betting on either side and simply enjoy the spectacle. Baron Hanming, do you concur? After some hushed deliberation among several nobles around 40 years of age, Baron Hanming provided the final response. Yes, Your Highness, we are willing to stake 90,000 gold coins as our wager. However, the current funds are not complete. I possess a vast estate in the Northern Confederation of the Aimi Empire, valued at 20,000 gold coins, which I am willing to offer as part of the wager should we fail. Very well, the wager is established. Tomorrow morning, the contest between Dragon Knights shall commence before the Southern Triumph Archminister of Military Affairs. Please arrange a parade for the Earthbound Dragon Knights, so they may understand that with diligence, they too might one day become noble Dragon Knights. Isu 3 showcased his remarkable acumen, achieving 3 objectives at once, establishing the wager while simultaneously allowing the Empire's emissaries to witness the formidable strength of the Hammer Empire. Thus fully invigorating morale, that night, Sha Rua expressed her concern softly, tapping Lin Yushang. Sister Yushang, will Dakingshan be in any danger tomorrow? Lin Yushang smiled sweetly in response. Fear not. It is arranged by Amy. When has he ever faced adversity? Chapter 41. The appearance of the divine dragon in any nation, knights embody a profound symbol. Not every individual capable of riding a horse or dedicating their life to cavalry warfare can be deemed a knight. Indeed, the majority of those pursuing a lifelong career as cavalrymen may never attain knighthood. The title of knight is one of nobility. A knight upholds 8 virtues. Humility, demonstrating a spirit of modesty and mutual respect. Integrity, possessing inherent goodness and refraining from bullying the weak. Compassion, showing sympathy towards the vulnerable and assisting those in need. Valor, standing firm in critical moments to confront evil without fear for oneself. Fairness, maintaining impartiality and not favoring any party. Sacrifice, relinquishing personal interests. Honor, earning the praise and gratitude of the majority. And soul, engaging in constant dialogue with the depths of one's spirit, reflecting upon oneself thrice daily. Dragon Knights belong to the most proud and noble lineage of knights. As members of the mid-tier race of humanity, they have the extraordinary fortune of gaining the recognition of the high-tier dragon race, a privilege of unparalleled honor. Naturally, should one attain the acknowledgement and form a pact with the ancient divine dragons of equal standing to the divine race, such an individual transcends the traditional definitions of historical sages and legendary heroes. If one were to gain the recognition of a higher-tier divine dragon master. Historical records indicate that the first divine dragon master dragon knight was Dakingshan. Wherever civilization has spread, in every place with books, language, and thought, the name Dakingshan has become synonymous with integrity, honesty, and camaraderie. Chapter 41. In every grand city, the triumphal arch is typically situated on the northern side, generally along the central axis, in alignment with the royal palace at the city's heart, and resonating with the southern platform of heroes. Each time a great army embarks on a campaign, the emperor departs from the palace to the platform, bestowing the battle command to the general amidst the throngs of soldiers, publicly proclaiming his trust in the commander and raising a toast to the departing warriors. Upon victorious return, they enter the city through the triumphal arch in the north, receiving a warm welcome from the urban populace. The layout of Snowfield City markedly differs from that of other cities. To its north lies the soaring Dragon Tooth mountain range, with an average elevation exceeding 3,000 meters. The mountain is composed entirely of red and blue basalt, with glimpses of the stone's natural hue visible at its base. While higher up, it remains snow-capped year-round. Consequently, the triumphal arch cannot be positioned to the north of the city. Snowfield City features a single city wall built against the mountain in the north, while the other 3 sides are encircled by double walls. The first and second walls to the south are separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, with the inner wall serving as the foundation for the platform of heroes. The outer wall serves as the foundation for the triumphal arch, which is flanked by an expansive training ground measuring 2,000 by 2,000 meters, where grand parades are held every summer in the second year of the magical calendar. The most anticipated military parade since the establishment of the Hammer Kingdom will take place here, with King Isu 3 personally inscribing the event as the Dragon Duel. Reliable sources indicate that the A-class mercenary Dragon Knight Dakingshan will engage in a trial of strength with the only 2 Dragon Knights of the Hammer Kingdom, Baron Hanming and Count Imo Chiobai, following the parade. Although this decision was made hastily by Isu III, the news spread with unprecedented speed. By the next morning, the city of Snowfield was nearly empty, with churches foregoing mass and schools granting students a holiday. Villagers from nearby areas also received word, and the area outside was filled with sleds. Historical records indicate that at least 50,000 spectators gathered outside the Triumphal Arch that day to witness this extraordinary contest. On that summer morning, the sun rose early. Lin Yushang and Sha Ruo were unable to sleep and rose at dawn, eager to find Amy and Dakingshan. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Dakingshan practicing, one hand wielding a golden yellow dragon spear and the other holding a shield. Dakingshan, where is Amy? Why isn't she practicing with you? Is she still being lazy in bed? Lin Yushang cautiously peeked into the room and observed a bed with a bulging quilt, prompting her immediate inquiry. No, he went out on an errand last night and hasn't returned. He mentioned that he would head directly to the Arc de Triomphe today and asked us not to wait for him. Dakingshan, evidently having practiced for a while, was drenched in sweat. I see someone on the bed. That's Lure. He simply loves to nestle under other people's quilts, Dakingshan shyly confessed. Strange, Amy shouldn't know anyone in Snowfield City. Lin Yushang murmured thoughtfully to herself. During breakfast, as Lin Yushang rushed to the door to check if Amy had returned, Sharuo discreetly handed Dakingshan a small pendant, a silver chain adorned with ancient patterns, most of which had faded over time. Dangling from the chain was an amulet. Sharuo, blushing, whispered, a talisman. It seems quite effective. You should wear it. Dakingshan was momentarily at a loss for words, his face flushing instantly. Fearing that Lin Yushang would return and discover it, he quickly tucked it into his bosom and began gulping down soup. Naturally, someone as carefree as Lin Yushang, provided her techniques were adept, would not notice such subtleties even if they unfolded right before her eyes. Especially from behind. Clearly, Dakingshan still lacked sufficient experience. To avoid attracting undue attention, Dakingshan instructed Lure to wait inside the house. Once he arrived at the battlefield, he would use his barrier powers to notify Lure, who could then fly over on his own. Both Dakingshan and Lin Yushang were taken aback by the scene at the training grounds. There were people as far as the eye could see. Adults cradling children, and young ones riding horses, with the better spots in the trees already occupied. Hundreds of individuals had gathered for convenience, some utilizing magic scrolls, or perhaps being mages themselves, casting levitation spells to hover above the ground. The atmosphere was a cacophony, amidst which a group of boys dressed in deep green uniforms, likely all under 10 years of age, waved newspapers of red, yellow, and blue, running and shouting. A 1,000-year spectacle. Bet for free on the Dragon Knight Showdown details. Extra, extra, Dakingshan, the young brat, humiliates the seasoned general. The old count laughs it off and lets him know his place. Dakingshan's childhood friend, Amy, believes him to be all talk and no substance. Exclusive leak, how Dakingshan infiltrated the Dragon Knight Revolution's ranks. Betting guide, Dakingshan's odds 1 to 10. Dakingshan's underhanded tactics in the wind battle against the white-clad A Feng, stealing the fruits of revolutionary victory. Dakingshan suffers from severe athlete's foot and cannot face the challenge. Desertion looms. Major revelation, Dakingshan's history of bedwetting. Lin Yushang and Sharuo exchanged bewildered glances as they listened to the rising and falling shouts. Feeling utterly stunned, Dakingshan scratched his head and murmured, "How could this be?" Lin Yushang seized a small boy running past and asked, "Little brother, what are you selling?" The boy looked up at Lin Yushang. "This red one is the gambling guide. It contains all the information about the 3 participants and recommended betting odds. This one is free. Here, I'll give you a complimentary copy. The red one costs 2 gold coins. It contains the most detailed information about Dakingshan, which our boss purchased exclusively from his childhood friend Amy for 5,000 gold coins, providing the most comprehensive guide for this betting." Then the boy glanced around, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Did you see this yellow one? Why is it yellow? Hee, do you know? Our boss has had someone tailing Dakingshan 24/7. This notoriously ugly fellow has, through despicable means, taken the virtue of the Count's daughter Lin Yushang and the holy maiden Sharuo from the sacred church. It includes some thrilling bedroom scenes. This newspaper is 10 gold coins, and it's selling like hotcakes. Only 2 copies are left. Alas, miss, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? If you can't afford it, there's no need to react this way. Is it a heart condition?" Lin Yushang glared at the boy with an intensity that seemed ready to devour him. her small fists clenched tightly, nearly crumpling the red gambling guide he had just handed her. Terrified, the boy turned and fled. Sheruo, maintaining a semblance of composure, took the newspaper from Yushang's hand, reading it rapidly while attempting to comfort her. Hey, this is quite detailed. Look, it even lists Dakingshan's measurements, and lures too. Wow, Dakingshan, according to this report, you're bound to lose. The red gambling guide evidently reflected extensive work by the gamblers, detailing Dakingshan's various attributes, including his weaponry. The betting odds were set as follows: Dakingshan versus Marquis Haming 1, 10, Dakingshan versus Minister of Military Affairs 1, 9, Dakingshan winning both matches 1, 20. The guide pointed out 3 reasons for Dakingshan's inevitable defeat. 1. Marquis Hanming and the minister's dragons were 5th-tier giants, measuring 12 to 15 meters long, capable of being ridden, while Dakingshan's was merely a 3rd-tier young dragon, only 3 meters long, far too small for riding. Point 2. Both the Marquis and the minister were seasoned veterans, with military careers surpassing Dakingshan's age by twice as much and having participated in major battles over the last 3 decades. The Marquis, originally a hereditary count, had been promoted for his military achievements. 3. Dakingshan had just arrived in Snowfield City, weary from his long journey. How could he possibly overcome such odds? Upon reading this, both Sheruo and Lin Yushang were deeply concerned. Sheruo cautiously inquired, "Is it really like this? Should we perhaps not go? What do you think?" Yes, let's not fight. We don't want anything to go wrong," Lin Yushang concurred. Dakingshan silently shook his head, pressing his lips tightly together. "Let's give it a try." He then revealed a faint smile. "One can be defeated, but one must never be frightened into submission, right?" Lin Yushang was uncertain whether to be angry about the rumors or to worry about her money being lost. Appearing quite upset as she crumpled the red gambling guide and hurled it to the ground. "Damn Amy, where has he gone? A friend is in trouble. Shouldn't he at least lend a hand? Hiding away early. I want to kill him." Legend has it that those cursed behind their backs would experience a range of symptoms: burning ears, flushed skin, twitching eyes. Yet today, it seemed all these theories were rendered ineffective. Perhaps it was due to his being a relative of a demon. The cursed one, Amy, sat at the very top of the viewing platform. Unless Lin Yushang employed levitation magic, she would be unable to see him through the throng. Amy's position was quite favorable, with the ever-smiling Isu 3 seated to his left. However, the perpetual smile did not translate to his current expression. On the contrary, Isu 3 wore a grimace, looking utterly miserable as he whispered something to Amy. Meanwhile, Amy appeared to be in splendid spirits. What could have transpired to elicit such a significant reaction from Isu 3? Chapter 42. Temptation. In the year following the year 2002 of the magical era, the Kingdom of Hammer designated the Day of the Dragon War as a day of national humiliation. This specific holiday remained until Amy became a true mercenary king, after which it was abolished and, more accurately, rebranded as the Festival of Revelry. "Amy, I truly made a mistake," Isu 3 said, gazing earnestly at Amy's smiling face. "Your Highness, you are too courteous. It is nothing that I ask you to forgive me for an error. As a subject, how could I harbor such unwarranted thoughts? It is I who feels unworthy of your Highness's kindness. Alas, seeing you reminds me of your father 10 years ago. He was truly in his prime. A paragon of grace." Isu 3's words were abruptly interrupted by Amy. "Your Highness, please speak plainly. I am quite busy at the moment, as you concede." As Amy spoke, he displayed the list in his hand, and upon seeing the names written in red ink, Isu 3's facial muscles tensed in agitation. Amy was indeed busy, with a thick stack of red-inked lists on his left and an equally thick stack of black-inked lists on his right, with individuals frequently rushing up from below to deliver new records. "May I see which list you have?" Isu 3 attempted to negotiate. "Your Highness, this is commercial confidential information. It wouldn't be appropriate. Could you perhaps discuss something unrelated to business?" "I would be more than willing to accommodate you," Amy smiled. "Alas, I hold a very favorable impression of your father. Kind, upright, the epitome of knightly virtue, and you bear a striking resemblance to him. Your journey to Snowfield City with Dakingshan, who is also a top disciple of Master Chi Hanfeng, has left me concerned that Dakingshan might inherit his master's traits. Thus, I sent someone to keep an eye on him yesterday, despite it being late summer and early autumn." Isu 3 was sweating profusely in the chilly weather of Snowfield City. "Oh, please, do continue," Amy said politely. "Last night, I couldn't sleep well. It wasn't until 4 a.m. that I called the on-duty general. Upon learning that Dakingshan had been sleeping in his room while you were missing, I felt you were about to undertake something." Isu 3's face revealed a deep contemplation of fear. "Later, I finally uncovered some matters. Could you elaborate on them for me?" Isu 3 had finally arrived at the crux of the matter after much circumlocution. "You misunderstood. Yesterday, I merely went to Snowfield City for a casual visit," Amy replied, his expression radiating purity as he smiled at "Is that so? From 4 p.m. yesterday until 6 a.m. today, you visited the two largest underground gambling dens. Your Highness truly possesses remarkable insight and truth. I did not do much. I merely had a chat with Old Locke last night. By the way, we divided the spoils of our battles at Infong. And I, along with Dakingshan, ended up with a total of 20,000 gold coins." Amy said this with a light-hearted tone. "Is that all?" Isu 3 squinted, unwilling to relent. "Oh, recently I have been a bit strapped for cash. So I borrowed another 10,000 gold coins from him. And then," Isu 3 pressed further, "after a moment of reflection, I thought to myself, if you are hosting such a grand military parade, what if no one comes to watch? I noticed many beggars on the streets. They looked so pitiful. I gave each of them 10 gold coins and also provided 200 gold coins to the city guards, asking them to open the city gates and let the beggars spread the word about your upcoming celebration in the nearby villages. Then how did those newspapers get distributed on site? Your Highness, do you truly wish for the nefarious Chi Hanfeng's disciples to defeat the valiant dragon warriors defending the nation? We certainly cannot stand by and witness such a tragedy unfold. So I devised a plan. We must first psychologically overpower the opponent. Thus, I spent the night fervently writing and produced thousands of pages of exposés. These exposés sold for quite a handsome price today," Isu 3 said, fixating his gaze on Amy. Everyone is profiting, though it's rather average. For the sake of creating a sense of urgency, I only printed 7,000 copies of the 10 gold coins edition. The sales are going well, with approximately 6,000 sold, but my investment was substantial, as the printing cost me 1,000 gold coins, Amy lamented. Then you've recouped your expenses, haven't you? If everything sells out, your net profit could be 100,000 gold coins. Why then do you still seek out those two underground gambling dens? Indeed, why would I go? That is a rather difficult question to answer. Amy pressed his thumbs against his temples repeatedly, while Isu 3's eyes remained fixed upon him. The truth is that I felt my abilities were inadequate, and I simply lacked the manpower to organize such a grand gambling event, so I decided to enlist the help of professionals. "Oh, and what is this you have here?" Isu 3 inquired curiously, gesturing towards the items before him. Amy, feeling nervous, hurriedly concealed them, chuckling. "Ah, these are merely the bets placed by the gamblers. But why are there 2 stacks?" Isu 3 probed relentlessly. "Oh, one stack is for uniform bets, with a payout of 10 to 1, and the minimum bet is 10 gold coins. Later, considering that some guests might not have that much money on them, they are human too. And they deserve the right to gamble. I opened another casual betting option. In this option, I placed a bet of 5,000 gold coins. You can bet on anything, even on Dakingshan's victory. However, it seems the citizens of your country have great confidence in their dragon knights. As so far, no one has placed a bet on Dakingshan's victory. Congratulations. If you win, what would it amount to?" Sighing, Amy replied, "Your Highness, gambling always involves winning and losing." He sighed deeply. "If I lose, I'll have to forfeit the money I spent on today's newspapers. A total of 100,000 gold coins. I do feel a tinge of regret." A look of remorse crossed Amy's face. Isu 3 mistakenly believed he had repented, but he thought, one should not gamble such a large amount. One ought to have saved the money from selling newspapers. At the very least, one should leave themselves an opportunity to break even. Of course, if I win, after deducting the expenses for hiring professionals, I could multiply my investment by 9, provided your newly announced policies do not impose much personal income tax. Otherwise, I would incur losses. That amounts to 900,000, does it not? Isu 3 exclaimed, suddenly anxious. Your Highness is indeed astute, Amy sweetly replied. Do you know what our annual treasury revenue amounts to? A mere 1.5 million. Isu 3 was nearly driven to madness, having inadvertently revealed his core business secrets. Amy, How about this? Can you declare this gambling event null and void? Otherwise, the populace will have no grain to survive the winter. No. I must uphold good business ethics, Amy declared with righteous indignation. However, I can return the funds from casual bettors along with the list to you. You can reimburse them later. After all, it is not much, only about 100,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Isu 3 breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Amy, may I ask how you can be so sure that Dakingshan will win? Commercial secret, no comment, Amy replied with a mischievous smile. While the farcical exchange between Amy and Isu 3 unfolded, Dakingshan experienced new developments. Observing the furious Lin Yushang, Dakingshan suddenly broke into a radiant smile. I suspect all of this is pinned by Amy. Otherwise, who else would dare to measure Geyer's measurements? The enraged Lin Yushang, upon receiving this hint, immediately came to a realization. Dakingshan, why do you choose such dubious companions? Clearly, unable to locate Amy, she had taken her frustration out on the innocent Dakingshan. He slightly curled his lips, a smile that, if Amy's smile was a gentle upward curve of the lips that exuded a noble aura, then Dakingshan's smile, with a subtle crack at the corners of his mouth, embodied a rare and profound tolerance. This smile of tolerance had, of course, characterized much of Dakingshan's life, particularly during the times he bore the brunt of blame for the mercenary king. Before them was a sea of people, at least 500 meters away from the parade platform, making it impossible to squeeze through. With no other option, Dakingshan approached the nearest soldier post, politely explaining his intentions and requesting the soldier to escort him to the parade platform. It seemed Amy's promotional campaign was exceedingly vigorous. Upon hearing the names Dakingshan and Amy's envoy Lin Yushang, the expressions of the soldiers at the post simultaneously morphed into a complex mixture of disdain, disgust, and feelings of betrayal. Nevertheless, bound by duty, they reluctantly guided them through the official path to the parade platform. While Amy was preoccupied with calculating the substantial sums of money floating before him, his attention was drawn to the approaching Lin Yushang, who was seething with anger. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly rolled up the confidential business documents and tucked them away. Rushing down from the platform, his face filled with surprise, exclaiming, "This is terrible. This is terrible." Seeing Amy in such a fluster for the first time startled Lin Yushang, causing her own anger to subside considerably. "What happened?" she asked anxiously. "Upon my arrival this morning, I discovered numerous individuals selling our information." And there est, observing Amy hesitate, Lin Yushang cooperatively prompted, "What is it? Speak up, I'm dying of anxiety." "They mentioned you actively pursued Dakingshan, and even competed with Sheru for his affection." Amy stammered. "Huh? Wasn't that your writing?" Lin Yushang looked at Amy with confusion, then turned to Dakingshan. "How could that be?" "Oh dear, the parade has begun. Let us focus on the event first and discuss everything else later. Our seats are right beside His Majesty. The king wishes to converse with me, so he arranged for me to be in such a prime location. We'll chat later." With that, Amy quickly made his exit, adding, "Remember, Dakingshan, after the parade, there's the competition. Victory is the only option." Lin Yushang, evidently having been tricked once more, stood there in a daze. Dakingshan and Sheru exchanged glances at Amy's hurried retreat, shaking their heads in resignation. Dakingshan mentally cursed, he got away again. How infuriating! A long, resonant horn sounded, crafted from the bones of seals unique to the frozen continent's coastline, lightweight and brittle yet resoundingly clear. In practical use, 7 small holes were often scorched into the horn's base, representing the 7 musical notes: gong, shang, jiao, ji, yu, bian gong, and bian shang. This horn was widely utilized among the Hami people, particularly in the military, where most only scorched the holes for the yu, bian gong, and bian shang notes, producing a sound that was immensely grand, igniting fervor in all who heard it. Charging into battle was commanded by its call. On the eastern side of the military grounds, a thunderous roar erupted, causing everyone to hold their breath and turn to watch. In the distance, a proud sun was just rising, casting a not yet overpowering glow. In the light of the sun, a formidable line of tall land dragon knights appeared against the darkening backdrop. Unlike all traditional Hami knights clad in white battle robes, these land dragon knights donned black iron armor. With their dragons draped in dark blue vests, their black lances gleaming with silver tips, shimmering like silver stars amidst the sunlight. Approaching ever closer, the entire squad of knights formed a standard contingent of 500, arranged in 50 rows of 10 riders each. Suddenly, the horn's sound quickened, prompting the knights to swiftly adjust their formation. The front 10 riders spread out to the sides, while the 4 rear rows quickly filled in behind them, forming a 50-strong charging formation in the shortest amount of time. The 10 columns of 50 rows transformed into 50 columns of 10 rows in an instant, and all the knights simultaneously lowered the black visors of their helmets. The sound of the horn became rhythmic, and the first row of 50 dragon knights waved their lances in unison toward the viewing platform, urging their grounded dragons to charge forward in a simulated battle formation. Undoubtedly, the land dragons before them had undergone rigorous training. In sync with the horn's tempo, the massive bodies of the dragons thundered down the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, yet each dragon maintained the same charging stride. Chapter 43. The Art of War. Emperor Isu III stroked his long beard, his face beaming with warmth as he glanced at Aimi and Daqing Shan. Both of you hail from esteemed lineages. What is your assessment of these dragon knights' performance? Daqing Shan furrowed his brow slightly, prompting Aimi to respond, Your Highness. While they possess skill with their lances, their practical combat experience is lacking, unintentionally or not. Amy's voice was rather loud, catching the attention of several senior commanders nearby, who shot her glances of indignation. With a subtle smile, Amy nodded at those furious eyes. Your Highness, may I inquire why you believe this to be the case? Are you aware of the Achilles heel of your dragon cavalry? Oh, Achilles heel? Isu III raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Although Daqing Shan had never ridden a steed himself, he was among the rare experts. Ask him, Amy said cheerfully, tossing the burden of explanation onto Daqing Shan. Although Daqing Shan was not particularly eloquent, he was unafraid when speaking within his area of expertise. Your Highness, your knights lack any real battlefield experience. Among all cavalry types, except for a few unique spirit beasts like the snow wolf, storm eagle, and crocodile, the vast majority utilize long lances or spears as their primary assault weapon. Consequently, during an assault, the distance between every 2 rows must exceed 100 meters, yet the Dragon Knight's charge formation maintained a mere 30-meter gap. Why is that? Isu III, not being a seasoned military leader, was somewhat perplexed by this. For any steed, a distance of 100 meters could typically be covered in 5 to 8 seconds. In actual warfare, during the first charge, if a large contingent were to engage, the first echelon of knights, regardless of the opposing forces, would find it impossible to eliminate their foes or be eliminated themselves within those 5 seconds. The second echelon, in order to maintain the momentum of the assault, would still be wielding long lance-type weapons. If the interval between ranks were less than 50 meters, they would inevitably collide with their own comrades, significantly diminishing the impact of the charge by over 80. Rendering that echelon effectively wasted, a more reasonable method for the ground dragon knights would involve the first echelon naturally splitting into 2 smaller units, maintaining a 5-meter distance between them. Once the first wave reached its target, sufficient space would be left for the second wave to follow immediately, resulting in a dual assault. Ideally, the second echelon of dragon knights should maintain a distance of around 100 meters before launching their second wave. After 5 to 10 rounds of such charges, no matter how fortified the enemy's formation, it would inevitably be breached, allowing the subsequent ranks of dragon knights or other cavalry to switch to close combat weapons such as swords or knives, decisively shattering the enemy. Amy continued, Your Highness, as Daqing Shan pointed out, the kingdom has relied solely on wolf cavalry and the advantages of the snowy plains over the past few centuries, consistently breaking all established military conventions and returning victorious each time. Hence, I maintain that these dragon knights are largely ineffective. They are merely for show. Should we find ourselves at war with the Aimi Empire again, I would advise deploying wolf cavalry instead, as these dragon knights are not even sufficient to fill the gaps in the Imperial Border Troops cavalry. That is a valid point. What, then, is the best course of action? Isu III did not deign to regard the sour-faced kingdom commanders. Perhaps we should recruit some capable commanders from other continents. At the very least, we could gain some useful experience, Amy suggested earnestly. At that moment, all the black-armored ground dragon knights charged past in a formation like arrows, subsequently returning in an orderly manner from the western side, aligning neatly before the reviewing stand. Amy exchanged a questioning glance with Daqing Shan, and upon receiving an affirmative response, stood and respectfully bowed to Isu III. Your Highness, we are prepared and humbly request your announcement to commence the trial battle. Isu III raised his hand to signal, and a flushed noble commander strode confidently to the front of the reviewing stand, proclaiming in a booming voice to the entire assembly, "By royal decree, the contest of dragons officially begins. Only victory will be determined, not life or death. We invite the kingdom's 2 dragon knights to take the stage." Let the kingdom's dragon knights take the stage. The sound of the seal horn resonated once more, its tone gradually increasing in tempo, infused with the essence of clashing steel and galloping steeds. This sound acted like a catalyst, inciting a palpable sense of excitement among all the ground dragons present. Was this not the clarion call urging the warriors to battle? The dragons roared from the distant horizon, their resonant cries echoing through the air. The ground dragons visibly trembled, some young ones unable to suppress their fear and reverence for their majestic counterparts. Beginning to quiver, the young dragon knights tightened their grips on their mounts, striving to keep them calm. Dragons cannot be domesticated. All royal households, including that of the Hami kingdom, designate vast territories of thousands of kilometers as independent zones for their dragons, forbidding hunting or farming within those bounds. Thus, sightings of dragons are rare, let alone observing dragon knights perched upon the backs of these colossal creatures. All eyes turned skyward, squinting against the azure expanse in search of the elusive forms of dragons and their riders. The blue wind dragon and the green ice dragon soared with astonishing speed, their roars echoing across the kingdom's designated dragon territory, the mountainous region north of Snowy City. A blue silhouette streaked like lightning from the sun's brilliance, effortlessly parting the flowing white clouds, while a biting cold wind whistled beneath it, embodying the sensation of piercing through the heavens. Suddenly, the arrow-like figure unfurled immense wings, and with a slight flap, its speed, no, the dragon's speed, surged dramatically. The wind-type blue dragon soared joyously through the air, its massive shadow gliding over the crowd below. The spectators gasped in awe, erupting into thunderous cheers. The dragon knights are invincible across the realm. Long live your highness the king. Defeat the despicable De Qing Shan. The blue dragon did not descend immediately, instead reveling in the stretch of its cerulean wings, seemingly suspended in mid-air, as if buoyed by the very atmosphere itself. From the east, another dragon's roar echoed, heralding the arrival of a colossal green dragon. Though it did not match the blue dragon's speed, it flapped its enormous wings with resolute grace. The 2 great dragons converged in the sky, eliciting further cheers from the crowd, while 500 ground dragons stirred restlessly. The great dragons descended slowly onto the military platform before the reviewing stand. Atop the 12-meter-long blue dragon sat Marquis Han Meng, while the 15-meter-long green ice dragon bore the weight of Minister Emochio. Please welcome the Dragon Knight De Qing Shan to the stage. The jubilant crowd instantly erupted into a cacophony of boos. De Qing Shan scratched his head and stood, proceeding through the passageway between the reviewing stand and the military platform. Sha Ruo unconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Yucheng's hand, and both of them noticed their palms were clammy with sweat. De Qing Shan approached the 2 dragon knights, gazing up at the elevated figures with a nod and a gentle smile. For a moment, the entire assembly fell silent, eager to witness how this young boy would confront and challenge the prowess of the dragon knights. Turning away, De Qing Shan clasped his hands together and, employing the method he had later discovered to communicate with LV Air, earnestly called out, "LV Air, come to me, I require assistance." In an instant, a massive green hexagonal magic circle materialized before De Qing Shan. Green light beams swiftly shifting in accordance with the shape of the magic array. As the array formed, De Qing Shan received an affirmative response from LV Air. A magic circle. Those present with even a modicum of knowledge regarding spirit beasts furrowed their brows. Was De Qing Shan attempting to summon a dragon via a magic array? What dragon could be summoned in such a manner? Only those spirit beasts that had entered into a contract with humans could be summoned. And dragons? Any dragon suitable for riding would be over 400 years old. In truth, true dragons do not enter into contracts with anyone. They merely admire certain humans throughout their lifetimes, and only those who have made sufficient efforts and possess ancient divine lineage may gain the privilege of riding them. Spirit beasts, in contrast, are bound to their knights. The death of a knight invariably leads to the demise of the spirit beast. Dragons and their riders maintain an equal relationship, even if a knight perishes. The dragon remains unaffected, albeit somewhat sorrowful. After 100 years following a knight's death, other knights may attempt to forge new bonds with the dragon. Could it be that Qing Shan's dragon was not a true dragon, but rather a summoned spirit beast dragon, perhaps a lower-level ground dragon variant? Qing Shan felt a sense of unease. Air was reluctant to be summoned through a magic array, especially after gaining the ability to fly. Suddenly, the distant sky was engulfed in swirling white clouds, a frigid wind sweeping in from afar, carrying with it a mix of white snowflakes, a rarity for this season. The blue wind dragon and the green ice dragon both raised their heads, their keen eyes reflecting confusion, while the 500 ground dragons seemed to sense something amiss, their massive heads turning toward the direction of the chilling wind. The biting cold wind whirled around them, the white clouds rolling like ocean waves as the sea of clouds rapidly approached from the distance. The blue wind dragon grew increasingly agitated, its colossal claws restlessly stamping upon the reviewing platform, while the green ice dragon became animated, raising its head high and emitting short, excited calls, its wings flapping eagerly in the air. The earth dragons have been thrown into complete disarray. The frontmost dragon leaps excitedly, while the ones behind press their forelimbs onto the dragon ahead, their eyes fixated on the swirling white clouds. The dragon riders are utterly bewildered, for such an occurrence has never transpired before. Amidst the rolling clouds, a diminutive green dragon head suddenly emerges, followed by a small dragon body and vibrant green wings. As the entire little dragon soars forth from the clouds, an extraordinary spectacle unfolds, leaving all present in astonishment at the transformation before their eyes. The colossal green dragon nods at the descending little dragon, lowering its proud head gradually until it touches the ground, its immense wings spreading flatly beside it. The robust hind limbs of the earth dragon seem to suddenly lose their strength, their massive bodies bowing forward, their eyes shut tightly, their heads resting on the ground. The blue dragon shifts its body slightly to the side and, in an instant, ascends into the sky, flinging the marquee of Hanmeng from its front. The wind dragon's vast form swiftly charges towards the little green dragon, making a slight arc beneath it, catching the descending green one on its broad back, and then gently descends towards the reviewing platform. At that moment, a singular phrase flashed through the minds of all, sovereign of the world. Even Qing Shan was rendered speechless by the scene before him. What on earth has the little green one done? Aimi, grinning mischievously, approached Qing Shan from behind and gave him a light pat, before moving to the front of the blue dragon to tap the green one who had just leaped off, raising its left forelimb high into the air. Who else dares to duel with the sacred dragon warrior, Qing Shan? Chapter 44. Leaving a message welcoming a phantom beast is an exceptionally intricate process. To ensure the phantom beast's unwavering loyalty to its rider, every newborn phantom beast is strictly prohibited from seeing any human, interacting solely with its mother. During the welcoming of the young beast, a specially crafted magical shielding cage is employed, a domain-type illusion crafted by magicians of the highest order. The actual size of this illusion varies according to the type of phantom beast. Reinforced within an entirely insulated ceramic vessel, where smaller phantom beasts utilize an illusion no larger than an ordinary bucket, while creatures like the earth dragon require illusions many times larger. The young phantom beast, having departed from its mother, is placed directly within this illusion, completely isolated from the outside world, unable to hear or see anything. This enclosed existence lasts from 10 days to a month, until its master is confirmed. Subsequently, the phantom beast's owner takes it to the sacred snow mountain, shattering the illusion at its base. The phantom beast will trust the first human it encounters, considering them its lifelong protector. Throughout known history, no phantom beast has ever betrayed its master, nor has any fled from danger. All present were left in utter astonishment, unable to fathom such an outcome. Could this little green dragon truly be the legendary ancient sacred dragon? Is it indeed the divine dragon possessing abilities akin to that of the gods? Never before has it been heard that an ancient sacred dragon, revered as a deity, became a human's mount. What is the ancient sacred dragon, you ask? It is one of the 3 highest races among dozens of others. It is said to possess the immense magical power of a holy mage, with no limitations on its abilities. It is also said to be fluent in the language of humans and capable of transforming into any being, including humans. Yet, could this seemingly insignificant dragon, when compared to the 2 colossal dragons, truly represent the ancient sacred dragon? The evidence before them suggests otherwise, and none could deny it. To engage in battle with the ancient sacred dragon. That would be akin to dueling with a deity. No, it would be even more perilous than confronting a god, for never has a deity attacked humanity, whereas countless tales of dragons assailing humans abound. Observing the profound respect all dragons show towards this little dragon, one could only conclude that any challenger would be torn to shreds by the multitude of dragons. Of course, this is merely a general estimation. Under the lure of substantial rewards, there will always be those willing to take risks. I protest. This competition is grossly unfair. I demand the cancellation of the bets, a middle-aged man shouted, raising his arm high. Protest, protest, protest. This is a fraudulent act. Refund, refund, refund. The clamor of dissent surged through the crowd, overwhelming the soldiers tasked with maintaining order. Aimi cast a levitation spell, rising into the air, her hand waving dramatically, summoning dozens of lightning bolts that struck around the reviewing platform, leaving the crowd in awe of the immense magical display. With a slight enhancement to her voice, she effortlessly overshadowed all others. As the saying goes, one must honor their bets. You are all esteemed citizens of the capital of the Aimi Empire. Do you not understand this basic principle? Were you coerced into placing your bets? Did we not open the opportunity to wager on Qingshan's victory? Aimi exhaled deeply. Gentlemen appreciate wealth, acquiring it through legitimate means. As one of the few A-rank mercenary groups on the continent. We have always adhered to the law. However, any unjustly disruptive forces will face severe consequences. Everyone recalls the notorious Dragon of Wind, correct? What became of him? He dared to challenge us, and we severed his head. It appears that the future mercenary king possesses a keen understanding of both reason and emotion, unhesitatingly leveraging threats to life when deemed appropriate. Dear friends, who is responsible for your considerable losses? Who has left you destitute? Is it gambling itself? Aimi pointedly directed her accusations at the two unfortunate souls. We demand the severe punishment of those who dare challenge the sacred dragon warriors. Expose the national disgrace and punish the traitors within. Crush the enemies of the people beneath 1,000 feet. The crowd's fury reached a boiling point, finally finding an outlet for their grievances, erupting into chaos. It seems Aimi was quite satisfied with this outcome. As everyone's focus shifted, she discreetly slipped away with Qingshan, the little green dragon, and the two girls. Alongside them, the two underground gambling house owners, who had only intended to make a modest profit, found themselves unexpectedly enriched. In the years that followed, many who had dealings with Aimi and Qi Hanfeng concluded, if Qi Hanfeng is a demon, then Aimi is the demon king cloaked in angelic guise. Engaging with Qi Hanfeng may result in some lost money or reputations, but to deal with Aimi is to risk one's very life. In fact, prior to Aimi truly earning the title of Mercenary King, he had several other notable aliases, among which the most prevalent on the ice and snow continent was the Demon Gambler King. It is said that two once popular dragon riders, having lost everything in their wagers, found themselves beset by numerous creditors, many of whom were individuals they could not afford to offend. For decades thereafter, people flocked to their doors seeking debts, some even high-ranking officials who directly overextended their 10-year salaries from the treasury as compensation for their gambling losses, leading to their eventual downfall and lifelong disgrace. Emperor Isu III had not anticipated the situation escalating to such proportions. Thankfully, with 100,000 gold coins available to reimburse 70% of the ordinary citizens present, he felt no further obligation to confront Aimi. His pride was also at stake. Having not summoned the seasonal group for several days, he relegated all matters concerning phantom beasts to the foreign affairs minister. From that point on, the seasonal group experienced smooth sailing in all their dealings, enjoying unfettered passage everywhere they went, even achieving a clearing effect when dining in public, leaving a lasting impression on every noble they encountered. 3 days later, Lin Yushang, representing the seasonal group of the Aimi Empire, formally presented a request to Emperor Isu III for their return to the Aimi Empire. As a matter of courtesy, he led his senior officials to see the seasonal group off at the edge of the snow-covered city. The days grew colder, the early mornings of late summer marked by a bittersweet farewell. As one party longed to linger in the city while the other yearned to depart swiftly, a contingent of snow wolf riders escorted the seasonal group. As they finally receded into the distance, just as Emperor Isu III prepared to lead his ministers back, he was suddenly called back by Aimi's voice. "Your Highness, please wait." Aimi rode back through the throng of wolf riders on his black steed. a faint smile gracing his lips as he retrieved an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Emperor Isu III. Your Highness, I almost forgot to deliver this to you. It has been a pleasure to make your acquaintance. With that, he galloped away. Inside the envelope were 2 pages filled with writing, displaying a surprisingly attractive script, neatly pinned, embodying the innate nobility of his character, which was always so pleasing to behold. Your Highness. Once, when De Qingshan and I referred to ourselves as your subjects, I could see your astonishment. You must have wondered why these 2 little mercenaries would claim such titles. In truth, though neither De Qingshan nor I were born in the kingdom, we both hail from this icy, windswept continent, nurtured by this very soil. We hold profound affection for this land. Your Highness, do you know why I chose the profession of a mercenary? My father was a soldier, and my uncle Qi Hanfeng, who raised me, was also a soldier. Yet, from a young age, I dreamed of becoming a mercenary. Speak of it, and perhaps you shall find it amusing. The sole purpose of a mercenary is to freely slay the snow wolves. You may have surmised that the village in which I was raised is a purely immigrant settlement. In my tender years, snow wolves would descend upon our village nearly every month, wreaking havoc. Those who have not lived in such a village can scarcely comprehend the heart-pounding terror of evading snow wolves. In my childhood, countless fluffy little snow chickens fell prey to these wolves, and many snow sheep, unable to return to the fold in time, were dragged away by their relentless jaws. I can hardly recall how many tears I shed for them. In truth, our family was relatively fortunate. In neighboring villages, were there not tales of children devoured by snow wolves that year? Your Highness, you are a remarkably enlightened ruler, abolishing outdated practices and fostering life and sustenance. I believe this is one of the many reasons why so many outsiders brave the threat of snow wolves to migrate to the kingdom. I humbly request Your Highness to consider the welfare of those non-Hami individuals within the realm. I have a suggestion. Could we perhaps establish a larger town around Snow Moon Lake? Additionally, it would be prudent to construct several towns along the Longfang Mountain Highway, fortifying the walls to deter the harassment of snow wolves on the residents. This time, by sheer coincidence, I have acquired some funds in the capital, and I believe those willing to partake in high-stakes gambling would not mind such monetary matters. As for me, having never truly possessed wealth, I am at a loss as to how to spend it. The vast Qingshan is even less deserving of mention. This money, in my hands, serves little purpose. Hence, I would prefer to utilize it for practical endeavors. After discussing with my esteemed senior, Locke, I have entrusted the total of approximately 900,000 gold coins to him, which you may retrieve at your convenience. I wish for every citizen of the kingdom to find happiness. In the autumn of the 2nd year of the magic era. Aimi writes, Foolish child. Murmured Isu III, his eyes glistening with moisture, unable to resist the urge to shut them tightly as 2 large tears welled forth. In the distance, the nights grew increasingly remote. The snow and forest gradually engulfing all. The verdant hues above melded seamlessly into the azure sky. Many years later, near the Treehouse Tavern where Aimi and Qingshan frequently resided, several towns predominantly inhabited by non-Hami individuals expanded under the auspices of Isu III, eventually coalescing into a substantial urban circle. By that time, the Treehouse Tavern lay completely encircled by the burgeoning city. Following negotiations, this nascent city was aptly named Frosty Friendship, with the southern district designated as Aimi's homestead and the northern district named Qingshan's hometown. This nomenclature stemmed from the fact that the primary residents of the southern town had migrated from Hake Village, where Aimi was born, while those in the northern town hailed from the small village nestled in the Great Qingshan. This city stands as the sole urban establishment recognized by the descendants of the Mercenary Queen and the Great Qingshan, bearing their names. The term blessing to posterity could not be more fitting when applied to the legacies of the Great Qingshan and Aimi Chapter 45. New companions, nobility, and territories. The lords of the territories are typically feudal nobles holding titles such as Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. These titles are hereditary, and the succession of titles and lands in various nations follows a primogeniture system. However, younger sons or those without titles may obtain the knighthood by serving in the king's army, thereby acquiring a portion of land. Thus, the knightly class became the foundational support for feudal rule. Subsequently, some untitled individuals could venture into commerce, donating funds to the royal family in exchange for knightly titles, thus birthing a new breed of nobility. Territories are further classified into various categories. Hereditary noble lands are often referred to as fiefs, a means of rewarding loyal subjects by founding emperors, wherein nobles exercise absolute authority. Beyond fiefs, there exist manors, which generally refer to lands not designated by the king and are typically acquired through legal or illegal means, in manors. Noble rights cease to align with the law. Many nobles, for various reasons, prefer to purchase manors abroad. With the assistance of the Snow Wolf cavalry, the return journey unfolded smoothly. The wind shifted from south to north, almost as if the citizens of Snowy City were bidding farewell to the plague. Upon exiting the icy forest, the moonlight cast a gentle glow. Ahead lay the dark silhouette of the Imperial Frontier Guard's outpost. Accompanying veterans of the Empire escorted Lin Yushang to conduct brief negotiations. And the gates of the outpost swung open. It was the first departure for both Aimi and the Great Qingshan from the Hami Kingdom. As they crossed into the borders of the Aimi Empire, they could scarcely believe they had entered a different realm. The two youths playfully wagered whether the land of the Aimi Empire would resemble that of the Hami Kingdom. The loser would have to snuggle with Lvy in the evening. Ultimately, Aimi found herself clutching a blanket, scratching her head, and muttering curses as she squeezed in beside Lvy, who, upon noticing another companion joining her, eagerly burrowed her head into Aimi's embrace, soon filling the air with a resounding snore akin to a dragon's roar. That night, Lin Yushang and Sha Ruo visited the camp hospital to check on the gravely injured envoy, the deputy foreign minister of the empire. His condition had improved significantly, yet doctors advised that he should not attempt to walk. Moreover, the icy winter of the frozen continent could effectively eradicate any infectious pathogens, thus recommending that the deputy foreign minister remain in the icy realm for treatment until the following summer. Both Lin Yushang and Sha Ruo reassured the deputy foreign minister, stating that the mission was accomplished and the doctor's advice was sound. The deputy foreign minister had been a long-time subordinate of Lin Yushang's father, serving as the chief advisor to Earl Lin for the past 2 decades. Upon awakening, he had been transported back to the frontier military base and was deeply concerned upon learning that Lin Yushang had ventured alone into the Hami Kingdom. Now, seeing her return safely, he sighed in relief. The journey home was escorted by the elite of the frontier army, so he could rest easy while recuperating. The following morning, 500 Snow Wolf cavalry departed the frontier outpost. Returning to the Hami Kingdom, the continued escort mission was taken over by the Imperial Frontier Cavalry Brigade, and several veterans who had accompanied them on the diplomatic mission to the Hami Empire requested to escort Aimi's party to the northern capital of the Aimi Empire, Ice Fortress. Upon learning that Aimi was the only son of the former brigade leader, the current Ice Brigade leader paid a special visit to Aimi and readily agreed to their request. Over the past 20 days, Aimi had forged deep bonds of friendship with these veterans, relishing their tales of the past, especially how her father had triumphed over 24 Imperial Military Academy officers within 3 days as a guide, earning the position of Ice Brigade leader. Naturally, she encouraged them to share any negative rumors surrounding Brigade leader Chi Hanfeng, meticulously cataloging them for posterity, allegedly to erect a monument in honor of Mr. Chi Hanfeng. Ultimately, it was confirmed that 4 Imperial soldiers would accompany them to Ice Fortress. Wu Lanf, captain of the 2nd Squad of the Ice Brigade, Barbas, captain of the 2nd Squad of the 3rd Brigade, and Long, a soldier of the Engineering Brigade. The escort of 200 cavalry was quite extraordinary. Typically, even noble-level escorts within the Empire would be limited to around 100 warriors, thus reflecting the generous treatment afforded to the envoy by the Black Knights. Just as the cavalry prepared to set forth, a sudden flurry of urgent footsteps echoed from afar, and someone from the recently opened frontier outpost called out the names of Aimi and the Great Qingshan. A dwarf appeared, panting heavily as he rushed over from the outpost. Dwarves come in various forms, yet regardless of the kind, they are born as mighty warriors, instilling fear in all adversaries. Within the realm of humans, the 2 most common types are mountain dwarves and forest dwarves. Mountain dwarves are renowned master craftsmen, with the majority of the world's finest weapons forged by their hands. They typically reside in mountainous regions rich in minerals, collaborating with gnomes to develop mines. Upon discovering rare colored metals or other precious ores, one can only imagine that an extraordinary weapon will soon emerge. The most favored weapon of mountain dwarves is the blacksmith's hammer, and a battalion composed of mountain dwarves is a nightmare for any heavily armored knight or warrior. Forest dwarves also possess a natural talent for weapon crafting, though they are somewhat inferior to mountain dwarves. Taller than their mountain counterparts, they excel in wielding large wheel axes, often with blades measuring 50 centimeters long, and the more ferocious among them can wield axes with blades up to 1 meter long. Forest dwarves are, by their very nature, born warriors. Dwarves typically live between 800 and 1200 years, though this is not the upper limit of their lifespan. It merely reflects the average longevity of most. Regardless of severe injuries or seemingly incurable ailments, it is exceedingly difficult to truly vanquish dwarves, whose bodies are as sturdy as mountains. The dwarf before them was unmistakably a forest dwarf, bearing an enormous axe with a diameter of at least 80 centimeters on his back. As he ran, the blade of the axe reflected the morning sun, emanating a blue hue, an indication that it was forged with a rare mineral known as amethyst, which renders such weapons immensely valuable. Adorning his head is a fearsome helmet resembling the visage of a large feline, which, if not a tiger, must surely belong to some magnificent species of leopard. The dwarves possess a rather peculiar custom. All male dwarfs, upon reaching the age of 200, must undergo a rite of passage. They are required to venture into the forest and hunt a beast with their bare hands, presenting their quarry to the clan leader, who then crafts a helmet from the creature's head. Successfully hunting a large feline barehanded signifies that this dwarf must have exhibited remarkable prowess during his rite of passage, as it is rare for a dwarf to independently slay such formidable prey on the first attempt. The helmet compresses his robust brown hair, and his face is adorned with a thick, vigorous beard, giving him an appearance of greater girth. His eyes squint slightly, and he wears a tunic fashioned from the broad leaves of a particular tree native to the tropical forest. Treated to create a coarse fabric, complemented by trousers of the same material, a wide leather belt, studded with copper nails, cinches his waist. It seems he has been running for quite some time, as beads of sweat evaporate into mist. Rising from his head, despite his short stature, this dwarf moves with surprising swiftness. Aimi dismounted her horse, and Daqing Shan leapt from the sled. The two exchanged glances, each mirroring the other's perplexity. "Are you the brothers Aimi and Daqing Shan?" the dwarf inquired, rushing towards them. "Yes, and you are?" Aimi asked hesitantly. "I am the nephew of Uncle Locke." Although the dwarf's speech was somewhat garbled, he promptly revealed his lineage, producing a letter from his pocket. The handwriting unmistakably belonging to the elder Locke. It turns out this dwarf is Locke's nephew, specifically the younger son of the current leader of the Silver Snow Wolf mercenary group, Horns. He had just completed his rite of passage and was searching for his father and uncle, only to discover that they were reluctant to take him into the mercenary group, fearing he might become spoiled. Remembering the small mercenary group that had recently departed, they promptly assisted him in securing his mercenary registration, only to subsequently dismiss him. Dwarves are known for their directness. Upon hearing his uncle mention the need for a capable young individual to guide him, and after hearing stories of the Wind Chanter, Horns expressed his eagerness. Elder Locke gifted him a magical portrait featuring the visages of Daqing Shan and Aimi, providing specific directions, which led Horns to pursue them along the Longfong Mountain Road. "How old are you this year?" Aimi inquired, possessing some knowledge about dwarves. Yet this fellow did not seem like her brother. "I just completed my rite of passage this year. I am still quite young. Only 200, he replied. A burst of laughter erupted, not only from Aimi and Daqing Shan, but also from the two girls, and the knights surrounding them joined in hearty laughter. Aimi, shaking her head while chuckling, remarked, "The circumstances I've encountered over the years are truly bizarre. A 200-year-old calls himself an 18-year-old elder brother, while a 300-year-old acts like a child, utterly clueless." Just as she finished speaking, Lvy, displeased, jumped forward and began to lick Amy's face with her large tongue, sending everyone into further fits of laughter. Such a humorous interlude, particularly with the little dwarf just emerging from the countryside and still rather naive, filled their lengthy journey with joy. On that very day, the small mercenary group welcomed its third member, the G-class mercenary Horns. The journey from the border military outpost to the ice fortress would take 3 days. 3 days later, the delegation arrived at the ice fortress, the northern capital of the Aimi Empire. During their return journey, this fortress served as a significant resting point. Most of the border soldiers of the Empire hailed from this area, including Mo Yi, Wu Lanfu, and Balbus, who invited Aimi and Daqing Shan to accompany them for a visit. The two girls and the little dwarf were equally intrigued, and a lively group hastened towards the western part of the city. Not far beyond the city gates lay a vast expanse of residential houses, starkly contrasting with the orderly structures within the city. The standards of these homes varied greatly. Some were quite beautiful while others were dilapidated straw huts. Mo Yi, Wu Lanfu, and Balbus resided in decent homes, with Balbus having a particularly well-behaved 3-year-old daughter. After departing from their homes, Mo Yi, Wu Lanfu, and Balbus conferred and expressed their desire to visit the orphan children of fallen comrades. Suggesting that Amy could opt not to join if she had other matters to attend to. Were those fallen warriors also friends of my father? Amy inquired casually. Yes, indeed, and some were among those who perished during the recent mission at the Tower of Wishes. Mo Yi responded, his expression shadowed with sorrow. Then I would like to go as well, Amy replied with a calm demeanor. As they walked further, the houses grew shorter and the paths narrower. They noticed a few small heads peering out from shattered windows, emaciated children observing the soldiers with curiosity. A little boy exclaimed loudly, "My daddy used to be just like this. He was so brave." Instantly, the eyes of several veterans glistened with unshed tears, and Lin Yushang and Sha Ruo were similarly affected. Their eyes glistening, Amy and Deqing Shan bit their lips tightly. The group paused before a shabby little house, and Mo Yi gently called out, Little Do. A boy just over 10 years old emerged, his yellowing face breaking into a smile upon seeing the veterans. Hello, Uncle Mo, Uncle Wu Lanfu, Uncle 8284, he greeted. Where's your mother? Mo Yi inquired, crouching down to embrace the boy called Little Do. She went to work for someone. Little Do replied, reaching out to touch the long sword strapped to Mo Yi's back with an envious expression. Winter is approaching. Has your mother mentioned when she will fix the house? How will you survive the winter like this? Wu Lanfu expressed concern as he glanced at the straw hut, nearly blown away by the wind. Why, mother said, every year is hard, yet every year we endure. Every age brings difficulties, yet every age we survive. When I grow up, it will be better, Little Do recounted. Everyone felt a pang of sorrow. Uncle Mo, are there many situations like this? Amy asked as she surveyed the dilapidated houses before her. Yes, many. There are probably over 200 such families just outside the western gate of the northern capital. Mo Yi replied solemnly, Uncle Mo, I made a bet with a wealthy noble in Snow Plain City. He lost a manor located in the ice fortress to me. His house should be decent. But I wonder if it is spacious enough to accommodate the widows and orphans of these soldiers? Amy quietly consulted Mo Yi. That would be wonderful, Mo Yi responded, visibly pleased. For these orphans and widows, winter is the hardest time. We could all fit in together. A deep sigh escaped Mo Yi and the other veterans. Every year, some perish from the cold. Little brother, what do you want to be when you grow up? Amy asked, patting the boy's face. I want to be a brave warrior. Just like my father, the boy replied, his youthful innocence shining through. I have another idea. What do you think? Amy pondered aloud. If these children continue on this path, their futures will be bleak. Deqing Shan and I have about 30,000 gold coins. Could you gentlemen assist us? I wish to establish a headquarters in that manner. These children and their families would be considered our group members. I want to arrange for them to learn various skills. Those wishing to continue as warriors or pursue magic should have qualified teachers appointed. For those interested in commerce, we will also make arrangements. Once they are self-sufficient, they may come and go freely. That sounds promising, Deqing Shan interjected, who typically remain silent. We could assign our instructors to teach them. We can work harder outside to earn more. Ensuring they do not go hungry, foolish. According to Uncle Chi's curriculum, they could sell firewood for a living each day. Amy smiled, rising to ruffle Deqing Shan's hair. If it is a manor, there will surely be ample land. There is no need to worry about provisions. Moreover, as an A-class mercenary group, they would be considered reserve warriors. Once they grow a bit older, they can undertake simple tasks, perhaps earning even more than we do. Lin Yushang's eyes crinkled with delight. Amy, you are too kind. If they earn more than you, then what of the rest of us? Suddenly, Balbus, who had been quiet, chimed in, Amy, if you genuinely intend to pursue this, I will leave the army and join your mercenary group, dedicating the next few years to educating these children. At that moment, the assembled group had no inkling that a spontaneous idea conceived today would lead these children, who were grappling with survival, to become the core members of a renowned mercenary group in 5 to 10 years' time. Thus, the scroll of history turned a new page. Chapter 1. The Azure Sea Route in Our World. The ocean is the foundation of existence. Within the known realms, 3 recognized continents drift like small vessels across the boundless sea. To the far north lies the frozen continent, and across the mirror ocean. The Aimi nor continent gazes upon it from afar, a journey of 6 days and 5 nights by ship. The Aimi nor continent stands as the heart of the world, with the Azure Islands situated to its east. Also within the mirror ocean, the Azure Island serves as the stronghold for neutral magic, housing the magical wellspring that symbolizes the essence of magic. Despite being somewhat begrudgingly referred to as an island, the Azure Island is quite expansive, measuring approximately 80 of the area of the 3rd largest continent, the Lanfaxisai continent. The Lanfaxisai continent lies to the southwest of the Aimi nor continent, requiring a ship journey of 9 days and 10 nights to reach the central landmass. According to reliable records, on the western side of the Aminair continent, there exists a multitude of islands of varying sizes amidst the roaring ocean, and even a vast landmass is rumored to be present. Some incomplete sources suggest that this continent may even surpass the expanse of Lanfaxisai. However, the relentless storms of the roaring ocean thwart any quest for knowledge, shrouding this land in an aura of mystery. To caution travelers against embarking on this perilous journey, the Sacred Church has ominously named this unknown continent Demon Island. On a pitch-black night, Sha Ruo stealthily arose, glancing at Lin Yushang, who was still in a deep slumber. She tiptoed out, gently closing the door behind her. Eye in the sky. The stars twinkled brightly, while the crimson moon glided through the thin clouds. Myriad, she murmured softly, as a small orb of light appeared in her rosy palm, illuminating her path. Cautiously, she made her way towards the stern of the ship. Over the past few days, the vessel had been sailing eastward, and initially, the weather had not been favorable, remaining perpetually overcast. Sha Ruo had long heard tales of the magnificent sunrises seen at sea, yet had been deprived of the opportunity on several outings. Last night, she beheld the star-studded sky, and today promised splendid weather, prompting her to rise early in anticipation of the dawn. As she reached the stern, the eastern sky was already beginning to lighten. It appeared that someone was seated there, leaning against the ship's railing, their feet casually dangling over the side. Who could it be? Even on tiptoe, the figure noticed her presence. The voice belonged to Deqingshan, whom Sha Ruo had been avoiding in recent days. In her eyes, Deqingshan resembled a mere block of wood. Not only was he wooden, but even the astute Aimi, as described by Lin Yushang, seemed no different, a large lump of timber. At times, during private conversations with Lin Yushang, she could not fathom how such an exceptional boy could be utterly oblivious to the art of winning a girl's heart. Despite many boys in the imperial capital lacking in various respects compared to Aimi and Deqingshan, when it came to flattering young ladies, they could easily serve as their mentors. Those so-called little stones on the imperial frontier were, at best, just a pair of rotten logs. Though she had always detested the insincere flattery of boys and admired Aimi's effortless charisma in the face of countless adversities, while also appreciating Deqingshan's humble concealment of his impressive abilities and steady demeanor. Being in the company of such wooden figures was an entirely different matter. In truth, it was not entirely their fault. Aimi had lost his mother at a young age and grew up with his grandfather and Qi Hanfeng. While Deqingshan's background mirrored this experience, the purely male familial structure left both boys rather timid when it came to interacting with young girls. Especially for Deqingshan, upon seeing Sha Ruo, he was always acutely aware of her delicate, slightly upturned foot, and an indescribable sensation would wash over him, leading him to shyly bite his lip and hastily retreat. Girls, compared to boys, tend to mature faster. Although Sha Ruo had grown up in the church and had minimal interaction with boys aside from her recent trip to the imperial capital, she now realized that she harbored different feelings for Deqingshan, particularly after lending him the protective talisman passed down through her family, only for him to fail to return it. That intimate encounter was something Sha Ruo dared not disclose to Lin Yushang, nor did she know how to broach the subject with Deqingshan. As if her pristine little foot should not be seen by others, if she were to allow that, it would evoke an undeniable sensation that she could never marry another. Deqingshan turned around, unable to discern who it was, but from the sound of footsteps, he vaguely recognized it was Sha Ruo, causing his face to flush. He stood up and retreated into the cabin. "Would you accompany me? Shall we watch the sunrise together?" Sha Ruo whispered timidly, immediately cursing herself for her audacity. What was I thinking? True to his reputation as a block of wood, the Qingshan slowly sat back down as if rooted in place. Sha Ruo cautiously settled beside him, maintaining a respectful distance. Her heart raced wildly, and as she steeled herself, she soon realized that the heart of the person beside her was also beating rapidly. In the distance, the sky gradually brightened, the white light moving closer as the dark sea transformed into a deep blue. First, the sky turned white, then blue. There was no wind, and the thin clouds, illuminated by the azure sky, resembled delicate white lace stitched across the horizon. At the seaside, a strand of golden-red light began to emerge, and soon the edges of the distant clouds were gilded with a golden hue. The gold deepened and intensified, and from afar, a hint of red emerged, as if struggling to rise. Gradually, this red ascended, casting its hue over the sky, the sea, and even the nearby ships railed in an instant. The golden-red sun leapt forth from the horizon. The rising sun, unlike the oppressive noonday sun, resembled the tender hand of an innocent child, its hue akin to the soft pink of an infant. As though it could be seen through, within a matter of minutes, the infantile sun transformed into a mature orb, its brilliance intensifying and illuminating everything around. Sha Ruo squinted against the glare, raising her hand to shield her eyes. The light filtering through her fingers with a gentle rosy glow. De Qingshan glanced at her upturned hand and discreetly retrieved the talisman from his pocket. "Here is your talisman. Thank you," he said, extending it towards her. Just moments ago, he had pondered this very item, but now Sha Ruo felt flustered, raising her hand to refuse. "No, keep it's a gift for you." On the cold, damp sea surface, their warm hands briefly touched, causing Sha Ruo to gasp and retract her hand, while the Qingshan's remained awkwardly suspended in the air. "You are a mercenary. You need it more. When you are no longer a mercenary, you can return it to me," she declared, rising to her feet and heading towards the cabin, her final words drifting back like a whisper. "Even if you are thousands of miles away, I will always wish you safety." De Qingshan gently cradled his right hand with his left, feeling an inexplicable warmth where Sha Ruo's hand had brushed against his face flushed with color. Many things do not unfold with the rapidity of dawn, stripping away the veil of darkness to reveal their true nature. Rather, a nameless emotion quietly burgeons, even as those involved remain largely unaware. The ship continued its voyage. Initially, they had seen massive icebergs floating on the surface, with 2 crew members alternating in a crow's nest, vigilantly monitoring the waters to avoid collisions. Gradually, the icebergs became a rarity, with only occasional ice floes drifting by, and the color of the sea transitioned from light to dark, indicating that land was drawing near. The first sight from the ship was the northern mountains of the Aimi continent. Positioned at the same latitude as the southern frozen lands, with an average elevation exceeding 3,000 meters. Above the 3,500-meter snow line, glaciers remained perpetually frozen. This mountain range, with its towering peaks, ranks second in height across the entire continent, only surpassed by the sacred snow mountain. The main peak, Masis Peak, rises to an impressive height of 6,231.07 meters. Along the coastal side of the Masis Range, there are no natural harbors, necessitating navigation along the coastline. From the ship, one could clearly observe the steep cliffs rising sharply from the sea, where the white waves relentlessly crashed against the dark rocks, as the captain expertly guided the fleet to avoid the shallow reefs. On the 4th day, the mountains gradually lowered, transforming the scenery dramatically as green coniferous and broadleaf plants began to emerge. The rugged peaks gave way to rolling hills, which in turn transitioned into gentle slopes. After rounding a cape, a vast bay appeared before them, and the sailors busied themselves preparing the anchor chains and lowering the sails. A small boat was dispatched from the harbor to guide the large fleet. And under the pilot's direction, an hour later, they successfully docked. After 5 days adrift at sea, the weary travelers finally set foot on solid ground in the autumn of the 2nd year of the magical calendar. The group, consisting of Lin Yushang, Sha Ruo, Aimi, De Qingshan, Horns, and the ever-soaring sacred dragon, Lure, successfully landed at the military port in the northern part of the Aimi Empire, Iceberg Harbor. News travels with astonishing speed. Just 2 months prior, when Aimi and De Qingshan first entered the Treehouse Tavern, they were still mere shadows of anonymity. Following the Battle of Whispering Winds, the two youths streaked across the night sky like brilliant meteors, leaving a profound impression on all who gazed upward. After the battle at the Dragons contest outside of the Snowfield City, both boys gained unparalleled renown. If they were meteors before, they now shone like stars in their brilliance. The sacred dragon knight, Shan, had become a singular figure in this world. If one were to assert that there are still those audacious enough to challenge the mighty dragon or its valiant dragon riders, then the recent emergence of the sacred dragon and the sacred dragon knights has instilled a profound sense of trepidation in all, to the extent that whispers have begun to circulate, suggesting that even if all dragon knights in the realm were to unite, they would stand no chance against the sacred dragon knights. Meanwhile, the astute and quick-witted Aimi has garnered considerable stature, particularly when it becomes known that this remarkable boy is merely 17 years of age, yet possesses the extraordinary prowess of a mage, a magic swordsman, and a knight, each at a level far surpassing the ordinary, prompting a flurry of accolades likening him to a once-in-a-century prodigy. Floating Iceport stands as one of the two principal harbors in the continents of Aimi and the Frozen Lands, serving as a vital hub for the exchange of information. As 5 individuals disembarked from the vessel onto the continent, the Imperial officer who greeted Miss Lin Yushang respectfully announced the names of the 4 accompanying individuals without missing a syllable. Brigadier Sir Sika, stationed at Floating Iceport, welcomes the esteemed envoy Miss Lin Yushang, Special Envoy Miss Shero from the Sacred Court, Mr. Aimi, leader of the A-rank mercenary group, and Mr. Shan, the vice leader and Sacred Dragon Knight. With his characteristic smile, Aimi approached, performing a knightly salute to Sir Sika and exchanging a few courteous remarks. That evening, Aimi, Shan, the 2 ladies, and the uncelebrated dwarf horns attended a welcoming banquet hosted by the brigadier. Aimi and Lin Yushang shone as the most striking figures of the evening. Lin Yushang, with her flowing hair and graceful demeanor, embodied the elegance befitting a count's daughter. Several esteemed elders inquired half-jokingly about her marital status, all possessing considerable rank and nobility. Throughout the gathering, Aimi maintained a noble smile, exemplifying the spirit of chivalry, showing respect even to the serving attendants. Each guest, previously puzzled by the rumors they had heard, recognized the true essence of nobility and felt a sense of injustice on behalf of this humble young man. Shan was not particularly keen on such social engagements and, having attended briefly, excused himself to tend to his dragon, making a discreet exit. Similarly, Horns, who was also not adept at socializing, seized the opportunity to slip away. Shero, due to her unique status, could not make a similar escape. Yet a special envoy from the Sacred Court hardly drew the majority's attention, especially since she seldom participated in such gatherings and lacked the knowledge of how to embellish herself, naturally relegating her to the periphery of the banquet. Chapter 2. An impetuous clash. The imperial capital of the Aimi Empire, Scambray, is the largest metropolis on the continent and indeed within all known civilizations. The city spans a circumference of 40 kilometers, taking the shape of a regular octagon, with each side measuring 5 kilometers, featuring a main gate and a subsidiary gate, aptly named the 8 Gates of 8 Connections. The streets of the city are also architecturally designed in accordance with the octagonal layout. Radiating outward from the center, the heart of the city, lies the Royal Palace, the only structure that does not conform to the octagonal design, characterized by a circular interior and square exterior, housing numerous grand edifices. To the north of the city are the residences of the nobility of the Aimi Empire. Among the 8 prominent families of the empire, aside from 2 whose territories are located near the borders and require constant garrisoning, the remaining 6 families have their estates situated in the noble district directly north of the palace. East of the palace is a bustling area populated by merchants, where over 50 of the city's shops are concentrated. Along with the most significant commercial streets, the south of the palace, the population is relatively chaotic, becoming increasingly so as one ventures further south. After attending the brigadier's banquet, Lin Yushang recalled hearing that the most renowned delicacy at Floating Iceport was charcoal-grilled squid, reputedly freshly caught and grilled over the finest coniferous hardwood charcoal, seasoned with a spice called cumin from the Desert Kingdom, and slathered with chili sauce. The thought of it tantalized the senses. Aimi, being a lover of fine food and merriment, immediately expressed his eagerness to partake in this culinary delight, compelling Shero to accompany him in the lively night market, stalls lined up in succession. Lin Yushang, Appearing delicate at a height of 1.65 meters and weighing merely 89 pounds, captivated Aimi and many nearby onlookers, including various small animals, with her remarkable performances at the stalls. While Aimi managed to consume just 4 grilled squid, Lin Yushang had already devoured 15 squid rolls, and to Amy's astonishment, she proceeded to eat 5 more rolls, for small buns, and a plate of stir-fried clams. For someone like Amy, who held no romantic notions towards a girl and had not previously undergone the rigorous trials associated with other girls, merely watching her savor the vibrant squid rolls was an excruciating experience. Of course, the agony was not in solitude. Ultimately, Lin Yushang joyfully clapped her hands, declaring her substantial satisfaction, and called for the bill. Amy, perplexed, realized that the responsibility for the payment unexpectedly fell upon him. The expression of confusion was mirrored on the face of the Count's daughter, who finally spoke up. "Isn't it customary for the gentleman to pay when dining out with a lady?" It turned out that those who considered themselves knights believed this to be the bare minimum of etiquette, especially for one revered as a knight. Is this truly the case? Amy sluggishly fished 10 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the proprietor. As he awaited the change, Lin Yushang generously remarked, "The remainder is for tips. No need for thanks." Watching the 5 silver coins that had been presented return to her pocket nearly drove Amy to the brink of madness. He silently vowed never to dine out with any girl again unless it was explicitly agreed that she would foot the bill. Upon returning to the inn, De Qingshan was already resting. Engaged in conversation with Horns, Amy tossed and turned in bed for a while before finally succumbing to the urge to rise and perform a long-neglected gesture towards De Qingshan, extending his right hand and rubbing his thumb against his index and middle fingers. De Qingshan, accustomed to this, rummaged through his pockets, pouring out the coins within, keeping around 10 for himself and offering the rest to Amy, inquiring, "Is this all that remains? Including the time I sold you in green?" With a sense of grievance, Amy lamented, "Alas, I am living off past glories. We won a net profit of 900,000, with 20,000 from the Windsong battle, 2,000 from the Black Knight ambush, and 6,000 from completing tasks. What does that amount to? 900,000 went to the king, and the rest to Barbas. In the end, I was left with I was just robbed again. A significant lesson learned." With a heavy sigh, he pulled the blanket over his head and collapsed onto the bed. The journey from the harbor to the imperial capital of Scambray spans 4 days, primarily due to the ability to travel on horseback. To accommodate De Qingshan, who was unable to ride under Green's immense jealousy, and to transport 6 snow wolf cubs from the illusion realm, Lin Yushang requested a carriage at each inn along the way, resulting in swift progress. During this time, Amy strictly adhered to a regimen of early nights and late mornings, resolutely avoiding any social engagements to prevent falling prey to further misfortune. Ahead lay the renowned city of Scambray, steeped in history dating back over a millennium. It is said that this city is a cradle of talent, with countless extraordinary individuals concealed among the populace. The Aimi Empire, currently the most formidable nation, has infiltrated the city with numerous spies from various realms, undeniably a place of hidden prowess. By the time the envoy reached the eastern gate of Scambray, afternoon had set in. The sun hung low, casting a warm glow over the city in the early autumn twilight, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Evidently, there would be no opportunity to report to the king today. That task would have to wait until tomorrow, and mercenaries would not be needed for the visit. Lin Yushang suggested returning to the count's residence to rest, and Shero would undoubtedly accompany her. But what of Amy, De Qingshan, and Horns? "We are headed to my uncle Qi Hanfeng's place. He left us an address. Although he is a fallen low-ranking noble, he should still have a place to host us. If not, we can manage a stay at a tavern or even the Treehouse pub in Scambray," Amy stated while retrieving the note left by Qi Hanfeng. "Teacher Liege should be there as well. Despite the trouble those two cause, I have missed them over these past months." "Oh, Qi Hanfeng is in the imperial capital?" Lin Yushang expressed curiosity about the individual who was a headache for the Hammer Kingdom. Leaning in to inspect Qi Hanfeng's note, "Number 8, 80 Street, Northern District. He is a fallen noble. This is the residence of a prestigious family in the capital," Lin Yushang mused aloud. "Our home is at No. 7, 60 Street." She pondered, perhaps he is a vassal of some great noble. Upon entering through the eastern gate, the envoy made its way directly to the northern district. Scambray was indeed far more bustling than any of the cities Amy had previously encountered. The streets teemed with pedestrians, and the roads were alive with traffic, filled with an array of sights previously unseen, leaving the group of naive newcomers from the frozen lands utterly bewildered. A large crowd ahead nearly obstructed all pathways, prompting Aimi, Qingshan, and Horns to converge to witness the spectacle, with Horns, being shorter in stature, climbing onto a horse for a better view. It appears that there is a brawl unfolding before us. Several young men, whose profession is that of martial artists, are clearly reveling in the spectacle. It seems that at the Treehouse Tavern, such clashes are a common sight, and the establishment even encourages fights of an appreciative nature. Provided that no blood is shed. As such, even if something is broken during the fray, no compensation is required, and applause and cheers accompany each bout. 3 boys eagerly step forward, hoping to gain a clearer view of the unfolding drama. The combatants are not evenly matched. One side consists of several young men, likely aged between 15 and 20, their features handsome and refined. Among them are 2 boys clad in the uniforms of imperial soldiers, suggesting they hold at least the rank of squad leader, each wielding standard imperial weaponry. On the opposing side stands a solitary figure, a boy of approximately the same height as Qingshan, around 180 meters tall, dressed in pure black silks that remain impeccably tidy even amidst the chaos of battle. His complexion is fair, with a straight nose and tightly pressed lips, his brows, not overly thick, arch slightly, and his dark eyes burn with a fiery indignation. There seems to be no hint of a smile upon his face, radiating a chill that is both unsettling and awe-inspiring. His long black hair is simply tied back with a purple ribbon, cascading down his back like a cloak of ebony satin. The evening breeze stirs his silken garments and flowing locks. Despite being mere boys, Aimi, Qingshan, and Hongzi find themselves astonished by the cold beauty of this boy. The majority of the opposing group appears to be on the defensive, as one boy, dressed in the uniform of an imperial captain, speaks up. I suggest you refrain from seeking unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, the strikingly handsome boy in black is evidently impervious to reason, offering no response whatsoever. Instead, he provides a most unequivocal answer with his actions. His right hand brandishes a knight's long sword while his left grips a knight's pure steel shield. He pushes the shield outward with his left forearm, swinging the sword down through the air. Aimi and Qingshan, positioned at the periphery, discern that this strike merely provokes an attack from his adversaries, inflicting no harm. It appears that this boy possesses quite the chivalrous demeanor. Of course, those closest to him cannot afford to hope for such fortune. The young men swiftly raise their shields and long swords to block the incoming attack. As both sides ready themselves, Aimi and Qingshan exchange knowing glances, realizing why this boy dares to confront multiple opponents alone. The skill levels of both sides are not comparable, although the imperial soldiers are ostensibly ranked as captains or higher. Their abilities pale in comparison to the prowess of the boy in black, with each thrust, slash, and parry of his long sword. The boy executes his movements with remarkable simplicity and power, devoid of any unnecessary gestures. Not only does his sword exert tremendous pressure, but the hidden feet beneath the shield have already begun to take evasive action, ready to deliver a kick if not for the throng of onlookers. What manner of individual dares to challenge imperial soldiers? Aimi and Qingshan furrow their brows, contemplating whether they ought to intervene. At that moment, a passing squad of imperial soldiers notices the commotion and pushes through the crowd. The squad leader prepares to command both parties to cease their conflict, yet upon closer inspection of the combatants, his brow furrows in concern. Revealing his predicament, he calls over a soldier and whispers a few words in his ear, after which the soldier disappears into the throng. Within minutes, the boy in black uses his shield to strike away the long sword from another boy's grasp. The shield's 4 protruding steel spikes slice through the boy's forearm, while another, clad in the uniform of an imperial captain, attempts to defend himself with his steel shield. However, the boy in black's long sword strikes with the speed of a viper from an unexpected angle, seeking the fleeting opening to pierce the captain's chest. Aimi and Qingshan gasp in alarm, realizing that a life must not be lost in such a fashion. Qingshan grips his shield tightly, while the dwarf Hongzi, known for his rapid ground assaults, charges forward, his blue axe glinting in the sunset as it arcs towards the long sword. The boy in black's reaction astounds all present, as the long sword seems poised to be cleaved in two. It suddenly vibrates rapidly within the smallest of ranges, each tremor diminishing the force of the axi in that moment. The long sword deftly slips free from beneath the axe's arc, leaving only Honsey to feel the violent tremors reverberating through his hands, rendering them nearly numb. Observing the dwarf's assistance, the five youths retreat quickly to tend to their injured companion, while Honsey engages the boy in black. The dwarves are steadfast allies in battle, reliable until death. Honsey clearly stands out among his kin, each strike imbued with the might of a king, unrelenting and fatal. The great axe carves a series of deathly blue vortices in the sunlight, swirling around the boy in black. His flowing hair and dark garments ripple in the wind, while his shield deflects the axe's deadly blows. Although the long sword cannot pierce the shadow of the axe for the moment, it continues to strike with ethereal precision at the hands gripping the axe. All eyes are drawn to the fierce clash. Even Aimi and Dakingshan find themselves captivated. They had not anticipated that the 200-year-old Honsey could rival the martial prowess of the 800-year-old Old Locke, if not surpass him in spirit, though it seems he lacks in experience. The boy in black, in the recent skirmish, appeared to have shown restraint. It remains uncertain if that reflects his true capabilities. The axe should theoretically counter the longsword with absolute effectiveness, yet even in this scenario, the longsword exudes an aura of the spectral. Though its light seldom shines in the axe's shadow, it is evident that, like a venomous serpent, a strike directed at Honsey's vital points is inevitable. Dakingshan glances at Aimi, who reciprocates the gaze, and they perceive each other's concern. Should one of these two formidable warriors falter, it may lead to a dire outcome. Aimi draws her longsword, and Dakingshan raises his sword and shield in readiness. Above all else, they must ensure that Old Locke's nephew remains unharmed. It is imperative that no life is lost on their first day in the Imperial City. Suddenly, Honsey unleashes a furious roar, his body pressing against the short handle of the axe, merging man and weapon into an unstoppable force aimed at the boy in black's longsword and the body behind it. It is a desperate gambit. Either the sword breaks and the wielder escapes, or both sword and warrior perish. The boy in black perceives the imminent threat, his eyes widening with fury as flames of death flicker within. Rather than retreating, he advances, his longsword shifting from horizontal to vertical, from slash to thrust, the gleaming blade trembling violently as it weaves past the axe to target the hands behind it, and further still. The dwarf's heart in that moment. All present instinctively close their eyes, for two exceptional warriors are on the brink of mutual destruction. Chapter 3. The Fallen Nobility and Legend. When the eternal god created the races, he used his intellect to forge the 5 powerful elven emissaries. With his heart, he fashioned the ancient gods who govern the mortal realm. From his own likeness, he created humanity. With his dexterous left hand, he birthed the elves. With his mighty right hand, he gave rise to the dwarves. From his internal organs, he brought forth the gnomes. And with his lower limbs, he spawned the various orc tribes in this critical moment. Only Aimi and Dakingshan possess the uncanny ability to coordinate so seamlessly. This is a moment of history, a singular instance in this fleeting moment. The weapons of the 4 boys clash with the genuine intent to wager their very lives. Future warriors would come to regard Aimi's greatsword as the sole weapon capable of withstanding Honsey's lethal axe strike, while the only means to intercept the boy in black serpentine longsword would be Dakingshan's shield. A divine knight's protection. Aimi's longsword, poised to strike, targets the juncture where Honsey's axe head meets its handle, the critical point of force. Only by applying pressure here can the axe's trajectory be redirected. The blade plunges forcefully, igniting a cascade of sparks at dusk as the axe's direction shifts. Unable to halt its momentum, Honsey, along with his weapon, careens past the boy in black, crashing against the wall behind him, which trembles before collapsing to the ground. Aimi pulls Honsey from the wreckage. The dynamics of the battle have shifted. 2 boys, nearly of equal height, clad in black, each wielding a longsword and a steel shield, adopt almost identical stances of attack and defense. If one were to draw a distinction, it would be that Dakingshan's complexion is dark, while the boy in black is fair in contrast to the cold demeanor of the boy in black. Dakingshan appears more grounded and sincere. It was evident that the boy had not anticipated that within such a brief period, he would face not one, but 2 formidable opponents in succession. Having just survived a harrowing ordeal, he now confronted this new adversary. The Qingzhan, do not fight, do not fight. Lin Yushang and Sha Ruo, who had been anxiously waiting outside and unable to see them emerge, squeezed through the crowd just in time to witness the heart-stopping scene before them. Lin Yusheng cried out in alarm. The boy in black, who had just prepared to charge forward with his sword, clearly overheard her. "De Qingshan?" he murmured softly, turning to glance at Amy beside him, and asked in confusion. "Are you Amy?" Amy, taken aback by the boy's inquiry, nodded in surprise. "Humph." Upon receiving confirmation, the boy's expression hardened with fury, and he disdainfully uttered the words, "Scoundrel," before pushing through the crowd and vanishing from sight. A few boys who had been attacked approached, just as they were about to engage in conversation with Amy. However, Lin Yusheng and Sha Ruo had already reached Amy's side, and upon noticing Lin Yusheng, the boy's demeanor instantly shifted to one of enthusiastic warmth. "Oh, Miss Lin, have you just returned from the frozen continent?" One of the injured boys, clutching his arm in pain, inquired eagerly. "Indeed, Miss Lin," another boy chimed in. "I had intended to go myself, but for reasons unbeknownst to the king it must have been a tumultuous journey." The captain among them leaned closer, his head nearly touching Lin Yusheng's ear, expressing concern. Lin Yusheng furrowed her brow slightly. "Thank you, gentlemen, but we have matters to attend to. We shall meet again." With that, she took Amy's hand and beckoned to Qingshan and Hounds to follow her as they made their way out. Had it been anyone else, they surely would have inquired about the situation, but these three boys were indifferent. Amy had little interest in the affairs of the aristocracy. De Qingshan cared even less for such trivialities, and Hounds understood that there must be some underlying issue, yet he deemed it unworthy of inquiry. Before long, they traversed from the eastern district to the northern district of the imperial city. True to its reputation as a noble enclave, the streets here were considerably broader, flanked by towering walls. Several courtyards clearly belonged to individuals of considerable influence, each resembling an independent fortress, some even featuring small lookout towers. The Lin family estate stood grandly, unmistakably the abode of a military figure, with 4 soldiers stationed at the entrance, swords in hand, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing Lin Yusheng, 2 of them rushed forward to greet her, while another hurried inside to announce her arrival. "Wait," Lin Yusheng called to the soldier, "first help me bring in the items. It contains the illusory beasts from the illusion realm. Be cautious." She instructed them not to announce her presence just yet, as she had some matters to attend to nearby and would return shortly. The soldiers, along with the stable hands, began transferring the cargo from the carriage into the estate. As dusk fell, they turned around 2 blocks, and night had fully embraced the city. Following the numbered sequence of the estate, they soon arrived at number 8 Street. Number 8. Before them stood what appeared to be the largest estate in the entire block. Or perhaps it was more accurate to call it a quintessential castle, surrounded by imposing walls towering 6 meters high in the darkness. One could still discern the flickering lanterns atop the watchtowers. The massive gate was shut tight, with a smaller door ajar, where several imperial officers stood guard and the light. It was evident that the lowest rank among them was that of a squad leader. "Who goes there?" the soldiers inquired with authority. "We seek Mr. Qi Hanfeng. We are his disciples." Amy stepped forward briskly. "Ah, so it is Lady Amy and Lord de Qingshan?" The officers, upon recognizing their identities, instantly became more amiable. At that moment, Lin Yusheng recalled who the master of this estate was and gasped in surprise. "The Duke's residence?" One of the officers dashed inside, shouting as he ran, "Lady Amy and Lord de Qingshan have arrived for a visit." Neither Amy nor de Qingshan had anticipated their fame spread so swiftly. Even reaching the capital, it appeared that if Qi Hanfeng were indeed a retainer of this duke, he would undoubtedly take pride in this turn of events. Shortly thereafter, a familiar and melodious voice emerged from within the estate. "Oh, I hear we've had the arrival of not only 2 freeloaders, but also 2 young ladies and a young man?" Originally intending to pay for their stay, Amy whispered to de Qingshan and the others, "Now that we have arrived, it seems we need not do so, though it appears there are not 2, but 3, perhaps more. I wonder if the Duke's household can accommodate us?" The fallen aristocrat had imposed a certain level of constraint upon Amy and her companions. Eye in the sky, the familiar figure of Luer trembled at the sound of that voice. Equally anxious, Qi Hanfeng emerged, appearing almost unchanged since their last parting months ago. "Ah, it seems we not only have 2 little fools, but also 2 young ladies and a young lad." He exaggeratedly approached Lin Yusheng and Sha Ruo, scrutinizing them closely. Amy, de Qingshan, In just a few months, you've mastered the art of charming young women. Let me guess, he pointed at Sha Ruo. You must have a particular fondness for Deqingshan, am I right? Everyone stared in astonishment at Qi Hanfeng, particularly Deqingshan and the now flustered Sha Ruo. Fortunately, the awkward tension was swiftly alleviated as an elderly voice echoed from the fortress, "Have my disciples arrived?" "Master, it is I," replied Qi Hanfeng. "Uncle Qi was just telling us about your generous hospitality here." Amy had mastered the art of diverting attention with cunning finesse. "Humph, in this household, does he possess any right to speak?" As he spoke, Lei Gu emerged from the castle. "Is this not the young lady from the Lin family?" he inquired. "Greetings, Master Lei. Miss Sha Ruo from the Holy Church and I have just returned from the kingdom of the Haimians. Mr. Amy and Lord Deqingshan are our hired mercenaries, accompanying us to find Mr. Qi Hanfeng. We are pleasantly surprised to see you." Lin Yushang respectfully greeted Lei Gu with appropriate decorum. The fallen aristocrat, through his tyrannical rule, had instilled a certain level of tension in Amy and her companions. Qi Hanfeng, unable to hold back, wore an expression of barely concealed desire to interject at every utterance from Lin Yushang. Yet he refrained. According to Amy's analysis, this was primarily due to his inability to summon his steed, and without the assistance of his mount in such close proximity, he dared not provoke Lei Gu. Knowing that even 10 illusory beast riders would not stand a chance against a sorcerer who had severed the spells of ordinary magic. Upon seeing their master, Amy's courage surged, and she took the opportunity to strike a blow. "Indeed? Uncle Qi, are you not a retainer of this estate?" "Ha, seems like the master's influence holds more weight," Lei Gu replied, momentarily taken aback. "What retainer?" "Uncle Qi claims to be a fallen noble. Miss Lin believes him to be a retainer of this duke's household." "Does she not?" Amy asked innocently, her naivety betraying her. Evidently, the past years had left a profound impression on her regarding the notion of fallen nobility and the remarkable performance of the fallen aristocrat. Qi Hanfeng chuckled awkwardly, while Lei Gu, with his withered, dark hand, patted Qi Hanfeng's head. "Remember, young man, I shall relay this remark to your father." He then turned to Amy and Deqingshan, saying, "I had not previously noticed him deceiving you regarding this matter. He is the second son of Duke Qi, bearing the title of Earl." Seemingly perplexed, he shook his head. "I had always thought that after enduring so many deceptions over the years, you would easily discern the tail of a fox." "What?" Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. An Earl. Perhaps Amy and Deqingshan were not fully cognizant of the significance, but for Lin Yushang and Sha Ruo, the contrast was stark. The Qi family was renowned as one of the prominent clans of the empire, closely intertwined with the royal family and military. Qi Tongyun, of humble origins as an ordinary hunter, was a close friend of the empire's founding monarch and one of the 4 marshals of the empire. Following the establishment of the empire, he was granted vast lands and titles, entrusted with guarding Tongyun Pass. For the next 5 centuries, the Qi family produced a succession of distinguished talents, with each head of the family ascending to the position of imperial marshal through their own merits. In addition to the family head, the Lin family also produced 3 marshals, totaling 16 marshals, alongside 7 ministers of military affairs, 9 dragon knights, 5 imperial chancellors, and 6 imperial queens, the previous queen being the daughter of the current family head. Over the course of 5 centuries, the Qi family branched out into 4 marquises, 9 earls, 15 viscounts, and 23 barons, with countless knights and lower nobility throughout the empire. It was commonly said among both allies and adversaries of the empire, "As long as the Qi family stands, the empire shall not perish." This highlights the Qi family's significance to the empire. However, Lin Yushang and Sha Ruo were puzzled. If Qi Hanfeng were indeed the legitimate son of the current family head, Qi Dishang, who had only 2 sons, both of whom held the title of Earl, he would undoubtedly be a person of great interest. Why had they heard nothing of him until now? Qi Hanfeng circled around them, curiously asking, "Where is my beloved Luer? I seem to be missing my cuddle buddy." And no sooner had he spoken than Luer, caught in indecision about whether to stay or leave, heard Qi Hanfeng utter those familiar and somewhat unsavory words. Overwhelmed, she immediately lost control of her central nervous system, her spine spasming, and her enormous wings flapping wildly in a desperate struggle, resulting in her plummeting from the sky and landing squarely at Qi Hanfeng's feet. "Who goes there?" Qi Hanfeng had yet to react when several imperial officers unsheathed their swords and encircled him, in astonishment. Chi Hanfeng glanced down and was elated to discover the small head of Lur at his feet. He crouched down, embracing Lur's head, and with an exaggerated voice, he choked out, 555, at long last, I see you again. I truly long to hold you. Can you fly now? Really? My heavens, fortune favors the determined. Lur, do not cry. Please, do not let those tears stream down your face. I know you are thinking of me, I understand. Who could fathom that the invincible sacred dragon, renowned for its valor, was weeping at this moment out of sheer fright? This revelation was only surmised by Aimi after the fact, for Lur, who had already transformed into a human, stubbornly refused to admit it. This was perhaps the only instance in the life of the sacred green dragon envoy, Tamugal, that he dared not acknowledge. Chapter 4. The proud wind and the sky. Does the grim reaper have a name? Perhaps once it did not, but since the dragon-human divine alliance graced the annals of history, the grim reaper has indeed acquired a name. He is the harbinger of death in the mortal realm, the black-faced dragon king. From the moment he emerged as the black-faced dragon king, he spread an aura of terror synonymous with death wherever he went. Although he did not partake in the Battle of Yinfeng, and although he did not appear as early as Aimi and the Great Qing Mountain, when he finally revealed himself to the world, it was not astonishment that he evoked, but rather sheer shock among all. According to legend, apart from a few core members, no one has ever witnessed his smile. It is said that in his legendary life, marked by blood and valor, he has wept only once, yet no soul has seen his tear-streaked face, not even the legendary mercenary king, Aimi. That occasion saw tears cascading through his death mask, pooling upon the ground. The biography of the Grim Reaper Black-Faced Dragon King. Chapter 4. Chi Hanfeng and Liege warmly greeted their companions as they arrived in the expansive and grandiose reception hall on the first floor of the castle, where fragrant coffee was served. From a distance, footsteps echoed, and a boy clad in black swiftly entered the site of the gathering. I asked him, Aimi, the Great Qing Mountain, and Horns were all taken aback. This boy was the very one who had fought with them that afternoon. Horns instinctively grasped the axe at his back. Out Yin, come here. Let me introduce you to some good friends, Chi Hanfeng called out enthusiastically. The boy in black, evidently aware of their presence, let out a reluctant grunt and approached. Chi Hanfeng's perceptive instincts immediately detected an air of awkwardness. Out Yin, this is Aimi and the Great Qing Mountain. And this dwarf is Horns, the son of the Silver Snow Wolf A-class mercenary corps leader. This is my brother's younger son, Chi Out Yin. What seems to be the issue? Something appears amiss. Aimi cleared her throat and briefly recounted the events of the afternoon. Chi Hanfeng understood Aimi. The Great Qing Mountain's temperament surpassed even his own knowledge of his nephew. Both Aimi and the Great Qing Mountain were not the type to provoke trouble, so he turned his inquisitive gaze toward Chi Out Yin. The boy in black seemed unable to evade the situation, laboriously spitting out a few words. Some children from the Delaware family got into a scuffle with vendors on the street. As a result, Aimi and the others intervened on behalf of those rascals. After I realized their identities, I left. Upon hearing this, Aimi and the others felt quite embarrassed and briefly explained their reasons for getting involved when they saw the Imperial soldiers being beaten. Lin Yushang, seated at the periphery, suddenly interjected, Mr. Qi, why is there such a fierce conflict between the Qi family and the Delaware Marquis family? Aren't you all part of the three great houses of the empire? Chi Hanfeng let out a wry smile and recounted a story from many years ago. 21 years prior, when Chi Hanfeng was merely 17, he was of the same age as Aimi, the Great Qing Mountain, and Chi Outyin. He was a top student at the Empire's Knight Academy, perpetually ranking first. In the 5-yearly selection for Beast Knights, he undoubtedly claimed the title of the top preparatory Beast Knight. After arduous trials, Chi Hanfeng officially became a Beast Knight. Given that Beast Knights are produced in large numbers, they serve as the foundation of the Empire's military organization, while Dragon Knights remain largely symbolic. The power of carefully selected Beast Knights is formidable. A newly transitioned Beast Knight can typically contend against around 100 ordinary knights. To ensure the loyalty of the knights, the Empire employed a direct and effective method. This organizational management system left all who witnessed it in awe. According to the Empire's regulations for Beast Knights, the number of newly transitioned knights typically ranged from 20 to 25. All Beast Knights must forego any public or private positions for 5 years after their transition. Divided into 2 groups. One group is personal guards to the monarch, and the other is guards to the crown prince. If the monarch had yet to appoint a successor, all would serve as the monarch's guards. Through these 5 years of close companionship, a profound understanding often developed between monarch and knight. A ruler could never forget a knight who had shared their daily life for 5 years. Thus, beast knights could trust that their talents would be acknowledged at the pinnacle of power. After 5 years of acclimatization to the imperial style, beast knights began their military service, where their lowest rank was that of an imperial captain commanding 1,000 soldiers. Provided they committed no significant errors during their tenure, they could ascend to the rank of imperial major in a mere 2 to 5 years. Currently, over 70% of the empire's border governors, station generals, and military officials are beast knights. Qi Hanfeng was assigned as a guard to the imperial crown prince, likely a decision made by the queen at the time, who was Qi Hanfeng's father Qi Desheng's sister, perhaps hoping her nephew could maintain a favorable relationship with the future emperor. In his first year, while accompanying the crown prince on a border inspection, Qi Hanfeng saved the prince amidst a stampede of horses. Consequently, his noble rank was elevated from that of a duke's son to an hereditary count. However, the following year, an embarrassing incident transpired. During another inspection with the crown prince in the north, he confirmed the adage that even heroes have a penchant for beautiful maidens. Desiring an acquaintance with a young lady, this was ostensibly a benign affair. Yet, the young lady's boyfriend, a hunter, discovered this and, in a fit of rage, confronted Qi Hanfeng. At that time, Qi Hanfeng's temper was not as placid as it is now. He was seething with fury. Witnessing the hunter lying in a pool of blood and the furious Qi Hanfeng, the first thought that came to mind was his outstanding performance during the Beast Knight selection, causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs. Just as they prepared to refuse him, Qi Hanfeng charged forward, mounting his steed and swiftly elevating his lance, which drew a lethal arc through the air. However, the wounds inflicted by the lance exceeded the healing capabilities of both medicinal remedies and divine magic, leaving his left leg permanently crippled. From that moment, an unbreakable enmity formed between the two families. Later, the crown prince recounted that his cousin Qi Hanfeng had been in a frenzy, the lance seeming to descend from the heavens, and not even an elephant would have escaped being pierced. To avert further incidents, the head of the Qi family, Qi Desheng, personally visited to offer apologies and arranged for Qi Hanfeng to immediately cease his duties as the crown prince's guard, returning to his hereditary territory of Tongyun Pass as an imperial captain. Subsequently, after a brief reassignment in the imperial capital, he was dispatched from the continent of Aimi Noir to the frozen continent, or perhaps more accurately, exiled. Nevertheless, he endeavored to nurture his children and nephews, hoping to one day elevate the Qi family. At this point, Qi Hanfeng let out an unprecedented long sigh. Of course, this does not absolve Outyin of any responsibility. This fellow is certainly not an easy one to deal with. During the 10 years of Qi Outyin's growth, the Qi family had formed a vacuum in education. Qi Hanfeng's father spent most of his time inspecting various military sites, while his elder brother was stationed at Tongyun Pass. The eldest son and his wife remained at Tongyun Pass, and Qi Hanfeng, due to his frail health as a child, had always lived in the imperial capital. Thus, during those 10 years, apart from the festive seasons, Qi Outyin's life was devoid of any familial bonds. Later, upon entering the Knight Academy, faced with the influential Qi family, all his classmates exhibited one of three reactions. Either they regarded him as a spoiled aristocrat and kept their distance, or they harbored jealousy, frequently mocking him, or they sought to gain something from him, desperately trying to ingratiate themselves. After enduring such setbacks several times, the initial silence transformed into a profound aversion to communication, ultimately fostering a cold, uncommunicative demeanor. Upon returning to the imperial capital with Liege, Qi Hanfeng soon discerned this habit in Qi Outyin, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt and concern, not for fear that Qi Outyin might be injured in a fight, for his past performance indicated he was remarkably capable. Rather, it was his inability to connect with others and his icy demeanor that truly troubled him. After a thorough discussion with Liege, it was estimated that if Aimi and the Great Qing Mountain encountered no major issues, they should arrive in the imperial capital of Scambri within a year. Given Aimi's vivacious personality and the Great Qing Mountain's affable nature, they might be able to mitigate and correct Qi Outyin's character. With this mutual understanding, Qi Hanfeng and Liege intentionally and unintentionally recounted amusing anecdotes about Aimi and the Great Qing Mountain in Qi Outyin's presence. In the heart of Qi Outyin, there lingered a faint hope for companions with whom he could truly connect. However, he never anticipated that their first encounter would unfold in such a manner. Amy's mind was remarkably quick to respond, and she immediately grasped the intentions of Qi Hanfeng and Lei Gu. She warmly introduced to Qing Shan and horns to Qi Outyin, grasping his icy hand firmly. Qi Outyin felt a wave of embarrassment and managed a forced smile. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the room. A cacophony of many approaching, an elderly man with graying temples entered briskly, accompanied by several imperial officers. Before Amy and Qing Shan could comprehend the situation, Qi Hanfeng, Qi Outyin, and Lin Yusheng all sprang from their seats. Qi Hanfeng exclaimed in astonishment, "Father, how have you returned?" "Ah, is that the Duke?" Amy and the others hastily rose from their seats. It appeared that the group had just returned from a distant journey, their faces marked by the weariness of travel, yet their military bearing remained unmistakable, particularly that of the Duke himself, who bore the signs of a life well lived. His skin was deeply tanned, his brows thick and prominent, and beneath them, his eyes slanted like lightning bolts. Judging by Qi Hanfeng's age, one could estimate the Duke to be around 60, yet he appeared more like a man in his 50s, clean-shaven with a smooth jawline. He wore the standard ceremonial military uniform of the Empire, adorned on his left shoulder with a grand embroidered red dragon, the emblem of the Dragon Knights. To any observer, this elder appeared as if sculpted from granite, exuding strength and vigor. Noticing the sudden influx of guests, he laughed heartily. "Oh, how lively it is! What brings so many here? Don't tell me, let me guess. You must be the little girl from the Lin family, for your eyes resemble your father's." The Duke recognized Lin Yusheng first, having received the latest intelligence about her diplomatic mission to the Hami Empire. His eyes darted like lightning across the hall, landing on Amy and Qing Shan. "Could it be that you are the duo who, hand in hand, felled the dragon of the howling winds and plundered over 1,000,000 gold coins from the Hami Empire?" As the Duke's words hung in the air, the imperial officers behind him visibly exchanged glances, shaken by the revelation. Qi Hanfeng, Lei Gu, and Qi Outyin clearly had not heard of Amy and the others' recent exploits. Meanwhile, Amy, Qing Shan, Lin Yusheng, and Sha Ruo marveled at the Duke's perceptiveness. Only such a man could serve as the cornerstone of the imperial army. With her characteristic smile, Amy spoke to the Duke in an endearing tone. "Grandfather Duke, any achievements we have made are inextricably linked to the guidance of Uncle Qi Hanfeng and the nurturing of teacher Lei Gu." Chapter 5. The conspiracy unfolds among the trio known as the Dragon God. The black-faced Dragon God is the most controversial figure. Some say he possesses a cold exterior but a passionate interior, while many others deem him ruthlessly indifferent. Some assert his military acumen is unparalleled, while others believe he merely serves as the sharpest spear of the mercenary king in countless wars, akin to the legendary golden combination of the future, the steadfast Qing Shan and the unstoppable Qi Outyin. The former description pertains to Qing Shan's prowess in defending heavy infantry, remaining unshakable like a towering mountain against any assault, demonstrating ever greater resilience under immense pressure. The latter refers to Qi Outyin's irresistible charge with his black heavy cavalry. Capable of obliterating anything in their path, of course, many have debated whether Qi Outyin's spear is sharper than Qing Shan's shield is sturdy. Regrettably, history did not afford these two military experts the opportunity to clash. Friends and foes alike could agree on one point. Qi Outyin is an extraordinarily handsome man. His fair skin, thick and long brows, narrow eyes, straight nose, and perpetually pursed red lips, coupled with his long black hair tied back, rendered him a striking figure, often cloaked in a black cape that accentuated his proportionate physique. His long, slender fingers were as white as jade and remarkably smooth, whether in social gatherings or on the battlefield. Qi Outyin consistently commanded the attention of all. Even the enemies of the black-faced Dragon King could not help but remark, a terrifying power akin to a demon, an evil spirit surely reflected in his countenance. It was unclear whether such words were meant as praise or condemnation. In the presence of all, Amy briefly recounted the saga of the mercenary group from its inception to the present day, including the immense economic damage inflicted upon the people of the Hami Kingdom. However, employing her remarkable storytelling skills, she first depicted how Mr. Qi Hanfeng exploited the Hami people, causing them significant economic and psychological harm, before framing her and Qing Shan's actions as those of victims repaying a debt. While there was truth in her portrayal, it lacked the extremity she suggested. According to her narrative, Qi Hanfeng would owe far more than 1 million in damages. When Amy mentioned having to Qingshan escort Sha Ruo to Snowfield City alone, a look of realization spread across Qi Hanfeng's face, while Sha Ruo's cheeks flushed crimson. Undoubtedly, Amy had become a masterful orator. Perhaps honed by her experiences in significant events within the Hami kingdom, even her brief storytelling left the audience in awe or concern. Qi Outyin and Horns displayed expressions of envy. The Duke nodded slightly. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Children from impoverished families mature early. He noted Amy's intelligence, the Qingshan's strength without arrogance, and Horns' apparent exceptional prowess. Outyin, you should spend more time with Amy, de Qingshan, and Horns, rather than associating with those who create trouble. Every day, I receive complaints about you. Yes, grandfather, Qi Outyin replied, his demeanor noticeably friendlier. Father, how did you return from the border? Qi Hanfeng appeared as solemn as a priest in prayer, an image Amy and de Qingshan had never witnessed. The Duke's hearty laughter filled the hall. Outyin, in just 2 days, the selection tournament for the Beast Riders will commence. Your father has been rather busy, and I, being of a nature that does not require much oversight, return to support you. Thank you, grandfather, Qi Outyin murmured, his gaze fixed on the ground. The Duke, evidently accustomed to his grandson's peculiar demeanor, refrained from reproach. After exchanging pleasantries with the guests, he allowed Qi Hanfeng to continue hosting while leading his subordinates to rest. Observing that night had fallen, Qi Hanfeng intentionally arranged for Amy and the 3 boys to share a room with Qi Outyin, instructing them to see the 2 young ladies home. That evening, the 4 boys engaged in casual conversation, each admiring the other's extraordinary martial skills for their age. For the first time, Qi Outyin took the initiative to speak. As the night deepened, they agreed to a sparring session the following day. The boys retired early to bed. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, several clandestine acts unfolded. Scene 1. In the Duke's study, Qi Hanfeng, Lei Gu, and the Duke, now in casual attire, sat together sipping tea. Qi Hanfeng remained concerned for Amy and reiterated to Lei Gu, tomorrow marks the last day to register for the Beast Rider selection. With Amy's abilities, she could easily qualify as a Beast Rider. Why not we encourage her to register? A cryptic smile graced Lei Ji's lips. Duke, Hanfeng, I possess knowledge of matters best left unspoken. However, these circumstances dictate that Amy cannot possess a beast. Moreover, she is only 18 this year. If I am mistaken, she will have another opportunity to participate in 5 years. You need not worry. The Duke, evidently perceptive, set down his teacup. Hanfeng, since Senior Lei Gu has spoken, I trust his sentiments for Amy are no less than yours. Let us not pursue this matter further. Upon my return from the northern border, I acquired extensive information regarding the Lin family's diplomatic mission to the Hami kingdom. Among the most astonishing details, a knightly unit possessing ebony steeds assaulted the envoy and injured the deputy foreign minister. What? Both Qi Hanfeng and Lei Gu were taken aback, having not received this news. Ebony steeds were solely produced in the northern territories. Their utility outside of that region was limited, making them rare in the Beast Rider selections. Thus, it would be relatively straightforward to ascertain the assailants' identities. Do not waste time searching among the current Beast Riders. I have already arranged for an investigation. At present, the 9 ebony steeds within the Empire have credible alibis for the time of the incident. The Duke's brow furrowed slightly. Among the 3 great families of the Empire, each possessed knowledge of a secret passage to the sacred Garden of Beasts, and this attack was undoubtedly linked to the beasts. Therefore, I am concerned that a descendant from one of the 3 families may have preemptively sabotaged the mission, fearing they would not pass the Beast Rider selection. I initially believed that you were taking preemptive action for your own disciples. But upon further contemplation, it seems this does not align with your character. However, after receiving news of Amy and her companion's outstanding performance, I began to worry about the Marquis family. Both Qi Hanfeng and Lei Gu displayed slight expressions of embarrassment. Had it not been for certain extraordinary circumstances, the 2 of them would undoubtedly have been among the members of the delegation that faced this assault. Thankfully. Lei Gu concurred, expressing, you may be right. Although we have just returned to the imperial capital, I am aware that the Marquis family is currently blessed with many offspring. However, their eldest son, only 23, is presently serving as the captain of an imperial squadron. And his abilities are rather average. If he fails to become a Beast Knight this year, he will miss the selection period after turning 25. The Marquis remains a formidable opponent. I fear he may have ulterior motives. Which is why I returned hastily, hoping he might show me some favor. The Duke gazed in the direction of the Marquis residence. Act 2. At the Earl's residence, the Earl, his wife, Lin Yushang, and Sha Ruo were engaged in conversation. Early autumn had already brought a chill, and a fire crackled in the hearth. As Lin Yushang recounted her adventures along the way, the Countess's expression shifted dramatically several times. A mother worries for her child even 1,000 miles away. Even though she learned of the events afterward, the danger of the situation at the time left her feeling quite apprehensive, her palms soon damp with sweat. The Earl, a general of the Empire, had long since become indifferent to matters of life and death. Although it concerned his daughter, and he was indeed worried, she was in front of him now, so surely all was well. After hearing her story, the Earl calmly stated, "The selection for Beast Knights is imminent. I do not wish for any incidents to occur. For the next few days, aside from visiting the Duke's household, do not wander about." Later, in a private conversation between the couple, the Earl expressed his deep concern. "Originally, I wished to avoid involvement in the disputes of the Empire's 3 major noble families, but it seems this time it is unavoidable. We now have only one choice: to align ourselves with the Duke. This decision should serve us well in public, private, for the nation, and for the military. Since the Duke has returned to the capital today, we shall pay a visit tomorrow to express our gratitude for his family's life-saving intervention for Yushang and to clarify our stance." Suddenly, a peculiar smile appeared on the Earl's face. "Did you notice how the girl spoke of that young mercenary? It seemed she had a rather special admiration for him, perhaps overly so." The Countess, perceiving her husband's intention, smiled knowingly. "One knows our daughter better than we do. Hee. Tomorrow we shall see what kind of exceptional young man could surpass hundreds of others in the capital to win our precious daughter's favor. From what I gather, this young man appears quite commendable, intelligent, and more importantly, compassionate. Yet, he seems somewhat indifferent to our daughter. In any case, we shall keep a close watch." Act 3. In a noble residence, a knight clad in black armor knelt respectfully before a stern-faced noble. "The mission has failed?" the noble inquired sharply. "Yes, my lord," the knight replied without hesitation. "Why?" The noble's expression revealed signs of irritation. "A beast knight attacked a delegation of only 20 individuals with a troop of 120 black steed knights. Can you provide me with a reasonable explanation?" "My lord, after the delegation was attacked, they hired 2 mercenaries, both of A-level caliber, who together vanquished the legendary dragon. The Wind Howler. 1 is a holy dragon knight, a figure only found in legends, who previously defeated 2 dragon knights in the Snowfield City. The other is the sole disciple of the imperial mage, Lei Gu, and also serves as a mage, swordsman, and magic swordsman. The reason for our week-long delay was to thoroughly investigate their backgrounds." The knight produced a substantial dossier from his satchel and handed it to the noble. "Moreover, on our return journey, we discovered their whereabouts. Based on their pace, I estimate they should arrive in the capital this afternoon." The noble's expression softened slightly. "Then this matter cannot be blamed on you. Originally, I intended to acquire them directly, but it appears we must take an alternate route. By the way, my lord, there is more news. One of the mercenaries is the nephew of the Duke's second son, Qi Hanfeng, and the other is a disciple of Qi Hanfeng." The knight hesitated before revealing. "What?" The noble's body trembled. The power of the Duke's family about to increase once more? "Humph. There are always ways." A sly smile crept across the noble's lips. "Let the Duke experience the most painful of matters." Chapter 6. The gentle rules. The following morning, the Earl and Countess, accompanied by the 2 girls, visited the Duke's residence. As a fellow military man, the Earl enjoyed a cordial personal relationship with the Duke's family, and upon their arrival, the gatekeeper promptly admitted them into the castle. Upon entering the castle's towering walls, they were greeted by a vast expanse of open grassland. Only the Duke's grand castle would afford such a large area for training purposes. On the grass, 2 figures were engaged in combat. Lin Yushang, with keen eyes, exclaimed, "Mother, look, the boy in white is Aimi." The adversary was Qi Outyin, while nearby, Qi Duke, Lei Gu, Qi Hanfeng, De Qingshan, Hones, and several of the Qi family's retainers and key officials were discussing the match. At mealtimes, Qi Outyin frequently sparred with Aimi, and the Duke and others were eager to witness Amy's current prowess, thus supporting her duel. However, Qi Hanfeng suggested that to ensure an exciting contest, it was best not to restrict the combatants. Since Qi Outyin excelled in cavalry tactics while Aimi practiced magic, swordsmanship, and magic swordsmanship, they agreed to allow both combatants free rein. Lei Gu was the first to voice his agreement, wishing to observe his disciple's magical abilities. Qi Outyin quickly consumed a few bites before rushing to change into his gear. Following his family's martial tradition, he donned a knight's lance and shield, and after a charge, he switched to a knight's sword. Clad in a black helmet with a matching visor, black knight's chainmail, and a black cape, he mounted a black steed. At that moment, the Earl's family and Sha Ruo entered the castle, facing the knight. Aimi initially adopted a defensive stance, protecting her front. Most prior battles had been life-and-death struggles, and to ensure a secure victory, Aimi often utilized terrain, magic, and all her skills, prioritizing victory above all else. Facing an opponent like Qi Outyin, she found him an ideal testing ground. Qi Outyin kept his lance hidden behind his shield, his feet kicking the sides of his steed as it pawed the ground before charging forward with a loud neigh. White mist billowing from its mouth. Although it was merely a horse's charge, under the sunlight, the black helmet, armor, lance, and saddle shimmered like obsidian, creating an imposing pressure akin to 1,000 warriors charging forth. Aimi squinted slightly, her gaze fixed on Qi Outyin's eyes. Through her encounters with Qi Hanfeng, she had often seen this tactic of hiding the lance behind the shield in a one-on-one knightly duel. Utilizing a shield to obscure the lance's attack point allowed for unexpected strikes from unforeseen angles. The only solution was to keep a close watch on the knight's eyes, as they would reveal everything. As the black steed kicked up dust, the shield expanded rapidly, and the lance shot forth from behind the shield in a flash, aimed at Aimi's abdomen. Aimi took a slight step to the left, and the blade of ice appeared as if shattering the barriers of time and space, striking with force. Not merely a strike, but rather, it felt as though the lance had been smashed down by a colossal hammer, driving it deep into the ground and leaving a profound mark. Both the horse and knight were jolted by the impact. Qi Hanfeng shook his head from the sidelines, murmuring to himself, "It seems history is about to repeat itself." Qi Outyin remained unperturbed, his body leaning back as he transformed his shield from defense to offense, slamming it toward the grounded Aimi. The 4 protrusions on the shield's surface sliced through the air with a hissing sound. Aimi's long sword deflected upward, its tip striking the shield just as the black steed rushed past her. With a slight push, she leaped high in the direction the horse had charged, her sword slicing toward Qi Outyin's back. Aside from a few seasoned officers, all present closed their eyes in disbelief. No one anticipated that Aimi could defend twice and launch a counterattack in a single charge. For an ordinary knight, managing 2 attacks in one charge would be the limit. It seemed Chiotan It was now up to Aimi to decide her next move. Qi Outyin, seemingly unthinking, raised the butt of his spear directly toward the airborne Aimi, preparing to clash once more. At the moment of impact with her sword, the lances but would also strike her. The blade of ice intercepted the lance, allowing Aimi to land smoothly. The performances of both youths in the first round left the audience astonished. Aimi managed to deliver a lethal blow after 2 defenses, while Qi Outyin was still able to mount a 3rd defense after 2 failed attacks. Qi Outyin, riding his black steed, charged forward for several paces before executing a rapid spin, turning the horse's head in a flash. The previous assault had nearly ended in failure twice, and the final strike had brought him to the brink of death, an encounter he had not faced in many years. Beneath the black mask, sweat trickled down as his right hand and shoulder bore the tremendous impact, muscles twitching uncontrollably. Concealed from view was the expression on his handsome face as he urged the steed onward once more. The black horse surged ahead, closing the distance, when suddenly, Qi Outyin's black war spear arced through the air, aimed directly at Aimi. Following the spear's flight, a brilliant flash of the knight's sword erupted from behind the shield, catching Aimi by surprise. Yet, in an instant, she discerned the intention behind Qi Outyin's dual-point assault. Leaping into the air, she swung her ice blade with all her might, carving a resplendent semicircle to intercept the spear just before it met the ground. The spear, like a thunderbolt, twisted and flew off into the distance, while Aimi deftly landed on the opposite side, using the momentum to her advantage. The immense inertia rendered Qi Outyin unable to reverse his steed for another attack. With a fierce exhale, he charged forward in a fit of rage. At that moment, the spear fell to the ground, its tip embedded in the earth. A pure smile suddenly graced Aimi's face, a smile that only those familiar with her would recognize as concealing deeper intentions. She extended her arms wide. "Ah, splendid, Brother Qi," Your prowess is indeed remarkable now. I shall commence my magical assault. Golden lightning erupted from her long sword. Swiftly, the air grew colder as vast blades of ice swept toward them. With no incantations uttered, two rapid magical attacks were unleashed, an ability typically reserved for grand sorcerers. Had Amy truly ascended to the level of a grand mage? Only Reagan tightened his grip on his staff. Murmuring to Chi Han Feng, the speed of her magical strikes is indeed unparalleled. Even atop his mount, Chi Outyin found himself unable to evade the sudden onslaught. Though he struggled to steer the horse away after being momentarily paralyzed by the lightning, the icy blade still tore through his chainmail and armor, revealing patches of blood where the horse was not fully protected. Well done, Reagan remarked with a smug expression, as if relishing a successful endeavor. I believe the arrival of the illusion beast will significantly alter the tide of battle. Thus, Outyin, you must persevere. The Duke nodded in agreement. Indeed, ordinary knights would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with Amy. One can only surmise that Da Qingshan possesses considerable skill. After Amy and Da Qingshan paid their respects to the Duke, they eagerly approached to assess Chi Outyin's injuries. Of course, Da Qingshan's concern was genuine, while Amy's motives, whether to evaluate the effectiveness of her attack or to deliver a reprimand, remained ambiguous. In the distance, the Count and Countess expressed their satisfaction with Amy's martial prowess, their approval further heightened by her innate noble charm. Characteristic of a true aristocrat, Count Lin greeted the Duke, fellow Count Chi Han Feng, and Reagan with a broad smile. The Duke and others noticed the Count and Countess and promptly ushered them into the hall. Meanwhile, the two young women dashed towards the combatants who had just sparred in the presence of the Duke, the Count, and the Empire's sole Grand Mage. Pleasantries such as expressing gratitude to the Qi family for assisting Lin Yuchang with her mission were mere surface-level niceties. Like the froth atop a fragrant cup of coffee, everyone was acutely aware that the true substance lay beneath the surface. Their communication flowed seamlessly. Before the coffee was finished, the Count had garnered the Duke's complete trust and had agreed to provide assistance in various forms should any unforeseen events arise. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from outside, followed by the jubilant voices of Amy, Da Qingshan, and horns. The occupants of the room ventured outside to find two newcomers in the courtyard. One, clad in white as pure as snow, bore a gentle demeanor and, from a distance, resembled a youthful scholar with a silver longsword slung across his back. The other, evidently a dwarf, wielded a massive red axe. The Duke pondered briefly before affirming. These two must be the white-clad Feng and the dwarf Rock, who accompanied Amy on the task of subduing the dragon. The others stirred with interest. Both Feng and Rock were renowned figures in the martial world. It was said that Feng ranked 73rd on the mercenary soul rankings and was roughly 30 years old, a promising contender for the top 10 masters of the rankings in the future. Upon noticing the gazes upon them, Feng slightly inclined his head in acknowledgement towards the Duke. The occupants of the room could no longer remain seated. They hurried outside. Amy quickly introduced them as indeed being Feng and Rock. Chi Han Feng, as a younger generation member, rushed to shake Feng's hand, exchanging pleasantries regarding their performances on the rankings. Feng smiled slightly, gesturing towards the elder Rock. In truth, Senior Rock's ranking on the soul rankings is higher than mine. It's just that he has seldom appeared in recent decades, and thus, many have forgotten him, and why Master often speaks of him, recounting that 50 years ago, mentioning the blood axe would immediately evoke. Feng's words trailed off, and the faces of those over 30 shifted. The Duke could not help but exclaim, "Blood axe thunder?" This reference sparked a flicker of recognition among Amy and the others. Blood axe thunder was a legendary figure. Ranked among the top 50 on the soul rankings, it was said that his fame stemmed from his incomparably swift and thunderous battle axe, which bore an immense destructive force, disregarding all magical defenses. Da Qingshan suddenly recalled the climactic moment in the battle against the dragon, where the dwarf wielded the blood axe as if it possessed a life of its own, effortlessly penetrating the dragon's magical defenses and leaving bone-deep wounds. Brother Feng, what brings you here? Amy inquired with curiosity. Haha, Senior Rock was quite concerned. So he came to the ice fortress to see how you were faring, Feng replied with a smile. Feng, I am immensely grateful for your assistance to Amy and Da Qingshan along the way. Without you during that double SS task, they might have perished, Chi Han Feng added, seeking to build rapport. Not at all, in truth, had it not been for them, we would have faced total annihilation, Feng responded courteously. Feng, Qi Hanfeng interjected, revealing a devilish black tail. I heard that you transitioned from magic to swordsmanship, ultimately creating the magic sword, only to forsake magic entirely and become the progenitor of sword energy attacks. This trajectory mirrors Amy's. My master Reagan and I have long been concerned about him going astray. Reagan, channeling energy towards Qi Hanfeng, wondered, when did I ever say that? Qi Hanfeng continued to assume. Thus, could you perhaps have a serious conversation with him? For instance, could you engage in a martial arts trial with him? We all wish to witness your performance. You must do us this favor, he insisted. Feng smiled and nodded. Brother Qi, please do not provoke me. This is indeed one of the reasons Rock and I have come. I sense that Deqingshan and Amy have had it too easy since their debut, while Horns has just begun and lacks the necessary experience despite becoming an A-rank mercenary. This is not conducive to their development. So we aim to provide them with a better understanding of martial techniques. A trial is an excellent method. After speaking, Feng slowly drew his sword from behind. Deqingshan's character is quite steadfast. He should not encounter major issues. Therefore, Amy, it's your turn. Sigh. Amy sighed deeply. I now understand why my father's subordinates reacted that way when I entrusted my safety to Uncle Qi. Where could I find another uncle as good to me as he is? She then vented her frustrations to Feng. Last time I went to subdue the dragon, I was knocked out too. I faced hardships just like everyone else. Why do I feel like a playboy? Constantly being picked on? Feng shook his head, chuckling. It's futile to dwell on it. You may use anything you wish with that. He held his long sword with one hand, tilting it toward the ground. A true master exuded an aura that surged like a mountain in clouds following such a casual stance. For a swordsmanship expert like Feng, engaging in sword combat would be akin to courting death. Magic was the way to go. Amy, with her sword at the ready, unleashed a surge of red lightning from her blade. Feng, still wearing a relaxed smile, remained motionless as the lightning descended in an instant. Upon witnessing the lightning strike its target, Amy swiftly slashed her sword diagonally, intending to exploit the brief moment of paralysis to attack Feng. However, Feng suddenly revealed a radiant smile, seemingly unaffected by the lightning. As his long sword approached with an ease that suggested it bore no weight, Amy was taken aback. The lightning attack had not paralyzed him, contradicting fundamental magical theory, so her first thought was to evade. The ice blade shifted from an upward slash to a diagonal swing, while Feng's hands moved swiftly, producing a barely audible sound of clashing weapons. In a blink, their swords clashed, and Feng's twin swords whirled around the ice blade. Leaving Amy little time to react as her sword was sent flying, Feng took a step back, smiling. Certain professional masters are immune to magic. After I abandoned magic, I discovered I possessed innate resistance to it. So you need not be surprised. Let us continue. Amy, filled with reluctance, retrieved her sword and swiftly swung it with both hands. Behind the long sword, for semi-transparent sword marks lingered in the air. Following this, with a cry of ice blade, countless tiny ice blades materialized, swirling with the sword marks as they surged toward Feng. The magic bestowed by the ice elemental spirit still possessed extraordinary offensive power, which even Feng could not afford to disregard. His long sword moved slowly before him, rapidly forming an illusory sword shadow, and then he swung again, causing the shadow to grow larger. The ice blades and sword marks collided with the sword shadow, producing a sound akin to striking a solid object as they swiftly fell to the ground. Feng's long sword, which had previously moved slowly, suddenly accelerated, appearing at Amy's left side in an instant. Slicing down with the sound of rushing wind, Amy's ice blades responded with remarkable speed, parrying the attack, yet Feng's sword did not connect and immediately retreated, striking down from the right side. After Amy's strike missed, she struggled to regain her composure but made every effort to intercept with her ice blades. Feng's long sword evaded contact once more, darting in with lightning speed from below. Though each of his movements seemed grand, they were executed with remarkable precision within a confined space, changing direction instantaneously without any need for leverage. This was something Amy could not accomplish. By the fourth exchange, Amy's long sword could no longer keep pace. And faced with Feng's sword hovering at her waist, she had no choice but to concede defeat. Feng smiled and inquired if Amy wished to continue, to which she dejectedly shook her head. My initial magical attacks proved ineffective. While I have not felt severely challenged, I lost the advantage in speed, which I considered my greatest asset. It is better not to continue. Qi Hanfeng approached, patting Aimi on the shoulder. Have you discerned the issue? Do you not perceive any difference in the application of strength between you and him? Ah Feng nodded. Brother Qi is indeed an expert. Aimi, I have long observed that you favor rapid attacks and strive for extremes, which presents a significant flaw. Each of my strikes employed only 70% of my strength, reserving 30% for what purpose? I can move faster than you and seize better opportunities, leaving you only to chase after me. The path of martial skills aims at victory, not brute force on the field. All the boys attended a masterclass in martial techniques in theory. Inviting someone as exceptional as Ah Feng to serve as instructor is an opportunity unattainable for most. And the practical combat experience gained is beyond imagination. Several young men benefited immensely from this in the afternoon. Count Lin accompanied his beloved daughter to the royal palace to report. The Grand Mage Nolan meticulously examined the 6 summoned beast barriers brought back, only feeling relieved upon confirming that there were no losses. According to the Grand Mage, the 3 seasonal teams that welcomed the summoned beasts and the 5 domestic teams that completed their missions had all returned, with only the expedition to the frozen continent encountering issues. Furthermore, the Empire had already received a response from the border troops, clarifying the situation, and His Royal Highness the King was closely monitoring the matter. Regrettably, the King had adhered to tradition and gone to the ancestral temple for worship that day. Otherwise, he would have personally received them to inquire about the situation. The master remarked, "These chapters are rather obscure, primarily because after the introduction of Qi Outyin, I find it challenging to capture the essence of that cold and aloof boy, so different from my own character, and I am currently contemplating how to portray him. There is also a dilemma, whether to arrange a tournament. If such an arrangement is made, to be honest, I doubt everyone will be eager to witness one-on-one duels." Chapter 7. The trial of the summoned beasts on the 3rd day after Aimi and her companions arrived in Shikanbori. The much-anticipated ceremony took place. Although it attracted widespread attention, the number of individuals fortunate enough to enter the trial site was strictly controlled. Apart from the competing challengers, only 2 categories of individuals were qualified to enter: those with noble titles above that of Count in Shikanbori, or active military personnel with ranks of colonel or higher. Naturally, these 2 categories often overlapped. For most participants, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Any youth who reached this stage had the potential to become a pillar of the Empire's power structure in the next 10 to 20 years. Thus, whether to network with them for broader connections or to seek suitable marriage prospects for their children, it was the duty of every noble family head to seize this chance. Every candidate aspiring to become a summoned beast knight was acutely aware of this. And their emotions were not solely transactional. For them, establishing direct ties with the upper echelons of the Empire through this opportunity was invaluable. History is replete with tales of impoverished individuals who gained the best reputation at trial gatherings and subsequently became favored sons-in-law of various earls or dukes. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, Duke Qi, Qi Hanfeng, and Lei Gu were invited as observers to this year's summoned beast trial, and Qi Outyin also received notification to participate in the trial. During the day, the beasts were most active at the break of dawn. To achieve optimal trial results, all participants were required to enter the trial hall by 5:00 a.m. Even before dawn broke, the Duke and his entourage departed from the Duke's residence for the trial hall, the Imperial Council Chamber of the Aimi Empire. Utilizing the Empire's largest indoor space, the Imperial Council Chamber, as the trial venue had become customary over the years. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the hall from the eastern wall, the vigorous Emperor Redstone II, aged 35, ascended the throne that symbolized imperial authority, accompanied by his attendants, as the guards slowly closed the grand doors. According to established tradition, the candidates for the Empire's summoned beast knights hailed from 5 distinct systems. The largest system comprised 100 of the Empire's noble offspring from knightly schools, each year producing 10 to 12 official candidates. The second largest system was the military, where any eligible serviceman holding the rank of captain or higher could receive a recommendation. However, attaining such rank before the age of 25 was exceedingly challenging, often limited to the fortunate nobility. Each year, this system contributed 6 to 8 candidates. The third major system comprised candidates from magic academies, primarily consisting of noble and merchant offspring, with a minimum of 4 recommendations each year. The fourth system involved mercenary organizations within the Empire, which prioritized recommendations for outstanding active or reserve mercenaries from humble backgrounds, yielding at least 4 candidates each year. The fifth system consisted of the Empire's magical guilds, responsible for recommending young mages unable to enter magical schools for various reasons, providing 4 slots annually to ensure sufficient candidate slots for commoners. The latter 2 systems were explicitly instructed that participants must possess no noble bloodlines and could not be the offspring of noble families' retainers. Additionally, outside these 5 systems, there was a special system that participated in the summoned beast trial each year, the emissaries of the Holy See, with a fixed number of 3 representatives. This year's participants had been finalized, including Sha Ruah. According to tradition, each year saw the appearance of 31 summoned beasts, but the number of trial participants was 31 plus 3 to 5, as not everyone was suited to be a summoned beast knight. And the selectivity of the beasts exceeded even that of many noble lords regarding their prospective candidates. During the trial process, aside from the participating knights and the presiding mage, most observers, including the king, remained spectators. However, this year, circumstances appeared amiss. Emperor Redstone's expression was notably grim as he settled into the throne, making no gesture for Grand Mage Nolan to commence the ceremony. Instead, he heavily struck the armrest of the throne. Principal Lu Feng from the Night School, General Ning Luan, and Grand Mage Dada, I wish to consult you all on a matter. Principal Lu Feng, a former summoned beast knight himself, had served in the military for many years before transitioning to the Night School, steadily accumulating experience to become the principal, a man in his 50s. General Ning Luan was one of the few military officers not within the Chi-Duke system, responsible for recommending trial participants from the military this time. Grand Mage Dada was a holy-type mage, originally from the Holy See, but had lived in the imperial capital for many years. The 3 stepped forward respectfully to address Emperor Redstone. Previously, a band of nefarious individuals assaulted the imperial envoy traveling to the Kingdom of Hammer to welcome the Beast Envoy delegation, resulting in the imminent peril of the delegation's leader, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. As of yet, no conclusive judgment has been rendered on this matter. Furthermore, just last night, I received an unexpected report indicating that several of the system's recommended candidates had suffered inexplicable injuries, rendering them unable to participate in this selection process. Consequently, the number of candidates for the knightly position has sharply decreased from the original 35 to 31. I earnestly desire a reasonable explanation from the 3 of you regarding this situation. After hearing this, everyone present comprehended the source of the Redstone Emperor's fury. Naturally, only the Beast Knights understood the true crux of the Emperor's wrath in accordance with the preliminary trials undertaken by the Beast Knights. The process commenced with the mage placing the marked wooden tokens, corresponding to 31 beasts, alongside several unmarked tokens into a magical box. Each knight then approached to sincerely call upon the wooden tokens of the beasts. Those knights who successfully retrieved a token subsequently sought out the corresponding beast within its illusionary realm, engaging in heartfelt communication with the creature. Each beast possesses a unique disposition, and the term beast communion encapsulates this essence. When human knights select them, the beasts quietly reciprocate by choosing their human counterparts. Only those knights genuinely favored by the beasts can earn their unequivocal trust, thereby enabling them to endure the subsequent and far more arduous trials of the sacred Snow Mountain. Historical records indicate that any knight unable to complete the sacred Snow Mountain trials invariably faced rejection from the beasts during the initial selection. According to the established rules, should a knight succeed in the first round of beast communication, they may proceed to the sacred Snow Mountain for subsequent trials. Failure in this endeavor results in the knight returning the token to the bag for another round of selection. If a beast refuses to acknowledge a knight twice in succession, the third knight, regardless of their ability to gain acceptance, will forcibly become the new master of that beast. Therefore, each year during the preliminary trials for beast knights, ensuring the quality of the beasts is paramount. But the knight selection process is equally critical. It is common practice to prepare additional knights to ensure that each beast can find a suitable master. Now, at this critical juncture, the unforeseen complications arising among the candidates for beast knights have undoubtedly cast a shadow over this selection process. The 3 questioned officials exchanged glances, awkwardly attempting to explain to the Redstone Emperor. It was impossible to control the unfolding events, as some knights either suffered injuries from excessive drinking or were involved in altercations at the hotel, while others fell gravely ill. The Redstone Emperor let out a heavy grunt. If you cannot even protect the knights participating in this trial, it clearly demonstrates that your positions are ill-suited for you, Military Affairs Minister and Minister of Personnel. Duke Qi had not anticipated that upon returning to the imperial capital, he would find himself embroiled in such matters, and he hurriedly approached the Redstone Emperor alongside the Minister of Personnel. The three officials were demoted by 2 ranks, and their respective positions would be reassigned accordingly. In the face of the Redstone Emperor's wrath, no one dared to intercede on behalf of their colleagues. After a pause, the Redstone Emperor suddenly directed a question at Count Lin. Count Lin, your daughter successfully completed her mission to the Kingdom of Hammer despite the injuries sustained by the delegation leader. Her efforts are commendable. Is she currently in the imperial capital? After bowing respectfully, Count Lin replied, Your Majesty, my daughter is presently a candidate for Beast Knight at the Magic Academy and is indeed here. Oh, the Emperor seemed somewhat surprised. Please summon her. At her father's prompting, Lin Yucheng hurriedly approached the Emperor. He simply posed 2 inquiries. Miss Lin, I have heard that 2 young mercenaries assisted you in completing the mission. Is that correct? Where are they now? Lin Yucheng was taken aback, not realizing how astutely the Emperor was informed. Yes, Your Majesty. One is the adopted son of Baron Qi Hanfeng, and the other is his disciple. The Emperor's brow momentarily relaxed as he turned to the reclusive Qi Hanfeng at the back of the crowd. Baron Qi, is this true? Those present were aware that the Emperor was, in fact, a cousin of Qi Hanfeng, who was notoriously indolent in his youth. It was his specialty to discipline the crown prince, who often competed for cherished items, using his strength to teach him a lesson. Always careful to leave no trace of his actions, reducing the prince to tears. When the duke or the princess arrived, they were unable to find evidence, only to witness the elder brother tenderly wiping the crown prince's tears. Unaware of the whispered admonitions from Qi Hanfeng, if anyone finds out it was me, next time it will be even worse, and I won't take you out to play anymore, nor will any of the young ladies pay you any mind. The persuasive and emotional manipulation employed by Baron Qi was certainly a testament to his precociousness. It was rumored that his early assignment to the border was a necessary measure taken by the Duke upon learning many details. Qi Hanfeng, realizing he could not evade the situation, mumbled to himself, Why was it not me who was attacked while drinking and fighting just now? He then slowly approached the Emperor. Is there such a matter? It seems that only Qi Hanfeng would dare to speak to the Emperor in such a manner, and it was his exclusive prerogative to forego addressing him as Your Majesty. The Duke shot him a fierce glare from the side, prompting Qi Hanfeng to behave more modestly. Let me think. There was indeed such an incident. Aimi is my adopted son, the legitimate child of the former captain of the Imperial Border Defense Forces, and, by the way, also a disciple of Lei Gu. De Qingshan is my disciple. Having grown accustomed to Qi Hanfeng's nonchalant demeanor, the Emperor exhibited no unusual reaction, yet his words were startling. Marshal Qi? It appears that Aimi is indeed a scion of a high-ranking military officer, and both he and De Qingshan are A-class mercenaries. In order to ensure the quality of this Beast Knight selection, might we directly invite them to become candidates? Chapter 8. The Diversity of Beasts. Duke Qi hesitated momentarily. Your Majesty, De Qingshan has already forged a pact with the Sacred Green Dragon and is a Sacred Dragon Knight, while Aimi, although lacking a mount, according to Mr. Lei Gu, does not wish to become a Beast Knight. So the legendary Sacred Dragon Knight has indeed emerged? The Redstone Emperor expressed genuine astonishment, while everyone present in the trial hall was equally taken aback. As the most powerful empire currently, the Empire of Aimi had only 7 Dragon Knights, each a source of national pride, a Sacred Dragon Knight. Could such a knight truly exist? The Qi family had produced such an exceptional disciple. Regardless of whether this knight wished to serve in the imperial military, the Qi family would undoubtedly gain greater influence. Naturally, many family heads resolved. For this selection event, it would be prudent not to rush into choosing a son-in-law. They would wait until after the trials to seize the opportunity to visit Duke Qi and meet the 2 young men mentioned by the Redstone Emperor, particularly the extraordinary Sacred Dragon Knight. The Redstone Emperor inquired gently of Lei Gu. Master Lei Gu, why can Aimi not participate in the trials? After returning from the Tower of Wishes to the Empire and reporting to the Magic Guild, Lei Gu quickly became a household name. Across the contemporary world, no more than 5 mages of the highest caliber existed, and among those, only the withered, gaunt elder mage before them could be seen. The others remained figures of modern legend, their existence uncertain. The Redstone Emperor was particularly pleased to learn that Lei Gu expressed his willingness to continue serving in the Empire, promptly designating him as the national mage. The significance of a mage to a nation is one of the core components of its authority. Even the prestige of 2 dragon knights could not rival that of a mage. Lei Gu smiled slightly. Your Majesty, both Aimi and Deqingshan are exceptionally talented, especially Aimi, a prodigy rarely seen in a century. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly serve the Empire. It is not worth concerning ourselves over immediate gains or losses. Lei Gu endeavored to assuage the Redstone Emperor's concerns with conciliatory words, while many family heads, upon reflecting on Lei Ji's phrasing, reconsidered the positions of Aimi and Deqingshan, even though they struggled to imagine anyone who could surpass a sacred dragon knight. Oh, I see. The Redstone Emperor's expression visibly softened. I am merely concerned that talent may be buried and that a pearl may be cast aside. Since the National Mage believes Aimi's future achievements may surpass those of a Beast Knight, then we may consider allowing him to participate in the trials for Dragon Knights. For now, we shall not summon him at this moment. It was evident that the Redstone Emperor's mood had considerably improved. He gestured for Master Nolan to commence the trials. In the trial hall, several individuals simultaneously exhaled deeply, their anxieties alleviated. All the beast illusions lined up along the western wall of the hall. Depending on the size of the beasts, their corresponding illusionary realms varied. The realms of smaller beasts were merely the size of a table, while those of larger beasts could encompass an area the size of a bed. Each illusionary realm was adorned with a crimson silk scroll, detailing the name, origin, and characteristics of the respective beast. 4 Grand Mages of the Empire and 6 first-rank mages approached the illusionary realms, and to the far right stood 4 identical realms, medium in size, clearly belonging to medium-sized beasts. Nolan casually picked up a scroll and began to read aloud. Desert Flying Lizard, originating from the eastern region of the Sacred Desert Empire in the Aimi continent. Equipped with dual eyelids, nasal membranes, and ear membranes, capable of surviving even in the heart of the desert. Its body is covered in gray scales, rendering it nearly impervious to blades and firearms. Its forelimbs possess sharp claws, and its mouth is equipped with venomous fangs, making it the premier mount for combat in desert regions. Upon concluding his words, the 3 Grand Magicians and 2 first-level magicians, excluding Norlin, simultaneously emitted waves of azure magical light. The surface of the illusionary realm facing the crowd suddenly transformed into a translucent state, allowing everyone to clearly observe the 4 gray juvenile great lizards within. Lethargically, they either crawled or lounged, seemingly basking in the sunlight of the illusory domain. Norlin swiftly sprinkled some cerulean powder into each illusionary realm, instantly alerting the flying lizards, which rapidly ascended, their eyes wide open, scanning their surroundings with fierce intensity. Although diminutive, they exhibited a pronounced awareness of aggression. The primary advantage of this short-term confinement of illusionary beasts lies in its capacity to generate unidirectional light waves under magical stimulation. Those outside can view the interior clearly, while the creatures within, enveloped by the illusion, are oblivious to the external world. Observing that everyone had finished their viewing, Norlin casually removed the 4 divine wooden stakes from the illusion and placed them into a nearby box. Next came 4 illusionary realms the size of cabinets, and Norlin announced, "The originating from the flower language prairie is the swiftest among all beasts on the plains, possessing a gentle temperament and causing no conflict with any ordinary cavalry mounts, making it suitable for large-scale military operations." With a flicker of blue light, 4 small foals appeared within the realms, each of varying colors. 1 pure white, 1 crimson, 1 pitch black with snow-white hooves, and the last a brown adorned with 5 patterned stripes. Norlin, exhibiting great courtesy, addressed Duke Chi. "Marshal Chi, may I kindly request you to introduce the characteristics of these 4 horses?" The Duke, evidently well acquainted with these steeds, patted each of the 4 illusionary realms in succession. An ancient breed known for its swift speed and unparalleled short-distance sprints, as the poem states. The red adornment glimmers in sunlight, as the jade dragon exudes a chilling grace. This is the most agile among all breeds. Ideal for one-on-one nightly duels. A fierce tiger among horses, with a temperament so wild that only the bravest can tame it, vividly described by the phrase, "Leaning on the heavenly sword, pursuing the swift steed." A dragon among horses, as illustrated in the poem. The royal general stands at the height of a Buddha, bestowing a dragon of 8 feet from the heavenly pool, is renowned for its prowess in long-distance gallops. All present applauded the Duke's splendid exposition. The 4 divine wooden stakes were placed back into the magical box. Following this, 6 smaller illusionary realms were introduced. Norlin addressed the crowd. Behold, the most widely utilized illusionary beast in the Northern Federation of the Empire, the Silver Snow Wolf. Hailing from the Kingdom of Hammer, known for its ferocity, it launches fierce assaults on enemies or their mounts, possessing unmatched advantages in snowy terrains. Given that 25 of the Empire's territory consists of snowfields, the demand for snow wolf riders is exceedingly high. The silver snow wolves materialized before the audience, and intriguingly, despite the application of stimulating powder, the wolves remained remarkably docile, particularly the 2 on the far left, who appeared visibly frightened. In the center stood 7 colossal illusionary realms, towering at 2 meters high and 2 meters in diameter, leaving one to ponder how they were transported into the testing hall. Norlin glanced at the silk affixed to the tops of the realms, finding it slightly out of reach. He sighed and shook his head, casting a levitation spell to retrieve a roll of silk. Originating from the central hilly regions of our country, known for its running prowess on hind limbs and hunting on forelimbs, it is fierce and immensely powerful. If effectively utilized as a vanguard during cavalry charges, it can unleash unparalleled destruction. As the blue light shimmered, the audience grasped the reason behind the snow wolves' earlier lethargy. Among the 7 massive of varying colors, 6 appeared similarly subdued, with only the tallest realm housing a solitary pure black frolicking joyfully, leaping and chasing its own tail. Just as Norlin prepared to sprinkle some corresponding stimulating powder within, the seemed to sense something, abruptly charging toward Norlin from within the illusion, its massive jaws agape, white teeth glistening with drool, while its forelimbs clawed at the illusionary wall, as if intent on tearing apart the individuals outside. Nearly everyone, including Norlin, was taken aback, with some standing guards already drawing their long swords. Norlin took a deep breath. Everyone, remain calm. The illusionary realm is exceptionally robust and will not shatter. It appears this possesses a remarkably high degree of sentience, making it an exceptionally rare and fine illusionary beast. Upon hearing Norlin's words, all the boys participating in the illusionary beast rider trials cast a final glance at this creature and the divine wooden stake representing its name, beside the word 2 from the northern mountainous regions of the Empire. Evidently frightened by the presence of the giant, the next illusionary realm revealed a unicorn, and Norlin unfurled the silk scroll, originating from the magical forests on the western side of the Empire. Is said to have been summoned by the legendary magical emperor to protect the forest from harm. Its coat is pure white, boasting a horn of 2 to 3 feet in length at the center of its forehead. Occasionally, unicorns allow elves or pure-hearted maidens to ride upon them. If treated gently, they become lifelong companions. Unicorns are immune to poison, enchantment, or immobilization, and their horn can induce temporary blindness in those they attack. The sacred unicorn appeared unfazed by the overwhelming presence of the leisurely strolling within the illusion, its long silver horn gracefully swaying. Adjacent to the unicorn were 3 identical smaller illusionary realms. Norlin read aloud the annotations on the scroll. A large avian creature native to the southern coast of the Aimi continent, possesses 4 limbs and exhibits formidable offensive capabilities. Adult are known for their keen eyesight and remarkable agility. Most aerial knights of the Empire ride. The final 4 illusionary realms exhibited varying and peculiar shapes. 1 was small, while 3 were elongated, indicating the rarity of these illusionary beasts, upon the magical stimulation rendering the small realm translucent. All eyes widened in astonishment, for within was a resplendent multicolored bird. It seemed to have sensed something, as its red head lifted slightly and its wings fluttered languidly, causing a dazzling display of light within the illusion that left everyone momentarily dazed. This magnificent bird bore a striking resemblance to the legendary phoenix. Norlin examined the silk scroll, furrowing his brow slightly. Name: unknown, suspected to be a legendary phoenix. Origin: unknown. 6 months prior, a gigantic bird laid this egg on the Wudong tree before the sacred cathedral of Scambray, which was subsequently hatched. The previously tranquil hall erupted into hushed discussions, as it was said that the phoenix is one of the divine birds, born to restore balance to the world, and is immortal, possessing the ability to regenerate, making it an exceedingly rare creature. Norlin picked up the final long scroll from the illusionary realm, native to the continent of Lanfa West, characteristics unknown, only noted to be a ferocious swamp beast, possessing remarkable advantages in freshwater combat. Each of the three illusionary realms contained approximately half-filled water, within which three formidable-looking crocodiles swam, their scaly green skin intermittently visible beneath the surface. Norland slowly placed the last three divine wooden stakes into the magical box as he signaled the two first-level magicians to bring the magical stakes before the crowd. With a solemn and resonant voice, he announced, "The selection trials for illusionary beasts officially commence." Chapter 9. The dignity of illusionary beasts. Within the Empire's military framework, a stringent system of management is enforced. Where a well-structured organization operates as an extension of one's will, essential for securing victory in warfare. A group of 5 constitutes the fundamental unit of the Empire's forces, referred to as a, led by a. 5s form A, headed by a. 5s comprise a, commanded by a. Below the Empire's grassroots commanders. 5s form a, led by a.2 or 3s constitute a. In the inland regions of the Empire, a typically comprises 2s, while in the capital and border defenses, 3s form a, overseen by a, note, comprising 1,000 to 1,500 personnel, the and form the foundational combat units for the Empire's smaller military engagements. Consequently, the and are classified as mid-level commanders within the Empire. 2 or 3s combine to form a, led by a, which serves as the primary military unit during campaigns, note, comprising 2,000 to 4,500 personnel. 3 to 5s constitute a jurisdiction, with a general or governor assigned according to the region, supported by 1 to 3 principal deputy generals. The general bears full responsibility for their defenses. Generals, deputy generals, and S represent the Empire's senior commanders. Above the general ranks is the marshal, who, in peacetime, commands a personal guard of approximately 5,000 troops, without specific military responsibilities or border defense duties. During wartime, they led several jurisdictions in joint operations. In times of peace, the Minister of Military Affairs serves as the supreme commander of the army, while during wartime, the Emperor assumes this role, with the Minister of Military Affairs acting as the Chief Deputy General overseeing the entire army. Comprehensive Guide to Empire Military Organization. The magical box contained 31 nearly identical divine wooden stakes. Norland extended his hand, utilizing magical energy to gently maneuver the stakes within the box. Gradually, the stakes aligned, forming a single row suspended within the magical box, their purple tips pointing upward. Nolan succinctly announced the rules. Each individual would approach the magical box, extend their hand above it, and silently contemplate the fantastical beast they had just set their sights upon, envisioning the token of that creature soaring into their grasp. Each participant had a maximum of 1 minute. Within that time frame, if they found the first beast reluctant to materialize, it indicated that their prowess and nature as a knight were insufficient to match the creature. They would then consider a second, followed by a third beast, with a limit of 3 attempts. Should they still fail, they were to step aside to rest until the next round. Those who had successfully acquired the divine wooden token would also retreat to wait until all tokens were distributed, at which point they would gather at the boundary of the illusion realm to commune with their chosen beasts. According to tradition, the first to receive the tokens were the 3 aspirants from the Holy Church of the Allied Nations. Shero glanced at her 2 companions, a boy and a girl, who, like her, had returned from diplomatic missions for their respective countries, all having successfully completed their tasks. With her inherently gentle demeanor, she subtly smiled and gestured for her companions to proceed first. The equally courteous Gumin elegantly extended his hand, inviting the priestess, Miss Maymise, to commence her trial. After a brief hesitation, Maymise ascended to the altar of the magical box, extending her hand and closing her eyes. Silently reciting a mantra. 10 seconds elapsed, then 20 and 30. It was evident she was encountering difficulties, as the first beast stubbornly refused to emerge. Uncertain if she had already moved on to a second choice. 40 seconds passed, then 50, as beads of sweat began to form on the girl's pale forehead. Approaching the 60-second mark, the immense mental and magical pressure rendered her frail frame precariously unstable on the platform. Nolan signaled a middle-aged mage to assist her, and Maymise was gently guided down. Gumin, wanting to express concern, was halted by Nolan's gaze, indicating it was his turn. Once on stage, he extended his hand and murmured a silent incantation, causing a silver-hued divine wooden token to soar upward. It was a snow wolf fantastical beast. A shimmering illusion of a silver snow wolf flickered against the western wall, glowing with the light of selection. The Holy Church held a significant portion of territory on the frozen continent, and thus, it was customary for knights to choose the silver snow wolf, perhaps stemming from a desire to safeguard their homeland. When it was Sharrow's turn, she ascended the platform with measured steps, pondering her choice. The two most coveted beasts were undoubtedly the magnificent bird that might be a phoenix and the unicorn. Which to select? More importantly, could her capabilities truly match such remarkable creatures? What if they rejected her? As she extended her hand, she contemplated the options. The Great Qing Mountain was for dragon riders. Perhaps she should try the phoenix, hoping to manifest a union of dragon and phoenix. Yet, if that were to fail, she would have to settle for something lesser. Gently, her delicate hand rested upon the divine wooden box, and she silently intoned, "Phoenix. Phoenix, Phoenix," her heart racing with trepidation, fearing it might not even be a phoenix. 10 seconds passed, then 30 and 40. Sharrow's hand began to tremble. Why was it not responding? Did it mean die in her mind? She recalled the amiable visage of the Great Qing Mountain and its warm smile, along with the adorable little green creature. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the attending mage prepared to assist her down when suddenly, a burst of crimson light erupted from the magical box. A divine wooden token transformed into a diminutive firebird, soaring into the air. The hall resonated with the melodious chirping of the bird, and every attendee felt a sacred magical force swirling around them. The firebird landed in Sharrow's hand, instantly reverting to the divine wooden token, and the crimson glow in the hall dissipated. Could it truly be the divine bird phoenix? It was said that only a genuinely attuned fantastical beast, possessing a certain level of power, would exhibit such extraordinary phenomena upon recognizing their master. Historical records documented an event from 400 years ago in the northern mountainous region of the empire, where a colossal feline beast, fierce and agile, had continuously harmed local residents. Numerous fantastical beast knights and great mages were deployed to subdue it. After slaying the beast, they discovered a blind kitten in its den. That year coincided with the trial for fantastical beasts, and the accompanying great mage conjured an illusion, placing the kitten within, and brought it back to the imperial capital. During that year's trial, initially, no one held high hopes for the kitten. Yet a lowly thief-turned-mercenary, unable to compete with others, chose the small creature. The moment the divine wooden token was selected, a vibrant spectrum of colors burst forth from the magical box, transforming the token into a cat-like form with wings, which leaped into the mercenary's embrace. Subsequently, the kitten was recognized by a traveler from overseas as a lynx, a creature renowned for its ferocity and prowess in hunting lions and tigers. Leveraging the lynx's incredible abilities, the mercenary knight soon outstripped his peers in strength. The girls participating in the trial displayed expressions of disappointment. It seemed the phoenix-like firebird was not meant for them. Tears glistened in Maymise's eyes, for she too had sought the red phoenix. Next came 4 boys recommended by the Mercenary Guild, whose focus remained unified on selecting beasts native to the Empire's territory: 2 earth dragons, a black steed, and a horse as dark as storm clouds against snow, each swiftly leaping into their hands. It was evident that when the dark steed emerged from the box, 2 knights from the military system bore looks of regret. Following them, the knights from the military system ascended the platform. Among the various groups, they were the eldest, the youngest being around 23 years old, each face weathered by experience, yet they formed the most robust and orderly contingent. Each knight stepped forward with military precision, extending their hands towards the magical box with silent incantations. It was evident that to hold a rank above squad leader in the military before the age of 25, regardless of familial assistance, required exceptional merit. 2 earth dragons and 2 silver snow wolves emerged successfully, followed by the jade rabbit chasing lightning. As the final participant approached the platform, many furrowed their brows. Wasn't this his second attempt at the trial? He walked forward slowly, his demeanor clearly anxious. As 30 seconds elapsed without any response from the beasts, at the last moment, a black steed token shot forth. He wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped down. Next were the young knights from the Knight Academy. Unlike the military knights, these noble youths hastened to the platform, quickly extending their hands to select their beasts. The first 2 boys evidently had their sights set on the imposing black earth dragon, urgently chanting, black dragon, come forth, hurry." Yet the dragon appeared unimpressed, refusing to comply, leading them to exit the stage in failure. The subsequent boys, having learned from this experience, refrained from targeting the black earth dragon, instead directing their attention towards other earth dragons and snow wolves, with one boy even choosing a crocodile, the tallest among them. Qi Outyin stood at the back, and as it was his turn, he strode confidently to the altar. Unlike the others, he circled to the back of the magical box, extending his hand, biting his lower lip, narrowing his eyes slightly, and taking a deep breath before calling out to the western wall of the fantastical beast realm in a slow, deliberate tone. "My companion, my fantastical beast, Black Dragon King, emerge!" Suddenly, a roar echoed from the Black Dragon realm, and a stream of black energy surged from the magical box toward Qi Outyin. He swept his hand through the air, and the black energy instantly vanished. There was no trace of joy on his countenance. With a huff, he stepped down from the platform. The heads of various factions present nodded or shook their heads in response. The Qi family had indeed produced generations of remarkable talents, and it was well known that their youngest grandson, though reticent and socially withdrawn at the Knight Academy, was nonetheless recognized as the most formidable among his peers. Many noted the faint smile that graced the lips of the Redstone Emperor. Following that were 4 students from the Magical Academy. By this point, few fantastical beasts remained. The first to approach was Lin Yushang, who had already decided to try for the unicorn. Since Nolan had claimed that only elves and pure-hearted girls could possess this unicorn, she pondered whether she had ever harmed anyone. Was she not pure? If that failed, she would opt for a prized steed instead. Though it seemed daunting, the act proved remarkably effortless. Before she even reached the magical box or extended her hand, the name of the unicorn floated in her mind, and a beam of white light gracefully emerged from the box, directly landing in her outstretched hand. Wow, could she truly be so fortunate? The trial hall buzzed with speculation from nearly everyone present. This trial for fantastical beasts was indeed rare. 3 high-tier attuned fantastical beasts had already manifested. Shortly thereafter, several mages swiftly selected their beasts, in the second round. Knights who had not secured a beast in the first round quickly found their choices among the remaining options. After a brief respite, Nolan signaled for everyone to gather before their chosen fantastical beasts. The mages once again activated each realm from left to right, while the candidate knights placed their hands upon the soul-breathing aperture of the realm, their breaths mingling with the essence of the realm. If the fantastical beasts did not exhibit strong resistance, the bond would be deemed successful. Having successfully passed the first round, the probability of success remains exceedingly high. Aside from a few magical beasts exhibiting some reluctance, the majority readily accepted their masters. The 3 highly anticipated creatures, the Black Dragon, the Phoenix, and the Unicorn, displayed particularly commendable behavior, gently nudging their heads or horns in the direction of the knights, as if they had already entered into a solemn pact. The remaining 5 knights, who had not yet gained the recognition of their magical beasts, drew new wooden sticks from the enchanted box and effortlessly passed the trial on their second attempt. The Emperor of Redstone was immensely pleased with the process of this trial. Rising to his feet, his golden cloak billowed dramatically behind him, and his crown towered high. His resonant baritone echoed through the hall. This is an exhilarating moment, one that has captured the attention of the entire nation. Esteemed future beast riders, as your king, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. From this moment forth, you shall become the pillars of our country. Tomorrow, you shall embark on a journey to confront the more formidable challenge of the Holy Snow Mountain test, which will undoubtedly impose greater pressure upon you. However, this is not the greatest pressure you will face. Your most significant challenge lies in joining me to elevate our empire into a more formidable nation. No one anticipated that the Emperor of Redstone would conclude with such simple yet profoundly stirring words. The audience erupted into applause, with all but the 3 knights of the sacred church bowing deeply in reverence to their sovereign. On the journey back to the Duke's residence, the typically reserved Duke revealed a smile and remarked to Qi Outyin, "Outyin, you performed admirably today. That dragon is the finest I have seen in my years of military service. It is truly the dragon among dragons. It appears you possess the potential to contend for the title of Dragon Knight in the future." Meanwhile, Mr. Qi Hanfeng excitedly patted Qi Outyin's cheek, exclaiming, "Ha! Young man, well done. Once you can ride the dragon, make sure to present yourself before Amy. Remember, she may only observe, but not ride. In the past, I urged her to learn the spear and become a knight, but she stubbornly insisted on pursuing the unremarkable path of a swordsman. Now she shall see the consequences of her choices. As dusk fell, the Duke's residence unexpectedly received numerous invitations, each addressed in an intriguing manner. Uncle Chi Dadong, Cousin Chi Hanfeng, Nephew Chi Outyin, Nephew Amy, and youngsters. Mr. Alfing, Mr. Locke, Mr. Horns, Mr. Reege, and the Sacred Dragon Green. Yet all invitations bore a singular signature, Redstone. The contents of the invitations were succinct. An invitation to a family banquet at the Royal Annex. Green eagerly grasped the invitation, sniffing it repeatedly, her eyes gleaming with a lizard-like excitement. Whereas Chi Hanfeng's first reaction was to suspect a banquet akin to the infamous Hongmin feast, foreboding ill tidings. Naturally, as soon as he uttered this thought, the Duke playfully swatted him from behind, eliciting laughter from the others engaged in conversation. It soon became evident that Chi Hanfeng's remarks were laced with mischief. The Emperor of Redstone was an exceptionally hospitable host, having arranged 2 banquet tables in the palace gardens. During the event, he took the time to personally welcome Alfing, Locke, Amy, and others, publicly expressing, many years ago, "I fervently wish to promote the 2 distinguished captains, known as the Great Stones of the Empire's border defense, back to the capital as brigadiers." Alas, due to the incident at the Tower of Supplication, both captains mysteriously vanished almost simultaneously. Truly a lamentable affair. Who would have thought that after so many years, my cousin and the legitimate heir of the Glacier Infantry captain would stand before me once more? Moreover, with Amy being a relative, this is indeed a cause for great joy at the same time. It is a testament to my cousin's teachings that his direct disciple has ascended to the rank of Sacred Dragon Knight, a result of the collaborative efforts of National Master Reege, A-Class Mercenary Alfing, and Locke. Thus, I invite everyone here to express our gratitude together. Both Amy and Dakingshan sensed that Redstone possessed a regal aura reminiscent of the illustrious Isu III, an unparalleled demeanor that ordinary individuals could scarcely emulate. Unbeknownst to all present, within the palace's main hall, a shadowy figure whispered a few words to the guards before slipping into the council chamber.